we have also decided that it will not going to be business as usual. We have these meetings, Africa, US meeting, Africa, Europe, Africa, Turkey, Africa,
India.
Now we are waiting for, there is another one, Africa, Russia.
And Africa, Japan.
And Africa, Japan. We have made the decision that it is not intelligent for 54 of us to go and sit before one gentleman from another place. And I mean, and sometimes we are mistreated.
Yeah.
You know, we are loaded into buses like school kids. You know, and it's not right.
Well, you are summoned. You know,
it's not right. So,
Hello, welcome. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. Petrol prices have doubled in Benin Republic after President Bola Tinubu announced the removal of oil subsidy in neighboring Nigeria. Also in Nigeria, petrol prices have doubled and in some places tripled as a result of that announcement. The labor union in Nigeria are threatening to go on strike on Wednesday. They are hoping to force the government to revert to the old petrol price. This is the first conflict and the first challenge that the newly sworn president of Nigeria, Mr. Bola Tinubu, is facing. It is 11:30 a.m. in New York City. It is 4:30 p.m. in Nigeria. It is 5:30 p.m. in Congo, and it is 6:30 p.m. in Uganda. Wherever in the world you're joining us, welcome to another episode of 90 Minutes Africa. My name is Rudolph Okonkwo. My co-host, Chido Onoma, is on assignment. President William Ruto of Kenya scolded African leaders for running to Washington, D.C., Paris, Beijing to meet with foreign leaders. At the inauguration lecture of President Bola Tinubu, Kenya's former president, Uhuru Kenyatta, lectured Nigeria's new president on how to unify the country. On our show today, Declan Galvin, a political analyst in Nairobi, Kenya, joins us from Kenya to discuss the outlook of Bola Tinubu's presidency and the expectations of the international community. The former editor of SaharaReporters will weigh in on Kenya's model of handling disputed elections and the implications of the disputed outcome of Nigeria's election on Nigeria's relationship with the outside world. It's now an honor for us to welcome to the show Mr. Declan Galvin. Declan, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Rudolph.
It's another Sunday, and we typically start the show with a look at what's going on across Africa. So let me start off with asking you about the situation in Sudan. What is the current situation? Do you know?
Yeah, so right now in Sudan, there's a number of diplomatic efforts to try to restore either a ceasefire or some kind of temporary peace between the warring factions, the SAF and the RSF. What we're seeing, which is interesting, is the role of Sudan's neighbors in trying to promote some sort of a peace. We also see, of course, the United States and Saudi Arabia being kind of, I think, the more interesting power involved. but it's a serious problem, and neither side seems truly invested in some kind of ceasefire. And they seem more determined to try to destroy each other.
Okay, so but the actors, the generals who have been fighting, there are some stories that they are backed by different countries of the world. What do you know about that?
Yeah, so the rumors or allegations is that the Sudanese armed forces is receiving um, low key support from the United States, and that the RSF, the Rapid Security Forces, are receiving tacit support from Russia. Um, both of those accusations seem to be true. However, the U.S. has a deeper democratic and moral dilemma in that the Sudanese armed forces carried out a successful coup a couple of years ago and are not a totally legitimate, certainly not a democratic uh, government in Sudan. And so, given that the situation's become more complex and difficult, the U.S. has that kind of decision, whereas Russia is looking to advance its interests more overtly, particularly around the strategic importance of maintaining Port Sudan.
Okay, recently you were on the Kenyan TV and you were talking about Ukraine and Russia's interest in Africa. What do you think about this situation where South Africa is, it appears as if they're backing Russia? What do you make of that, and what's going on there, really?
So South Africa has sold arms to Russia, and then I think of more concern, South Africa has been recently carried out joint military exercises with both Russia and China. This is happening at a time when there's kind of deep political unrest or turmoil in South Africa. I think that the evidence that the reigning ANC does not have the kind of muster that it used to, and there's enormous social and economic challenges there. And so South Africa is looking for both trade partners and opportunities, also based off of historic ties. Specifically, there was a lot of kind of Russia has had historic ties during the Soviet Union days with a lot of liberation movements and a lot of kind of anti-Western liberation movements. Those kinds of things, Russia's looking to kind of recultivate, and I think South Africa is part of that.
Okay. During the campaign in Nigeria, I know that you were in Nigeria. You traveled across Nigeria. What did you observe, and were you surprised at the outcome of the election?
So, I enjoy going to Nigeria. Every time I visit, it becomes easier, and then B, you know, it is interesting to see how the country develops. I think the most interesting, however innocuous takeaway it was how much people have transitioned to kind of both mobile money and other kinds of digital exchanges. I thought that was fascinating because I remember the days, as everybody else does, where you have to pull stacks and stacks and stacks of naira just to kind of go through the next couple of days. So interesting developments kind of on that front. In terms of the election, it looked like Tinubu had basically wrapped that up, and I'd gone after the presidential election. There was a lot of people who were upset about it, but I found in my casual interactions people who are kind of just trying to move on with their life, and just kind of push through the economic circumstances. But that's all anecdotal.
Now about the view from abroad, you are based in Kenya and you travel around the world. How is the international community? How are they seeing the situation in Nigeria, the election, the disputes, the court case, and everything?
So the view from abroad, I think, is that this is classic Nigeria. Unfortunately, people didn't really expect it to go much better. People would have expected there to be lots of kind of drama and legal cases. I think that there was, according to some observers, there was some enthusiasm around Peter Obi and maybe what his victory could bring. Of course, there's usual discussions around kind of genuine voter turnout and voter apathy. But by and large, I don't think people were too shocked at how things played out.
Now, in the court system in Nigeria, the electoral tribunal, they are looking into the election, and with Peter Obi and Abubakar Atiku's campaign challenging the election of Bola Tinubu. How is that done in Kenya?
So I can walk you through the process. It is kind of an interesting process. So first, let me give a bit of a historic kind of overview of how election management has been in Kenya. It has been deeply flawed for decades. There's no question. And especially during the 1990s, when there was a move toward multi-party democracy, there was a lot of rigging. So throughout basically from 1964 to 1965 up until 1991, Kenya was a de facto and I believe de jure one-party state, with KANU being the only party. After an enormous amount of domestic pressure and international partnership, Kenya transitioned to multi-party democracy. But that was, of course, flawed, particularly in its early years. But nonetheless, a tremendous success. Part of the way multi-party democracy was repressed was through the ballot box and through vote rigging. Oftentimes, particularly in those days, the rigging was always at the local levels. So it was at the provincial and sub-county constituencies. So MPs were basically the ones who were rigging in, and just kind of that being connected. There was no question in 1992 and 1997 that the Kenyan leader then, Daniel Arap Moi, would win. So everybody knew that was going to happen. So it was always low level rigging. And this was always done through, conventional methods, ballot stuffing, voter repression. There were violent cases of forcible removal of kind of ethnic minorities from certain areas in order for certain politicians to win. So that was all kind of conventional. What's important in terms of Kenya's electoral history is the enormous effort by civil society groups and human rights organizations to work on election reform. There was the Election Commission of Kenya, the ECK, which was, pretty weak, very little more than a logistics and administrative entity. But over time, and especially after the 2002 election in Kenya, there were more meaningful reforms to election law. The big tipping point was the 2007-2008 election dispute, where the presidential election was rigged. The incumbent, Moi Kibaki, won, quote unquote, won or took that election. But the subsequent violence was so significant that we ended up having pretty significant constitutional and election law discussions. And then those institutions were reformed, then manifested in the 2010 Constitution. And in the Constitution outlines, plus the Election Act, outlines how elections need to get managed. So I know that was not directly part of your question, but that is really important kind of historical developments that brought Kenya to where it could actually meaningfully reform both its constitution and its election laws. So the country had to, from its perspective, be brought to the absolute brink in order for parties to finally come together and enact meaningful legal change and legal reform. So what that looks like, the voting management procedure, is once all the votes are counted, and I can talk a little bit about the electronic voting systems in Kenya, later on. But essentially, what you're required to have in Kenya is 25% of the vote for at least one candidate. To win the election, you must have 25% of the vote in at least 1/3 of the counties, and you must have greater than 50% of the vote. So kind of the conventional 50% plus one. So that is required. In Kenya, if you even if you achieve those county level thresholds, but you don't achieve the 50%, then you must go into a repeat election. And that repeat election is between the two leading candidates. So candidate A and B, and then candidate C, who was third in line, was not part of that election on the ballot. However, if you do have the kind of constitutional thresholds necessary to win the presidency, that's 25% in X number of counties and 50% plus one of the votes, then you would be declared a winner by Kenya's election commission, which is the IEBC. If you wish to, if a party wishes to dispute that election, then it must file an election petition outlining its evidence and its justification to the Supreme Court no later than 7 days after the declaration of that particular victory. That would then go to the Supreme Court, who then, upon receiving that petition, has 14 days to consider that petition, to bring in arguments, to have discussions, and then to issue a verdict.
In 14 days.
Yeah, they have 14 days to do that. So what you're looking at is, if you are an unsuccessful party and you want to, and you wish to dispute that election, you have no greater than 7 days after the results are declared for you to file that petition. Then, once that has been received by the Supreme Court then has no later than 14 days. So of course that's 21 days before you find out whether what the decision is. And there's several different options that the Supreme Court can have. The first, they can uphold the IEBC decision, which means that the petition was not sound enough to actually kind of to actually overrule the IEBC. The second thing that they could do is issue a fresh election, which is to say the petitioner was correct, and therefore a new election needs to be had because it needs to be basically redone. So those are typically what happens, and that happens within 21 days.
So there won't be a situation where someone is sworn in and then the case continues in court.
No, so the way that the timetables of the elections are arranged is that would not happen. So similar, in Nigeria's case, we've got Tinubu, who's in Aso Rock, and then this thing is going on until October or November, whenever it is. That's not how Kenya's system is set up, and the Supreme Court has been, I mean, so every time under the new law, this has gone to the Supreme Court, but the Supreme Court has not ruled in the same way as all your audience members know. It has not ruled always the same way. So in 2013, they ruled against the petitioner. In 2017, they said that actually the petitioner's arguments were sound, and then they sent all us back for another election. This past election, the petitioners were also unsuccessful. Okay,
so that's quite interesting. And has that been working well for Kenya? Because I heard that Odinga, after the court ruling, Odinga continued to his people continued to demonstrate.
I think, I mean, there is no country in Africa that I'm aware of that I've studied or worked on, which has had as much success in election reform as Kenya, particularly when you go back to how things were in the 1990s. I mean, the electronic voting systems that they had this past election, the genuine ability to challenge an incumbent, and then to have the kind of judicial independence to rule against an incumbent president, to say you're going to have to go back and do this again, is I think astounding. It's incredible, and it's not perfect. There's issues, there's flaws, there's what you could say unfairness sewn into the process, but all things are glorious in perfection, and what has happened here was astounding.
Now, can you tell us about the election process? In Nigeria, we had a new INEC chairman who promised that Nigerians will be seeing the results as soon as they are being they upload it as soon as the results are out, but that didn't happen in the presidential election. Sure. How is it in Kenya? Do people see the results as soon as they are announced in the polling units?
So this during this past election, this is more or less exactly what happened. They call them Form 34As. So those are basically tallies, local tally center results, and those Form 34As are then consolidated into constituency levels, which are called 34Bs, and then those ultimately kind of then become up. They move up, and then the final one is on the presidential ballots. So what we were able to experience as observers and voters in Kenya is the transmission through electronic devices from tallying centers to the IEBC server of these results, and then an image was placed on the IEBC public portal for each constituency, so you could actually see what looked like a photocopy version of the final tally at your polling station. So for the most part, these were less than 1,000 votes for each tallying station, or however many it would have been. And that kind of verification was so important for the public, who were able to then see, okay, well, even if I don't get what I want, at least my vote was counted. And there were some superfluous allegations that these were doctored or faked, and none of that had any credibility. But to be able to go into any polling station anywhere across the country and see how people voted and see the actual signatures or stamps, it was really impressive. It really was.
Okay, for our viewers, we will let you in another 10-20 minutes. So if you want to join us, I will share the link. Let me ask you now, if the results are out there in public, what is the basis of the opposition Odinga going to court? What were they arguing in that case?
So they argued that the server had been infiltrated, and that the results were manufactured. They argued that there was systematic corruption within the IEBC, and they especially launched their kind of verbal and political attack against the IEBC chairman, Wafula Chebukati. So the IEBC is a very similar election body to INEC, just for anybody who's wondering what I mean by IEBC. And so it has a chairman. So yeah, that was pretty much what it was. And look, they had their petitions heard. They did, and people read these petitions. I read these petitions and these statements with keen interest, especially following the 2017 election, where many people, myself included, wrote off whether there would have been any meaningful petition against the election, and we were all wrong. So I personally was not to make that mistake twice. But reading through these things, there was not a lot of evidence. There just wasn't any proper verification. and most of this does appear to be mostly political stuntmanship.
Now, I don't know if you follow the Nigeria's own case with what Peter Obi's campaign and Atiku's campaign are pushing for. Do you think that they have any chance at the court system in Nigeria?
I don't. I think that there's still very large looming questions on the independence of Nigeria's judiciary. And then I think that the distancing between, the distancing is a legal strategy as much as anything else. And so if the further you get away from an incident, the less interested people are to do anything about it. And so I think the fact that this is being dragged on until the end of the year, by that time, Tinubu will have kind of all the levers and instruments of power, combined with, I think, flimsy enough evidence that would be able to kind of overturn the actual case. I just don't see it. But here's this: that does not mean that it shouldn't be done. So the reason I explained all of that history before Kenya actually had meaningful election reform was because there was an enormous amount of hard work and failure and mismanagement and corruption involved in that journey. But they were able to achieve that, and it took decades. So what I think Peter Obi, his supporters, the lawyers need to do is to build the best case that they can, according to the law, and try to force precedent as much as possible, rather than using this as a kind of a political base to issue statements and rally troops. They should think about legal reform and how these lessons and experiences from this election can be flipped into a positive over the long term.
So for people who live in Africa and they're outside of Nigeria, when they look at the process in Nigeria, what do people see? What do you see? How do you feel about that?
Most people are going to see chaos and just, theft and just untrustworthiness of basically all the main actors. I have a more nuanced right opinion and version of that for sure, but there is a reputational issue when it comes to governance in Nigeria, and I think observers more or less look at it in a fairly pessimistic way.
When you came to Nigeria, did you get a chance to meet Omoyele Sowore, who was your former boss at Sahara? Did you meet him?
I did, yes. I had not seen Sowore for several years, and so it was definitely more of a personal catch up than a hard hitting conversation into the elections. But yeah, I was able to meet up with him for a couple hours.
So what do you think about his performance in the last election?
I mean, so look, it was always going to be an uphill battle. And, unless you have the kind of institutional party power and the money to be able to kind of have agents at polling stations, across a very large country, to have, continuous legal presence in institutions and areas you need to, that it's just difficult, right? This is a problem globally. Money is what you convert into political power, and so it is the rich that become powerful. Sowore was running a grassroots campaign. Sowore wanted to introduce new or more meaningful, I should say, political discourse into the ether. He wanted to be disruptive, and I think all those things are good. And so I think that to a large extent, Sowore would have achieved the things that he wanted to achieve. You don't just run for president because you want to win. You run because you may want to change the dialogue. You may want to advance certain platforms. You may want to have other causes that you drive forward. And I think he had certainly a measurement of success in those.
Now, during the campaign in Kenya, there were issues raised about William Ruto, who became the winner, the president, issues about corruption. And how did he survive it? And do you see any kind of similarity with what happened in Nigeria with Bola Tinubu?
So yeah, I mean, I think I would draw parallels between Ruto, Tinubu, Trump, in that I think that these publics, right, the Kenyan public, the Nigerian public, the American public, um, are so disenchanted with their reality around governance, around political accountability, around politicians who are dishonest or corrupt, that we have so much believed. We've believed in this idea that all politicians are corrupt and that all politicians act this way, that we no longer hold integrity as one of the decision points in who we choose to support or not. And instead of, is this person a leader of true integrity? Is this person somebody with a public track record that I hold to be questionable? We say, does this person excite me? Does this person seem like they're speaking a different language, and that maybe that language would apply to the problem sets that I am passionate about? Or are these individuals simply disruptive forces, and that they might upset a corrupt echelon that I think needs to be dismantled? All of those become, ideological considerations for voters, particularly voters who don't believe that any politician has a measurement of integrity. And so I think that there are parallels, and I think that it's people and institutions need to take a hard look at that, because I don't think that that's true. I think that there are leaders with more integrity, and integrity needs to be a huge part in our calculus on who we choose to support and why.
Okay, I'll ask you about how Ruto is doing in Kenya, but let's watch a little bit of him speaking recently.
That it will not going to be business as usual. We have these meetings, Africa, US meeting, Africa, Europe, Africa, Turkey, Africa,
India.
Now we are waiting for, there is another one, Africa, Russia.
And Africa, Japan.
And Africa, Japan. We have made the decision that it is not intelligent for 54 of us to go and sit before one gentleman from another place. And I mean, and sometimes we are mistreated.
Yeah.
We are loaded into buses like school kids, and it's not right.
Well, you are summoned,
It's not right.
All right. So he's is he becoming the voice of Africa, the voice of reason?
I think we should stop looking for the voice of Africa. I think we're not going to find anything there. I think we're just going to find disappointment and feeling let down. There's no voice for Africa. That doesn't mean that there's not strategic opportunity for African states and economies and businesses and people to align, and advance political or economic interests. But there's no voice of Europe. There's no voice of South America. There's no voice of Asia. Why should there be a voice of Africa?
We're talking about voice of reason, because up till this moment when he said that, African leaders, they've been all joining all this, going abroad to meet and meet one leader of another foreign country that will summon them. So I think after this, we didn't see them at the G7. They didn't all rush there, those that were, but they just sent somebody to represent them. So do you think there's a change?
No. Look, so a huge part of the reason we have all these leaders flocking to these areas is because they want to shop. They're on a junket. There's not nearly enough policy making going on at most of these things. Now there are of course exceptions, so I'm not saying that every single leader goes without an agenda. But we have to look at why people travel on these things and why they want to go in droves. So yeah, I mean, not every country went to G7. Not every country needs to go to G7. So yeah, I mean, is it a voice of reason? I mean, Ruto. I mean, I'm sure Ruto would agree with the sentiment that I just articulated in terms of let's just be practical. But again, people are not going purely to hash out some hard-hitting policy. There's all sorts of reasons people travel.
How is he doing in Kenya?
So look, there's a lot of challenges, and I don't mind admitting I'm personally surprised at how much difficulty he's having. The economy right now is really hard, and he is pushing a lot of taxes that's hitting businesses, specifically Kenyan businesses. Like there's foreign businesses which are impacted, but really it's Kenyan operations which are hit hard. So we've had an increase in taxes for kind of top income earners. We've had a housing levy tax that's being rolled out, which is going to impact employers as well as income earners. We've had an increase with the NHIF, NSSF. So employer mandated contributions over the last 6 months have really increased. And if you're a company with a big workforce, like manufacturing or security or telecommunications, you are feeling the brunt of that because you've got so many staff. So that's really tough for him.
Has he been able to unify the country?
No, not really. Kenya, what is working for him is I think Kenyans by and large are fatigued with politics. I think Kenyans are fatigued with tribalism. And a lot of them are really focused on their own kind of household and microeconomic situations. And so there's kind of a come togetherness through, we've got to sort out the economy. And I think that's working somewhat for him. But the country is still divided, albeit I don't think as sharp and difficult and hard as what we see in Nigeria, but there are problems there.
Okay, I will. I wanted you to respond to why do you? Let me ask you this: why do you think that Nigeria invited a former Kenyan president Uhuru Kenyatta to give the speech at the presidential? I think they call it presidential banquet or so in Abuja. He made a speech. Do you know why he was chosen as the right person to do that?
I suspect it was because of his role as kind of chairing the AU observation mission in Nigeria. And if you remember some of the remarks, you'll probably ask me about in terms of him really calling on Tinubu to unify the country. I suspect that those are a continuation of the kinds of conversations that Tinubu had with Kenyatta and Kenyatta with other stakeholders and the fallout of the election, which had a lot of people really upset. So I think that he's continuing on those remarks, and I think that Kenyatta's remarks are correct. In my time observing Nigeria and focusing on it and studying it, I haven't seen it this bad, and I suspect a lot of other people probably think and feel the same way.
Okay, let's listen to a little bit of that Kenyatta speech in Nigeria, and then we'll continue.
Uhuru Kenyatta, the keynote speaker at today's inauguration lecture, to now deliver his lecture. Your Excellency.
Indeed, it is a great honor and privilege for me to join you all this morning on a weekend when the country is preparing itself to witness its 7th consecutive civilian leadership transition. As you celebrate victory of an election and prepare to inaugurate a new president, remember that your victory is not just about numbers, as Western democracies would have us believe, but that the real victory will be how you will reach out to all the voices in Nigeria and how every Nigerian, from Katsina in the north to Port Harcourt in the south, from Bambana in the west to Maiduguri in the east, how they will all feel included in your victory and see your government as their government, your agenda as their agenda, one Nigeria, one government for all. And if I may address His Excellency the President-elect, President Tinubu, through you, Your Excellency Vice President-elect, I speak to you as a brother, but also as an elder statesman in leadership. The contest is now over, and the hard work of building a prosperous and unified Nigeria now begins. Upon assuming the office of president, you would be wise to transcend from the tactical politics of an election and assume your role as Nigeria's vision bearer. This will demand a complete overhaul of the adversarial mindset that we as politicians are conditioned to embrace during the electoral process. As president, you must learn very quickly to lead those who love you and those who loathe you with equal passion and commitment, because you are now the father of all.
Did Uhuru achieve all these things he was prescribing when he was president? Did he unify Kenya?
No, he didn't. And a couple of the successes that I'll point out come with big caveats. If we go back to what I had mentioned earlier, the 2007-2008 post-election violence, which for Kenya was bringing it to kind of the brink. The more medium-term consequence of that was indictments from the International Criminal Court on both Kenyatta and Ruto. Now, certainly their political alliance was about survival, but that alliance also brought together two ethnic communities which have had an enormous amount of challenges with one another, particularly centered around Rift Valley and some of the violence there. And there were things that Kenyatta had done in order to try to bolster, the country. So he did make some tangible strides in unification and good governance. I don't think that there's ever been any president in Kenyan history that has had as much trouble with the courts. So courts would continuously rule against him. And that would have been inconceivable 15 years before under Moi. But so he did make some important strides, but ultimately Kenya's challenges are not as great as Nigeria's.
Okay. One other issue with the new Nigerian president is his health. And we know that African leaders, several African leaders, they have health challenges. We can talk about the one in Gabon, the man in South Sudan. What do you think about the health of these leaders and the impact on their performances?
Yeah, for sure. I feel like we talk more about health of leaders in African states than anywhere else. Although there's been, of course, a lot of recent discussion in the U.S. Yeah, it's important. Like, again, a lot of these leaders who win are very, very old, and haven't always had the best access to healthcare. And there's lots of concerns about Tinubu's health. There's lots of concerns around other presidents. So it makes sense. People are right to worry.
Now, you mentioned the U.S. and we have Joe Biden, and we had an incident just this week. I know last week is now Sunday, where he fell down, and a lot of people are saying that that perception of a leader of the strongest country in the world with the strongest military falling down, that it will have an impact on how he does in the election. Let's watch the video of what happened to him. So, as an American abroad, how are people reacting when do people say anything to you about that?
No, nobody's asked me about it. To be
But
honest,
don't you think that for some leaders in Africa, like Museveni, Uganda, and all these old leaders, they will look at this and say, if the Americans can deal with this, who is complaining? Why should you complain about us being old and maybe like the one in Sudan peeing on themselves? That is that not a bad example for the rest of?
no. I mean, look. So I agree. If anything, it helps these aged leaders. Look. So I mean, here's the thing. If anybody has time to kill, they should watch U.S. presidents tripping in on YouTube. There's going to be a whole consolidated video of every slip that they've made, going up Air Force One and down Air Force One and here and there and walking to the wrong door. So, when you're the American president and cameras are on you all day, every dopey thing that you do gets caught and then amplified. Um, I don't think it's a big deal. I don't think that his trip was connected to his age. Although I am concerned about his age. But these little gaffes, I think people overstate and reading them way too much. It's the same thing with people falling asleep, right? They say, oh, the old man needs his nap, and then he falls asleep in the audience. There's so many of those videos, particularly of African leaders. The truth is, a lot of those events are boring, and it's hot, and you're busy and you're moving around. People take naps.
Now,
I don't worry about those things as much as other people.
yeah, but in the case of Nigeria, Nigerians will remember Yar'Adua, the former president, and what happened when he was ill, and some people were hiding the fact that he was not in control of the country, and so it has more implications.
Well, that's different though, right? So Joe Biden taking a fall because he tripped over a shoelace or something is not the same as Yar'Adua hiding an illness and then being abroad for many months and nobody knows what's going on, including his advisor. Those are not the same things. Yeah.
So, but if when you look across Africa, look at a country like Cameroon, you have Paul Biya, who spends most times in Switzerland more than he spends in his country, and because of old age and everything, don't you think that there is a discussion that needed to be, I don't know, around these issues?
I do. I think that Paul Biya, for example, has been in power way too long, and he's old. I mean, Buhari spent numerous lengths of time. I mean, I'm sure there's a counter out there of how much he was abroad, doing medical checkups or whatever. I mean, that's not, you cannot lead a country if you're incapacitated for that long. You just can't.
Now, so talking about Kenya, there's a story about this pastor that basically told his followers that there's a quick way to get to heaven and meet Jesus, and that will be to starve themselves to death. What is the real story? We watching it from outside of Kenya. People in Kenya, how did that happen?
We don't know yet. It is a very grim situation. A lot of people are saying that money and political connections is gonna come up through this. So we'll see, but there's a lot of unanswered questions. There's a lot of confusion. Especially like how could something like this have gone on for so long without local authorities being aware? And if they were aware, why was action not taken? That, I think, is genuinely the crux of the issue, aside from the criminal nature of the allegations against Pastor Mackenzie.
What action has been taken?
Well, so he was arrested. He's been interrogated. His accounts were frozen. There was something, but a lot of people think that it's too soft. A lot of people think he'll either buy his way out or something like that.
Are there anybody and people discussing kind of overseeing the churches and what they do as a result of this?
So that's been a discussion that's been ongoing for a few years, and this situation with Pastor Mackenzie has reignited those discussions. That churches need to be registered, and that there should be there should be regulations and potentially tax systems involved in bringing these religious churches and institutions to kind of to bringing them together. Now, there's a lot of concern with that. There's a lot of financial crime that's committed through these churches, money laundering, etc. Churches are powerful political forces, and so there's an incredible amount of resistance, and worshipers and followers are very loyal to their pastors, as everybody no doubt knows. But something needs to happen. And not all regulation is bad. There's plenty of regulation that can protect church from politics just as much as it's important to protect politics from church.
Mm-hmm. Okay, in another 7 minutes, we'll let our audience in. But let me ask you, the U.S. Vice President was recently in Africa. The trip, some analysts said that it didn't go well. One of the reasons was the issue of her insistence, the push advocacy for gay rights. What is your take on her visit?
So I think that on the issue of gay rights, that there's this emotional gap between, I'll say, U.S. policy makers and diplomats and the various publics across Africa. I know it's a hot button issue, and I don't think it should be. In the U.S., we still do not allow gays to have full rights as any heterosexual person, with following kind of the Supreme Court ruling that doesn't afford equal marriage rights. So the U.S. is not the most amazing beacon of how we should manage LGBT rights. However, what I think the tone and the rhetoric around gay rights in Africa needs to focus on is making sure that all people, regardless of race or ethnicity or sexual orientation, are protected under the law from violence, from discrimination, and other kinds of making sure that those individual rights are afforded to them and that they are recognized as people, whether we agree with that lifestyle, whether we agree with that or not. And there's just seems to be this massive disconnect between that reality and what people hear, across the continent. And so there's a lot of work that needs to get done. You no doubt we're following the fact that Museveni signed an anti-gay bill into law. There's going to be a diplomatic issue between the U.S. and Uganda over that. I think increasingly Museveni doesn't care. But really, the whole thing needs to focus on if you should not have violence lodged against you. You should not be discriminated against or intimidated if you're homosexual. And I don't think that's a huge deal. And my last bit is like the people that I interact with across the continent in Kenya, I know how gentle people are and how good people are. I just don't think it's a hard sell. People want to let people kind of live their life. And yeah, there's prejudice, there's issues, but we have just to appeal to people's better humanity.
With the Ugandan people, were they in support of the law signed by Museveni?
I haven't read any or seen any polls, but I think that a substantial amount of the public are comfortable with that law.
Okay. Now, one last question before we let people in. When you look at Africa, what do you think is the major issue facing the continent? Do you think is Islamic fundamentalists fighting across the continent from west to east and south? Or do you think it's something to do with political corruption? Which one?
I think the big issue here is corruption in a very broad understanding. So it's not just theft. It's also corruption which bastardizes the institutions that African states need in order to manage an increasingly dynamic world. So the world is getting more complicated. And unless there's stronger technocrats, people who are truly educated on issues, people who have a certain degree of job security because they do their role effectively, and having them not get bastardized through corrupt practices, that's what's needed in order to kind of manage big picture what's going on. And so short of that, I think Africa is going to have a huge problem, and terrorism will be a symptom of that. Economic malaise is going to be a symptom of that. Societal decay and social issues will be a symptom of that. So that's what needs to get managed.
All right. We will let in our people in. While I do that, let me find out from you. Do you think Africa can rise and get to its place in the world without Nigeria rising?
I do. I think that I look at Africa as a series of interconnected states, as opposed to a single unit. I think that there's enormous opportunity for all these states to work closely together and to cooperate. And there's so much opportunity there. But Africa as an entity does not need Nigeria.
You think Africa does not need Nigeria? All right, your visa is cancelled now to Nigeria. How is that possible? Who will lead?
Why would that be possible? Why would the future of Tanzania?
Who is leading? Which country is leading Africa without Nigeria?
What is this leading out? Leading Africa?
South Africa?
Leading in like corruption levels? Like
no corruption. I mean, I'm talking about uplifting the continent. The leaders.
If Nigeria, if like uplifting, like each state needs to manage its own affairs, and part of that is regional diplomacy, but it's not just that. So each, the idea of the whole continent being this completely interwoven political entity is something that I dispute. And so you can have a failed state here, and then a whole bunch of other states which are growing in a progressive way.
Which one is growing? Declan, which one is growing in a progressive way? Which state, other than maybe people say Rwanda?
Yeah. So I think that there's opportunity for Kenya. I think that there's Tanzania is another one that is actually kind of doing better, particularly under the new leadership. South Africa is not doing great.
Now, for those who want to join us, if you are in the studio, turn on your camera so that we let you in. We don't let people in if their cameras are off. So you said Kenya and Tanzania. So considering the size of the Kenyan economy, is it on the top tier of countries that and impact in East Africa? Does Kenya have that kind of role that will say that is leading in Africa?
I think that there's a lot of positive developments there. There's been at the tail end of Kenyatta's last administration, and then that's carrying over with Ruto, a stronger emphasis on integrating and working closer with DRC. I don't think that. I think that these countries can operate fairly independently of one another, and I don't think I definitely don't think anybody outside of Nigeria, with the exception of some West African states, which are intertwined with Nigeria, I don't think any of them are like, okay, well, Nigeria is not doing great, so we need to panic a little bit. Nobody thinks that. I've never been asked that question.
Come on. Even Nelson Mandela, hold on. Even Nelson Mandela said that there won't be any hope for black race without Nigeria.
Well, that's of course not true. And I have an issue with anybody who wants to reduce the black race to a single point of failure or success. And so Nigeria being a single point of failure or success for the black race I think that's absurd, and I think that's and it's a saddening thought. I hear people say that those kinds of things. That's not true. Black is dynamic. You find black people of all kinds of extraction across the world with both empowering and sad histories. So it's not reducible to one denominator.
But when you talk about the Asian tigers, it started with one country anchored the advancement, and then the other ones picked up from there. So that's the idea they are talking about. They're not saying that without that country, but there has to be a base. And when you talk about Latin America, you find a country like you talk about Brazil. If Brazil could make it, then it pulls up other countries around. So that's the idea they are talking about. They're not saying that they have to follow the same pattern. So you don't see anything.
I definitely think that if Nigeria were to evolve into a state with stronger institutions and with those kinds of outlooks, I definitely think that would be positive. But I don't think that the future is hitched to Nigeria.
All right. So let's get our people in and hear from them. Lexi, welcome to the show. Unmute yourself, Lexi.
Thank you. I'm smiling because I know who our guest is.
You know the guest.
Yes. He hasn't changed. He looks ever young. And wow, Declan, you may have seen me, but I don't think you know me the way that I know you when you were SaharaReporters. So I'm glad to see you. And you have been yourself in presenting the questions that have come to you. And I agree with you in every question you've answered so far from the moderator. Yes, yes. And we who are trying to find a better situation for Africa need to know these facts. There are some people who just they are kind of having a euphoria about what success they believe their country has, particularly Nigeria, and they think that Africa depends on that. Others are moving on, and they will continue to move on and be better as long as what is weighing Nigeria down continues. We try to pride ourselves as the most populous. What does that mean? It means nothing. You can be as populated as rats in New York, and in the end, what comes out of that? I just hear these things, and I kind of anyway. Thank you. The only question I'll ask is, with what is happening in the entire world today, Africa definitely is being challenged from different angles of power in the world. Now, in terms of the powers that be in Nigeria, there's only one thing they want: to shield Nigeria from any influence that will change the status quo, and to oppose anyone coming in to bring about that change. And that's what we just had in this so-called election that just took place. And I don't see when it will end, because they will continue to, now that they've seen that it is possible for them to lose, there's no future for Nigeria, for the sound mind and those who want things to be put right. These guys are not going to let it go like that, especially now that they know that it's possible. Before, they would think that maybe everybody will campaign and they will determine who will come in and everything will go like that. But in this particular case, it was so glaring. Everyone was expecting the whole thing to end in a certain way. But what we see is nothing. And I tell you, my question would be, do you have hope that things were going to change even slowly until we will be in a better situation in the structure that we are made of now and the people that are controlling the power? Thank you.
Yeah, I usually work hard to be an optimist on all these issues, that we talk about on the continent. It's easy to be pessimistic. It's also easy to be naive. On Nigeria, I don't know what the way out is. I guess we might have to start thinking about small successes, and hoping that these small successes build up over time into momentum. I mentioned earlier how difficult it was, but ultimately successful, for Kenya to reform its election commission and its judiciary. I mean, it didn't happen overnight. It took decades. It took awful things to unify the country around certain causes. So, maybe some kind of version of that is necessary for Nigeria, but I don't know. I remember in 2015 and 2016 thinking that Buhari was Nigeria's last best hope, which is, of course, terrible to think of now. But if we go back in time, in the euphoria around Buhari's victory, and the belief was that he wasn't as an individual extraordinarily corrupt, and of course that was incorrect for anybody who had that feeling or naivete. So I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's going to take good governors to rally together and start the change in their state, and then roll that into something larger. Yeah, it's hard to be positive.
All right. Thank you. Let's see. Mr. Scribe, you're next. Mr. Scribe, unmute yourself, please.
Yeah. Hi, how you doing? I wasn't expecting to come in so early. I was just getting myself dressed here,
No,
so to speak. How you doing?
we're good. We're good. You have a
Okay,
question
good.
for Declan?
No, that's what I was saying. I was still trying to settle myself down to the outlook for Bola Tinubu's presidency and the expectations for the international community. I'm not so bothered, to be honest, about the international community. To be fair, but I would like to get your opinion about, um, I'm a history buff. I like to go through history. So what do I ask you? But I mean, since Tinubu took over, the whole idea about I would say I'm conflicted between Plato, Stoic Plato ideologies and Machiavellian ideologies, right? And when I've been this week, I was reading a lot about the Labour Party and how methodical socialism they've persisted over the years. And I think I heard you, a couple of minutes talk about how long some of these changes can happen. What's your opinion about you know, sort of like some of the very nationalists, or I would say ethnic or tribal or parochial movements, Yoruba Nation, things like that. Do you think there is an area to explore here for them to be very grassroots oriented, take over their state assemblies and things like that? Things that can be very started out very small, organic, and gradually build, and look at that being a way of implicit return to regional autonomy and hopefully true federalism. What do you think? I don't know. I'm trying to craft my question here.
All right, Declan, do you have an answer to that?
Look, so this is kind of a continuation of the debate that Rudolph and I were having around kind of identity and how identity in a political space can be good or bad, or how mobilization of that can be positive or negative. I love the idea of identity and tribe and community and all of that. I think that that is something that needs to be preserved in Africa as opposed to admonished or criticized. The problem is not somebody being Yoruba or somebody being Igbo or somebody being Hausa. The issue is this: how these identities are forced to operate under political circumstances. And unfortunately, Nigeria's system and so many systems that we see across the world are abusive, and they use intimidation. And what that ends up meaning is, if you're going to use identity as a vehicle for social change, which I think is on balance great, but so much of the institutions and platforms or road systems that you use that identity vehicle on, ultimately bad things can happen. And I think we really need to, as lay people, as commentators, as observers, as experts, need to do a better job at disentangling identity, particularly traditional identity or tribe or ethnicity, from political institutions, because there's nothing wrong with being a tribe or a community. There's nothing wrong with being proud about that. There's nothing wrong about saying this identity can be integrated into a beautiful and vibrant system. The problem is, if your system is violent, if your system uses intimidation, if your system wants to exclude people for corrupted reasons, then you have a problem. So hopefully that's how I see it, Mr. Scribe. I think everybody should be proud about what they are and where they come from, and not feel shamed. And then also be the vanguard for making sure that your particular identity or what you feel strong about is not hijacked by nefarious actors.
What do you think about people? Okay, let me describe a typical, I would say, millennial Nigerian. his parents moved. Well, his parents moved to the western
You
part
must
of.
you must know Ike, by the way, from
Oh no,
Sahara.
I've never met Ike, but you know, I followed. I followed. We actually share the
I
same
know
name.
the millennial Nigerian.
Yeah, so I know Ike from his work. Like I've never met him. So, but like he's a really funny guy, and yeah, I haven't seen him in a while. But anyways, so I just want to paint a kind of a story for you and see what you think, given what you've said. So, like a millennial Nigerian whose parents moved to Nigeria, parents moved to Lagos or somewhere in the West for better opportunities, as you know, it was perceived at the time, 70s, and they give birth to these kids here. They grow up on the island. They don't speak Yoruba, not because they don't want to speak Yoruba, because the immediate environment around them doesn't speak Yoruba. It's not Mushi or something like that. So, what do you think? So now, when that same person goes to the north or the east, or where their parents come from, they are not treated like they're not treated like they belong there. You know what I mean? They'll be like, you don't know what we're talking about. You're trying to, that kind of person is trying to saying, look, these guys don't actually hate you. Like, things are kind of not the way you think it is. How do you then see the position of that person? What should that person go? Should that person go with his gut instincts because he grew up with, in that kind of environment? And or should you go like, oh, what's up with oh, let's just go nuclear, like it's my tribe, the highway or no, my way or the highway? What do you think?
So I look. So I've seen this right when you live abroad,
Mm-hmm.
and you spend a lot of time with diaspora communities. You see this kind of dilemma that people have a lot.
Mm-hmm.
And that doesn't just apply. Of course, it doesn't just apply to Nigeria. It applies to people all across the world, whether you're in Canada, the UK, Kenya. It's all it's kind of the same. And I've in colloquial discussions with people, I've called it like fugitive identity, where people don't fit in and they feel like they need to take refuge in something because
Yeah, yeah,
belonging is important and social ties are important, and it brings enormous consternation, psychological consternation, if you feel like you don't belong somewhere. And so sometimes what people will do is will overexpress a certain kind of identity. A friend of mine, he's a Filipino. He says the most Filipino people you will find are Filipino Americans. He says they're very, and then their Tagalog isn't the greatest, So I think this is a very common thing, and there's nothing, I think what's important is there's nothing wrong with it. There's no shame, and I think that we have to, as many societies, move beyond this whole shame and realize that people can belong to multiple spaces, and they don't have to necessarily be so fluent in those cultural mores. I think it's important. I think that there needs to be a lot more dialogue around that. I think it's happening, but I know it creates a lot of problem for people, particularly as you say, kind of the Nigerian millennial, like
Okay.
yeah. I know what you mean. Okay, Rudolph. I can take Declan on for my days, but
Yeah, I'll come back. I'll give you the chance. Let me want him to weigh in more on what he said out of what Lexi asked him. I know that there are about 45 separatist movements across Africa. And of course, in Nigeria, there are many people who are dreaming about getting their own countries. So when you look at that in Africa and you make a comparison with America, which also America has its own separatist movements in California, in Texas, in so many places in the South, what do you think will be the outlook of Africa 50 to 100 years from now?
So this question, Rudolph, I think combines what Lexi and Scribe are talking about, right? These are actually questions around identity and belonging, and what happens if you don't feel like you belong. These resistance and anti-government movements in the United States are by and large made up of individuals who feel abandoned, and they feel resentment. And of course, look at what's happening in Biafra. The Nigerian government is not working for people in the southeast. It's not working for anybody. And so this fuels this kind of Biafra movement. Of course, there's many things going on. It's not just that. But imagine if Nigeria was a government with economic institutions around inclusivity and diversity inclusion. Nigeria would be different. And that's a hard thing to do. It's easier said than done. Africa as a continent suffers from this, right? A lack of inclusion around governance systems and because these countries are economically or administratively poor and without enough money, that means that the tent of people who can live middle class lives, who can live within the system, is smaller. And so you've got more people living in excess of that tent, where they need to start creating new notions of belonging and identity and economic mobility, and kind of developing social identities and social movements are, of course, vehicles in order for people to achieve that kind of mobility. And sometimes, particularly as if these systems are abusive and violent, some of these social movements take on violent contours, and then you start having, the kinds of secessionist and irredentist movements that you're kind of referring to. So that's the process.
All right, let's listen to this TED Talk, and I want to hear your take on what the woman was saying. Just a little bit of that. You must have seen it before.
Economies are in Africa, measured by their GDP growth. The French Treasury, for example, is receiving about $500 billion year in, year out. The foreign exchange reserves from African countries, based on colonial debt, they forced them to pay. Former French President Jacques Chirac stated in an interview recently that we have to be honest and acknowledge that a big part of the money in our banks comes precisely from the exploitation of the African continent. In 2008, he stated that without Africa, France will slide down in the rank of a third world power. This is what happens in the human world, the world we have created. Have you ever wondered how things work in nature? One would assume that in evolution the fittest survives. However, in nature, any species that is overhunting, overexploiting the resources they depend on as nourishment, natural selection would sooner or later take the predator out.
All right, so I'm sorry. So Declan, what do you think about exploitation of Africa? The Pope came to Democratic Republic of Congo recently, and he said that the West should stay away, stop exploiting Africa. And this is a conversation that is going on amongst Africans, especially the younger population, with more awareness, with the big internet evolution, and people can have access to information. People are beginning to challenge, especially the French and their activities in Africa. So where do you see that down the road?
This is where I become, more optimistic. I think that there's going to be a continuous improvement around around how Africa is going to manage its natural resources whether that's precious stones, whether that's rare metals, whether it's forestry, whatever it is, the consumers. I think that that's going to improve. There's still a lot of issues around exploitation. There's no question on that. But what we need is more publics to be socialized and aware and understand the actual mechanics of exploitation and how what looks like it's a legitimate deal or a legitimate kind of trade relationship is actually kind of imbued with other problems in that within that relationship or that supply chain. That's that kind of, a lot of those answers are very technical, and it's difficult to know unless you are kind of aware or awake to those particular dynamics. So there needs to be more of that. And that's not just African publics, it's American and European publics. So everybody needs to kind of be more aware of those mechanics, and I'm confident that's going to continue to improve.
All right. Thank you. Lexi, you have a question?
Yes. It's an observation and a question, and that is that many people are definitely going through some excruciating pain as a result of being exploited. But it gets even worse when that exploitation is local. So we talk about the one that is coming from Europe or Asia and all that. But in Africa, of all places, there is exploitation. And they are linked by religion, by some ethnicity and culture. And unfortunately, they are even below the level of civilization of today. And they are holding on. Unfortunately, at the same time, there are people who just feel like there's no need to be outraged about it. And they are fighting those who are outraged about it. So that's an observation. Those who are outraged about the sorry situation in Africa are the ones being blamed. It's like, blaming the victim and letting go the predator, the oppressor, the ones who are holding on to the power and are doing their thing. So, with that kind of force that is going on and the overwhelming power of military to suppress and oppress those who are speaking up, I personally believe that there's no way for any country that embraces falsehood and evil activities, if I may use that term, to mean negative things happening to its people. And on top of that, condone very unfair judicial system. There's no way they can move forward. And as long as the people remain aware of what's happening to them, there will be no sense in cooperating with such governments. And in whatever way they choose not to cooperate, they have a right, according to the human rights principles, beginning from the United Nations and to the various nations. So my question will be put in this form. Where do we go from here? And what do we expect? Because what I've just described is very real. But many people who should be outraged are not, either because they are getting from the system and taking care of themselves rather than having a solution for the overall humanity surrounding them.
Yeah, poverty is such an egregious thing for so many reasons, one of which is when you are either coming from poverty or you live in a system of poverty or you realize that your fortunes could change so quickly and you become impoverished. When you're in that situation, you sometimes act you will usually act in a way which is completely different from what you normally would. That's one of the most egregious parts of poverty. And so what that will happen, what that means is people who you should care about just because they are being exploited or part of a disciplinary system, you either try to find a way to intellectualize or to excuse or to ignore the violence that those people are living in. And that's terrible. But if we look at it big picture, the issue here is fear of abandonment and fear of impoverishment. And when you live in Nigeria and Kenya and these other places, that is such a reality. And you act in a way that you don't act as a leader. Is the most kind of juvenile way to put it. You don't do that. Some people do, right? And I don't want to say everybody's this way. Like you find people who stand up for what's right and receive no material or moral, reward for it. But I think that's a big part of why we see this kind of local exploitation.
All right, thank you. Austin N., you're next.
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you so much, Declan. Listening to you, your interview with Dr. Damages is full of rich history and deepened understanding. Well, I am somehow not comfortable with the answer you gave to Dr. Damages' question about the voice of Africa. And the answer you gave in a context, is okay, is correct, but coming from what you talk about belonging and also the African concept of belonging and African heritage, we belong to a family, we belong to a group because of the representation we get from the head of that person. So when we don't have African voice in a contextual meaning, but when you have an Africa that advocates on behalf of the other Africans, and I'm looking at it now from our context of heritage and belonging, is it not encouraged when we have some influential human beings speaking in the context of making us to realize that we are coming from a root?
Declan.
Yeah. So okay. No. So look, I think that's an important framing of kind of what the conversation is, which is this continent has experienced the same kinds of historical events in very similar manners, and that there should be some kind of built-in expectation that because of that shared experience and because of the similarity of contemporary challenges, that rallying together and using the scale that the African continent has, that is an effective way to then advance the collective interest. I think that theory makes sense. I think in practicality, the continent as it is far less unified, despite its shared historical experiences, than that theory would permit you to think. I think that if you look at the reality, I mean, the inequities compared with various states. I mean, the DRC is the richest country in terms of mineral wealth in the world, right? Malawi doesn't have those things. Malawi does not have the kind of political violence and the other challenges that Nigeria or DRC or these other places have. So there is inequity across the continent, and that is shaping people's contemporary perspectives. And ultimately, despite us saying that there's roots, all roots kind of expand and grow. And I think that these disparities and differences will continue to become more nuanced and divergent. And I don't think that that's terrible. I mean, I don't think that that's anything. The same thing. And this is a similar argument that I hear is, we're all one Africa, we're all African, and it goes back to the identity conversations we were having earlier. This is the most diverse continent in the world. There's more than 2,400 distinct language groups, and no, they don't all think the same. They don't all have the same perspective or the same genesis story and all that. There's so much diversity, and I think I see that as a strength more than anything. So if the there's so much opportunity that the AU can have to advance collective interests, just as much as there's incredible opportunities for regional bodies like ECOWAS and EAC and SAC. There's nothing wrong with these things.
Okay.
I think that there's a lot of difference as well.
Yeah, the second leg of my question was on your comment on the rigorous process you've gone to be where you are in Kenya's reform political policies. Can you throw more light on what Kenyans did? And having supervised our last election, what stage do you think that we are at the moment?
So this was there was an enormous civil society movement which was basically able to force these changes. There was also, of course, support from the United States and whatnot, particularly the transition to multi-party democracy. And I don't think we should rule that out, but I think that is too often highlighted as the reason Kenya made these strides. And what's ignored is the genuine domestic efforts and movements and loss of life and incarceration and violence that these activists experienced in order to make those democratic gains. That I think mattered more than anything else. And that's what it took. That's how Kenya was able to do it. And it was not without loss of life. It was not without violence and incarceration and other problems. That's how they did it. Kenya's also got, same as Nigeria, extraordinarily intelligent lawyers and jurists, and people who understand the world, and people who are savvy and charitable, and caring about these kinds of human rights concerns. Both countries have that. There's nothing in Nigeria. There's nothing not in Nigeria that would prevent it from succeeding where Kenya has. Nigeria has everything it needs to be successful.
All right, thank you. Let's go to Janaba. Janaba, I'll come back to you, Lexi. Janaba, go ahead.
All right, thank you for having me again. My question, I'll go straight to my question. Which country is the most thriving economically in Africa? And which country is the most corrupt country, in your own observation, in Africa?
The most corrupt country is Nigeria, most likely. I can't. Maybe there's another one, but I would put Nigeria up there. And you said the most economically progressive.
Thriving.
Thriving. It's probably going to be Mauritius. Seychelles, it depends on what you think, how you define it. I define economic, through a diversified economy, integration, predictability. That's how I think of positive economic indicators.
Okay.
Yeah, definitely. Did you have any Janaba, are you done?
No, but you can go ahead.
Oh.
Just go ahead.
I wanted to know from when he said Nigeria is the most corrupt, I wanted to know if he had any experience when he was at Sahara that made him say this, that Nigeria is the most corrupt.
In Africa, yeah. I mean, look. So there are, to be sure, I could be wrong on Nigeria, but it's somewhere very, very, very close on that list, right? Like if it's not number one, it's number two, and maybe you could persuade me it's number three because there's a country I don't know anything about. So that's possible. I mean, yeah. I mean, Rudolph, all I did was embarrass corrupt officials in Nigeria when I was at SaharaReporters. That was basically my job, was to find out as much evidence as possible on how people were defrauding the country and then exposing them, which is for anybody else that, particularly as a foreigner, that could completely taint my opinion of Nigeria and Nigerians. But you, Rudolph, you're a very dear friend, and we've talked about this extensively, that I think Nigeria has some of the best people that I know in life are Nigerian, and the worst people I've met in life are also Nigerian. But that doesn't mean I think all Nigerians are that way. Of course not. As I said, I have very dear friends who live there, or are Nigerian who live abroad.
So Declan,
it's a very interesting country.
Yeah, let me just say this. Next time you have this question, just say that there's this saying here that when Nigeria is not the number one most corrupt or number two, it's because they bribed Uganda and other countries to be the number one, number two. So that's the answer. But typically, it's Nigeria. John Abba, go ahead, finish up.
Okay. I know you from your conversation with Rudy. I've been following on YouTube. You are American, living in Kenya. How engrafted are you culturally, and how do you compare the diversity in the culture with Kenya, and how safe are you there as a foreigner over there?
Let me translate what he said. Are you married to a Kenyan? Okay, is that not it?
No, so I'm not married. I've been coming to Kenya for more than about half my life now, and I feel very, very comfortable here. As I've said before, the most important people in my life are Kenyan, right? So this is if I were to go back to the U.S. or some other place, I don't it's not that I don't know people, it's just those are not kind of my people, so to speak. So I'm very comfortable here. I would say I'm integrated as much as a foreigner, more or less could be. And I'm very, I feel very safe. My expertise is political and security risk. And I don't fear, a terror attack, or I don't worry about getting robbed. I take certain precautions, same as anybody, but.
Okay, in follow-up as I round up, so I can let somebody else talk. What do you think the perception of other white people of Africa and from your own perception now, compared to others that have not been in Africa, like you have traveled most African countries? How do you compare your view of African from them?
Ekran, are we here? Are you still with us? I think he's frozen.
The Kenyan government noticed that he's online.
Ekran, we can't hear you anymore. You're frozen.
I think he's coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Just so you guys know, they done take lights in Kenya. Will have said that if this were to be Nigeria, that they took the light.
I think the question, and Rudolph, correct me if I'm wrong, the question was how do I compare how I feel about it versus people who haven't traveled?
Yes.
Hello?
Yeah, yes. That's it. Declan, that's it.
Sorry, am I frozen? Am I frozen?
Yeah, you were frozen. Yeah, that was why we couldn't hear you.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, so look, so my experience is of course very, very different and more nuanced. Most people ask about kind of safety and security. They ask about whether I'll have certain kinds of lifestyle amenities and things. One thing that's interesting now is because I've lived here now for 7 years. And before that, I was always going back and forth between the United States and various places in Africa. The questions that I get now are very different than years ago. And I think this is an important observation. I'm not being asked asinine, dumb questions, about how do people have homes? Do they have like built structures? Are there tall buildings? I'm not being asked those questions anymore. I'm not being asked the capital of Africa, right? So I think that over the last 15 years, there has been a democratization of knowledge and a more of a spread and an ignorance reduction of foreigners around the realities of what it's like to live in Africa. And I don't think, because I don't think it's the people that I interact with. I don't think I'm hanging out with like a higher echelon of people. I think genuinely people have a better understanding of things. So yeah, that's my answer. But yeah, a lot of people want to know if it's safe, and they know that I do a lot of more risky things. So that's also a fair question for them to ask. So yeah.
All right, Lexi.
Yeah, Declan, again, thank you for being very truthful and being yourself, because some of these questions are answers that are known to those that are probably asking you. Oh yeah, to pretend that the corruption in Nigeria can be compared to any other country in Africa is to play the ostrich. But it looked like in Nigeria we are allergic to the truth. But we will continue. My question for you is, during the time you probably heard about Nnamdi Kanu and how he was, again, one of those images for Nigeria, extraordinarily rendition. Those are big words, but what they did was kidnap him and torture him and do all kinds of things. And there are Nigerians who are happy about that, They feel, oh, that's good for him. In this age of civilization, now, when that happened in Kenya, I don't know if you were in Kenya at that time, how do you think the Kenyan people felt about such news, if they really got it? We're not sure how far the news went in the society. How did they take that kind of thing happening in their country?
Go ahead, Declan.
Yeah. How did the Kenyans take what happened to a visitor in their country, turning out to be kidnapping?
Yeah, so I have gotten this question several times.
Oh, yeah?
The reality is, can you hear me? Hello?
Yeah, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Sorry. The reality is, yeah. So the very unfortunate reality is that most Kenyans do not know who Nnamdi Kanu is. Those who do, probably the first time they had heard about him was when there was local media saying that a Nigerian separatist had been kind of arrested, and then most of them were not too concerned. They just kind of moved on. Unfortunately, I think there's this unfair reputation of Nigerians living in other countries, and that they're sometimes up to criminal activities or whatnot. I think that's a very sad and unfair prejudice, but I think that is probably what was animating most people's reaction.
All right.
Thank you.
Isimile, welcome. You're next.
Hello, Dr. Damages. Hi, panelists, and thank you, viewers, for joining us. Please like, share, and subscribe. Don't just be a listener and a watcher. Contribute to the progress of this wonderful platform. Hello, Mr. Declan. Nice to have you with us. My question for you, I suppose you are a Westerner living in Africa for many years, and I am an African who lived some of my life in Africa as well, and I've been here for years as well. I can confidently say that I have ideas of both worlds. In honesty, would you confidently look me in the eye and say Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world?
Why not?
Okay.
That wasn't,
1 minute.
That wasn't Declan that answered you.
Declan, please don't go with that.
Yeah.
Please, I'm asking. I like
No, I wouldn't.
I'm talking to him now, please.
I would look you in the eye and say Nigeria is not the most corrupt country in the world.
Thank you, because I felt I heard you say that, and that's the reason why I come here. I know Nigeria may not be at the best place now. As a proud Nigerian, I am highly proud of my country, regardless of its shortcoming. I know very well that most countries in the West have their own corruptions as well. And now, would you say there are different types of corruptions at different levels?
I would say there's many types of corruption. I would say just the conversation we were having earlier, I think I would look you in the eye and say Nigeria is the most corrupt nation in Africa, just so that we're clear on what we were talking about. And yes, there's all sorts of different types of corruptions. And I think more I'll double down on the point. You'll find every type of corruption in Nigeria. So it's not only the worst on the continent, it has all of it. It's, so.
As well, I bet to differ because as a Nigerian, I know the kind of crimes Nigerians can commit. And as African, I'm aware of other crimes Africans can commit as an African, which you may not know, regardless how long you may have lived in Africa. There were times when people would commit heinous, absurd, dangerous crimes in Europe, and you find out that most of these people are not even Nigerians. They have gone to take Nigerian passports, and because they are of the belief that Nigeria already has some sort of deformed reputation internationally, so they easily can go and hide on the Nigerian passport without some people having a clear sense of investigation to know that people can actually lie. And for me, I discovered when I came to Europe that a lot of Westerners, when they see Africans, they hardly can recognize the difference between some of our Africans. I'm not supporting any crime. I'm against any sort of illegality. But from where I'm sitting and watching, I can confidently tell you that Nigeria is not. They may be the loudest, as in look at me, but in terms of, that's why I said to you there are different types of corruptions. Some are pretentious corruptions that are happening on the ground. Some people don't make noise. Nigerians can speak loud, and they are easily labeled because of their obvious, their visibility wherever they go, because that's how the society has the environment Nigerians are being put into define the way they behave sometimes depending on which part of Nigeria they come from. So I would confidently tell you that you should actually look into it again. I'm not saying you're not saying the truth. You obviously have the right to make your own assumptions as a matured person, but I can tell you that as a Westerner, you would never understand crime in Africa. You need to have a third eye. Just your two Western eyes is not enough to know which country is the most corrupt in Africa, because a lot of Nigerians are being labeled for the wrong reasons, and we take the rap, whereas other African countries may be actually the worst. But I don't support corruption, and I hope that Nigeria as a country improve and become a better place for everyone. Thank you.
No.
So can you answer me, please, before I go?
What's the question?
My question is, would you find time to look into your judgment again that Nigeria is the most corrupt country in Africa?
Sure.
And
Yeah,
have
look,
your reasons and have your
ultimately,
clear reasons, and tell us, maybe come back at some point to tell us your findings with evidence to back it up, not just mere saying and prove.
sure. I mean, look, to be honest, I mean, those are the kinds of questions that I continuously review and think about personally and professionally. So it's, all of that is part of an ongoing learning and understanding process. And part of that, particularly given a lot of the kinds of work that I do, involves understanding, cognitive biases, and then finding, certain ways to approach stuff to reduce cognitive bias. And so I can assure you that that's what I'll kind of continue to do. Just as much as I can assure you that until there's some significant reform in Nigeria, I'm going to say it's probably the worst and most corrupt on the continent until there's those changes that we've already kind of, not just me highlighted as a Westerner with foreign eyes, but as other people on Rudolph's show.
I respect your opinion. Thank you for being on it.
And here's another important thing. I have learned the biggest lessons and epiphanies that I've had on the United States, which is a country that I come from, has come from discussions with foreigners who come to the U.S. and say, you say this, but look at this dynamic, don't and then it kind of blows your mind. So there's a lot of really meaningful findings and learnings that you can have about your own country and about places that you're comfortable with by talking to insiders.
All right.
I disagree, but you have your opinion. Thank you. And
thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, similarly. Thank you. Let's go to
country regardless. Okay, get that clear. Bye.
All right. Thank you. Electricity, you're next.
Yeah, thank you. Even though I didn't know what. Good afternoon, all. My apologies. Good afternoon to the guest. I didn't follow what I'm only going to focus on the subject of corruption. And since you're on the spotlight, Mr. Declan, I'm going to take it from a different perspective. I know Dr. Damage have issues with my interrogation, but he has to learn to live with it. Would you agree with me that in the absence of checks and balance, any country or anyone can be corrupted?
Yeah, absolutely.
So, in other words, the fact that Nigeria is corrupt doesn't mean that it will be a case of, I beg your pardon, the fact that Nigeria is corrupt or is seen as a corrupt country is a case of where there is absence of checks and balances. Am I correct?
Yeah, that's part of it. I'd say that's a big part of it.
When you say part of it, could you expatiate further on that, please?
Well, so, I mean, I would want to know what you mean by checks and balances. I think of them as basically legislative and constitutional frameworks that make sure that governance institutions are held accountable under law and process. That's how I think of it. But maybe you don't think of it a different way.
Yeah, I mean that's the same way I think of it. And in any nation, any institute where that is absent or it's not there, that nation is bound to be corrupt or to be seen as a corrupt nation, even if it's the same thing with the United States. Would that be correct?
Yeah, I would say that that's probably going to be true.
You use the word "probably going to be true." I have an issue with that word "probably going to be true."
All right.
Well, as they say, only Siths deal in absolutes. I will approach it in.
Electricity is the closest thing we have to Olu Jacobs, man. So hats off to him. You know, I'm showing my age. I'm showing my age. Olu Jacob show. Remember back in the 80s, Third Eye. This guy literally soaked that soap opera.
I have been campaigning for. I mean, Dr. Damage Rudolph knows, and a few people knows that yes, Nigeria is seen as a corrupt nation, but the fact remains, or you will agree with me that corruption exists in every nation, but because there is this checks and balances, and that is why we see nations who are who are able to come out and say, listen, for example, the few months ago, the lady that was involved in the issue of bribery in, I'm trying to remember, in Europe here, and she was immediately, the cop on it, and it was dealt with. Even the case of Donald Trump, and that's the checks and balances that it's been put in place, and that is what I believe is responsible for the corruption in Nigeria. Not necessarily that we are born corrupt. No, it's because there is absence of checks and balance, which we the citizens have not been. So I will appreciate if things can be put in a proper perspective, and not the case of that we are not capable of changing. We are capable of changing if we do the right thing. I yield the floor back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Let me, before I come back to you, Austin, let me go Jude.
Good morning, Dr. Damages. Good morning, Mr. Declan. How are you doing? Nice to meet you again. And all our listeners and fellow panelists.
Nice to see you. Are you in a factory?
Thank you.
No, I think he's in a laundromat. Jude, where are you? There's noise around you.
Not me.
It's you. When you come on, okay. All right. Whenever you're okay, go ahead. Just ask your question. Let's go.
Actually, mine is not a question, but to help Declan in answering the question that Isimiri asked briefly. Yes, Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world. These are some of the reasons. I am a Nigerian, and I'm not going to hide the truth, because I want that country to change. The more you hide your evil doings, it will become harder for you to get out of it. Until you expose it so that the world will know, then you will be able to get out of it. I have never seen in a country since I was born that the president of that country sponsors terrorism to kill and murder his own people. It's only in Nigeria it has happened, and it's still going on. I've never seen in a country where where a candidate will openly bribe, use millions of dollars to bribe candidates to get them voted in the primaries, and also stole election that the people have known that many Nigerians have voted for a particular candidate that they prefer, and they brought in a broad daylight. That election was stolen. It has never happened in any country in the world. Okay, and it's in Nigeria electoral rules about inducing votes. But this happened in broad daylight every time in Nigeria, and nobody talks about it. That is number two. Number three, I've never seen in a country, okay, if you look at all the African countries, that Nigeria is even more richer than. Many of them almost all of them are progressing. They have electricity power supply, at least even if they don't have 24/7 all the time, they are working towards having a stable electricity power supply in all the countries. But Nigeria, it is not so. Why? Because of corruption. And Nigeria has spent billions and billions of dollars in electricity to provide electricity over the past decade. And yet, it has worsened. It has worsened. Nigeria's electricity power supply is about 400 megawatts. A whole country of about 20 million, 200 millions. Whereas in other small countries in Africa that is not up to, they have several thousands of megawatts that they're operating with. Nigeria is the only country, as I know today, that people, that criminality and fraud has been legitimized, and people no longer see it as evil. People could go out on the street and kill. I've never seen, since I've been in America, I've never seen any American soldier attacking a civilian, beating up a civilian, or police beating up a civilian carelessly, except the shooting that some of the police in America kill the minorities and the black and get away with it. And the reason why that happened is because of the nationalist movement, which that we all know. And again, one thing I must point out, Donald Trump could be likened as one of the African presidents, that if Donald Trump had never been removed in America, by today, America probably would have been more worse than Nigeria. But thank God, and that is because America have a system that works. They have institutions that work, that checkmate evil people. That is why Donald Trump today is not the president of America. Otherwise, that man, the 4 years he has led, he has decimated the media. Throughout his era, we know what is alternative truth. People no longer believe the truth, irrespective of every abundant evidence to support the fact that this thing is a truth. Donald Trump have made people, many Americans today, believe alternative fact. Even up to today, some people are still delusional that the election that was had 3 years ago was won by Donald Trump, that they rig him out. And that is insane. That is the kind of human being that we have in Africa, and especially in Nigeria. People who believe lies rather than the truth. So when you say Nigeria is the most corrupt nation, you are right, 100%. I don't know where that is. Yes, it's okay to defend your country, but don't defend your country when your country is even killing you and you are defending it. You are not doing yourself a favor. You are continuing to support those evil people who are making the same country the world it is. Individual people in Nigeria are better people all over the world. They are doing very well. They are progressing. But our politicians are making the individuals to continue to put their hand in very dirty things because they have decimated all necessary environment they would have created to make everybody thrive. Thank you. I use the floor.
All right, Jude, just so you know, for I don't remember how many years, Declan was the editor-in-chief of SaharaReporters, so he knows about Nigeria. You don't have to go into details to explain.
No, I want the Simiri to understand, and those who are hearing her, so that they will not continue to believe. I hate when people come and play the ostrich, like Mr. Our brother Lexi said. People come here and play the ostrich. Why are we defending these evil people? When we say Nigeria is the corrupt people, we all know those who are the corrupt people. We all know those who are perpetrating this corruption in Nigeria. They are our so-called leaders and politicians, and some religious leaders in Nigeria.
All right, thank you.
The only thing I'll add before I unfortunately have to go is all of those, Jude, and all of those issues around corruption that you just explained exist in most countries to one extent or another. The issue on Nigeria is the scale and scope of it is just so breathtaking. So
yeah, but they have agencies in those countries to checkmate them, to take care of them. But in Nigeria, they destroyed all the agencies so that nobody checkmates them.
And sometimes, and then unfortunately, oftentimes, those agencies and those institutions or those mechanisms, whatever, don't work or work inadequately. And so the problem with Nigeria is scale, amongst other things. But you know, the kind of brutality, of constitutional violations, theft, embezzlement, all that exists in Nigeria also exists in the United States and the United Kingdom. It's just more episodic as opposed to robust.
All right, thank you, Declan. Declan has to go, but I think Austin has one more question.
Yeah. Yes.
Austin,
so thank you,
Dr.
Damages. Declan and Dr. Damages, I would have been worried about the situation that happened here, but because you guys are in media, so you do the same thing. I remember the question was about Declan's opinion about Africa. It was a direct question and his own opinion, and he gave his opinion, but it was spun out of the context. And when you have a statement and you go out of context, you might lose the meaning. It wasn't about the most corrupt country in the whole world. It was particularly the most corrupt country in Africa, in his own opinion. Whatever he says in opinion should not be crucified. You can only verify or send in your own opinion. But my question is, when is it okay to be politically correct and to be vulnerable with the truth? And which one strives development and progress? That's the one question. The other question is, having lived in Africa and having perceived the reception and the openness you receive from Africans, how do you compare it with the racism that exists in the West? Thank you.
Okay, Declan, before you answer this, one I want to add to it from the comments. So somebody's saying that what's the role of the Western nations in this corruption we are talking about in Africa, because it wouldn't happen if they don't find places to hide the money in the West and things like that. So go ahead.
Okay, I'll try to remember all those questions. Okay, the easy one is the role of Western nations. Definitely, they are aiding and abetting a lot of the theft, either by turning a blind eye or actually kind of encouraging it. That being said, for as bad as that is, it's also a number of quote unquote Western nations who are trying to push legal reforms and democratic reforms and conditions on money or aid that would reduce corruption, which is met with equal anger and vitriol. So I think it can be more complicated than is necessary. In terms of Augustine's question, I did not catch the first part. You talked about my experience as a white guy in Africa and how I would contrast that with the experience of Africans in the West.
The experience of racism between the white and the black in the West.
Sure. Look, so I think that just as much as I push back against Africa not being a monolith, I don't think that the West, quote unquote, is a monolith either. I think there are some countries which manage diversity and inclusion better than others. There's some that don't do it well at all. For all of the numerous issues in the United States, I've seen people being able to carry out truly meaningful relationships, whether that's friendships or marriage, in ways that is much more difficult in other countries in the West, so to speak. It's not easy being a minority anywhere where you are, and that includes being a white male in Africa, which, because of the lingering effects of colonization, means that I'm held at a different status, right? And I'm cognizant of those privileges. But that still doesn't mean that it's incredibly easy. In fact, it's of course a challenge to live as a minority anywhere, and that's okay, right? It's good to be challenged, and not always treated. I'm not always treated as an individual. I'm treated as a spokesperson for a race. And a spokesperson for oftentimes a whole bunch of things that I would never align myself with, and that's common, right? So that's something that all minorities, no matter who you are or where you are, that's something that we all kind of have to put up with, and that's okay, because that teaches us emotional intelligence that helps us understand other people's experiences, and I find that to be okay. Yeah, I hope that answers your question. That's genuinely how I feel about those things, and I think about those things a lot.
Okay.
Let me say this as we conclude. I once had a friend, an African American, who, when he's not happy with me, he would say I was the one who was ringing the bell and saying to slave traders, "Buy one, take one free. Buy one, take one free." Do you ever get blamed for colonization? And do people actually approach you and look at you from that perspective, that this is another of the colonial descendants of the colonial people in Africa? Do you get that?
All the time. And it's happening less. Remember when I said that 15 years ago, the questions I would get from people in the US about what it was like to be in Africa were dumber than the questions that I get now, and that there was more, over these last 15 years there's been more awareness, and I don't have those kinds of questions anymore. I'm not kind of called out and confronted with those things as much as I used to. But sometimes you can just tell, right? People's eyes very rarely lie, and you can tell that there's that element. This is life. That doesn't mean just because people are going to judge you based off of something that's not true or their own preconceived assumptions, that doesn't mean that you shouldn't live a meaningful life, or that you shouldn't do things that you want to do. For me, I want to be here. And if I lived in the United States, people would hold assumptions against me as well. So there's no escaping that. That's the bad side of social beings. I try to look at it in the positive ways, which is people are gentle and nice. And I think that there's a deeper respect for humanity in Kenya than a lot of what I see us talk about in the US. And I'm kind of fed up with the US, and I think here makes more sense.
All right, thank you. Isimile, you came back. What happened?
I was preparing to work. I had to come back to clear myself because I am as you can see now, people are seeing this program. Obviously, it's in the public place, and I'm here to make it clear to Judean that I never attacked Mr. Declan. He's here to check that out. I came here just like every other person with my right to ask to communicate with him, and it wasn't ugly. I don't think Mr. Declan, were you offended by my question?
No, I wasn't.
Okay, so for Judean to cross the line, he does this a lot, and I am not for one to take bullshit from anyone. I respect a lot of people. Respect is reciprocal, but I give this respect to. I can lick someone's foot. I can even bend down. Anything you want me to do, I will do as a person, as long as there is peace. But there is one thing I cannot take: is someone who tries to give mental bullying. I do not accept that. Every voice is unique. If we all think and speak the same way, then this world is an ugly place. We'll all be behaving like zombies. People should be able to be accountable to their behaviors in the public domain, especially with such age. I don't need to tell you, Judean, not to mention name. I'm not trying to be petty now, but I'm just saying this in a peaceful way. I am not going to insult you, but please, next time, leave my name out of your contributions. You can disagree. If I disagree with someone's point, okay, now, not everyone is going to support Obi, and not everyone is going to support Tinubu. We are all Nigerians. People go where they want to. You can't force people to follow. You have to show by examples and lead, and then perhaps people will see that positivity in you to make positive changes for humanity's sake. But coming here to condescend, to speak in such a low kind of mentality is bad. I don't accept such, please.
All right, thank you, Simile. Declan, thank you so much for joining us. If you have final words, if not, we appreciate you each time you make the time to join us, and wish you all the best in Nairobi, Kenya. I'm sorry,
Doctor, sorry, food. We didn't actually ask this guy food. I think it's unfair. Since he's had so much, have you ever been choked by pepper?
Say that again.
Spicy.
How much spice can you handle?
I can handle more spice than you, Mr. Scribe. I'm a
listen, never say that to an African who went to boarding school. And let me just say this: it's not. There is no level that you can go that I haven't gone. Any African that went to boarding school,
Scribe, don't doubt him.
No.
Scribe, this is not in New York. Hold on, in New York.
It's just banter. It's just banter. Nothing serious here.
In New York, we know Declan. We eat African food every time, and he could stand up to the challenge. So it's not something difficult. We know. This is not the first time he's been on the show. He's been here several times. So I thought that we covered the food and I thought it was only the wife that we didn't cover the last time, so I had to bring it in. All right, Declan, thank you so much. Ndubisi, what's going on?
Sorry,
Ndubisi probably has
I just want to ask him a question before he leaves. Just a little question before he leaves. Can I, please?
Yeah.
Okay.
I just want to know what do you think is the mindset of the Western powers about some African rulers and their dictatorship behavior in their countries, particularly like the United States government or the or Biden, do they get a regular briefing on what some leaders do, how they maltreat their people and how they violate human rights?
They will.
Idea.
They'll follow those issues very closely. Sorry, let me rephrase. They will follow those issues. Africa is not a priority for the foreign policy establishment in DC or London or Brussels. I think that there could be changes to that. I've seen some positive indicators, but ultimately it is a low priority. But they know about these individuals.
All right.
Okay.
Thank you, Declan. Thank you so much. We agreed to 90 minutes. It's over 2 hours. So thank you so much. We'll see you next time.
Thanks, Rudolph. Thanks, everybody.
Okay. All right. We will continue with the show, and we will look at what happened and how feedback from all of you. So let's take a little break if I can get to my magic. My computer is not acting good today. All right, so let's put in a break here.
Of love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Beshek.
down America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long. Friendship down for so
aspect of your policy positions.
Yes.
Do you think aligning yourself with Vladimir Putin is going to be good for South Africa?
But that's what it is now. South Africa is in alliance with Russia, with India, with Brazil, with China. So why are you asking me as if it's some policy that is going to be implemented
South Africa right
after
now.
I took over? South Africa is in a...
Here, it's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Peshek.
Things. South Africa is an ally of Russia. Now, the second question is, where does South Africa stand on the war? It says I'm a non-aligned.
Right here, it's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Peshek.
Don't create an impression that it is Malema who's going to come and create an alliance with Russia.
But there are some very specific...
Actually, I will
go
beyond that. I will go beyond the friendship with Russia, and in the war, I will align with Russia, and I will even supply the weapons to Russia. Because Russia is in a war with imperialism, and any agenda that seeks to push back imperialist agendas, it's well within the policies of the EFF.
You say, quite clearly, I would arm Vladimir Putin.
Yes.
You know that the International Criminal Court wants Vladimir Putin to face war crimes charges.
It must start with Tony Blair. It must start with George Bush. It must go to Barack Obama. Then it can go to Putin.
So let's get this straight. You're saying to me that your policy, if you were in power in South Africa, is quite simple. That your enemy's enemy, and it seems you regard the US and its allies as the enemy, your enemy's enemy is your friend. Never mind if he's a suspected war criminal, never mind if the UN and the ICC say they have compelling evidence of Russian war crimes. You don't care. As far as you're concerned, my enemy's enemy is my friend.
You're exaggerating, but another point which you don't want me to go there is that Tony Blair accepted that they were wrong about Saddam Hussein to an extent that he did an apology of a thug, right? You have never called for his arrest. A man admitting that I was wrong. How many people died there, killed by those people? So all I'm saying is we are with President Putin because it's not enemy of my enemy. It is an anti-imperialist agenda that says the American dominance and its allies should be undermined at all costs.
Anti-imperialism, even though Vladimir Putin is quite explicit about his desire to revive a form of empire. He says countries like Ukraine have no right to independent sovereign existence. He appears to believe that the best thing would be to revive an empire, the Soviet empire. But you're anti-imperialist?
We are anti-imperialist. That's a debate for another day. The war is not what he's talking. The war is about the expansion. And had there been a common ground found, this could have been avoided. We are not for imperialism, even if it were to come from Russia. If he does that, we'll condemn it.
All right, welcome back. We didn't get to have a conversation on Julius Malema, who is a major player in Imagine Africa. So So what we're going to do now is to look at, get the opportunity to talk to those who didn't have the chance to talk to Declan. Professor Nebulous, welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me again.
Yeah. So I don't know how much you watched of a conversation with Declan and what you make out of it.
No, I really didn't hear anything. I was just observing because you were talking about food.
No, that was at the end of the whole thing. We started by talking about issues in Nigeria and the rest of Africa, Sudan, and everywhere.
Okay. I think I can make some contribution here because towards the tail end, I heard one of the panelists asking what the international community is feeling about Nigeria, which I take a serious exception to, because the world is changing. Everybody should know that. So gone are the days that a particular country will assume the role of a world police. So all that is changing now. So although it's very volatile, I don't think we can discuss that on this platform, especially what Malema was talking about. So as for whether Nigeria should always behave as a good boy in the eyes of the international community, to me it's an insult. So the same sovereignty they have, we have. And so I don't think we should pander to any foreign power these days, because they also have their own problem. You know what I'm talking about. You know it. Even those from whom we borrow our idea of governance, see the teething problem they are having to get to shoulder and unable to resolve. You know, sometimes I tease my students. I tell them that in those days when I was in the university and we used to see your country as the bastion of democracy, we used to make it as a kind of, you know, this thing cannot happen here, this thing cannot happen here, and all that. So now living in this contemporary period here, seeing and hearing everything I hear now, I begin to wonder, is it the same country we used to, you know, use as a good example? So what I'm saying in essence is that there is hardly anything politically cogent, that we can say we are learning from these people again. I'm sorry to say, but that's the truth, because we live with the reality of what is there right now. So what lesson do the so-called, you know, third world, what lesson do you want them to learn from what is going on here? So our problem will be solved by us. We can evolve our own kind of indigenous political system that will be indigenous to our culture, not necessarily the idea they give to us. So if we really want to make progress, look, I once advocated, and I'm still advocating it, a system whereby you ask a known role, a famous role, to be sworn by the Bible or Quran, that if I get to the office, I'm not going to do the other. Because, I'm sorry, let me use this local parlor. We don't see God finish. We know that the God of the Bible and that of the Quran, they don't kill instantly. They go there having sworn to an oath, and yet they go there and steal and loot our treasury. Let them swear with Amadioha. Let them swear with Ogun and see whether they will make it to the next day. So we have to indigenize our own political system. That is when we make progress. Not all these things we borrow here.
Prof, thank you so much. We are going to, today is Sunday, so we are going to talk about Ogun and Shango and Jesus. So because we've been referring to them as our savior now. I wonder how active they are. What are they waiting for? Why do they have to wait for us to tell them to go and strike? Do they have to swear an oath on with Ogun before Ogun will strike, or Shango or Amadioha? Are they not watching what's going on?
If you invoke their names,
can we do it now? Can we do it now? Forget about every other thing and
who is vying for office here?
No, invoke their name and tell them go and deal with this for us.
No, they have to. They have to hold the object of their worship. Those who will hold Ogun will hold iron. Say iron, you the God of whatever, whatever. If I steal, if I deprive people of what belongs to them, that is impoverishing my people. If I do that during the tenure of my office, let's also happen. Then you know this thing I'm talking about.
Prof, in Tinsola parts, when Okonkwo beat his wife, the Amadio had the Abalo so didn't wait for anybody to swear anything. He just arrived and acted. Have they become lazy, the gods?
No, we have corrupted them. It's the same people who have corrupted them.
So now they need permission. They need you to touch and hold something. Is that the new thing? And because I'm disappointed in them too, I just like the god of the foreign gods that we worship now. This is how I describe this. I describe what happened in Africa this way. You know the way, I don't know who is in Europe and who is in America here, but when you're passing through where you have these cameras, hidden cameras. In the past, our traditional culture and society, the gods you're talking about, they operate like those hidden cameras. You don't have to, nobody should report them to you. Once you commit any infraction, they act. The way if you drive over a red light, you get a ticket at home. But now we have a new system where you have to have the police hiding by the side and to catch you, and then they will now give you a ticket, and the police is easy for people to give them bribe. So that's what changed in Africa. So, but you are saying that the gods now need someone to hold the iron and to hold it.
If you do not subscribe to the system of worship, it may not have effect on you. You have to subscribe to it. And you, a neutral person, the only way you can subscribe to it, a neutral person, even though you are not a worshiper of that thing, if you hold the item of the something and you swear by it, definitely it will have effect, whether you believe in it or not.
So
that's the issue.
Okay. So if I don't, if I'm no longer a Christian now, the God of Abraham won't have anything to do with me. He won't deal with me if I do anything wrong. Is that?
No, the God of Abraham, the one you just talked about now, is the God of mercy. And that's why the people don't see him finish. That's why they see finish come. Because he will not just kill you immediately, because, he is merciful, he will forgive you. But these other gods don't forgive. If you invoke their name and you go and do evil, haven't invoked their name, then you will see the repercussion.
All right, Austin, welcome to the show.
Thank you. I greet everyone. I just think this one say Amadio went on strike. I don't know. But somehow, I don't know, because in Nigeria is somehow, I was just thinking when he was speaking, I know that the Ogun is in the west and the Amadio is in the east. Who is in the north? I don't know the one in the north. So
obviously they have their own.
Okay, but the point is this. I always say that the gods cannot do what humans can do for themselves. We have the right, even in the holy book, it is written that whatever is bound on earth is bound in heaven. And if we lose it on earth, it's lost in heaven, it's also lost in heaven. So the point I always say is this: we can do all these things ourselves. All we need to do is just to do the right thing. If the person does the wrong thing, hit him on the head. And when you hit him on the head, he will do the right thing. It's just that people in Nigeria, especially, is impunity. I go do them and nothing will happen. And the person go do them and nothing happens. That's just the problem. The police can do all these things. Anyhow, that's by the way. I listened to Declan towards the tail end of his submission when he was talking about the West, how they see Africa. Remember, I love the question that was asked: do they discuss Africa in the policies, maybe in the White House, the foreign powers? And also his response to it was, okay, fine. Because one thing I always like is that whenever these questions are posed, I try to put myself as if I was a white man. What am I? If yes, we discuss about Africa, what is happening there, but we will not act. We will not act. Because if you need to act, you need money to act. So why would I take the lean resources I have to act on something that doesn't concern me? If it concerns me, I know that I'll make money from it, or I'll make my people happy. I'll make, as Trump used to say, American first. If I'll make the Americans first or the Europeans first, then I'll act because I know I have something to benefit. So even if we turn the table around and Africa was the leading power in the world, do you think they will act in anything concerning the West? No. You only act when you know that you have something to gain, there's something to negotiate with. So it's not a priority. And that's why I think for me, I think he was okay with that. Because even if I was in the shoes, that's the same thing I'll do. Now, the second part I also wanted to talk about is that the West here, trust me, there is this issue of racism and we see them. But the only thing that we have here, as he also mentioned, I know that some places they have inclusivity, others may not have inclusivity. But the one beautiful thing we have is that even those who are racist and commit the crime, they do that sometimes a little bit hiding. Because once it's too open and the institutions find out, they will act. But that's the opposite in Nigeria. If the institutions even find out that an African is maltreating a fellow African, they don't act. They don't act. That's where you have a little bit of the difference between the two societies. Because sometimes people commit the crime here, do some certain things, but they just want a situation where they hide under they are not seen. Because once it is bloated, once people shout about it and it's open, you see the institutions acting to make that person an scapegoat. But as I said, it's only in Nigeria that you see a situation where somebody will hit his chest and tell you that nothing will happen. And I'll tell you, nothing will happen. So that's just what I had as submission for now.
All right, thank you. Jude, you came back. What brought you back? I know there must be something. Unmute yourself, Jude. We can't hear you. Jude. We can't hear you, Jude. So Jude cannot hear that we can't hear him and he continues to talk. All right, let's go to someone else.
Hello, let me unmute myself.
Okay, good.
Okay, yes, what brought me back, because I was at the background actually listening. Initially, I never wanted to come out because I wanted to listen at the background, do what I wanted to do today. But because of, the question Isimiri asked Declan, so I just wanted to, give my counter narratives also, because it's not going to help us continuing to hide the truth. We have hidden the truth. We have deceived ourselves for far too long. For how many years of independence we continue to deceive ourselves and believe that all is well, and yet we continue to go down the drain. We continue to pretend that evil does not exist in our society. We continue to call others racists, other countries racist, for instance, whereas in Nigeria, Nigeria itself is the father and mother of racism. Otherwise, what would you call what is going on now with the election we just conducted? Can anybody here or our listeners tell me that if Atiku had been in position of Obi, would we be going through what we are going today? No. If Tinubu had been in position of Obi and now won that election, the way Nigeria voted for them, would there be any need to go to the court? No. But because Nigeria decided that Igbo people will never be a leader in Nigeria, they said it openly, they said it secretly, they did it in so many ways. Okay. Now, for Isimiri, I don't think I never came here. I'm sure all of you that listen to me on the platform could get me record. I never insulted her. I never came to counter to say what she said to curse her. I only said, I want to help Declan answer that question. That was what I said. They can replay that particular portion. I said, Declan, I want to help you answer that question that Isimiri asked you. Because Declan, he is a foreigner. He will not be, in terms of wanting to be politically right, will not be plain enough. Yes, he tried to answer the question, but to hit it on the nail. That is why I came out to help him to hit it on the nail, not pandering to him, like people say on the background that I've disgraced myself before our colonial masters. Yeah, to all those that have been supporting the evil in Nigeria, where has it led to Nigeria? Has it made your life any better? Has covering of the politicians that have been stealing your future and the future of your children blind and dead, has it made your life and your life of your children any better? Yeah, has it made Nigeria any better? The answer is no. You go out anywhere in the world today, you are profiled and treated differently in any place. I know what we go through, what I go through in my place of work here in America. just by being a Nigerian, and by not just being a Nigerian, by being a male. Because that's another double jeopardy. If you're a Nigerian and you're a man, or you're an African and you're a man in the Western world, we are treated differently. All because of what the evil things the politicians and a few citizens that are merely victims of these political politicians, administrative this thing that they have been delivered in Nigeria. Okay, so I don't think that was any need to come here and be insulting me and using all those vile and disparaging words against me, cursing me and telling the world that I always do that and all the rest. I mean, there was no need for all those, which means from your speech, it even indicates you'll be having some personal grudges against me. But you should have called me out and said, Jude, okay, why have you been doing this? You shouldn't have waited this long to pour out your personal grudges against me by saying this is what I always do. I mean, it doesn't add up. I just want to clear this. I never attacked you. I never also attacked the client. I simply say, let me help him to answer of that question. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Electricity, yeah. Let's hear from you.
Mr. Juden, before Isimiri came on, I sent a message on the private chat to say I would like to do a little pushback on your position. One thing we have to understand is we cannot impose our opinion on somebody. Everybody is entitled to their opinion. You helping Declan to answer the question. The way you put the question that Isimiri is wrong for saying that Nigeria is not the most corrupt country in the world. She's entitled to opinion. That's what you said, and I said we have to respect people's opinion.
But it's a debate. You can just come out and say, okay, this is why I think you're not wrong.
You. Respectfully, I did not interject you, please. It's okay if I speak. Okay. So I disagree that Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world. So it's our opinion, and it has to be respected. You can push back on that and say, well, in your own opinion, you think Nigeria is the most corrupt. If we now say, okay, let's bring statistics as to how we arrive at our conclusion that Nigeria is the most corrupt country in the world, can we provide the statistics? And we tend to in your argument, you said we hide the truth. We know things. I don't know who you're referring to. Are you referring to people on the platform, or you are referring to people back at home? We have to, if we're going to put our argument, because I don't think any Nigerians have ever hidden the truth as to what is happening in the country. Everyone, yes, I can agree with you that some of us we've sold our conscience in the past because of money and everything. And there was a slight shift during this past election where people, at least some people said, no, I am not going to sell my vote. I want to go and vote for a change. We have to look at things in its totality, and it's our country. And we can't come here and be throwing things at each other. It's about solution. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, hold on.
Okay.
No, Jude, not yet, because
no, please, Dr. Damages, let me speak because
Jude, no.
I heard the first comment he made. I didn't respond to him initially, but now that he said the second thing again towards me,
Jude, listen to me. The reason why I don't want you to respond to him is that I want Austin to speak and Lexi, so that when you respond to all of them, we move on. Otherwise, when you respond to him and someone else says something, you'll come back again. That's not what we're going to do today. Lexi, where are you? Go ahead. Unmute yourself, please.
Well, I think we started this second half of the discussion by talking about the gods and how the powerful they are.
I hope you're not invoking him. Go ahead.
No. I want to defend the status quo of faith and belief in the maker and creator of this world.
Which one? Which one? Is it the African maker or the European one?
That's not. See, Even Christ, who spoke for the God creator of the world, who spoke for the first people in the faith, says the world, whosoever. It covers the whole earth. So when people are beginning to make God that of Africa and so on, they are limiting themselves in the true knowledge of who our creator is, who in Igbo we call Chineke, and who in Yoruba they call Eledumare, the one that created the world, okay? And other, I think the Northerners called it Obangiji, the great papa of the sky, that kind of thing. Now, let's not make mistake about it. There is a creator. There is a supreme God. There is a maker of all of us. We come and we go. Eventually, it will continue until what he says will happen come to meet us who are alive if it happens during our own time. Now, all the things happening in Nigeria you can see it summed in Isaiah chapter 5, verse 20. And if you allow me, I'll just quickly say what he's saying here. He says, woe, or let me read it in modern English because the old English is confusing. He says, you are doomed. You call evil good and call good evil. You turn darkness into light and light into darkness. You make what is bitter sweet and what is sweet you make bitter. You are doomed. You think you are wise, so very clever. You are doomed. Heroes of the wine bottle, brave and fearless when it comes to mixing drinks. But for just a bribe, you let guilty men go free and you prevent the innocent from getting justice. So now, just as straw and dry grass shriveled and as shrivel and burn in the fire, your roots will rot and your blossoms will dry up and blow away because you have rejected what the Lord Almighty of Israel. I mean, you have rejected what the Lord Almighty, Israel's holy God, has said. That is referring to the one God of the universe. Now, if you want to come to your lesser gods, Amadioha and all the rest of them.
It's lesser than the other one.
Amadioha is less. It's a lesser God in any form that you want to take it. And I'm saying Amadioha is according to your own making of your own God. This God, the Supreme, reached out to make himself known to man through Christ that I believe in. It doesn't matter. Christ could have come from my village. God had to start somewhere. And he chose to start from where you can even call the middle of the expanse of land in this world.
Okay.
That area.
Let's hold on. This is what we're going to do today. And maybe moving forward. After the Sunday show, after the interview with the guests, we do a recap, maybe 30 minutes. And then we go into Sunday school, a special segment where we talk about religion, because I think it's a major part of our issue in Africa, because you already, and we should be talking about this. I think it's a major issue. You said that there's one God, and it's, in Igbo, it's Chineke, it's Christ, it's Jesus, it's God the Father. And then how do we communicate with that God? So you have accepted the European, the one they brought to us, the Christian, the one from the Christian religion, and then the one from the one that your forefathers had in place. You discarded it, and most Africans did that. So we have to talk about this really, and it should be something constant conversation, so that we maybe figure out where our problem started, because I think the problem is somewhere further than what we think. But let's go around and just briefly, if you have anything important to say about what Declan said, and then we go to Sunday school.
I have something to say.
Yes. Let me finish, because you see, our problem is this: because some of us are champions of education, we think that is wisdom, and that is even beyond the spiritual knowledge. Now, I recently, I think a few days ago, Dick Gregory, one of the celebrities in America, I think he's late now, he said something that struck me. And just like Dr. Damages, you have the satire you present here. Dick Gregory used to be known in his own way. He said that they have discovered that they, the Black Americans, made a mistake. That it's not that. Hello.
Keep going. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay.
We can hear you.
Okay. It's not that the education they embraced was wrong. He said they did not seek liberation, freedom. See, we were all made free by our Creator, but other human beings seized our freedom and began to oppress and limit us. Now, he said they should have sought liberation the way they sought education, which they thought was going to free them in their situation in the country they are in. So for us, once we get the education, we think we have known it. We have gotten it made. We never researched into the spiritual aspect of life, which if you do sincerely, like the Bible says, if you knock, it will be opened for you. If you ask, you will find. But many people don't. They don't even want to, from the beginning, they discard what the Bible is saying, and
we are going to knock today, but I think we should just forget about what happened now. Let's go to Sunday school. Straight.
Okay. The last person, I think the professor said the world is changing. That is true. I want to add one more point there, please, and I will drop. The world is changing, truly. But you see Nigeria? Nigeria has passed where it is now. Nigeria was once in a situation where good things could develop, but the forces ruined all that. And today we're where we are because we fell backwards. And don't tell me America took 200 years to be where it is now. We have not even started.
All right.
There was a better country than there is today. Thank you.
Right. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Just an addendum.
I think it's my turn to talk now.
An addendum.
I'd like to take that part. It is my turn to talk now. It is my turn.
Okay. Actually, even our forefathers, they had this consciousness of the Almighty God, whom in Yoruba land they call Olodumare. They revere this God so much, and they thought that it was not possible for an ordinary mortal to approach directly this supreme God, who is very, very awesome. So they invented medium, a kind of media, which my brother just referred to as lesser God. So they invented them like Ogun, Obatala, Shango, and Co. Okay? Now, they propitiate to this lesser God so that this lesser God will take their petition to the Almighty God, because they felt that they could not, no mortal can approach to all these this Almighty God. So they use Ogun and all this as media to send messages to God. Okay? Now, when Christianity came, when the Igbo man came, they say, okay, no, all these things you are doing, all these are inanimate, this is idolatry and all that. There is only one God, which our people believe, of course, but the only way to this God is Jesus Christ, which is another medium. Another medium. Our people believe in the Almighty God. They use media like the one I described to talk to this God. The Igbo man came and said it is true that there is Almighty God, but the medium to use is not all this one, is Jesus Christ. Now, where did we get it wrong? So our people have the consciousness of God. It's just the approach that differs. So all of us, because the consciousness is in us. But how to serve him, it is the how, the wherewithal that differ. The Igbo man says it's through Jesus. So our people say, okay, our people never knew Jesus. They never heard the name Jesus until the Igbo man came. So their own media, which represented Jesus, was all these things which they pray or pour libation on with a view to taking their petition to Almighty God. And let me tell you something, whether you believe it or not, they had their prayers answered because they believed in those things. And they were enjoying life according to the civilization under which they live. Now, if you believe in Jesus too, look, that name is very powerful, but we are not preaching religion here. Any situation or circumstance you find yourself, you call the name of Jesus, you have a reprieve. It depends on what you believe in. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. Austin, I'll come to your electricity. Let me hear Austin.
See, I wanted to talk first on what we're talking about. I think Prof said something before. I don't know with Judge. Sorry, electricity said something before. Now, what I wanted to talk about is this whole issue that's happening with Nigeria. One thing is that the rule of law is not obeyed in Nigeria. All of us know, but we should not make it look like an Igbo victim all the time. If the electoral process is clear, like the one we just did, the right person will emerge. That's what I know. So even though we know that in Nigeria there is marginalization and the rest, what I'm trying to put is that sometimes when we want to hammer on the whole thing, we sometimes hit and hit and hit and hit and hit and hit in such a way that it seems as if it affects only me, myself, and I. So why I want to just paint this picture is that we should be fighting for good governance. We should be fighting for the rule of law in Nigeria. And I'll tell you, they used to say, as they used to say, maybe we'll say, this man say, Dr. Dame say in a Sunday school. Let me also state my own Sunday school. It is said, seek first the kingdom of God and his righteousness. All will now be added. If we have the rule of law and things are done by the institution, everybody will be fine. So sometimes I don't want us to always push it, especially on this show. Look at it, as if is this Igbo this, this Igbo that, this Igbo this, always, always, and always. I think that should be what we need to first start thinking. Let's try to find the best way we can handle this situation. Then the last part I also want to talk about is this issue of the religion. Look, every religion, there's no religion in this world that will tell you to go and steal your neighbor's goat or go and steal somebody's yam. I believe that let us try to be morally upright. Then depending on your religion, like me, I'm a Christian. If we are morally upright and do the right thing, then for some of us who are Christian, we now accept that Jesus Christ is Lord, and you will go to heaven. If we try to make this thing look like this and this, you will go in his hell. If this is this, it is this is this. You even scare people from the religion. If I know that if you slap me, it will be painful, why should I slap you? It's just all we need to do. And once we have done all these things and everything is fine, you accept that Jesus Christ is Lord, and everybody goes to heaven. So I don't see what will make the religion look so difficult. I believe that religion for me, Christianity is very easy. For me, it's very easy. Just do the right thing and accept Jesus Christ, and that's all. You don't need any other stuff again to make it difficult.
How easy it is to do the right thing?
Your forefathers would.
Pardon?
How easy is it to do the right thing?
That your
Please let
and
Dr.
Prof, hold on.
Ask me.
Let me. How do you ever feel that you abandoned what your forefathers used to do and the way they used to communicate to the same God, and that the people who convinced you basically told you that what your forefathers were doing was wrong, that everything they were doing were wrong, that you should discard that? Do you feel that the people in Japan and China and other parts of the world who did not abandon their forefathers and what they were doing, that they've continued to progress, and you that dumped everything that your forefathers were doing, you are stagnant, you are basically degenerating? Do you ever feel that?
Good. Now, what you said now is very, very true. Like now, how should I feel such? Now, like in my house, there was one kind of shrine some time ago when I was small, but it was dismantled by the people of the house. And now, for me, as somebody in religion, when I see such things, I'll say, okay, this is how we used to do it before. But in my own as a person, I don't feel as if I've abandoned religion, because for me, I respect all of them. I used to see them do their thing. Even some of people who see them, I still respect them. That is what they want, and that's how they want to do it. But the only thing we have is that those in Japan still maintain their morals and they still serve those their gods that I don't know how it is. But us in Africa, we have used the religion to now play tricks and do the wrong thing. That's the only problem we have. The same how when we go to these private gatherings, sometimes for me, I'll prefer the traditional man to give the prayer on the kola nut. He will say the same way they used to say that, God, if you know that anybody who doesn't want me to come out today, let his tongue stick to his mouth and all those things. I'll prefer them to say that thing. So I respect the way they do their things. But it's just that for us in the Christianity, we have made it so complicated that we use it for stealing. Like me, if I want to say the one thing I want to say, that look, I'll tell you the truth here. For me, I do the Christianity thing, but I reason the Christianity with my heart and with my brain. It's not everything you tell me, which if I look at it, some of them are not true, but because the daddy in the Lord or the mommy in the Lord said it, then it becomes true. I don't believe in that.
All right. So we're quick because there are so many people who want to weigh in. Electricity, you are next. Let me go to you before I go down.
Thank you very much. Austin said a few things that I wanted to say. That was why I was laughing. But let me, I'll first of all ask Mr. Lexi before I weigh in this, Mr. Lexi, a question based on this issue of Nigeria.
Okay, let's not do this back and forth. Question and question.
Oh, no.
You have one question, that's okay.
No, okay, Mr. Lexi actually raised the point.
In this instance,
let me buttress his point. So let me hold on to that question later on. Let me buttress his point when he read Isaiah 5. Woe unto him that called good evil and evil good. Now, this is beyond religion, beyond anyone's belief. It's beyond it. And so, if I am serving anything and I see good and I say it's evil, and I see evil and I say it's good, it doesn't matter what I'm serving. Now, Austin also raised an important point. Austin was referencing to Psalm 15. The three portion of the scripture, which I will give every one of us to go and take a look at, which cut across whatever you believe is Psalm 15, Psalm 24, Ezekiel 18, that talks of how we deal with one another. And that was why when Mr. John Abba came here the other day and said, God is not a fair God, God does not practice fairness, I find it very ridiculous. So here am I sitting here thinking evil against you, Mr. Dr. Damage. How do you think?
I knew it.
Psalm 24 says, he that hath a clean hand and a pure heart. What is clean hand? What is pure heart? So we cannot take this in away from politics. 6 years ago, I made a video, God, the author of politics. So please, whichever religion you practice or believe you have, I don't think your belief will tell you to call evil good and good evil. Whatever you're practicing.
Okay,
whatever you are practicing.
Hold on. We know this. The question is this. And it's the same for even in politics. If there are no consequences,
exactly.
If the religion doesn't impose any consequence for actions, hasn't it failed? Wouldn't people be behaving the way they are behaving? Now, let me show you this. Let me show you the headline in today's paper. Okay. Hold on, because this is really connected to what we're talking about. This is a headline that shocked me, but it's very common in Nigeria. And then you hope that things will change. This is a court ruling today saying that nobody should arrest the Zamfara State former governor. This is somebody that EFCC had cases of corruption against him. A court ruled nothing should happen to him. Nobody should detain him, arrest him. And if you go back to the history in Nigeria, former governor of Rivers State, the first governor after the election of after the 1999 to 2007 period, Pete Odele, there was a ruling. It's still standing today that he should not be arrested or questioned about what he did. And in that situation, how do you expect the country or the society to advance when there are no consequences. So in putting it back to religion, if Christianity is not the God of the Christians, is not taking action when people break the rules, then what do you expect? How do you expect the society to function? Go ahead.
Okay. Are you actually okay? You see what you put there is not the entire judgment to give me the basis to which I can present my argument. That is just an headline. So I cannot weigh in on an headline. But let me go back to religion. Listen, transparency, accountability is applicable to all, regardless of whether you are politics or you are what? You are religion. If you're going to say whatever God you call about, God expects transparency, expects accountability when you are dealing with. And I said, if preachers is expecting politicians to be accountable and transparent, and they don't want to do the same thing, then it's counterproductive. Now, some of them feel they are beyond being asked questions. No, they are not beyond asking questions. I have questioned some of them in my own time. Some of them have banned me from their church in writing. I have the record for it. Some of them challenge me. I have two channels. I told you I have a religion channel and I have a politics channel. That's that I run. So transparency and accountability is expected. Samuel, towards the end of his life, called the children of Israel together. And he said, who among you have I taken us from? Who among you have I taken money from? Who among you have I taken this? Let me know and I will repay you back. And they said, sir, you've done not. That is transparency and accountability. God expects his own people to be transparent and accountable when they are dealing with human beings. So no pastor, no religious leader is exempted from being transparent and for giving account of whatever. We were going to give account of our life. Christ expects us, or God expects us, to be accountable and transparent to each other. So, thank you.
Thank you. Jude.
Yes, I will start off by using that particular verse of the Bible which our brother read, and it's clearly stated there that any country or any people or any individual that call evil good and good evil, the Bible says that country or that individual is doomed, and that is exactly what is happening to Nigeria. Nigeria is doomed, whether you like it or not. Is doomed until we begin to call evil evil and call good good. When I came out here, I didn't persecute, I didn't shout or insult Isimiri. I only came to say, listen, to give a counter opinion based on the facts that I have. And I heard you, electricity, when you made your own comment before I even came back the second time. But I did not respond to that because I felt, okay, no problem. But this second time, I have to say this because we are asking for data. Why Nigeria, why you believe Nigeria is not the most corrupt country? Maybe there's another country which you believe is the most corrupt country in the world, which you yourself have not been able to point out. Because if you say Nigeria is, then which country is? And now these are my facts, and everybody knows it. I may not have a particular specific figure to buttress this, but the facts of what I'm going to say, a few things I'm going to say briefly, will speak for itself. Now, so far, in the period of 8 years of Buhari terrorist administration in Nigeria, about 80 terrorist individuals, terrorists in Nigeria, Boko Haram and all the rest, have been given a red carpet reception through an operation they call Operation Safe Corridor, in the name of repentant Boko Haram, and reintegrated, some of them reintegrated into the Nigerian army, some of them Nigeria, through your tax money. We are even sponsored abroad. Then some of them reintegrated into customs. We all saw one video some time ago when one of the Boko Haram enlisted into custom. They were shaking the person, we all saw that video sometime last year, where he could not even know how to do their protocol because, that was an emergency thing. Which country of the world, please, Most of us are in abroad. Which country of the world has this ever happened? That a country punishes, victimizes, arrests, and even killed peaceful protestants, and then forgives, give a red carpet reception to terrorists. Which country in the world that does this? In the modern day country of the world. Can anybody mention that? That is number one. Number two, you and I, most of us live abroad. When you are obtaining international passports, how do you obtain your international passport? Do you obtain your international passport in the same manner that Nigerians obtain theirs? Even you, if your passport expires in wherever country you live, I know the rigor, the pain, the stress you go through to get your passport renewed. Go to Nigeria and see the trouble in getting passport and even ordinary driver license. Since I came to the United States, this is about 20 years I've been here. I only went once to do biometric whatever on getting a driver's license. Each time my driver's license is getting to be renewed, they send me a notification. I just simply go to website and pay. In the next 1 week, my driver's license is on the mail for me. Which country? Where in Nigeria, you can't do that. That is number one. It's not corruption. If not corruption, what is it? Now, number two, banking. If any of you have money now, what is it called? Domiciliary account in Nigeria. Please go back to Nigeria and tell them you want to take your dollar or your pounds and see if you will get that money. Which country of the world, other than Nigeria, that you can get that? Now that's number two. I can continue to enumerate. We all know these things. It's just that we're hiding from truth.
May I answer the question? May I answer the question he asked?
What question did
he ask a question?
What
he
question?
asked a question.
Let's hear from other people. Hold on. I don't want us to move away. We're now in Sunday school. Jude, the only thing I will tell you is that
sorry, I didn't go to Sunday school today. I'm sorry.
Yeah, we are now in one. Yeah, in one. Don't worry. And the only thing I will tell you is that let's leave it because that would bring a more conversation, and I don't want that. Dr. Solo, welcome to the show.
Okay. Thanks, Dr. Damages. Yeah, okay. One thing I want every Nigerian or every Africa to be aware: when you step out of Africa, you are a black person. Whether you are an Igbo, you are Yoruba, you are Hausa, no one sees you different. Now, there's other things I also want to touch. A lot of people kind of compare every country is corrupt. They have strong institutions. I give you an example of UK. UK, they can decide to elect the most incapable human being, or take America with Joe Biden. There are already institutions that are going on. The administrative institutions will be able to handle any failure. In Africa, we do not have administrative institutions. Now, we also have to question the mindset of the black man or the black human. The reason why I said so is, you see, we all ran away. We are all in overseas. Now, something has happened, which even this generations to come, we begin to feel it. The education of the black race is not actually going up, it's going down. I give you one reference of Lord Macaulay. This is a British parliamentarian, 1835. He wrote, I travel across, just give me some few minutes. This is important because most of the times, most of us, I know we are very successful in our own field, but we don't read beyond the religious book and many other things. He said, I have traveled across the length and breadth of Africa, and I have not seen one person who is a beggar, who is a thief. Such wealth I have seen in this country, such high moral values, people of such caliber, that I do not think we will never conquer them, this country, unless we break the very backbone of this nation, which is her spiritual and cultural heritage. And therefore, I propose that we replace her old and ancient education system, her culture,
For if the Africans think that all that is foreign and English is good and greater than their own, they will lose their self-esteem, their native culture, and they will become what we want them to be, a truly dominated nation. This is a British parliament. Now, if you read a lot of essays from Europe, from Belgium, where they were telling Europeans, do not allow these people to study in the universities, you begin to understand how this religiosity, whether it is the Islam that enslaved the Africans 1,000 years and over before the Portuguese in the 13th and 14th century, or the Christianity that was blessed by the Pope that started from then onward. Religiosity has only captivated the mind of the Black race to docility. And this is the problem we have today. We will not go anywhere. And if you also permit me to just round this off, if you look at the election that had just happened, Obi has even said this. If he traveled to US, you see a lot of Nigerians coming to him, come and buy house, come and buy house. Obi said, why will I need a house here? If you also look at the most educated Nigerians, they support Tinubu because at some point he gave them a scholarship. Whether they work in NASA, whether they've risen to the top of the echelon in many of these Western education, that is off the window. So we need to question the mindset of the Black human. Okay, so I am going to stop there. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Solo. Christian, you're next. Sunday school. We can't hear you, Christian.
Hello, you can hear me?
Okay, good. Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I came in because of the question you asked the prof, basically. Yes, the answer to that question is yes. If you are not a Christian, you have nothing to do with God of Abraham. Just like you already asked, I answered that question through the question you asked the other person. The Japanese, the Indians, the Hindus, they have nothing to do with that. But more importantly, I want to itemize these things for you, for us to understand that there is a difference between spirituality and religion. Now, but the bigger picture here is the importance of the culture, socio-cultural beliefs of people in developing their legal systems. Here in Nigeria, for instance, we have three systems that operate in Nigeria today. You have the English system, a legal system, the Sharia system, and then the traditional system we call what's we call it? There's a name for it now, you know. So, and the important thing about this, about what I'm trying to say is this: the most critical element of business environment is the legal system, and this legal system helps in, or the business environment helps in development of a nation. Now, the most critical part of it is the legal system, and this legal system will be obeyed by the people if it derives from their culture, from their philosophy, from their social beliefs. Okay, so the customary court, for instance, or customary laws in Igbo land or in most other African countries are not usually, you don't use police to enforce them. Even with a little customary court, we are able to readjust this thing, and the people believe them and people follow them. But unlike the Nigerian system, the Nigerian legal system, which is alien to us, people don't believe in it, and therefore you can find the reason why they don't obey it, and that's why it is very difficult to even to enforce, because nobody believes the Nigerian legal system. And that's why they are always saying we find it difficult to enforce now. So what I'm trying to say in effect is that our problem stems from the fact that we didn't, or we embraced the culture. In fact, the last person before I spoke actually got the idea, that the reason why most of our development is stunted is because we abandoned our own traditional way of development and embraced the one that we didn't so much understand, and we are not able to follow through it, and that's why we are having systematic problem. Most of the problem we have in Nigeria is systematic. It's not more of a individual problem, but it's a system. So because unless we deal with the system, then we will not be able to develop. That's where my submission.
All right, thank you. Femi, welcome.
Welcome, thank you. I come in peace and I would say Assalamu alaikum, because apparently that's the best way I'm going to make my point. I am a Christian, and I'm going to tell you what I'm saying. I'm going to say to corruption as well, with respect to Declan's answer too. I'm a Christian, but I believe our hypocrisy when it comes to religion, especially in respect to politics in Nigeria, is at an all-time high. For me, I can be very sarcastic, because as much as we make it seem as if we're such grandiose believers in Nigeria, for the most part, I just think that we believe more in a God of men. That's just the way I see it. And besides, a couple of people that spoke ahead of me have taken certain things I want to say out of my hands, including yourself, Dr. Damages, especially in regard to, for example, case in point. Recently, I don't know if anybody follows the space programs in various countries, including the Qataris, by the way, and the Emiratis. The Chinese just launched they just launched their own equivalent of the International Space Station a couple of months ago, and they had their taikonauts just return. And every time I see certain developments across the world, and this is something that's been happening since I was young, it's just that in Nigeria, they tell you they don't want you to question things, and that which is part of the reasons why we have the problems we have in Nigeria, including the so-called religious leaders who, for me, for the most part, people are actually worshiping. They're not actually worshiping religion. That's in addition to the fact that not only are these people deceiving us, in addition to the fact that we ourselves are too lazy to actually find out what the books are actually saying. And we elevate those people to the point where they, in collusion with the political leaders, they continue to commit all kinds of things. And that's not even when you have to go about the kind of things that actually happen within these places of worship. But but that's on one hand. Now there's even the Quran. I'm a Christian again, but me, I read anything, and I just don't believe in putting myself in a box. There's something called munafik, hypocrisy. Again, it goes back to our hypocrisy. I believe one of the people that God was talking to was Nigerians, and this is not to say it's only Nigerians. I'm going to tie this again to what's happening in Europe. I don't know if anybody is in UK here. I know Scribes in the UK is not here right now. These people, when they were coming to Africa, of course, there's that famous saying that they brought the Bible, they gave us the Bible, they took our land. They came through the oceans, and then you had the Arabs that came through the northern part, and you know the rest of the story. But when you now correspond with what's happening today, the same people in UK, for example, there's been stories in the last couple of years that a lot of what used to be, and I think it continues to this moment, a lot of what used to be places of worship, the Baptist churches and what have you, are being turned into nightclubs.
Yeah.
And there's been a continuous what's it called, polls about the belief system of people, how it's changing even in the Western world. These are the same people that brought the religion to this same religion that we're espousing to Africa and what have you. There's been polls that shows that the amount of people that are actually turning away from religion, it's increasing, it continues to increase, especially among the youths at an alarming rate. That doesn't stop this country from developing. Meanwhile, they brought the religion, they gave us religion and we've forgotten our own stuff. we espouse the religion, but look at where we find ourselves. I'll rest my case. I just came to shake the table.
All right, thank you. You didn't shake any table. Okoye, you're next.
Thank you, Doctor. Thank you, everyone. From my own viewpoint, I believe that in the absolute sense, all religion is relative. In the absolute sense of religion, they're all relative. That means that it is personal. Religion is personal. I think the last speaker actually touched upon why the churches in the European culture is becoming empty. Is because the attempt to generalize religion has failed. We remember even in the Western world when they were burning witches, when they were burning, any book that doesn't, write what the Pope said, when they were censoring everything. So that was an attempt to generalize religion here in the Western culture, which has failed. Now, coming to Africa in general, our problem is the same problem the European faced when they were trying to generalize religion without seeing that religion itself is just a form, a system, a systematic way of worshiping God and nothing else. It doesn't have to be ethical. It doesn't have to be fair. It's not justice. It's just a system of a way of worshiping God. And when Africans come to religion, they come to religion with a lot of emotions, with a lot of superstition, because of where we are coming from our own traditional religion. Because our own traditional religion is more or less superstition. There's nothing there apart from superstition. But there is, I believe, a scope to expand our own religion, traditional religion, because they're all related at the end of the day, in the sense that our own even traditional religion is personalistic. Take, for example, in Igbo sort of traditional religion, everybody has his own chi. Everybody in Igbo land, especially the male children, has his own chi. So that in itself relates to what Christ said, that you also be as perfect as your Father in heaven is perfect. That is actually related to that comment of Christ, saying that religion doesn't have to be, Christian, against Muslims and Muslims against Christians, but what you yourself find of a way of relating to this God that none of us actually can explain in the final analysis. Nobody can say that this is how God works or this is how God, is. We're just speculating.
Okay, let me ask you before you could finish, round up your answer. You said that African religion is based on superstition.
Yes.
Why do you say that? How is that different from the Christian religion?
It is different because in African religion, they believe that somebody can actually, Iramili or make the rain fall, for example. If you look at Igbo land at the moment, they believe that they can go to a native doctor and that native doctor can conquer something and make them rich, for example. This is all linked to that same superstitious belief.
Okay, stop. Let's stop there. Not because I'm stopping you, because I know I'm feeling that this conversation requires a lot of time and a lot of.
Yes, it does.
What you just said now, the first part, when you said that the rainmaker, it's actually a science into it. If you look at it, it's the science to that, what they are doing.
Every religion starts with superstition.
Yeah, but that part, he mentioned some specific things I want to talk about. The science making rainfall,
there's science in making rain, rainfall. It's just that it's not developed.
I understand that.
It's not that it's just because we didn't document these things. Most of African traditional things are not documented.
That is not how we practice our own. I understand the science behind rain making. I understand that. I know that NASA makes rain whenever they want to make rain.
Yeah.
But I'm saying that in our own case, There is no science behind. People just
No,
believe that.
no, there is science in it, but it's not well known to you.
Yeah,
it's
that's
not well known to you.
Can you make the rain yourself? Can you make rain?
Okay, I've sat down with the person who makes the rain, whose job it is, and I've seen what he did. I was very young. I didn't understand.
Can you replicate that? Because science is something that you can actually replicate. Can you replicate that?
That's a good point. The reason why you cannot is that he's dead now. He didn't teach anybody. As far as I did, he didn't teach me what leaves he put together and put it on fire, and then he goes up and he help. But there's science to that. What I'm saying is that we don't dismiss our own. We don't dismiss. This is what happened to us. The Europeans came and encouraged us to dismiss everything we were doing, both the good and the bad, and that their own is what matters, and that's what is good. And we bought it, and now we basically do the job for them by condemning. You just talked about something about ritual money making thing. That is not Africa. This is a new thing that happened as a result of all the things that have been going on in this.
From what you're saying, Doctor, Africans doesn't have a religion. We have tradition rather than religion. We don't have religion. From what you're saying, because religion has to be coded. Religion has to be
African spirituality.
African spirituality, not religion as such. So when you talk about Africans, we talk about spirituality, which is different from religion as we know it, in terms of comparing it to Christianity or Islam.
All right.
And also Catholic has mysticism. That Catholic started all religion from 1400 by the Portuguese Pope. Catholic is filled with mysticism. So,
but the mysticism is more like philosophical way of explaining. No. It's a way of philosophically. It's a way of philosophically explaining the narrative of the Bible.
Mysticism. So
no, this is what we're going to do. This is what we're going to do. This is like counseling. You want to make sure there's a professional involved. We don't start doing counseling with people when you are not really good at that professionally. So what we're going to do is that next Sunday I will bring a professional who understands some of these things more than I do, and so that they will be able to, like a Reverend Father. I know we have one now, but people who will be able to talk to us from the professional side of it, who have studied this. But what you are saying, Okoye, some of them make sense, some of them they are questions. Well, let's go to Wazobia. We are coming. We have to hear everybody. Wazobia, go ahead. Unmute yourself, please. Good. You are muted again.
Yeah. Can you hear me now? Yes.
Okay, yeah.
I said thank you very much. So I'm not going to be saying so much that is different from what others have said, but I'm going to be saying things about what others have said from my own personal experience. So the first thing I want to talk about is religion. And the religion, in my own belief, is that is a worship of a superhuman power, especially God or gods. So African in itself, they have religion. So that's my own personal belief. I'm a Christian, so let me just declare that so that you know I'm a Christian and I believe in the way of Christianity. However, it's not everything that Christian does that I agree with. I'm not someone that will say, oh, since I'm a Christian, everything that happens in Christianity is sanctioned. Don't question it. Don't just do it the way it is. No. So let me put that by the side. So now, what is the effect of Christianity on Nigeria or Africa as a whole? Religion does not make most Africa to think in a rational way. So if we want to reason things, we'll reason it from the perspective or the lens of that religion, even if it is wrong. So let me say, even some people that you expect that, oh, this person will be experienced, is learned, he should understand better. But when it comes to religion, it's like the whole experience or the brain is gone. So they can't really think in a rational way again. They just do it according to the code that this is how you should do it. So, and in my opinion, that has brought down Africa a lot because we don't follow the rule when religion apply. So that is that about that. The other one I want to talk about is that losing the identity of Africans. So I don't believe that having the religion of Africa is part of the identity that we have to go back to the days of our forefathers and begin to do the rituals they do. Of course, people that want to do it can do it. Everybody has the freedom to practice or perform what they want to do. So, but personally, I don't believe in it, and I don't think I'll follow that. However, there are some things that I believe that we should do. One, I observe very well. There is no developed country in the world that abandon their own language and culture that develops. Go and look at this very well. Even in Europe, where there are some countries less than 5 million, they use their language to teach their people. I mean, education system. They use their language to communicate. They don't use other people's language. So, but in Africa, we have abandoned all our languages. Now, I listened to a video. So, in fact, it doesn't cross my mind. He said you see Bible, Quran translated to almost all African languages, but you can't see a physics textbook in Yoruba language. You can't see maybe economics textbook in Hausa language. So everything is just about the religion and nothing about how to be determined as a people to develop and move forward. So that is that about that. So if we don't go back to embrace our own language, embrace our own culture, and do things in our own way, it is it's like apply solution to solve a eye problem, and you are trying to apply the same solution to solve a maybe kidney or something problem. It might not really follow. So we have to follow that. Then the last thing I would want to add is that um, African, based on my observation, they don't see something as wrong when it doesn't affect them negatively. So the perspective, I mean, the sense of justice or something is right or wrong is relative to most Africans. Let's give a look at this last election now. There are a lot of people, millions of people arguing the election was right, and there are also millions of people arguing it was wrong. So it can't be right and wrong at the same time. Of course, we can debate the level of compliance on all those things. So when people say it is right, they believe that once it favors me, I can identify with it. I have something to benefit from it. Then it is right. Don't let us argue it again. The day it doesn't, the same rule they apply does not favor them again. Then you see the same person trying to cry. I say, oh, these people are against it. That is conspiracy. They want to destroy our culture. They want to destroy our people. We should not agree. But the same person, when similar issue happen, maybe a few years back in the days, supported the argument. But when it doesn't favor, they go against it. And there is no way we can also develop by not following what is right. We have to stick to what is right, either it favors you or not. You have to say, yes, this is right, and you stand by it. And that's how we can move forward.
Thank you, Watsobia. I wanted to give Lexi, if you can say what you want to say in 30 seconds. And then
all right, in 30 seconds, Dr. Dames, it's you I'm challenging.
Okay.
And I'm gonna
you are taking my time, my friend.
No, Mr. Lexi, I'm supporting you here, please.
Is that
right? I'm challenging Dr. Damage by supporting. Dr. Damage said he's gonna bring a professional to come and cancel us. And that appears, I use the word.
No, I didn't say cancel us. No. You mixed
Let me finish now. Let me finish with my humor first. Okay. It appears to be, I use the word appears to be insulting Mr. Lexi's intelligence because he's a professional in providing us in counseling. So therefore.
Thank you. You guys are something. And that reminds me of us seeing Ovie in Texas yesterday. It's not only that place that he can go and get that kind of reception. All of us, if I see any of you with my strong Biafran desire, it doesn't make you my enemy. Of course not. If you come around and I can, give you a time, a place for the short time you are in my environment, you will get it. That's, again, a DNA working in me. We don't reject our friends and relatives and even strangers when they need our help. Anyway, that's by the way. One thing I want to point out about Christianity and the Igbo traditional beliefs, my people, it's amazing. If you make the research, we are not far from those basic tenets from the Old Testament to the New. So it was easy for the Igbos to welcome Christianity when it came to them. And so they were all over the place. Whether you are Presbyterian, Methodist, Catholic, Church Missionary Society, they have churches. Adventists, they have churches, schools, church and school, church and school. And that spread all over Igbo land. And it helped. It helped us very much. So our reception of Christianity is not something like, oh, just throw away everything you have and then take the new thing. It's because they could figure out similarities in what they were hearing with what was being brought to them. Now, there's somebody concerned here about when I come out like this to talk, maybe as if I'm favoring one my own people. I say, oh, you're talking about Igbos. I love Yorubas equally. When I'm in their midst, those that know me, you will have to find out that I'm an Igbo person. My best man when I got wedded was a Yoruba man. We are still in contact. So it's not so. But I have to say this. The Igbos have become an endangered species in Nigeria. Yes. Over the history of our experience in that place, we have become an endangered species. Many people are killed. Nobody asks questions. Some people are even happy, say, oh, let them die. That's the way they are, and so on. So if I come out here and make my points in favor of our survival, please let no one start calling me a tribalist or start saying things that is unnecessary. Even Israel was part of Palestine. What did they do? When they saw that they were going to finish them, they had done the one in Germany and they were still going to do to them in their own homeland. They started looking for a permanent homeland, which they eventually found and where they are today. So let that notion be put aside. We will talk more. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Austin there. And
Thank you, Dr. Damages. Thank you, panelists. I am a Catholic priest, and people will be wondering why I don't jump on religion or religious discussion in this platform, because religion has to do with belief and a system of worship. Belief, not everything that is believed, it falls under scientific discussion. There are some beliefs that you cannot scientifically verify. And since it has something to do with belief, it is offensive when I impose my belief on you. I have my belief and I have my audience. My audience will pay attention to my system of logic and my methodology, and it becomes my responsibility to develop them in the systematic way of my religion. But when we talk about religion, it is unfair when we come in here to talk about religion and we all emphasize Christianity. Christianity has been divided into many units. The way I reflect my belief is not the way Pentecostals do. It's not even in Baptist. You have over 200, you have over 50 different types of Baptist church, and they reflect their belief in different ways. And when we talk about spirituality, the difference we have a big difference between spirituality and religion. Spirituality is a system an individual reflects to a supernatural being. My spirituality might not be God. It might be my family. For some people, it might be their work. For some people, it might be their children. This is their spirituality. But the problem we have as a unit is that we conflict the political ethics and the religious ethics. Religious ethics is embedded in the systematic way of their worship. For Christians, the Bible is where they get their political ethics. For Muslims, they get it from the Quran. Then other religions, like African religion, we don't have one religion in African religion. Each unit has their own ethics, majorly not documented. And because they are not documented, it can easily be corroded or corrupted. And when we begin to make allusion to our traditional religion, who told us that there were no corruption in the African religion? Who told us that the chief priests then were not manipulating people? So there is no religion, as Karl Marx said, is the opium of the people. And that is why a state is not built under religious sentiment. The ethics of the state should be embedded in their judiciary. So when you don't have a strong judiciary, it is difficult to have a strong state. No matter who even if you bring the best of priests to be the governor or the pope, the president of the state, if the state is not going to checkmate him based on the constitution and the judiciary, you are going to get it flaws. If you want to checkmate him on the Bible, I love what Prof said earlier. Prof said that the traditional religions have been, the Ahmadiyya has been corrupted. So you will see, and the Bible is the God of mercy. So you see that even when the Pope makes mistake as the president of the country, he will plead for mercy. But in the court holds tenaciously what is the ethical movement of the state. So if we come here as a group, I believe that it's either if you want African religion to develop, be authentic in your original form. Come out with what you want to do. Do a research, put it in letter, and enforce it. I believe those that came to America in the 80s were ashamed of eating Nigerian food. But today, almost everywhere you see the Nigerian food, because some people have gone beneath to say, we are pushing it. We are going to eat our food. So make a conscious effort to bring the good quality you want to excel. There is no superhuman being that you can begin something and make conscious effort in beginning something and working in that path. And that's the thread I want us to follow. Coming here to talk about religion, there is no way we will all accept one thing when it comes to religion. Let us be conscious on things we want to do and move towards going to do those things.
All right, thank you, Austin. I'll come to forefathers, but before that, Austin, let me ask you this question. As a Catholic priest, do you sometimes wonder what the church did in Africa? Do you think that looking at the church in Europe and projecting 50 years from now, 100 years from now, do you think that Africans may get to the point where Europeans are now, where they are losing their religion, the way they say, and that Africans won't have anywhere to run to because they've forgotten what they can run to, just like Europeans? They are now following, most of them are following Eastern religion. They are trying to find yoga, whatever they can find to hold on to, because religion that is sold to other parts of the world, that was sold to them, they've come to reject it, and more are rejecting it. In the next 100 years, I don't know how many churches will be left in Europe. And Africans might be in the same spot another 100 years from now. And Africans cannot go back to what they had. The Japanese will remain what they are. The Chinese will remain what they are. Do you feel kind of responsible part of the people that did this to Africa?
Okay, so Dr. Damages, there is a difference what the Western world did with religion and what religion did in Africa. What religion did in Africa, I am so glad to that, but I am also ashamed with what the Western world did with religion. Religion threw light to Africa, but the Western world used religion to manipulate Africa. Because if not the religion that came to West Africa today, we will still be killing twins. If not religion that came to West Africa, we won't be able to have Western education. And what does Western education do? It develops your mentality to be authentic and not to follow the trend. If after studying philosophy, if I am still thinking in the mindset of a white person, if I still see Jesus Christ as a God of the Western world, is a mistake. My philosophy gives me the authenticity to come home and see in you the image of God. See in you the person that deserves better, to be treated well. But what people do with religion, what society do with religion, is where you have problem. Religion on itself, imagine the priest, both the Methodist priest, the Catholic priest that came and endured the mosquito, that endured our food, that were humiliated, and they fought hard to teach us and help us to be where we are today. So religion in itself was wonderful, but people used it. The vulnerability in religion, the Western world used it to usurp and brainwash Africa. So it is left for us to use what we have gotten and change the mentality.
Hold on.
hold on.
Solo,
Okay, the religion was used in
Solomon,
conjunction with enslavement and colonialism. Okay, so there is a lot of materials.
No, that's not true. That's not
I
true.
even read. I even started.
I would like
with
to
a note.
ask the priest a question, please.
No, wait. Let me ask him. Let me ask him before you, and then you can go on. Priest, Austin, I know that killing of twins was happening in some parts of Igbo land, not everywhere, not all the parts of Africa, and you are trying to imply that without the coming of the Europeans, that there is no chance that, just like everything evolves, that those people doing this thing may come to their own realization that this is not right and change. Okay, that's what you're implying that, but there's no.
That's not what I'm applying. That's not what I apply. I said
you're saying that you're giving credit to them that they did it as if it couldn't be done.
Yeah, I get credit. Yeah.
The other thing is Western education. When you talk about Western education, there was education going on in Africa. It may not be formal. It may not be classified the way that the Western people were classifying it. But people get to a point, age grades, they say you are old enough to do this. You've learned this. You are now this. You are a doctor. You are medicine man. You can cure things. You learn, so there's education going on. So the idea of Western education doesn't mean that there was no education in Africa. So that's what I'm saying about religion, that they basically forced Africans to abandon everything they had, both the good and the bad. And we've seen what has happened with the religion in the West. And I don't know, I didn't get exactly what you said about what will happen in Africa in 50 to 100 years from now, if this trend that we are seeing in the West will happen in Africa, which is happening already, because young people are no longer fascinated about religion the way generation of most of the people who are here are fascinated about that. So
the difference between the Western world and Africa is that the Western world got their states in order. The emphasis now is no longer on religion and religious tenets. The emphasis now is on their states. So they got it in order before shifting away. And if you feel that it is just going away, I am telling you as a Catholic priest, is not. The enormous faith I am seeing in America, it is still going on. And people are still coming back to faith. Many are still coming back. So the problem we have at our own is that we've not used what we've learned. We are still lamenting. If we can come low, if somebody comes up and give us a documented set of African religion, make it scientific. That's what Western world did in their religion. They made it scientific. And you can now research on it, you can read on it. So if we can go to what the education we have studied, what we have got, if we can make it authentic, you bring your educate, like your platform. You were never taught this way to run your platform, but you came out and made originality of what you were taught. And look at how you're driving your platform. So we need to make original what we've studied. We can develop. Africa has a philosophy. Africa has a set of morality. If we can be conscious in developing it and not complaining or lamenting, what we got from them is both good and bad. So we can leave the bad and make use of the good.
All right, thank you. Who wants to ask me a question?
I want to ask Father Augustine a question, if you don't mind.
Go ahead.
Yeah. I will wrap the question into, it's two questions, but I'll wrap it into one just to save time. You spoke about people portraying or reflecting their spirituality in different way and manner. And also, I think I've forgotten the other one. No, you've already answered it. Would you consider transparency, accountability, fairness as a spiritual attribute to be displayed by all?
It depends on your standpoint of spirituality. Remember, I said spirituality is the way you reflect to your supernatural being.
Okay. it reflects to your supernatural being, but
yes.
we are dealing with each other here. We're reflecting to the supernatural being comes as how I reflect it, how I deal with you. For example, the scripture says, how can you tell me you love me how can you say you love God when you are seeing me, your brother, and you don't love me? So
Okay,
you claim to love somebody.
So to answer you that question, as a Catholic, if I commit sin and I go for confession, it is taken away from me. I believe that. But as a Catholic who is under the law, if I commit a crime, the state should invite me. So these are two ethical codes. It is the responsibility of the state to define its own ethical code. If I overspeed and the police did not catch me, I will go for confession and say I did something wrong. Then will I submit myself to the police when they did not catch me? And then if police gives me ticket for doing speed, I will say, oh, I've gone for confession. Please don't give me ticket. Do you understand my answer?
No, I don't. But I don't get your logic. But if you can just answer my question, that transparency. I mean, as a man who have read the scripture, I believe you've read the scripture, and you're a Catholic priest. Transparency, accountability, fairness, mercy, all these things are these spiritual qualities to be displayed. They are spiritual qualities.
They are spiritual qualities.
Yeah, that's all. That's all. Thank you very much. No further questions.
Yeah, there are spiritual qualities because when you do those, it relieves your mind.
All right. Let's go to forefathers.
Yeah. Greetings. This is Rudolph. Thank you for having me. Greetings to everyone on the panel, the chat, and to the viewers. Yeah, for me, I try to take myself back in time and try to understand how these things happen in the first place. The way I look at it is that I think our forefathers, the way they evolved religion was to try to understand their environment. Religion often infused with their culture and traditions. That's why you tend to see why they worship mountains and stuff like that. Not because it's dumb, it's because it's tied to some of their experiences and they try to make sense of the world that they find themselves. And so from our context, when the Europeans arrived here, what they found was the people that had a lot of their religious and cultural and scientific practices infused into one. And some of them are a little bit divided. I know of in the Yoruba culture where you have Babalawo and Basos, medicine man. Medicine man is the one that cures illnesses and all. So you had an element of sciences too, but it wasn't that separated. So from my the way I look at it is that Europeans, when they came, they had managed to create the scientific method to separate science from religion. Even if during that time there was still a lot of problems. Galileo was given a life, life in house arrest or something like that. He died at home because he dared to say that the earth traveled around the sun. So there was that problem, but by now it's completely separated, and the state too has been decoupled from religion, which was something that was rarely done in the olden days. The religion is often tied to the state practices, but now because of secular religious practices, secular societies, they've decided that they have to decouple it from the state. So if you look at the way religion has evolved, it's just a way of trying to understand the world. And if they cannot understand anything, they put under the auspices of religion. And because it was often at the center of how societies tend to come together, and because when you want to understand the unknown, the great unknowns, is something that belongs to some of the elites and the top people in the society. Hence, you tend to find that when you see religion, they tend to be tied to laws. They tend to be tied to how transparent the society is, how fair the society is. The laws tend to flow from there. And in the case of Egypt, you can find, you see it all the time, even the kings, politics often wrestles with religion. You find that the kings sometimes don't like the idea that religious priests control a lot of power, and they go after the priests. So religion is one of those things that we've been wrestling with. I think in the African context, We just simply need to understand what we want from life. And if we decide that, okay, we want to follow the religion that was brought to us, we have to Africanize it and turn it to our own. And if we decide that we don't want that, we want to go back to our own, we have to modify it, separate it from this thing, science, and the superstitious aspects needs to go away from it, and then modernize it so that it can serve us best. What I find with any group of people that tend to want to assimilate other people's religion, if you don't make it your own, it's going to kill you in the end. Because we saw that in India. India used to be dominated by, there was Buddhist religion in India massively, like where you see as Pakistan today. It was dominated by Buddhism, and they were trying to, like, when the Islamists were coming over, they were trying to compromise with them, saying, no, let's just welcome them in, they're not going to do any damage and all the rest of it. By the time they came, within 200 days, they completely decimated Buddhism there. And they started killing all of them and everything. Till today, even Al-Qaeda was going after their statues. So you see what happens. And the other side of India that practice Hinduism, that didn't give in, are the ones that survived. And you see this repeated over and over again. If you compromise your own traditional way of life, your own religion's way of life, and just copy other people without making it your own, it's going to eat you alive. It just happens repeatedly over and over again. Thank you.
All right, thank you, forefathers. Janaba, welcome to the show.
Thank you, Dr. Rudy.
We're talking about religion, and we're having a Sunday school. Can you tell us your own evolution?
I think this platform is too sensitive to talk about this thing because of the mindset of Africans attached to religion.
We have to break it down by talking about it. We can't keep thinking that there are some things we can't talk about.
It's on your platform here that I was attacked that I'm a pastor. Why did I say that? Why did I say that? What you are born into it. Maybe my grandfather did not come to see him as a Christian, as he was a pagan. And when we went to preach to him about Christ, he refused to accept Christ with many reasons. He said that since Christianity entered the place, there's a lot of atrocity. They have lost so many values of who they are, and the youth have become wayward. He gave so many examples, and he said that why must he adopt another person's way of life, of approaching God? I was thinking then that he was wrong based on my own brainwashed. But as I grow older and have the opportunity to read books, and even remember when I got married, I was reading other religious books, and my wife said, "Why?" And I said, knowledge is everywhere. It was an issue because he believed as a pastor I should just stick with Bible. And I told her no, that you shouldn't worry, that I'm trying to seek knowledge. That I'm familiar with Quran very well. So there's nothing wrong in seeking knowledge. That truth is not in one place. So I was able to convince her. But when you come to religion, it's personal to me. Actually, I don't use it religion anymore. I use it spirituality. It's personal to me. I watch Oprah show when I came to America, and he gathered some people from all different parts of the world, and he was talking about progress of spirituality. And to me, I was offended as a young Nigerian, as a pastor. Now I read Bible, Jesus say, I'm the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. So every other person's view or their own religious view, that stick with me. But the same Bible says that I have a flock which are not of this fold. And if you open your mind, religion is a very, very sensitive issues. To me, I treat it, apart from if I'm to preach, of course, I have to preach Bible to the people that I preach to. But when it comes to spirituality, it's personal to me. I don't judge people anymore like I used to judge them from other religious base. I see humanity more than anything. Christianity is not the most popular religion around the world, or it's not the oldest. It may be popular, but it's not the oldest. And then the world started with that. My grandfather is from Oka, and there's a festival that they used to have in my village, because that is the people that fought for our freedom in our own place. So every year, when my grandfather was alive, it's the best food I ever ate is from when we go to that place. To people bring food from all over, and that changed all my perception when I looked back and where I am now, and the role of religion in Africa. It's been terrible. You asked the young man earlier about what the pastor is doing in Kenya and that was arrested. That is not tradition. That is his own belief. Where did he get it from? From the same Bible. He's a pastor. I've seen a video in Ghana, a pastor during the church services hitting pregnant women in their tummy. Of course, he was arrested later, so I followed the case. So are these people mentally ill, or what are they under? What influence are they under to come to church in the name of God, or to preach holiness and still carry out this atrocity? The richest people in Africa right now are pastors. It's either you get a job or you are a pastor. And then you started having your own congregation, influence them, and the good thing for them that is working for the pastors, these people are very gullible and are very, very loyal to their pastor, that they will quote the scripture, say, oh, thou shalt not touch the anointed, thou shalt not speak of all of those things. So to me, this is dangerous, and I think religion play the backwardness in Africa. We are not growing in our own space, and that is we could have grown in our own space. And Africa as a continent, we can make all the noise, but find out why are we not growing? What is the value? What you see in Kenya, you see it in Nigeria. In as much as they say that Nigeria is the most corrupt nation to some people, and they're entitled to their opinion, but it's all over Africa. My question to you, my second question to your guest is that, did he recognize the influence of Nigeria around the world? So we're very influential, very contagious. We carry a lot of good things, but than the wrong things that they call us for. But religion have kept us when I don't have that debate with people around me so much. I meet pastors that are ordained in the past that have churches around America. One is in Staten Island, New York. One is in Ohio. One is in Texas. And all of that, they invite me once in a while to go and preach. I say to them, no. And the reason I have my best reason to them, because I don't want to step on their stone, because the level we operate as African with religion, I think we're in the wrong direction.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Janaba. Igbo Basics.
All right, so today was Sunday, Obachoka, as they call it. I didn't want to be bothered, didn't want to bother myself today, but when the priest or the Reverend Austin was speaking, he made mention of a few things, and I felt that I could say a word or two. First, he talked about those who were here in the 80s, how they were ashamed of eating African foods. Let me be very clear. We didn't find African foods in the 70s to eat here. So we ended up with things like biscuit as a substitute gari. We didn't find African foods to eat here at that point in time. And when you go to the dining hall, you look at everything that is presented there. All you could do is you point that one, that one. That's the way we were identifying things to eat. You ended up eating a lot of vegetables because you can affiliate with that. Hamburger, you don't know what that thing means. So today, for those who are in the foreign countries, you are standing on the shoulders of those who went through quite a little bit. It was time that we used to make stew, and you find okra in the store, you chop them up, and you end up mixing the okra and the tomatoes or whatever to look like soup. So that's about that side of food. We are blessed today that African food is all over the place. In fact, it's being offered in some institutions now. And so we are making progress. Now, coming back to the spiritual side of the conversation of today, let me be very clear. Our forefathers before us, some of us or some of them they had more faith. Some of them were more spiritual than a lot of us today. And the spirit of those, like my mom then, rubbed into us. I can tell you that it looks like God don't make them like that no more today. No. But each time you find somebody who is still walking in that path, in spite of all the stumblings and all the Iankoa, everything else that seems to be confusing us, you will still find some genuineness and some spiritual human beings. And people like, when you look at people like Rudolph Okonkwo, you may just look at him like, oh, that's just Rudolph Okonkwo. That person you are looking at comes packed with a lot of spiritual, faithful, name it. That's that human being you are seeing there. Maybe when you meet him, you will be able to attest to what I'm talking about. And when I'm speaking today, when we grew up, it was early in the morning that they used to come saying, Kwere, Ogaderegema, Ikwere na Jesus, Ogaderegema. That's people who used to come at 4 a.m. or thereabout and ring their bell, walking from the beginning of the person. Chariano, Wanachibu. Change because the world is about to cave in. The world has not caved in today. We are still continuing. We had forests in our village. Today, I'm so ashamed that if you go there, you'll be looking for those forests, you don't find them. One of the remaining forests in my village, Ibere, is called Aguafia. It's in my own enclave, Amankali Ibere. It's a small forest. Some people even voted in the village that they wanted to go in there and cut the trees. Talking about trees that are thousands of years old and stuff like that. They wanted to cut it for its timber value. But I was so furious. My brother was king of the town. They talked to him that they voted, the council, they wanted to cut the place down. He called me and said, what do you think? And I said to him, if they assigned that thing, you go in with it earlier than your time. He said, that's what he said. I said, yes, that we should be struggling to preserve, because if people in the US, where I am, they would go to the greatest length to make those places natural, reserve, don't touch it, becomes a tourist attraction. That's as far as you talk about the time when they were throwing people into the evil forest and stuff like that, twins and stuff like that, which has subsided. It's come to pass. There's no more. That's not happening again. It's been overtaken by Otokoto saga, things like that, where people are now harvesting other people's organ in the name of getting rich overnight. So as far as some of us who are of the older generation, there are some who are still existing, but a bunch of what you find today are just beyond missionaries. So talking about religion coming into African countries, examine yourself. Each and every one of us, we are bound one way or the other. And as a result of the environment we grew up in, we become sometimes not what we are meant to be. I'm of the Catholic faith, as you call it. But I can share one thing with you, because some of us we took after the way our people brought us up. I can attest to you that I counsel even priests as we speak today, because they're all human, just like we are. I counsel even crazy people as we speak today, as a result of whatever is in me. Just yesterday, it happened right in front of my house. Somebody who was wearing an African chain, something like that. Is it me of all persons? He wanted to, he was talking about that he just loaned somebody his car. I said, what are you talking about? Do you know the person? He said, he thought it was me. I said, oh, no, I don't think so. Do you know the person? He said, no, we do. We go to Planet Fitness together. And I asked him, this is a tall guy, huge. I said, are you crazy? He said, well, maybe. I said, what kind of car? He said his car was a Hummer. I said, okay, you must be crazy. Go and call the police. That was yesterday. And on the same token, somebody was passing. Listen, folks, somebody was passing. One guy, he stopped and he was saying greetings to me. I was dressed the other way I used to dress. And I said to him, what's the problem? He said, well, that he started telling me his life story right in front of my house. And I said to him, you know what? You become what you wish to be. You are the one who's going to make yourself either happy or unhappy today as you move on. Here is my advice to you. On your worst day, go to the deep part of your suitcase. Get the best clothing. Put it on. Keep walking down the street. Nobody's going to know whether you have money or not. By the time I finished talking to this guy, he was so appreciative. This is somebody he was smoking his cigarettes and stuff like that. I even told him how I used to smoke cigarettes. Anyway, all I'm trying to drive at is this. You're talking about faith, which is, and you touched upon our religion, traditional religion and stuff like that. I wish Dr. Moene is here because he's also a person of the ordinary religion. Here, this is Okwanzu. If you come to my part of the country, we present you this first. This is a symbol of purity. And the rest of the things go. We go to the church, you receive sacrament. Here, you come to us, we present you with Okosen, with kola nuts, 5 in it.
Is there anything left in the Southeast anymore? You've taken everything to America.
Not yet.
What else is remaining?
These are duplicates for your information.
Okay.
You can't bring out the originals. Then they stop you.
Thank you, Bob Basic. So what I
hold on, let me finish.
Oh, okay.
Please, one more second. Brother John Abba, I appreciate that you refuse to be one of the modern mercenaries. I haven't met you, but I can see from your conversations. One thing is this, why I presented the Okwose and Doji and stuff like that. As we go to church and we take the sacrament, that's in the church as a Catholic. In 1964, in Jos, one of my half-brother, he went to receive communion without baptism, without going through all the process that you do go through before you do that. On the Monday of it, Mr. Kems, the teacher, he was in Teresa's Boys School Church, Boys School, Jos, brought this young man out in the school and gave him 6 strokes of the cane from class 1 to class 7, each class. And I witnessed that. That alone, when you're talking about religion, gave me a scare of my life that up to tomorrow, you can preach all you want for you to come and take sacrament in the church. I'm not doing that. And I'm going to end up with one thing because the priest also mentioned things about confession. It's in the book of Zebediah that will be coming out soon. All that Zebediah was talking about, each time they go to confession. And he said something that stuck with me. He said the word, a sacredo. That you will find in that book and the reasons behind it. So, Dr. Konkwo, I just wanted to briefly shed a little light to the fact that the people where you see today, we call themselves men of God. I beg, make you work another way. Let's go back to who we are. I'm not saying that you have to go and start doing like the Stone Age, but let's appreciate each and every one of us, what we come with and in within us. If you don't preserve what God has given you, you've lost it all. But if you preserve who you are and what God has given you, if you say your prayers accordingly, if you do your own fasting accordingly, if you came with the gift of sight, believe me, you will see what will happen tomorrow before it happens. I rest my case for now.
All right, thank you. I will hand over to forefathers in a moment, but I want to say, if you're watching and you're in the studio and you know anybody who is versatile on this topic about religion, let me know. We can invite the person. I want us to have weekly conversation after the Sunday show on religion, maybe an hour or two, but I want it to be from different perspectives, not just what we think individually. Go ahead.
Dr. Damage, I'm a little bit confused here.
Okay.
I give a pushback towards you when Mr. Lexi was here, and I'll repeat the same pushback again.
Yeah.
When you say you want to bring somebody who understands this issue of religion, it's a little bit confusing to me.
Let me tell you what I mean.
Okay.
I want to have someone who is going to talk from the Islamic perspective. I want to have someone who will talk about not believing in God. I want to have someone who will talk about traditional, because I don't know anybody here who follows the traditional religion. I don't know what they do. So I want people to talk from different perspectives, not just, it's not a good representative of a discussion.
Okay.
Having now.
Let me put this on the floor, because this discussion majorly also surrounds around what is happening or the state of Nigeria. And the question I put to the priest, which he confirmed, that the issue of transparency, accountability, fairness, so on, equity, regardless of what religion you are practicing, is it a spiritual matter that we all should practice? And he said yes. So whoever we're gonna bring, because like I said, whatever we're saying here is in the context of Nigeria, because we say the white man brought religion to us. Yes, maybe they've gone in an extreme way whereby they've taken morality out of it. But whatever religion they bring to us, like he said, they make their state work. Things work. That's why most of us came here. So if we take that part of their religion that works for them, okay, and not be too critical on them, with the clear suggestion that some people make that they are our problem, we don't want to accept responsibility. Regardless of what religion I practice, Mr. Igbo Basic, it is expected for me not to think evil towards you. It is expected of you not to think evil towards me. Psalm 24, who shall ascend unto the aid of the Lord, who shall stand in his holy mountain? He that hath a clean hand and a pure heart, he who sought his own fault. This same person will receive the blessing. Clean hand, and so whatever religion we claim to be practicing, to uphold to, I cannot afford to think evil towards you. You cannot afford to think evil towards me. And that is what is missing either in Nigeria, in Africa, and how we deal with one another. I yield the floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Okoye, okay. Janaba, let me hear from Okoye.
You want to talk to Okoye? Go ahead. I can talk.
Yeah, I think the major issue with, especially going back to us as Black people or Africans, where we come from, regards to how religion has shaped us. Our major problem is that we haven't really, philosophically explained our religion. To link to our own way of life, to link to who we are. I had the Igbo basic saying, accepting ourselves for who we are. But who are we? It's not something that you just say. It's something that has to be underpinned with a lot of reflection, a lot of thoughts, in a way, systematically explaining it so that, anybody can understand it. One of our problems is that we are too, individualistic in our outlook sometimes when it comes to religion. I know religion, in the absolute sense, is personal. However, when you come to the philosophical sort of basis of religion, there is a generality there in terms of, the virtues that religion teaches, the virtues that we get from religion, which in a way links to ethics, which is quite, general to all humanity. Say, for example, you having prudence, for example, managing your own affairs, you not treating people as a means to an end instead of treating people as an end in itself. These are philosophical bases whereby you don't even get religion to come into it if you go into it deeper, which you cannot do in a setting like this where you have 5 minutes, 2 minutes, to be able to express yourself. But our problem is, trying to codify and trying to philosophically pin down those things that make us who we are so that we can actually go about systematically, living, documented, thoughts for the generation that will come after us. That's, I believe, the mistake of our forefathers is not trying to codify their ethics to start with. Because you go from ethics before you get to religion, not trying to codify their ethics. Everybody believes, that, stealing is bad, which we have in the Bible. Everybody knows that, taking somebody else's wife is bad, which we have in the Bible. But when it comes to, explaining it in our own way, within our own society, within our own who we are, that is not there. And that is the problem. There is one book somebody read. He said the title of the book is After God is Dibia. Now that book, somebody that explained it said that this book went a long way to explain a lot of things about Igbo culture and tradition and our way of belief. But that book is out of print. You can't even get it if you see it on the Google thing. It's selling for like £900 or £800, which not everybody can afford. I cannot afford it. So we find that there is this lacuna in terms of, what exactly do we believe? Do we believe in, the Igbo person brought up some objects there, said that this is a sign of purity. This is a sign of this. But that doesn't, to a modern child born today, this generation, they wouldn't understand what you're saying about this object being purity without you going into some kind of in-depth explanation. How is that linked to his life? How is that going to link to his way of seeing the world and interacting with the world, interacting with his peers? So this is the problem we are having, in that we are quite, oversighted in terms of the details of our own religion, in terms of details of our own tradition. We have a lot of oversight on it, and then issue proclamations, because that's all we do. We issue proclamations about that this is Nzu, this is this is that. But those Nzu has to deal with the person holding it. If a bad person is holding Nzu, that Nzu doesn't have any meaning. The purity is gone, which anybody can go to the market and purchase Nzu and hold it and say that is pure. So we cannot keep doing this by fiat. We have to understand that these things has to go deeper, because human mind doesn't just, for some people anyway, for my mind, I like to go deeper to understand why is this Inzu becomes pure? What makes it the purity? Is it the color? Why doesn't white paint become pure? You know, why is Inzu the I know is a representative of something. I know the Inzu represents something which the professor said, Igbo Basic said is purity, but he doesn't go into the detail. How does that purity work? What does it mean? He just says purity, and it doesn't make any sense in a way. So we have to, start to, speak in a way that give detail, that give meat to the bones of what we are talking about, to our own tradition. If we want it not to die, if we want the next generation to take it forward, otherwise they will haphazardly go from one native doctor to another and believing that that is tradition, because that's what most of them believe. They're believing that native doctors are now the high priest of tradition, whereby anything goes, so long as you kill a cow and pour the blood of the cow or goat or chicken on top of a stick, then that solves all of your problem. But that is far from what I understand religion tradition to be. Let me tell you a story about my own grandfather, because I have a grandfather who is from Ukulu in Dunukofia local government. As a child, we grew up in Enugu. I grew up in Enugu. I went to Zik Avenue Primary School in Enugu. And the best time of my life is actually on holiday time, where I look forward to going to the village to go and spend time with my grandfather. He wasn't a Christian. He married 2 wives, but that was the best time of my life I can think of. Always dream of, school holidays just to go back, because he has a lot of goat, he has a lot of livestock, and help him take out the livestock. And in the morning, he will go and wait for the palm wine tapper. I don't know where he meets him, but he will bring back the freshest palm wine you will ever have. And he will then call us together and then start, Igofo, as they say it, and start all of us, line off. After doing that, he would then let us drink from the palm wine that he brought that morning. So those times to me had more meaning now that I'm a Christian than anything else. That's for me. So, but if we don't have the means to explain it to our children what this means, because my grandfather did it, there's a problem, because I cannot explain it to my own children. I can't just take them to the village and then wait for a palm wine tapper to be able to give them palm wine and then golf for without me knowing what that means, without me actually going into detail what that way of life pertains to. Sorry, Dr. Damages, I just have to.
No, it's very important. What you're saying is very important. I appreciate that, and I just wanted to say that that Abraham, the story of Abraham, was written 1,000 years after he died. So we all have that responsibility. Whatever is what our forefathers used to do, for whatever purpose it will serve, to document them. Nobody will do it for us.
Yeah.
Each of us, if we can read and write, you can document it. So we that's where we probably should start. Whether we are going to use it or our grandchildren or great-grandchildren will use it, but we need to document it. We are saying that a lot of things are lost as it is now, but the ones we can still recapture. This is our generation that saw grandparents who were not Christians. That will soon be gone. There will be no generation that will say that they saw anybody who was not a Christian anywhere in Africa. So how would they begin to even think of documenting what was there in the past? So even if we are not going to do anything with it, but we need to document that. So, but we need to begin this conversation and have there wider conversations for us to have, and we have to start it somehow. It may not be comfortable. It may not be the kind of thing that people love to do, love to talk about, like politics and abuse anybody. You don't have your forefathers to abuse. And meanwhile, your grandfather that gave you alcohol at the age when you were in primary school, did he know that it was against the law?
Dr. Damages, actually, you could see me beaming as Okoye was speaking. And I can say this to you, that everything that I speak about, we must have documented in Igbo Basics, which started publishing physical paper, monthly newsletter and quarterly paper since 1995. those things we have put in the format of what you call a digital format. In fact, there's I've been trying to find a way to just make it available for the people, so let them see. Because if we talk about Okwanzo, a symbol of unity in Igbo, we had a whole series that we published on that. It's there, but it's to make it accessible to anybody like you're talking about after God, there is Dibia. We've gone through all these things. You're talking about the societies, video secretion amok, not many of these people that you're talking about, Yobonis. Because we have had the privilege of being around for quite some time, we can attest and tell you some of the things that we know. And the best we can do is to write them down. If anybody likes, let them go and dispute it. But these are when you live through something. Dr. Damages just mentioned something, and I wish that children of today, if you have anyone remaining, when they go back to the village, take them through that process. Let them go and find out some things. Like one of the patriarch of my family, Okabai, used to tell us of how when they were traveling to a distant place, they will go through a particular ojo, they will rub their back in a particular tree and stuff like that. And then off they go to their journeys. And when they come, I never had the opportunity, I was so small, I never had the opportunity to actually drag him to go and show me those trees. But some of the things he showed me. And that is why each time I go home, I am documenting. What am I documenting? From the herbs, from the leaves, from the roots. I take pictures like crazy, and I try to explain what each and every one of these things do. So that
let me ask you, do you have that book, After God, Dibia? Do you have that book?
I don't have that book, but I'll go after it and I'll get it.
Please do get.
But I can tell you that Dr. Moene,
yeah, please, when you get it, I would like to borrow it
I'll
from
get
you.
that. There's a whole series of books on Igbo that is here. That some of them you don't find them in the bookstores no more. We have those things. I am encouraging us to do the same thing. Now that you still remember what particular types of herb stands for, please document it. Let anybody doubt it. Let the person go and try and see what will happen. Because if I go into things like African Jofia, the one that when you rub it when it rubs you'll be disoriented. You'll be missing in the bush. Sometimes you may not be able to come out. We know those things because we walk through the bushes. And I wish that each time we present, just take one, we present it the best way we know it. The white man will go and find it and come and make a brakataba with it and then sell it to us.
All right.
That's what we live.
Okay, Janaba. Yeah, but before you speak, let me just inform Alcoy that the book you're talking about, John Anene Chukwume is the author.
Yes.
Of the book.
Yes.
Okay, I think we can find it. I think it's available somewhere. Okay, go ahead, Janaba.
Yeah, just to what Ibo Bez and Ukoye was saying, forefathers are supposed to have a deep understanding since it's also forefathers. I think forefathers should be somebody that is here far. so I like that. And Nick, he like everything to be recovered. Of course, electricity is a news guy too. But this is when it comes to I want to share a little bit of my personal experience and to compare and contrast between the tradition of the days of the olden days in my own community till present. In my place, in those days, when I was younger, if you steal, you can't say you don't steal, but there is a way that the community will find out who steal. And they give you 7 days to repent, to bring the thing back, or you face the consequences. Yep. And it's raw and it's live. Yep. Recently, this happened, and those pastors in my community around the world that knows me and they know my new campaign about believing system, and the transformer was mounted in my community, and about 7 of them, the youth, went and removed it and sold it. Yeah. So when they sold it, the king of the village was very upset. That why are we asking for development and our own very youth come and stole this thing, that no outsider come to do this. That whosoever stole it, if we do not return it and do not come to confess in 7 days, something will happen terribly to all of them. So before the 7 day passed, the person that bought it, his son, is in NDA Kaduna. He's also from the same town, very popular. The son died. The three of those guys died, and then the rest run to confess. The guy that bought it is very popular in Makurdi. Is also into printing business. He himself died. Well, Pastor Chris, who is one of my cousin pastors, was in US here with me in my own house, and he said, "This is what you said." The point is that gives me that knowledge is okay from whether you are a Christian, you are a Hindu, you are a Muslim, but then who are we, Africa, and which way did God reveal Himself to us in our own value and understanding and culture? We abandon all of those things for whatever they sold to us, and they still control us by it today. And they go back, all the pastors in Nigeria that make billions or make tons of money, where did he end? He end up in the Western world, because the first thing they will do after they arrive, whatever they call it, arrival mentality, is to come and buy plane, buy houses. So end of the day, to me, is bigger than even saying that somebody collect offering. It's about slavery mentality still, because end of the day, you are praying for forefathers' curses upon you, that you have committed iniquity. And the people that enslave you, you never hear that prayer in their own churches. And you that don't know what to do within your own life, whether you fall in sin or not, you're going to gather people for 5 days or 7 days praying and fasting that the sin of your forefather is the reason why you are where you are. But your forefather might have not even killed anybody. Maybe the issue is that it may not relate to anything reality. Rather, maybe they were pagan, serve God in their own way, and now is the reason why you are suffering that somebody told you. And the person that killed your forefather or enslaved your forefather, bring them, tie them down, some die in the sea. They never pray such prayer. But we will show church in Africa, pray for the sin of our forefather is the reason why we are where we are. So it's deep than that, and I hope Dr. Damages look at Casting Pearson. Bishop Casting Pearson is the first bishop. I'm talking about the Pentecostal bishop in black in America. He's still alive. He was he graduated from Robert University. They ordained him when he saw something happening in Africa, and he said, "What the heck is this? That this is hell on earth." Google it. You know what they did to him? They dropped all his book, all his tape. Is the first church, is the first black church that president will go and campaign to reach out to black community in Oklahoma. Today is nowhere to be found. He just came back to the world through standing on his ground and spirituality. He has movie now that generating millions, but he suffered through hell by saying the truth that what is going on in Africa is not good and it's a hell on earth. And the Pentecostal community go after him and brought him down. CNN, all over, they interview him. They say, "What do you say? Why do you say that what is happening in Sudan is a hell on earth?" That is not hell. Hell is after death. So it's deeper, it's bigger than when I say things. There are time will not permit me to explain it in details. But I hope you invite Captain PC. He's a humble guy. Now he has movie out there. He have everything out there, and he's back to life. And he stood his ground.
All right. Thank you, Janaba. And thank you everybody who joined us. So we'll be doing this every Sunday. And just bring out 2 hours to talk about Sunday school, religion, because it's a major part of our lives, and it has implications on everything, both our politics and our lifestyle. So I will hand it over to forefathers. Forefathers, it's over to you. Whatever you want to do, continue with the conversation.
Yeah, yesterday evening it became very interesting.
I saw it. I came in several times to look, and I saw that you guys were having fun.
Yeah, that eccentric cast kept causing trouble, and people kept waking up to come and join. It became quite rowdy and all this stuff.
But all the best. Thank you, guys.
All right, Dr. Damages, please don't forget what I asked you.
I sent it now.
Okay, I'll look.
All right, thank
I
you.
don't know if you had the luxury of meeting Reverend Dr. T.L. Osborne.
No, not yet.
Okay, I'll talk about that in due course. Because in life journeys as we go, many things happen. John Albert, please hang around because we're going to talk.
Thank you, guys.
Where is Paul?
He's in Arizona.
He was here yesterday, but he couldn't come in because during that time, a lot of people were here, and Ify was here too. So if he had come in, Ify would have just jumped out now, like enough of this already. So he got out of control. But I think one thing we wanted to discuss is yesterday, but we ran out of time regarding the Naira this thing convergence, because I don't know how the president wants to do that. So I was trying to see whether we can talk a bit about that to find out, what the president, how he intends to bring the two together. Because personally, I would have thought, hey, you want to bring it together, ban one or force it to just come together. But it seems like he wants to take a long time to do it. Why is that the case? Let me start from the top. So, okay, what do you think? Why do you think this is it would take so long to do?
The guy hasn't really got his cabinet together, and to make sort of an economic decision like that, he needs an economic team. He can't just like what he did with the fuel subsidy, just by fiat, remove it. And when you are talking about parity between the dollar and naira and things like that, you have to really consult widely with people that understand these economic forces, because if you go ahead and do that and peg it, say for example $1 to 400 naira, the consequences of that might be quite unforeseen, because once you have that hit in the economy, knowing that Nigerian economy is quite fragile at the moment with all the things that is going on, the country doesn't have money, it borrows to service debt, he imports a lot, and he uses a lot of foreign exchange to do a lot of things. Even I heard from Falana that even some schools in Nigeria pays in dollars. So it becomes quite a big problem if he wants to, do it in a way that wouldn't, damage the economy further that he's already done.
So, but he needs to consult.
Yes.
So,
yes.
But he seems to be saying that, like the way he describes it, is like he's going to be bringing both sides together gradually. Why is that the case? Jonaba, do you know why that is the case?
Not now. I just want to yield the floor to Masha to talk, and we'll come back to that.
Okay. This in Igbo basics. I don't know whether you know about this, because personally, I don't know why it needs to take that long. Because I would have just thought that, if you want to change, and he's had time to prepare for office. It's not like he just, he's been around for a long time.
That's what he said. That's what he said.
You're talking about the old naira and the new naira?
The currency, the exchange rate. We have two different exchange rates. So one of them is the official one, and the other one is the black market one.
Yeah, the black market.
He's thinking of bringing them together. So he wants to bring them together, and he's saying that it's going to take some time to, like, the way he describes it anyway, he didn't make it clear.
Okay, now I can speak to it now that I just, because I want to understand what you are saying before I can have a word. Now I know what you are talking. Because when you say bring naira together, I don't know whether you're talking about the new naira note and the old naira.
Sorry about that. I think I'm getting a little bit. I just it was a long day yesterday, so yeah, it was a dollar exchange rate.
It will take long if he's going to do it right. The issue with foreign exchange in Nigeria is a typical business that people live on it in, and those people are cabals in a way. When I mean cabal, I mean they are rooted. They can crumble the economy if you mess with them, because they have a lot of dollars in their possession, and they have been doing this for 40, 50 years. They have been in this business. So you have to really work with them and the bank And the way it's just like the way they have the new what we call where you what do you call the Igbo base? Where you go on the street now, you get money. I forgot. What do you?
You're talking about the it's not well, it's the
No,
black
I'm
market.
talking about this
It's not Bureau de change.
POS. I'm talking about POS.
Oh, POS.
Okay,
Yeah.
POS.
So yeah, POS. You see the way you go to them now. Why I don't see that here? I don't see any kind of business like that. Although we are growing in a very slow space in Nigeria, and it's very scary because as of now, it's easy for you, and it's still the corruption in Nigeria. And the bank itself does to people, and it's all because of unemployment. Because these people will sit all day under the canopy or umbrella, wherever they sit, depends on the population in that area. They may not even have a change money for anybody to make 1,000 off of 10,000 or off of 20,000. So it depends on the population in that area. So when you combine that problem with now exchange rate of dollars, official rate, and the black market that outside there is going to take a very good approach. Because family, I remember very well that in those days, before he even become the CBN governor, he was saying that he's going to make Naira equivalent to dollar. I was like, this is saying to get the job.
Emefiele said that.
Yeah,
Oh
he
God.
said that is going to.
Bold-faced lie.
I said, this guy, is he going to work a miracle? What did he know about him? But I was like, this guy, when they want to say this, is like a former governor of Lagos State. He said that it doesn't take a rocket scientist to have a light in Nigeria. That is about compression of all the generators in one place, and there is light.
Oh God.
No, but you're talking about Barack. I think it was Barack who said
no,
they were
it's
interviewing him.
the ex-governor, what is his name? The ex-governor before, what is his name? He's in this guy, ex-governor of Lagos, who is the Minister of Energy recently.
You mean Fashola?
Fashola, thank you, my brother. So Fashola said that it's not a rocket science, that they'll just all the small face me and face generator, they'll just compress it together and Nigeria get light. So
that guy, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt though. So, but please go ahead.
When this guy said, he's going to make dollars equivalent to Naira one-on-one, I was like, where is he coming from? How is he going to do it? There are infrastructure, there are investment, there are things that make economic work. It's not like you just go one day and in this watch, Naira, when he's leaving office, Naira is 740 to dollar while he's leaving office now. So I think the Tinubu need to take time, talk to the expertise, and really consult them how to go about it. Because this Kaaba, that's what they live by, and they are already established on it very well. They have more dollars than the CBN dollars.
Yeah, what you're talking about there is more like the man who were being interviewed and asked about the resources in their state. He said, we have Coca-Cola, we have, you remember, from the north. Okay,
Akwai Fanta, Akwai Coca-Cola.
That's it, Akwai Fanta, he named them. So that's the kind of mental. You see, the POS you're talking about is our own extraordinary ATM machine. Because here, ATM machine, you go there, you collect your money any time of the day or night, except it's your own bank. Your own bank will not charge you, but the other bank will charge you to collect your money. So in that case, what's happening there is another industry of its own. And when you're talking about, it's easier for the politicians, including Tinubu or whoever, come out and say, I'll do this, I'll do that. But when it comes to doing it, listen, this has been existing before a lot of us. But it was just better in those days when you're talking about foreign exchange. Why? Because our money was backed up by the ability to pay upon demand, not the ability to refinance when you cannot even pay back what you have borrowed.
Yeah.
Why do I say that? And Mr. Forefathers, I will ask a question. The guy who they claim that declared trillions of naira, is that just something that is flying off the social media, or is that true? Some governor in the northern states. I would like for you to look into that, so I'll be able to carry forward.
He declared trillions of naira as his value, as his net worth.
Okay.
No, I'm not aware of that.
Governor.
Who is that?
Zamfara State Governor.
Zamfara State, yes, Zamfara State. You're not aware of that, Forefathers. We need to look into that, and if that is true, what I'm saying is that in order to get the gold backing for our money, we need some of those to come out. And if he has not graduated from the Supreme University of Bribery and Corruption, we need some of those money. Listen, when I mention some people like OUK, Ojo Zokalo, who in those days, when Nigeria was going to borrow money from the World IMF, and OUK came out and challenged all the people who said they were rich in Nigeria. He came out and challenged. I think that was before he became a governor. He said to them, if we, as Nigerians, can put our money together, we don't need IMF. That is on record. Even if for the young man daring to say that, if our Nigerian politicians, I'm not even talking about our businessmen who have some money, including the businessmen, if they truly want our money to be backed with the ability to repay, they should sacrifice some of the money, including Dangote them, give back to the national coffer so that let's have that value behind. What's happening with this Naira redesign and Naira change?
They will find it hard to
give us some of their money
when they know that their mates are busy, shoveling the money away too. When they
but hold on for a second. Do you realize that each time they redesign money, one of the things that happens is that some people get rich overnight. Some of them not only get rich overnight, some of them print fake money and move it into the system. And somebody who didn't have anything before, that's the mentality of what's been going on. I don't know about this last time around, but there were even some things going on the net where you see some young northerner rolling out money and rolling out money and rolling out money. So these things have happened from time. It's not just now. But the concept of trying to match them together, go to Lagos, go to any of the major cities, follow the money. When you follow the money and find out where these dollars are coming out from, believe you me, if you ever go deep into it, you will find where dagger-wielding people are standing by a door.
From what you are describing here, just two of you alone is showing that this is a very, very insidious problem for Nigeria to deal with. From what Jonaba said, and when you think about it too, you can see how hard it is for Tinubu to deal with it. This is going to be a big problem because the money is so seductive. How do you tell them go and make money any other way? This is one of the fastest ways to make money. You get it for cheap naira rate. You go and sell it for more expensive. This is the black market. That is like a return of about 50 or so percent very, very quickly. So how do you tell these people now move on to another industry that is going to reward them that much?
No, that's not going to be easy. That's not going to be easy. But I'm
coming to you next. I'm coming to you right now.
I'm going to yield to Mash right away, but I just wanted to point out that if you go to Mahia, if you go to Aba, if you go to Lagos, I'm talking about places that I've walked into. The one of Lagos is more dangerous in Broad Street. I happened to have walked because we needed the money. And I was guided into a place where I'm telling you that the people who stand by the dagger, and by the time they allow you in, when you go out and come out, you will think twice before you come back again.
I've been there before. Now,
I'm in Aba. There is a place called 38-40 Asa Road, Aba. A house that was gifted by the US in those days. In that place, there is nothing you're looking for that you cannot find in that particular place. But in that case, That's where I grew up anyway. And so we know who be who. Mr. Marsh, please, I yield the floor for you because
Una good evening. They want to
welcome.
Kaleo, forefathers, good evening. John Abba, Abole, Oga John.
Oh, Babino, Abole.
Oh, Babino, Yolo.
No, thank God.
Oga, how you there, sir? You go busy?
I'm good. I'm well. I'm healthy. That's what's key.
You see, I just want to quickly drop something. This thing we are always talking about Nigeria. You know, I'm very passionate about Nigeria, genuinely passionate. It pains me when I see a lot of things go wrong in Nigeria. It's like Nigeria is a country that is that seems to be deliberately put together to fail. It's a different thing when somebody is failing mistakenly, and it's another totally different thing when somebody is failing intentionally. Nigeria is set up to fail. It's not set up to succeed. At least we are all intellectuals. We've been to the university and we've studied. We don't grow muscle for brain. We don't do bodybuilding for brain. We don't need a lot of imams or pastors to come tell us certain things will be. I see it that way. Some other person may not see it that way, but I see Nigeria being a country that is, from my personal analysis, Nigeria seems to be deliberately set up to fail. I have never seen a system that will consciously and intentionally resist positive change or improvement. If you want to suggest something that will bring positive change, or let me call it improvement, you would either be killed or be shoved aside. You see, when I was a child in Aba, and also if I remember very well in Ibadan, in Ede, in all the places that I lived, we children, my father was a soldier. He later retired and became a lecturer because he's a civil engineer and stuff like that. You could not even see. One day I saw 20 naira on the floor. The time you remember in 77 or 78 when they first brought the highest denomination of 20 naira. I found one on the floor, just like when a child finds money on the floor. I ran away as if an ojuju was pursuing me. Why? Because we were brought up that time to be so disciplined. If I took it home, my father would ask me, did I tell you to go out and pick money? Why didn't you leave it there? But this day, tell me any small picking like that, we go see 20 naira or 200 million naira for ground, we no go pick up. Because in father self, now go to follow and say, catch that foul now, catch that foul. A father will be supervising his child to catch another person's foul. Then you can tell me how that kind of father will behave when his child has an opportunity to steal money, and he has the let me put it, he has the privilege to guide him what he would advise him to do. So Nigeria is deliberately set up to fail. And why is it so? Why can the worst of us be governing the best of us? I'm talking about psychologically, mentally, intellectually, and otherwise. Why would we have people like Wole Soyinka in Nigeria? We will have people like Femi Falana. We will have people who have good ideas like Peter Obi. We will have, I just want to mention but a few that I just remember. You will have people like us here who are well-intentioned and have gone to school, of course. And then you will see a farmer, somebody who is supposed to be in your rural village, tapping palm wine, he will come and be rolling you. Somebody like Buhari, let me dare say that. Why would Buhari rule over me? What does he know?
I get where you are coming from regarding your frustration, but we'll go into this in some other topic later on.
Okay, I know.
This
Where I
naira
wanted to come in.
exchange rate one.
Yes, that's where I was going to. Sorry that I was, you know, those of us who do a lot of literature, we do the parambulate if we want to argue. So, my point really is that there is no way that any individual can be stronger than a government. I'm a German. I'm a Nigerian German. I live in Germany. No matter who you are in Germany, you cannot be even a quarter as strong as the government. It can never happen. Who are you? Even if you are the prime minister, you can never, your will can never be stronger than the will of the government. They will crush you if that is what it takes. Because if you are allowed to do it and go scot-free, somebody else would, should I call it emulate you or imitate you? Emulation is of course positive, but you know, for us, for Nigeria, even bad things, they're positive. So I don't know which one to say. Somebody else would emulate you. So regarding the issue of dollars, which one be my brother John Abba they talk, say some people have been in the business, they will crush the government, they would, how did you call it? Wreck the government. Who is any individual to wreck any serious government? You want to tell me that if I'm a president of Nigeria, those dollar, those people who they sell dollar, they will come and tell me that they have power more than my government. I will catch all of them and put them in a cage and go and dump them somewhere.
Yeah, but see, let me ask you, but you have to understand that it's not like you are different now. Like you are clean. The way you are approaching politics is clean. But that's not necessarily the way Tinubu is approaching it, because he too knows he has
Because
to
he
get his
too
own
is,
thing.
I dare say he too is corrupt. Tinubu is one of the most corrupt Nigerians. Let anybody challenge
some
me.
of those people may be his friends. So this is
I would
the problem.
I would like to
Yeah.
challenge you on that, sir. When you said Tinubu is the most corrupt.
I know there are Nigerians who would always challenge me.
We have to be careful. No, the truth is, so don't worry. I think you might have a point. I think what we forget is that Tinubu says it all the time. He says he didn't ask for any contract since he left office. He didn't do any. He didn't do anything to do with government.
Because he's stealing enough from Lagos State government. Who would want any contract when Lagos State property is in his pocket?
Alpha Beta, okay, yeah, he got the Alpha
It's not
Beta
even
one.
Alpha Beta. Tinubu has a direct authority over the purse of Lagos State. Put me anywhere.
You can't.
I gotta go further, but to buttress my brother's talk, because he comment on the influence of those that I'll come back, but I just want to make this comment. I'm going to step out where I won't have internet till I get to where I'm going, but then I'll use my phone later. Now, there even in America, just the fact that they announced that the fuel subsidy will be removed without the one they have not even done that. You see what ordinary Nigerians are going through right now. So when we talk about this, we harm the masses. Of course, Tinubu have a lot of influence in Lagos. I have experienced it. I did with exporting and all of that. And then one day I was in Nigeria, happened to be in Nigeria in that side of my business, and the container was offloaded and all of that. And we were going, I was inside one of the car. I think I because of traffic, I took Okada, whatever they call it, motorcycle, to the place, and the place was so congested. So when we were going, I was following them. We were inside one of the car, and we got to a point. Police was after the Tinubu people's checking point. Police was the next one.
He has his own checking point. I know where you're talking about.
They were giving a ticket. And then I said, what is this? They said, oh, this is the Agboro boys, and these are Tinubu boys. You have
and this is Fashala boys.
Yeah, and they say you have to settle them. Say,
under that bridge now, under that bridge from Tinkan.
Under that bridge. The police was directly under the bridge, but they were before the bridge. And
I know
they channel the traffic that you have no other route when you leave that area than to pass through that. So imagine all the cars, and this is not anybody that told me. I witnessed it. I was laughing. I said, wow.
Hold on. Are you telling me he has people just collecting money on behalf of himself or on behalf of Lagos State?
On behalf of himself. They told themselves that they are Tinubu boys, and they have a ticket. I saw it myself.
If you don't pay them, you won't pass.
If you don't pay, they'll use stick break. Those boys were very high on substance. If you see their face, I was laughing.
Are they offering any services? Like, are they maintaining the road or something?
The service they are offering is standing there. That is the service they offer.
Their duty is to stay there and collect the money. And I witnessed it. Nobody told me this.
Yeah. Nigeria is so lawless.
That's not good.
Nigeria is so lawless.
I experienced it. Nobody told me.
That's not right.
So
I experienced it too. I know them.
Yeah.
So I saw this broad daylight, not night. They have their own ticket. They issue. If you argue with them, they are more brutal than the police. Police is to take a bribe of whatever and you go.
Now he's the president. Now all those farmers that think that Agbero will not make it to their farms, they will find that they will have to be paid as they harvest their crops. They will have to pay for it. That's what's going to happen.
You know, say sometimes thieves don't want to be steal from. So we cannot doubt it can become a good president. You know, anybody that steals, if you take that thing, you are in trouble. So maybe he will use that approach to know that in Nigeria they say before you catch monkey, you have to be like monkey. So I hope we bring another approach that he would approach that Naira issue, because he himself, remember, apart from CBN and the Nigerian, which is the Nigerian minting and printing, do and give it to them. The bank are owned by individuals. It's an entity on their own. So you have to really talk to them. When the Naira was changed, who helped him? When you remember, there was an interview where even those spokesperson were saying that the what do you call those money? They entered the compound by accident, and
the bullion van.
The bullion van.
Yeah, and he said no, they are not by accident. It's my money.
Did you lose your money? I think that was the question I was asking. that you're worried about. What are you worried about?
So he worked with them. I remember again, after he won the election, it's some of the bankers, the bank owners that he met with. So he understands and how did the dollar get into the ordinary people's hand? All this bureau they change. Is it not from banks? Since they didn't come to America to pick it. So it's still it's a big, you cannot just, if you crush it, you have to take a lot of wisdom, a lot of sitting down and have a dialogue with them. You know, sometimes you form an institution become bigger than you.
Yeah, but John Albert, you remember what you just discussed?
Let's allow, electricity has been very patient.
Hold on 1 second. What John Albert had just discussed was the crayfish sellers level of that currency thing you're talking about. The Baba of it all is people like Erufai. Remember that when Buhari had commanded for them to bring out the new Naira notes, remember? It wasn't too long ago. Erufai said to all his people, don't mind these people. Don't mind them. Keep your money, don't mind them. Because people will win and I'll bring it all back. So what are we talking about?
The
winning is already
those are the real people who carry it in bundle, not in crayfish matter.
But that implies that the winning has already been predetermined. That is what.
Okay, let's allow electricity to contribute to this, because I think this problem is more serious than we thought actually.
Electricity, no shock also.
No, this is people now understand why I said without electricity in that country, we all are wasting our time. Now they've removed this fuel subsidy, fuel subsidy money. Nigerians depends on generators. They cannot afford to buy petrol now. Everything is 300% to 400% increase, and they are removing fuel subsidy when there's no electricity. You said something very important.
Manage this exchange rate though, because from what everybody is saying so far, it seems to be going to be a serious problem for him.
It's already a serious problem.
Nigeria is already a problem. Nigeria itself is a problem.
But I don't know why I didn't see that as a big problem. I just thought maybe just a legal thing. You just pass a law and boom, it's over.
For further, let me explain one thing to you. I know people, Nigerian medias, after yesterday or 2 days ago, I just said they are more, God forgive me, I know I don't like using derogatory words on people. They are more useless than Tinubu.
You be gentleman like that.
They are more useless than Tinubu. You know why? Because what were they saying? Oh, like the government should give palliative, they should increase salary, they should what a baloney they are talking about. What palliative? Palliative cannot solve the problem that is on ground. The only thing that can solve the problem on ground is giving the people electricity. Now, where you pay 1,000, where you pay, I was talking to Foley B, one of the guys that we do this campaign together. He said he normally fuels his fuel, his car with 14,000 naira. Now he's filling it with 45,000 naira.
Wow.
45,000 naira.
That's more than
I
double.
said it yesterday. I sent somebody on an errand where they normally pay 300 naira. They pay 1,200. So return is 2,400.
Yeah.
So this issue that we keep saying, like what March said earlier, about Shoyinka, about these people, about us, that was a very important point he raised. Why we condemn these people? What are we doing to salvage this situation? I keep saying these things. What are we doing? Or what will we do? Because if there is no resistance, things will continue like this.
Yeah, that's for sure.
If there is no resistance, things will continue like this. And I keep saying, we have no any other nation. No matter where we are that we think we are comfortable, why are we here every day? If indeed we are comfortable, let's be honest with ourselves. If indeed we are comfortable where we have everything, why are we concerned about Nigeria? Let's be honest with ourselves. Why are we concerned about the nation?
Do you know that my house is like a telephone operating room? I will be alternating from one Nigerian news to the other every day. I go add them to my job or to my office work. Can you imagine that kind of stress? I go check channels. I go check channels. I go arise. I go to find the one we know.
It's your home now. What are you gonna do? Your home is people care about where they are from.
That's what I'm trying to say. But the people who are saddled with the affairs of that country don't care. They only care about the money.
Yeah, leadership is something else. I think, and part of it, we talked about it before, is we don't have a very strong nationalistic culture in Nigeria, and we don't even have a party that calls itself nationalist party. So most nations that got themselves out of the mess they are in, they didn't do it by slouching around. They tend to have nationalistic parties that came. All their focus was to do what they need to do for that nation to get out of where they get to. And to be fair, nationalist parties can be very nasty. They can be nasty, but in terms of because they operate with urgency. Anybody that gets in their way, they crush. At least in some context, not every context. Like the one in Turkey right now is doing very well. The country is back on the map. Their influence is growing. He presided over the emergence of the Turkish defense industry in terms of the drone manufacture. He brought it in. So people are like, oh yeah, it's so cool because the Turkey now is giving Russia the drones and all the rest. So Turkey is on the map. And people reward
but no reasonable country of the world go buy equipment from Turkey. Now inferior equipment that they produce.
Oh God, are you sure? Because you may be using your old thinking, your conditioned thinking to think. Because people actually consider it one of the best because they were one of the they were at the forefront of converting UAVs to for defense purposes. They were one of the Israelis did that too. Israelis are very, very advanced in that too. Americans, when they did it. Sorry, we are eating your time. We are to be fair.
No. You are not eating my time. My focus is Nigeria, not my focus is Nigeria, not Turkey. Turkey is okay where they are.
So the idea, the reason why I brought Turkey up was because the nationalist leader that they have, he keeps winning and winning and winning, and because people support people that are nationalistic. In Israel, you had Netanyahu. That guy is very nationalistic and is very, very right wing from the point of view of protecting the interests of his country.
Okay, forefathers, why don't you kickstart it?
Oh yeah, if I'm equipped to form I don't have money for party now, but if I can do that, that's what I
You
would do.
see, this is the mistake we make. Let me correct you there.
Okay.
This is blessing for fathers. Let's don't let us be dancing around the bush. According to my people, they say no be today, yes, they back we get pattern. You don't take. Don't let us be dancing around the bush. If we want to do something, we can raise. If those in diaspora, I'm not, with due respect, I'm not saying we are not concerned. We are genuinely concerned about Nigeria. But if indeed we are really wants to have this nationalistic background you are talking about, we want to promote it. All we need to do is to reach out to one another to raise it. If everybody chipping one equivalent of $1, all
I
Nigerians in
disagree with
diaspora.
you. I disagree with you. We have to first have a nation. We don't have a nation. What are you doing nationalism?
That's what nationalists do. They
That's what
found the nation.
nationalists do now. We don't have a nation. So why are we here talking about it if we don't have a nation?
That's what
Let's
I'm
go and sleep
saying.
now.
First of all, there has to be a harmonization of policies all over the country. If
No,
you
no, no,
look,
no, 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 no. Sir, wait, listen. We
That's what
have a
nationalists
nation.
do.
We have a nation that is in a dire situation right now.
we don't have.
So
I disagree with you.
okay, we
What
don't
I
have a
know,
nation.
ask me why I said so. Then I
What
would
do you
explain.
disagree with? That we don't have a nation?
I disagree that we have a nation. We do not have one, as far as I am concerned.
Well, that is your opinion. You cannot impose your opinion on
No,
everybody.
I am not imposing my opinion, but it is in your place to ask me why I said so. We are
Okay, why
proposing
did you say
argument.
so? Please.
Why I said so is that I have lived in the South, I have lived in the West, I have lived in the East, I have lived in the North. So I'm a well-rounded Nigerian. There is no harmonization of policies in Nigeria. What obtains in the North is not what obtains in the East, it's not what obtains in the West, it's not what obtains in the South. If somebody will commit an offense, for example, in Bayelsa, or which other, let me not use Bayelsa, make it not be like say they attack you. Let me say somebody commits an offense in Abia. No, Abia will be too sentimental. They say Abia Pope. Make we leave that one. Let's say.
Oh God, what's wrong with you? You're moving from state to state now.
No, let me take for example River State. Somebody commits an offense. A young man commits an offense in River State that deserves police attention. The speed with which the SSS, the CDSC, all those junks they have there that they call security agencies, the speed with which they will swoop in on him, you will not believe that he just committed a very minor offense. But you can do the same thing, Kano, and feel free and sleep in your house, and nobody will come. So there is not a country, there is no nation. A nation is a place where the same policy, the same rules apply all round. That's what I am
No.
advocating for.
Obviously, that is not the case now. The way they apply
Ma,
rules in San
Mr.
Francisco
March,
is not the same as
Mr.
in
March,
Texas. You
Yes.
know
respectfully.
that.
Sorry, Father. Respectfully, let's say, let me agree with you that we don't have a nation. Okay?
Yeah.
We don't have a nation. So what do we do now? Since we say we don't have a nation, what solution are you profiling, please?
What I am profiling is that we should have very sincere people, well-intentioned people in government, and we are the ones who will put them there.
Okay, so now you are coming back. You are not coming back to what I am saying now. What I was trying to say now. We are in diaspora, okay? So for us to have to put sincere people there, it still require money to run this campaign.
Of course.
So, and that is what I am saying, that if those in diasporas come together, everybody chip in for equivalent of $1, for just hypothetical speaking, equivalent of $1, we raise it like that to raise this campaign and this awareness back at home, to see this nationalistic approach. If we're able to raise that and raise the people to have this resistance, not war or anything, do you not think it will go a long way to have it?
It will.
So that is what
I want us to do, because we be coming here mostly every weekend in other channels, this and that. And not until there is a nationalistic, I don't know if I'm pronouncing it very, Father, help me. That English is very big for me. You know, I didn't go to school. So
yeah, right.
I beg you.
That nationalistic mentality, because I don't believe that the country is beyond redemption. I don't believe. Some people have that belief that the country is beyond redemption. I don't believe it. If
You
we
see,
have,
the problem is this. The problem is this. You know, I had the opportunity to have studied a lot of government, even attempted reading law. I didn't finish as a lawyer. Like I was saying, there should first be a nation. Then nationalists would emerge. Nationalists could only emerge from a nation. They cannot emerge from anywhere else. Then there should be a national ideology. Like I said before, I live in Germany and I know how they do things here. Everybody in this country loves Germany. If you play here with even a toddler of 4 years and you try to do anything against this country, the toddler will get you arrested. Why? Why? Because he loves his country or her country. And why is it so? It is because he feels the impact of the country from birth. Once you are born as a German child, you are entitled to some good money. Apart from what your parents will give you or what they will take care of you with, he's entitled to some good money up to the age of 21. And even if at that age of 21 he still continues to go to school, he will still continue to be entitled to that money. And while he's in the university, for instance, he has several opportunities to get loan. That is, if what the government is giving him he doesn't consider enough, he will get loan and this and that. I have a child who is in the university. I don't have to pay much, whether you are rich or poor, it doesn't matter. We have to have a nation, then we have to have nationalists. Then
I think the way you are describing it may not necessarily follow, because it's like, you know, I always use analogy like a rich person can have a child, so can a poor person. Just because your nation is not able to provide for you doesn't necessarily mean you don't defend the nation.
Okay, forefathers, why would my nation, why would my nation not be able to provide for me while I will see politicians living out of the nation very lavishly, even after having studied
because
so much?
you may be the child of that nation that will bring that nation to be rich, so that tomorrow your children will inherit a nation that will be able to provide. Sometimes that's how it is, even in our own lives. Because you look at Russia, you look at China, all these countries, they went through hell and they got out of it. The people didn't abandon their country, and believe me, their own hell was worse than ours, actually.
I have a question for Mash.
Yes.
Mash.
Yes,
during
sir.
the time of Azikiwe and Awolowo, Aminu Kano, Sir Francis Ibiam, Akbara, Amadu Bello, and the rest of them.
Yes, yes.
Did we have a nation?
You are not being audible. Something is wrong with your microphone, I think.
Okay, the question
I
asked
can hear
is
him loud and clear. Maybe your speaker.
during the time of Azikiwe,
yes,
Awolowo,
yes,
Akane Ibiam, Aminu Kano,
those were
Amadu Bello, and the rest of them. Did we have a nation?
Not exactly. No, I wouldn't agree that we still had it. Even Awolowo I read it in school. Even Awolowo made reference to it that we don't have a nation.
Okay, so in line with what electricity was saying, if we did not have a nation then, and the nationalists like Zik, Mbadiwe, and the rest of them who were abroad, and they banded together to fight for the independence of that country called Nigeria.
Yeah.
And then which was clubbed together and became what it is today. That is where we still have, for now, that is where we still carry the same green passport, whether we like it or not, until something happens otherwise. So in line with what electricity was saying, my question in terms of looking for solutions, do we have the ability to be able to reenact what Awolowo them did, but this time it's not from the hands of the colonialists, but from the hands of our own people who are at home, instead of doing the right thing, but making sure that the place remains an articularized generator selling place. Because Atiku ran for president, and I understand hello.
Can I come in and maybe I try and help Marsh?
Please.
Okay?
Igbo Basics was asking me a question, and I would like to respond if you don't mind.
Okay, I was trying to help you. Okay, go ahead anyway. Just, you know.
Should I respond, Igbo Basics?
Sorry?
Igbo Basics, should I respond?
No, that's why I asked the question, because I put it in a way that we're looking for solutions. We're not going to remain in exile.
You see, I don't know. Maybe I'm a perfectionist. You know, Nigerians don't like perfectionists because most Nigerians like haphazard things. They like things in a hurry, done in a halfway manner. Look, for us to have a nation, we have to build from the foundation. Some of the problems of our nations, so to say, are very numerous. One of it is the police. Wherever the police is corrupt and not functioning well, you can as well bid the country goodbye. When we inherited the police from the colonial masters established the constabulary for their own interest, both to arrest.
Please, you can call them Europeans, please, while we are on this stage, because it makes us a bit more dignified. We don't want to be shaming ourselves publicly.
Mr. Marsh,
person when naked, they get dignity. Person when naked, they get dignity.
We have to do the best we can.
Mr. Marsh.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Marsh, let me ask you a personal
Just
question.
call them Oyibo.
Okay.
Mr. Marsh, let me ask you a question. There are 6 of us on this platform now.
Yes.
6 of us. In your considered opinion, I'll put it as opinion so that because you don't know who is watching, that will jump on this platform, I will cut your neck off.
I really don't care. It is my opinion, very free opinion. So I don't care who is watching.
Do you consider the 6 of us reasonable, sensible, that is on this platform? I mean, you consider us reasonable, and we are Nigerian.
It's reasonable. Why not?
Okay, so going by this answer you gave, this reasonability answer you gave, we now want to form a group. These 6 of us that are here now. Do you think we can form a group and become this nationalistic and resistance to bring a change about in that country?
We can, but me, I not be very diplomatic person, and that's one thing I would like you people to note about me.
Mr. Marsh, don't try to remove the word "but" from your vocabulary, please.
Okay. Sorry, sir. I know
try to maintain positivity. try to maintain positivity. Please.
It is because I didn't go to school. Forgive me. So like I was saying actually, our police is actually the main problem that we have. Judging by what I know about this country being a case study, wherever the police is effective and strong, that society will have a foundation. But wherever the police is decadent and rotten, and which other adjective can I even attach to it? I don't know. As the case is in Nigeria, you can't expect anything. The police should be able to tell an oga, sir, because I have challenged somebody in Lagos before. He just brought a policeman, say, arrest him. I was looking. It was my neighbor, because my wife was in Lagos while I was here. So I came out. It was strange to me, and I asked him, gentleman. He said, yes. I said, who are you, sir, if I may ask? He said, now him bring this policeman. I said, is it your duty to tell him when to arrest somebody or not? Is that your job, to determine an arrestable offense or not? Why do you cross your boundaries? Because this man is poorer than you, you automatically make yourself a judge or even a superintendent policeman to determine when he should be arrested or not? How do you people behave here? You behave like rodent. You just bring somebody to somebody's house and say, arrest him, arrest him. You don't even give the policeman the chance to assess the purported offense that the person has committed before he decides. It is his prerogative to decide to arrest the person or not, as far as I'm concerned. But he says arrest him, and the policeman is actually concurring. I told him, stop there. What are you arresting him for? The police institution that your papa own, why are you arresting him? So that is an example of what I'm saying. The police is so sickeningly corrupt, irredeemably corrupt.
Sorry, excuse me, sorry, sir. Can I just come in? I think, right. The problem is that some of us, most of us, either would not listen. I thought you were answering the question Ibubes asked you about, clarifying the distinctions between nation and whatever, and then it kind of went off. And now he asked a question, a valid question.
Yes, sir.
And quite frankly, yes, there is a distinction between a nation. Okay, that's why we have nation state. There's a difference between a nation, a state, and a country.
Yeah.
I mean, these words can be used interchangeably, but they don't. I mean, there are quite important differences between them.
Yes.
For us to talk about nationalistic, I don't really understand what you mean. Most of the time. Now, the thing is this: we have a country, okay, all right, a state, Nigerian state, but and of course, going back to the question Ibubes asked about, maybe the Zigs and Wallowers and Madubellas that fought for independence.
Yeah.
The fact that we got our independence doesn't mean that Nigeria, became a nation. Or so it's you can more accurately refer to the various ethnic groups in Nigeria. We have in Nigeria as nations. Okay, but of course they're not nation states. But they can become a nation state. But as we are, as Nigeria, a country, a state, as it is constituted, I think the problem we have, I don't know why people kind of scratch their head as it is something that is, novel or something.
Some rocket science.
It's not. It's simple. And we just talk and nobody listens, quite frankly. Simple question, instead of addressing that question, somebody will go off tangent. Now listen, the problem we have in Nigeria.
You have come with your okay, go ahead.
Look, because I listen, and then look, the problem of Nigeria and electricity is quite interested in, I understand, keen on solutions. That's fine. Look, and we're not gonna reinvent, we don't have to reinvent the wheel. Okay. So where we are now, before you have to start work from where you are. We know where we are. Okay. And again, it's not rocket science. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. What do? We had an election. Okay. And you see, because building a nation or a country, development, people have done it. I mean, we see it every day, everywhere. There's something things that are basic, fundamental. And there's no way you cannot. It's as simple as rule of law. You say it's the police. It's not the police. It's everything else. But there's no point pointing. Says the police. Everything.
Okay. Yes, but the police is the centrifugal force binding all the decadence.
The police can, the police is commanded. Okay, the police has a command structure. Okay, don't police have a head? They obey.
Definitely. So that head is rotting.
But it's not just the police. It's not. There's no point, pointing to them. Okay, they're part of the system. So look, if you don't believe in the rule of law, uphold it. Okay, and equality before the law is an ideal. But you have to. There's no substitute for it. It cannot bypass it. It can't do anything else. Okay, if for example, it's just the same principle I've talked about. Knowing the right and the bad, okay, what is right and what is wrong. You have to be clear about these things. Moral clarity. It can't just be obfuscating. Something is evil. You have to call it evil. Are you with me?
That is one of the main problems I personally have with Nigeria.
What we got in Nigeria as it is today. Look,
Mr. Oti, may I interject? I apologize.
Okay.
What exactly is your point that you were trying to make?
The point I'm making, the point I'm making, is we don't, and it's like we think solving this problem is so. For example, Nigeria as it is, that's what I'm saying. The problem we have to start from where we are. Where are we today? We are a country, a nation state. Not a perfect nation, because what makes a nation is this. I mean, there must be that commonality of feeling and sentiment.
Yes.
One people. A sense of belonging.
Equality, sense of belonging, equality.
You cannot force it. You cannot impose it. So where we are today, what we need to do, is to reconstitute the Nigerian state. And what is that reconstitution? That's what people say is restructuring. That's what people call whatever a new constitution. So people have to governance. People have to have ownership of governance. They have to know this is our thing. It's not Abuja, something far away from them.
You are very right there.
Look,
so what you're saying, what is different in what you're saying to what I have been saying since, if you don't mind me asking?
The difference? No.
What's the difference?
No. What? No. The difference, You see, the difference, I can tell you is you have to set the basics, fundamental, which is a reconstitution of Nigeria. This is kind of the major peoples, nation states. They have to have a greater sense of autonomy. In other words, their destiny, they have to be masters of their own destiny. Anything you want to call it, but a reconstitution of Nigeria. What you've been saying is good, well and good. No, but even Nigeria as it is today, it cannot achieve that. Because they're talking about people holding their legislators accountable. Yeah, that is important. But when you can build on the faulty foundation, right? So even our people that fought for our independence,
Mr. Oti, I'm going to interject.
Why do people keep saying you can't build on a faulty foundation?
You're going in circle. Can you please hit the nail on the head? Exactly what you are pushing for.
Sorry, what's the question?
Can you hit the nail what you actually pushing for, please, with due respect?
Okay, what I'm pushing for, what I'm pushing for.
Yes.
Where we are now, no. Where we are today, Nigeria. Today we had an election. We have to. We have to be sequential. We're not gonna jump in hoops. We had an election, and we're still in that process. That election we haven't concluded it. And
so
after that,
what you're suggesting is we should wait until the court process is over. Is that what you're suggesting?
What? Okay.
No, that's not what he's suggesting, if I understand him correctly. There's the Sovereign National Conference from 2014. You can implement that to reconfigure and give ourselves a new foundation.
If you ask me, I would say, yes, the way I would answer it, but it's not that important. But you see, look, the election, it is a watershed. Do you know why? This 2023 election is a watershed, really, in the history of Nigeria. Maybe a lot of people don't quite understand the significance, for good or ill, right? Because Nigeria is make or break. That's the way I see it. A lot of people have interpreted that way. So until we have a conclusion, it doesn't matter how it ends, So it's after that, the watershed, then we can begin. Anything is possible. So what your ideas, in terms of that city office of citizenship, responsibility, that's important. You can't have a country.
But this thing where they talk now for people who go school too much. Nigerians don't know all these kind of things where they
No, who told you? No,
the average Nigerians don't know.
See, the problem is people don't listen.
I'm still finding it. I'm still finding it to figure out what. Well, like I said, you just
when OT is done with you, you'll be more confused.
No.
You started.
What I'm saying is not what is not understandable.
Oti, with every due respect, you just repeated what I have been trying to say. That's why I've been listening. I thought you were going to say something new.
No.
Honestly,
let me ask.
Mr. Oti,
What is confusing? What's confusing about what Oti said? I see what Oti said.
We have to start from first principles. Yeah. Some things are more basic.
Okay, what is the first principle, please?
Okay. It's
first
simple.
principle
I'm going to say it. I said reconstitution.
Let's tear up the constitution and start again.
Reconstitution.
That is a good point to start with.
You say reconstitution. When you say reconstitution, are you referring to the constitution, the present Nigerian constitution, or when you say reconstitution, what are we reconstituting?
Yeah. To reconstitute, to rearrange, he means, I think.
Autonomy.
So we should rearrange the country. Is that correct?
Exactly. Some people call it restructuring because.
Okay. When we say restructuring, because you said the foundation is faulty, so we need to restructure it. Now, I am not a civil engineer, but sometimes to carry out a restructure, you have to demolish the entire building. Then you start from the scratch.
You don't have to.
Listen, Mr. Oti, can you listen to me? I said sometimes, not in all cases, please. Okay. In some cases, you look at you study the structure. Okay, we leave the foundation, we leave this certain element, we leave this certain element, we break this element, we do this, we do it. That is, we're talking about restructuring of what? Of the system. Would that be correct?
Yes, but you can't build a very wonderful edifice upon a faulty foundation.
So you will be wasting the whole edifice down then.
Excuse me.
So, Mr. Marsh, you are saying the foundation is faulty.
Yes.
Would that be correct?
Yes.
Remember.
So that means we need
to... Gentlemen, just give me 1 second. As it stands today in Nigeria...
1 second is over. If you want to ask for 10 minutes, that's for 10 minutes. 1 second is over. Don't do that.
Look, the main problem we have in Nigeria today is marginalization.
Oh, goodness me. I think I need to go and sleep now.
Listen, sir. You can't be a functional family when there is a conspiracy against one of the sons or daughters. It can never work.
Just go straight to the point. What you and Mr. Oti has been saying is, let's have a conception. That is what the people have been saying. I don't understand the beating about
No. I am saying that a country and a government should be built on equal justice for all.
Yeah, but that in a way it's equal injustice for all in the case of Nigeria.
No.
Tell me who is getting justice in Nigeria. Who?
I can tell you very boldly. I can tell you very boldly who is getting justice in Nigeria. As of now, who is getting justice in Nigeria that doesn't even know the value of it now, Fulani? I will be very bold to say, yes. Yes.
That is not fair because they barely control much in Nigeria, and we just assume that they control. If you look at the people,
if you listen to me very well, if you listen to me very well, I told you that there are some people who are getting even much more than justice, but they don't know the value of it. A majority of them don't know the value of it. They are unconsciously given too much justice. That's what I'm trying to say.
But they are not giving too much justice because the truth is many people in Nigeria are going through the same thing. CM came here yesterday and made a very strong argument why the Southeast is even more developed than the Southwest. And you know what he ended up revealing yesterday? I said, oh, I thought you were marginalized, but how are you now more developed than the Southwest?
They are more developed from self-effort, not from government effort.
So if it's self-effort, that environment, who created it?
Which environment Nigerian government create? No one insult me here. Nigerian government create environment for anybody.
But that's the thing though. In the end, the results, you can't omit the results from the state.
No, sorry, sometimes.
Just as we hold the state responsible for all the nonsense, all the positive too, you have to hold the state responsible for it.
Look, forefathers, to be very frank to one another here, the first place where we should start from in Nigeria is all of us supposed to go kneel down, beg the eastern part of the country, beg them sincerely.
No. Excuse me, forget that. I don't.
Well, if we start talking about that, then everybody will start. We need to apologize to each other.
Me, I'm not from the eastern part of the country. Not that.
Why do you say that everybody needs to go there to apologize?
Why I say that is that they have been justly, intensely, unjustly treated over many decades.
Okay, like in what area precisely?
Excuse me. The thing is this,
No,
look.
sorry, OTL. I just want him to flesh this out. In what area? Because if I look at the north, the Hausas themselves have not produced a president in Nigeria.
Look, my brother.
In what areas?
Look, may I tell you something? Me, I be northerner, I be westerner, I be easterner, and I be southerner. Me, so as I do so. My mother from Ekoma, my wife from Benin. I grow up for Aba, Ibadan, everywhere. I school for Jos, I school for Zaria. I be all around Nigeria, and I know what thing they happen for Nigeria.
Can you just hold on? Can you just hold on, okay? Can you just hold on? You see, the thing is this.
Yes.
Look, I said, the first thing I said, if I remember, is we have to start from where we are, okay? So it may not be a nation yet. It may not be a perfect state, but we are a country, okay? We're Nigeria. It's a nation state. It's a state, a country. So, and this, you have to accept that, Nigeria as a country is sick, is failing.
Of course.
And, and of course, so there's no part of Nigeria, and again, if you really want to look at prescribe for solutions, all this, again, you don't want to antagonize, you don't want to, present your solution in a way that others, we feel uncomfortable or that they are.
Why not?
No, excuse me.
The truth doesn't make anybody feel comfortable.
No. Excuse me. Again, I'm from the East, okay? All right. All this victimhood, or it's not gonna help anybody. All right. So where we are now, what do we do? Where do we go? Remember, the last election we had, it wasn't done. That presidential election was not contested on the basis of ethnicity. That's one thing. So
it was not contested on the basis of ethnicity, but it was collated on the basis of ethnicity.
Well, excuse me,
Mr. Marsh.
You can't always put it on ethnicity. A party wants to win.
Mr. Marsh,
yes, my brother.
Mr. Marsh, let's allow Mr. Oti to talk.
It can be the thing, what you're fighting, okay? So we want to build a country. Sometimes there are things you really have to kind of look. You have to have I don't know, have an open mind, have a generous spirit.
Exactly, Mr. March. Please have an open mind, please.
Open mind, they go with truth now. What truth?
Where did your truth come into that one now?
Mr. March, what are you drinking? What are you drinking, Mr. March?
Even when you
what are you drinking?
Listen,
just some soft.
You should be able to say, look, okay, from where we are, okay, you don't want to maybe inflict, or have every other person suffer the same injustice, for the sake of what, okay? Mm-hmm. Now that rebuilding, that healing from where we are. As I said, we had an election that is not yet, is inconclusive. We have to see to the end of it because I believe in the rule of law. And I do. That's the only thing, really. That is equality before the law. That is the only thing, that can save anybody, any people. Without that, anything else we're talking about, look, it's a non-starter.
So, but there is equality before the law. I don't know why we keep saying there's no equality before the law. In terms of between the rich and the poor, not between groups. It's actually between the rich and the poor.
Are you saying that forefathers in the case of Canada or Nigeria? Where are you referring to?
I think Nigeria, because if you look at in the UK, the elites don't go to prison as as the public would do.
So,
That's for sure.
and by the way, electricity. When I talk about, you asked me this question, but maybe you don't quite. Maybe I've not answered it or whatever. But don't misunderstand it. I'm not talking about. And by the way, there's nothing wrong with people having wanting to succeed or wanting to that is. Look, we have to be quite frank and open about this. Okay. Now, look, when people ask for justice,
let me interject you. I am not objecting to people who are agitating for succession to something. I am not objecting.
No, that's fine. That's fine. I'm just.
Nigeria would actually be better together if we are sincere.
No, but
what I am objecting to is this.
That's interesting,
okay?
Mash.
What I am objecting. Don't let me use the word objecting. Mr. Mash, can you hold on 1 second, please? We are not in Germany. This is Dr. Rudolph. So hold your peace.
Okay.
What I am saying in a nutshell is this, okay? Let's use this platform as an hypothetical situation. This is Nigeria, okay? Me, you, forefathers, scribe, Dr. Mash, Igbo Basic is behind the curtain. We are Nigeria. So let's put ourselves as the present state of Nigeria. We are the one running the show there now. We are unable to manage ourselves. Now, Mash now said he's going on his own. Forefather and Mr. Oti said they are going on his own. Me and Mr. Scribe says we're going on. Don't forget that we've not been able to change our orientation and mentality. We are still this corrupt set of something.
Yes.
So
the problem will continue when you go to your several places.
The problem will continue when we go to our separate ways.
I agree.
So before we attempt going our separate ways, we need to first of all renew our mind and address this situation. Now, those who are crying for succession, I think this was this guy's name. The guy's name you mentioned, CM, is very vocal about it. Now, I have left the show yesterday because I was tired. I did my broadcast yesterday before coming to Dr. Damage. Before going to coming to Dr. Damage's own. Now, the succession is not inclusive in the Constitution. Okay? Now, if you want this to be included in the Constitution so that we can go about it democratically, they have Easterners or where they come from that are in the legislative arms of the government. Has there been a representation to that effect? That listen, for us to get a democratic succession we want this aspect to be enshrined in the Constitution so that we will have a basic of standing on to attend to these things.
Okay.
That has not happened.
That's fine. I agree.
The thing is that when you even talk about Constitution as it regards Nigeria, I don't believe that we have any.
Forefather, can you remove Marsh away from this program, please?
Don't mind him now. Keep saying that we don't have a country. See, but Marsh, you talk about how you like to flip from channel to channel and all the rest. He does know that it's a country.
I believe everybody will agree that we should remove Marsh from this program.
No. To be fair to Marsh, he did say that he flipped from channel to channel. I think sometimes some people don't like that they don't like certain things about the country. They say there's no country, but in reality, they do act like there is a country. You see what I mean? So the truth is,
there is a country actually, but the country is skewed.
You see that's the language you want to be using, because when you say there's
I need a country that will act as a father for all.
Why don't you make that country contribute to make that country that you desire?
Why would you commit the finances into another man's hand and be asking me to do his responsibility? You think I'm an idiot?
March,
it's your responsibility as a citizen
March,
of a country
March,
to
don't do
build.
this now. Don't
You
say
don't want
this.
to
Don't
pass
say
it down to the next generation now. When
No,
you have
but
an opportunity to
what
fix
I'm
something,
trying to imply is that I can't do much from my position. I'm not a politician. I can't do much.
That is incorrect,
then
Mr. Mark.
become
Don't say you
one.
cannot do much
Excuse me.
from
Sorry.
your position.
Excuse
That
me.
is incorrect. That is
Excuse
sorry.
me.
Let me retract that one. That is
The-
unacceptable to say you cannot do much from where you are. Mr. Oti even
Okay.
disagree with you on that.
The trouble is
Okay.
people talk and it just talk for the sake of talking. I mean, if you don't know what to talk, then I think something. And listen, if you don't know, have
Mr.
something.
Uti, you are gradually trying to insult people
No,
here,
no,
if
no,
I'm
no,
not
no, no, no,
mistaken.
no. I mean, now you say you're
No,
not a politician.
no.
Hold on, hold
Mr.
on, hold on, hold on,
Mr.
hold on.
Ose reminds me of
No,
local
sorry,
sometimes, but
sorry. No, no.
you-
Excuse me.
go
The
ahead, go
trouble
ahead.
is we don't listen. We just talk, and then you say you're not a politician. Are you saying you don't have a useful idea? So then why are you talking? So
Of what
just
use is
hold on.
a useful idea in a place like Nigeria where only the politicians hold sway?
Then why are you wasting your
Then
time?
you make your own idea hold
Excuse me.
sway.
Let
You
me
have
ask
to.
you, fine and listen. Come on.
March, don't do
This
this,
is,
please.
we have to
Don't
be
do this. Don't
reasonable. We
do
have to be
this. No,
responsible. That is the thing.
no,
People have
March, don't.
opinion.
Mr. March,
That's one thing.
I mean, go
Look,
ahead, Mr. Oti.
there
I
has to be some
apologize.
seriousness as well. Otherwise, I don't know. People doesn't mean people don't have anything to do. So for me to bring up my time and then sit up and listen to people, if they're not saying something sensible, I mean, I wouldn't be bothered. Quite frankly, like, look, yes, you are bent, on solutions. That's fine. And solutions, people have different perspectives, how to solve the problem. I happen to think, really starting from the basics, the fundamental. Okay. And citizen education, or what you might call renewal of minds, that's important. It's crucial. It's part of it. But now when you're looking at the country, you have the leadership, you have the followership. Okay. Then the structure, on which the framework, which is our constitution, right? And I'm not talking about, when I talk about restructuring, I'm not saying that people should succeed. And therefore, if you ask me, the idea of succeeding is a simplistic answer solution. It doesn't solve any problem, okay? And because this sense of governance and responsibility, people knowing what public life, what it's all about. We have a long way to go. The people that are in power, most of them have no clue what it's all about. And it's not just their task alone. It's also the task of the followership, citizen education, civic education. That's part of it. But again, everything can happen in one go, not overnight. And therefore, we have to finish what we have in hand. That is more important. I think it's a watershed. Okay, you asked the question before, are we gonna wait? Okay, we may well wait. It's not too long, 2 months, to wait for 2 months, and we see what happens. Are you with me? If you ask me. So we have waited. I mean, all this why it doesn't stop us from talking. Sharing ideas. You've talked about, how to hold um, representatives, legislative responsible. That is worth exploring.
But all those things, even when you do those things, that is not going to necessarily fix your country. You still need to get on to do what needs to be done.
Look, the most important thing is leadership, and not just any kind of leadership, moral leadership. Those who are governing, leading you, must, they have to be, you know what I mean?
I think why we are talking about this, I think I wanted to talk about the exchange rate thing, but it appears we keep going back in this direction. So we were having this conversation yesterday.
Forefathers, before you go to that exchange rate, let me do a little bit pushback in respect to what Mr. Oti said. Yes, Mr. Oti, we are waiting and we are waiting. And in the process of waiting for the court to make its decision, are you suggesting that we cannot do this campaign of awareness? Because from the position I am standing, even if the court judgment favors Peter Obi, okay, we still have the legislative arms to battle with. And that is in the hands of the people to do the checks and balance.
You are very correct.
And that awareness is what I am campaigning for. It does not disturb the court proceeding.
Okay, sure. Okay. I'm not
It does not disturb anything at all.
No. I'm not suggesting. That's not what I'm suggesting. But okay.
Okay. All right.
No, I'm not suggesting that. Okay. And again, actually, so many things can be going on at the same time, right? So, well, again, if it is your idea, it's something you've thought about. Okay, why not? I mean, it's what democracy is an experimentation. There's no perfect system, right? We have to experiment, right? That's fine. That can be done. Of course, the facility is there. The constitution. You even know the section of the constitution that makes provision for that. So why not? But everybody has to know what if it's something you've thought about and know how to implement or execute or campaign for. Well and good. Why not?
For me, one of the most perfect democratic system is that of Switzerland so far, which empowers the people directly, not giving too much power to politicians. But that said, regarding how you get your nation out of where it is, because in the end, you might have a good leader, but if the people are not ready for that leader is not going to succeed. No matter what the leader's intention is.
You see, you're right. But there's no way. What this isn't called leadership. There's no way you have a responsible, moral leadership. And it becomes easy. It's never easy leadership. But if you have a crop of visionary, moral leaders, people that are committed to the development of their people, the welfare of their people, people will respond. It's just natural. Okay, people will respond. But it's not when you have people. Look, what do you think they're going to be doing? You see, because first of all, as a leader, and you're not a saint, but at least you're exemplary in the way you conduct not only the public but even your private affairs. You then be able to punish because sanction those that are answerable to you, those that are below you, and so it goes. Are you with me? There'll be, that's again the rule of what we're talking about, consequences, because you can't have rule of law if people are not punished, if there's no punishment, if there are no consequences. That's the way it works. And you can't be corrupt and then somebody below you, then you be correcting them for corruption. How does it work?
What I find, what you tend to see is that if the people are not ready, that leader will fail before the leader succeeds, or they will not even.
I don't buy that. Look,
let me add one of the reasons why I'm saying this, because I have been somewhere where a lady was completely trashing one man in Nigeria that served under Buhari, because not under Buhari, under Shagari, but because this man didn't steal money, she was trashing the man like they say the man is useless when he
That's
went to
one of
office.
the problems we have.
So if you have a culture that dislikes people that do the right thing for their nation, you can see why the people is a feedback loop. It's not only just the leadership. It's a feedback loop between the people and the leadership.
Foreman, let me ask you. So why do you think the people in the East, Igbo people, the people from the East are so sold on Obi? Why they supported him so much? What do you think?
Because
it's not only the Eastern people who supported Obi.
Yes, so that's what I'm telling you. It's not difficult. All this thing, look, people are ready. Okay, are you with me? So don't worry about that. Once you have
the thing is that the thing I've noticed.
What you are saying, sorry, let me just add this, Oti. What you are saying that people are ready, that is because you may not understand the scope of work that needs to be done.
Oh God, no.
Because if maybe P2P is coming to do consumption to production and maybe change the Nigeria security posture a little bit, reduce corruption a little bit, but in the scale of things that needs to be done, that is not a lot.
Not a little bit. No, not a little bit. It's you minimize it.
Are you going to compare it to the kind of change somebody like Mao Zedong made in China, or the kind of change you saw with in Singapore and all the rest? You're not going to.
That's the kind of change you you want to kill 1 million people.
No, it's not about the killing. It's not about that part. It's about the change that they made. That's what I'm trying to
Nigeria,
explain.
honestly, they need to kill a lot of people for that country to move forward.
It's about the change they were able to make. The truth is, I like what PWB is doing. He's trying to create a form of revolution without it being violent. Because often it's very, very difficult for this to happen, actually. And it's a trick that I've never seen happen.
It is difficult.
Let me pick on what you just said now. Peter B is trying to create a kind of a revolution without chaos. Did I quote you right?
Yes.
Okay.
No, let Buhari hear that thing. He goes, say, Kai can bro, but shake it.
No, he won't. Don't do that.
Nothing wrong with that. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. We must not take the word revolution out of context.
No, Buhari believes in a war. No, war.
No, it's not war.
It's a peaceful kind of a change.
You know, see what they push away for trouble.
Let me say this. I'm on live record, live this. To say, to approach a revolution in that way is what I have. I don't like using the word revolution, okay, because people take it out of context.
Revolution is actually a very positive word. It comes from the word revolve, to change, to turn around.
If Peter Obi, Showore, those who claim that they really want to change the country, a justified revolution is where the people exercise the power that is given to them. Power that is more than the politicians, because the people have power more than the politicians, and that is the awareness we need to create, or we are campaigning in respect to Section 68, 69, and Section 110. That is the revolution that we need. It's not. Listen, Mr. Marsh, with due respect, we cannot achieve this if we continue with such attitude. It's not going to work, please, with due respect. And if we want to achieve, that means, like what Mr. Otis said, we have better things to do than to come and sit down here if we are going to continue this way, or if we don't see anything good or change that will come around. We just better go sleep and just call it a night, call it a day. But because we have concern, that is why we come here. And there is so much we can do, push back on negativity or pessimistic, that it will not turn into animosity. That's just the truth about life. So whatever it is, we all know the situation of the country. I will be crazy to say I don't know the situation of the country. However, I still stand in a position that it is not beyond redemption. And if we're going to redeem it, we in diaspora, we have to occupy that media space and run this. If somebody is a thief and you take that person through counseling, through several talks and everything, there is a high possibility that that person will change. And that is the situation of Nigeria. It all has to do with up here in the mind. Many people did not take bribe during this past election. I still say I went to vote. Even though I was not an INEC official, I participated in arranging in the poll. I went to INEC office, so I saw what is on ground there, and that is what we should tap in, like what Muti rightly said. That motivation, that zeal. If we can tap in and continue with that zeal and educate our people to say, listen, the power actually belongs to you. Don't think these politicians are more powerful than you. That is what they've made us to believe. They are not more powerful than us.
You just have to be more organized and start taking over. I've said it before. You have to start taking over institutions, have alliances.
I don't know what to say again, to be honest.
Being on the ground.
Focus on my campaign.
Organization is actually the watchword. What
revolution. I see. In the end, for me, we need to be leaning forward in terms of the way. I think I like the way electricity is coming across, because he too seems to be one of those people that is already up to here with talk, and I think he also past the time, because in reality we need to be active. And the truth is, there are a lot of people in Nigeria right now doing a lot of good work that we don't necessarily give credit for, because we spend most of our time talking about the year ones. So we need to be doing positive things. Like he asked me, well, can you start? I say I don't have this in the resources, but maybe it's something that's worth thinking about. How to generate this in source of income that can possibly fund that kind of this movement.
You're right.
So that needs to be done. And when you start moving forward, I believe that if you have 50 people, 50 Nigerians that are pure nationalists, their only purpose is to fix that country. They don't fear bribery, they don't fear threats, they don't fear anything. They can transform that nation, because they will walk into anywhere.
If you want to do that too, you have to be careful. You have to be wary of blackmail from the ruling party, because
they will try. But if you are not afraid and you are sure that you're not breaking any rules, nothing is going to touch you. And you speak pure. And anybody, you one or two might fall, five might fall, but they will not fear. They will march on, and they will succeed, and they will combat people. You see what I mean?
The word nationalist or nationalism, it has negative connotations, quite frankly. And so it's not
no, it doesn't.
I'm serious.
It has what in negative connotation?
Connotation, yes. So
it's only negative to the people that already made it.
In what sense, please? One is prone to learning every day.
Let me let's just to support what you say. Now, for example, there are in Nigeria, there are if like what they might call human rights organizations. I think there's one. It's called something SEC or something. I mean, the human rights organization. They sue federal government. Because I think they are for economic and social cultural right of. So these are the kind of we support. I mean, like it's part of what we could do. Being here, fund them, support them to actually take more legal action. So these are kind of they're on the ground fighting for justice, for human rights. These are some of the things we could do.
See, human rights is a luxury you have when you have a system that is functional.
What do you luxury? What are you talking about?
Let me explain what I'm talking about. I think the human rights is a luxury. Yes. When you have see, if you think Americans care about human rights first before they care about their interests.
Nothing to do with America. We're talking about the human rights of Nigerians.
Okay, let me explain to you.
Nigerians defending their rights.
Because let me explain to you now. Let me explain to you. You have to care about the people's welfare above anything. Let's say you have to, let me explain to you now. Let me explain to you now. Let's say I asked a question once to people. Let me put this question to you, because I will tell you what I'm talking about. If you have to solve the Nigeria's problem, and they told you that if you do this stuff, all of Nigeria's problem will go away, but it's going to cost the death of 50,000 people. Would you do it?
You're making a mistake. Listen, this is
no, it's not. It's a straightforward question. It's not a trick question. It's a straight question.
No, you can't pose such a question. So now listen. No. You see the human.
So, but you can't answer it. So now let me tell you what you've done. If you cannot answer it, you want me to tell you what you've done?
What have I done?
Because if you are sitting in a position of leadership and you had that opportunity and you don't do it, what you've just done in 1 year, you've already killed more than 150,000 people.
No.
But there are Nigerians. Let me explain to you. There are Nigerians that are dying needlessly today that didn't have to pass because somebody didn't do the right thing. But you had the opportunity to solve the problem because you thought it was going to take 50,000.
No. Sorry, sir.
Listen, okay, go ahead.
Listen, look, you see, I'm telling you because I know how you think. Because you talk, I listen to you. See, sometimes, and you use this word nationalist and nationalism. The mistake you're making is this. Okay, look, it's again, rule of law. Okay, rule of law. You can just deliberately kill people for what? I mean, how that kind of situation? How does it arise? Okay, no, First of all,
it's because you have not sat in the seat of leadership. Then you find out.
Excuse me, human rights. You see, because what are we talking? What are we fighting about? What are we fighting? Okay, if we're talking about.
Let me give you an example. Give you an example. You have to fight an insurgency that is in a region where that is highly populated, and people are going to get hurt. But when you do that, the entire problem of the country is going to be solved.
No, listen. Okay, answer to that is this. Okay, listen. Okay, do you know? What is
Mr. Oti, sorry for interjecting. Forefather, you said you have to fight insurgency. Is that correct?
No, I'm just giving a crude example.
No. If somebody is fighting insurgency, it is definite that people are going to die.
Exactly.
That's the point I'm trying to make.
He will not accept. He will not accept that because
no. Sorry.
No. You are the one confusing the question. You are the one mixing it up.
Excuse me. You see.
Okay.
We are going to a war. Okay. People die.
But that's what I mean.
No. Listen. No.
Oti has come. Oti has now arrived.
Excuse me.
You are welcome, Oti.
No. I'm not laughing. You go ahead. You don't think about what you're saying. You don't understand it. Look, if you decide to kill deliberately, that's something different. Of course, if you're going to war, people are going to die. So that's quite a different. Look, you have to.
No, it's not. It's actually deliberate because when you go to that war, you know people are going to die.
You can't ask me that.
And you estimate that. Okay, so you will take. Hold on now. Let me ask you again. Then would you accept that you are going to cause 50,000 lives to be lost?
Excuse me. Ukraine is fighting war. Okay, it's fighting a bigger neighbor. Okay, they're going to die, but they have to fight out for war. They know they don't have a choice. Okay, so but you cannot say as a government, as a whatever. Okay, even if it is one person, you can make that kind of decision, that kind of calculation. Okay, excuse me.
Of course, governments do that all the time.
Excuse me. Warfare has rules. Okay, humanitarian warfare. Even fighting war, there are rules. You can't just do it anyhow. Are you with me? So, but people die. I mean, if it is as a consequence, whatever it is, people die in war. But you can't just say, okay, because I want my country to develop, okay, kill 10 people just like that.
No, that's not how it works. My point is that when we are talking about human rights, that's why I'm telling you that those people that you have accepted that if there is an insurgency that they will lose their lives, their human right is completely decimated.
No.
You are willing to.
You don't understand it, okay? Human rights, okay? Right to life, all this is right we have.
All this wiggling here you're doing, you're not going to escape it. The reality is still true. If you wiggle here and there, the truth is when you do certain things to solve a problem, things happen and human rights is going to be violated.
No, sorry, excuse me. Look, you see, the problem is the way, is it now, for example, going to war, for example, okay, which is invariable and which leads to human death, loss of human lives, okay? No, but of course, when you're preparing for war, you want to avoid death, isn't it? But
it's not only war. No. There are so many scenarios that are out there that can result in that.
Excuse me. Every government, you try to save human life, but people go to hospital and die in hospital. But as a doctor, doctors try to save them, but people die all the time. It's a reality of life. But you cannot say, because people die, then you don't care or you don't try to prevent their death.
I know that's what I'm saying. I'm not saying you don't prevent, but I'm saying that when you are saying that you have to put human rights this thing first. Sorry, but I'm telling you that sometimes you have to put the greater good first.
No, you are asking the wrong question. And you see, that again, as a matter of international law, that's what is right to life. Okay? So, yes, even though it's not absolute, because, there's death penalty if it is justified by law, okay?
You're arguing for and against at the same time. That is confusing.
No. You're the one that is confused. I'm
calling it straight down. I'm saying
listen.
Sometimes human rights takes a second seat. It takes a back seat versus the greater good. And you are arguing for and against.
No, but versus what?
The greater good.
Greater good. What is
greater good? Human rights. If you're about to save your nation from a massive invasion.
Cut your head off with human right and not human right. Mr. Scribe, yesterday you were dozing off on live show, Mr. Scribe. What happened?
Man, It's all
went
now.
long yesterday now.
We went too
Mr.
long.
Scribe, it
I
was pretty
apologize.
obvious.
First of all, I
Wow, so
apologize.
you dozed off, eh?
I
You
dozed off.
said I should go.
You have to tell Dr. Damage to cut that part of the video off.
Oh my god, it's embarrassing, isn't it?
I
But
was
it's
telling
okay.
him that we should go. He was the one that
You
asked me.
were practically sleeping.
I know.
You
Oh,
were
God.
up in the
On
sky.
duty. Yeah.
And I said, can somebody please tell this man, or can the moderator just off his video
I
or
was
just take him off?
the moderator.
He was the last moderator. He asked me to go.
Mr. Oti, I apologize, please.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, I'm actually, kind of about to take my leave. So look, forefathers.
Yes.
All right, I yield the floor back. I'm sorry.
You're asking the wrong question. And again, you see, one thing not to understand about human rights is, look, you see, because
You know, you do this almost every time. You always like to confuse people. You make an argument and you argue against it. You make an argument and you argue against it. It's just straightforward. Sometimes human rights takes a back seat. Is it not true?
Okay, sorry. The question,
Mr. Forefathers, human rights don't take a backstage, please. I think.
No.
Forefathers.
So okay, let me give you a scenario and tell me that
Forefathers. Listen, I think that is not a fair way of putting it.
Okay,
now,
put it in a fairer way then.
In the event of war, that there is a war, we understand that there are casualties. And in this event of casualties, then people are going to investigate and say, for example, what is happening between Ukraine and Russia? Russia sending missiles, this and that, and they say they are killing civilians and it's against human rights, blah, 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 blah. But for one to say you have to put human rights at the backstage or this and that, I don't think that is a fair presentation of matter. That is my position I'm taking.
But what you just said
may be wrong.
was still violating human rights. You can't say just because you killed if somebody lost their life by your action in a different way, then you say, because of your intention, so it's not violation of their rights. When you know it's going to. Let me paint you this scenario. Let me paint this scenario. Let me try to simplify it now. Let me try to simplify it so we don't get too confused about this. Let's say there is a terrorist. Let me give you an example. Let's say there's a terrorist.
I yield the floor to you, please.
No problem. There's a terrorist that the American government wants to take out, and there are people there. The American government prioritizes that man has to go rather than worry about the casualties. They go ahead and do it. Have they not violated those people's rights to life?
Before they come to that point, by forefathers, you see, before they come to that point, that say, okay, listen, there is bound to be casualty. They do what they call their fiscal
casualty is still human beings that have rights.
Now they don't just.
And what point are you making?
I can't be bothered with
my point is that did they not put human rights as a second priority than getting that target? It's just obvious. I don't know why this is so hard to understand. It's obvious.
No. You are the one that is confused. Let me ask you a simple question.
Okay.
Then I will go.
Everybody is confused except Oti here.
Don't worry. What is the first duty of government?
Pardon?
What is the first duty of government?
To protect.
To do what?
Life of their citizens.
Okay. So what are we talking about?
But when you are protecting the life of your citizen and you are violating some other person's rights, this is what you are refusing. That sometimes one right can override the other right. That is exactly what I just said just now. One right can override another right.
You are confused.
It is true.
No, it's confusing. It's confusing.
Protect life and properties. Okay. So I don't know what you're talking about.
But to protect life and property, sometimes you violate other rights.
You just listen. This is as a matter of this is life, okay? People die sometimes. Some deaths can be prevented, but that job is to seek to prevent loss of human lives. It is that simple. I don't know what you're talking about. So, it's a human rights back burner. No, forget about it.
You see, human rights is something that was just defined. If Americans care too much about human rights as their first priority, they wouldn't be going to China to go and sign this thing, or working with Saudi Arabia, or working with dictators all over the place. They do that because they understand that sometimes human rights takes a backstage.
Listen, you conflate issues. So
I'm just giving an example of the same thing happening
Mr.
everywhere.
Max,
You say I'm conflating it.
Mr. Max, you know, sorry, Mr. Otsi. You know why we are sitting down, we can talk this long? It's because there's electricity. If NEPA sees light, now everybody will go out and sleep.
We'll go to town square now and finish this discussion.
Then Maya join them.
Exactly.
We're not talking about America. We're talking about the responsibility of Nigerian government to Nigerians, and then you bring it in America.
Okay, if it's Nigerian government, this responsibility of Nigerian government to Nigerians, the same applies. Sometimes they have to do things that will violate human rights, that will violate other people's rights for the greater good. The only morality in governance or public life is the greater good. You can't use human rights. You can't use anything.
What do you understand by greater good?
The greater good is what is best for the nation, and it's
for
often based on
for the majority.
Yeah, for the majority of the people.
Okay, I see.
That is the only cardinal rule. Anybody that knows, most people don't put it like I'm the one that put it like that, but that's the only rule that anybody in public life should watch out for. Whatever decisions you are making, sometimes people will judge you and say you made a wrong decision, but as long as you believed it was for the greater good, I think you should be self-assured that you are doing your best for your people. That is what governments do. Isn't that what Tony Blair was complaining about here? Like, in the end, as a government, you have to make a decision. The worst thing you can do is not to make a decision at all. Then your people just suffer for nothing. And OT refused to make a decision. And you argue against and you argue for it. The truth is, when the time comes, you are sitting on that chair, you don't have that luxury. You have to choose one. Period.
OT is sitting on the fence. We call it sitting on the fence.
Victory, sorry, you've been listening to us. What do you think about what you've heard so far? We were looking to talk about the exchange rate stuff, but I'm sure this one is also interesting.
When you say exchange rate stuff, what do you mean?
Good night.
I was wondering how the president came across with the discussion when he said, Oti, good day. I didn't know that's what he was saying. Oti, when he's talking, you don't always hear what he's saying clearly. So I missed that. It would be nice to see you again. I always enjoy when Oti is around because he always questions everything you say. He questions everything you say and he reverses it again. Then he reverses it again. the other way around.
Benin people go say weak.
Yeah, completely.
So for that, when you say exchange rate, what I don't understand. What are you referring to?
Yeah, the dual exchange rate that Nigeria has, where you have one exchange rate for the government and another one for the black market. So the president was saying that he was going to bring them together, and the way he was talking about like it's going to take him years to do. And it's going to be happening gradually. I was wondering why is that the case? Could he not just have passed a law and outlawed one of them?
Abrogated it, right?
I can guarantee you that would never happen. That is just absolutely trash talk. And the reason why I will explain. Now, Nigeria is more of like an import country. So people always tend to import things from outside the country. And when you have a country that is more driven towards importation, so there's always need for you to go and get the dollar so that you can import whatever you need to buy. And a few years ago, that's why Nigeria entered the trade agreement with China 5 years ago to do a currency swap between Naira and the RMB. What happened to that deal? Because if you look at the bulk of Nigeria, where Nigeria is actually sending money to, is China, right? So if you can do a currency swap between Naira and RMB, that literally eliminates the dollar. Why do you need the dollar? You don't need the dollar for anything. So our trade to like the Western world.
It's actually true, we rarely buy any significant stuff from America.
Exactly.
Let me ask one little question here. Why is Nigeria so skewed towards importing inferior goods from inferior countries like China.
No, that's not. It's not about that. It's about. Don't forget that if
China has cheap goods so far anyway.
No, if you're into importation, remember like the purchasing power of the average Nigeria person is very weak. So
yeah,
when you go to China, they'll give you grade A, grade B, grade C, grade D. So you have to pick what suits your country, what people can afford. Because if you go with grade A, people will say, I can't afford to buy this thing. This thing is 1,000 naira. If I can buy 300 naira elsewhere, why do I need to pay 1,000 naira? They don't even care for the fact that if you buy this thing for 1,000 naira, it will last you longer. If you buy something for 300 naira, it's going to break very soon. But people don't care because they don't have a lot of money.
Nigerians have been completely rid of their sense for value. That is what I see. They like inferior things.
No, it's about purchasing power. Even you here, Marsh, if you're going to buy a charger off my hand and I present you 4 different kinds of charger, I say this one is original, it's going to cost you $10.
I will buy that one.
Well, that's you because why? Because you can afford it.
That's true,
isn't it?
Not only that, if I cannot afford that very expensive one and I feel it's the best, I will save up for it. I will prefer to buy it when I can afford it.
What about if you need it as that? You need the charger then. You need the charger.
Then I will have to mobilize money to buy the best one. Because that's our mentality.
What if you cannot mobilize the money? There's no money.
I should be able to mobilize money to buy a charger. Now me carry on.
No, I'm just giving
you know what? We are trying.
Like, Jamie, so you can sell this now. Go to Nigeria and see. You find that.
Most people will buy the cheaper charger. You might be unique in the sense that some people I know that some people like quality. They will do everything to buy quality, but most people will buy the cheaper charger.
Because the sense in it is that most times when you buy quality, okay, like if you want to buy a pair of jeans now, if you buy a very good pair of jeans, it would outlive other set of cheaper ones that are even 50. They will get destroyed before that one single jeans you bought.
There's some truth there.
It's all down to affordability. That's just the reality. You cannot really compare yourself with people that are in Nigeria. You know, I used to tell you that, you know, I did business in Nigeria for so many years, and one of the reasons I stopped doing business there, it was because of the exchange rate. So I'm very, very, very particularly keen on this thing. This is an area that really drives me mad, right?
Yeah.
Because when I used to do business to Nigeria, I know what I went through. And when I was doing business here in the UK, the difference is clear, because if I want to go and buy dollar in the UK here, I don't have time. I just call my agent here. Listen, I want so amount of dollar. They just say, oh, this is the rate. I said, yeah, fine. I transfer the money. Bam.
You go to your bank.
No, I don't even use my bank because the bank rate is lower. You get a poorer exchange rate from the bank here. So I use like a broker service where they just fix it for me and send them the money and they transfer the money to my supplier.
Okay.
That's what they used to do. You know? But in Nigeria, that's what Nigeria is also. Nigeria is an unbelievable country. Like it's also a wicked country. Like,
I think Nigeria can be seen like that because there are quite a lot of things that go on in the country that just seem cruel. Like
Nigeria is deliberately programmed to fail. That's what I know.
Look at what happened with the Naira no change. They did all that trouble for no reason. Now they still have the two currencies rolling around.
Tinubu had more than enough money to fail.
Everything they try to wreck.
And the other thing is that what people don't understand, if you are the likes like Dangote, you go straight into the CBN, you get dollar at the official rate, and all the other big shots. And the poor man.
So, but why do you think it's going to be that hard now? Why can't he just not say, okay, enough? No, all one rate.
That's what I'm saying to you, because
he has hidden agenda.
No, it's
personal
not that.
agenda.
We don't have enough forex for you to do that. It's an import-driven economy. So the only way you can start turning that around is you look at the areas Nigeria are importing a lot of goods, and you need to come and set up those factories in Nigeria so that the goods are made locally. So you don't need to go and import those goods. All you need to buy is probably the raw materials to make those goods or machinery.
Yeah, but how does that affect the dual exchange rate. The dual exchange rate is not a factor of the import. This thing. It's just
It is, man. That's what I'm saying to
the
you.
value of
It is.
our currency.
You know,
It
that's what
is.
I'm saying to you.
It is in the sense that in the sense that because of the high demand for exchange,
for
for
dollar,
forex,
for
people
dollar.
are forced to go and buy from the black market because they cannot get it from the resource.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Either you make it easy to get from the real source, or you default to the black market value. So you go to
Yeah.
that one and close the gap,
You
because
can't
that
get
way
that's
you
what I'm
have
saying
one rate.
for further, you cannot get it from the banks. They will tell you that it's not available.
In the case of Nigeria, to
And now
get it
some
from the
people,
bank, only the big men can distribute it to themselves. They buy
What
it
I'm
and
saying is that
not
why
because
not
it's
default?
business.
Why not devalue the naira in the banks to the black market one?
You
Then
know
from
why?
there take over it.
No,
Because now you just close the gap.
for further, it will still go back up. You know why? They're always going to be reason for black market. You know why? Because the banks don't have enough forex. The only way you have to do that, you have to look at the calculation of, okay, say, for example, Nigeria uses like, say, $100 billion to buy things every year. So the only way you can close that gap is like, then you have to flood the Nigerian market with $400 billion to the banks. So now there's dollar everywhere. So I can go to. Why would I need to go to black market if I can get it from my bank?
But if you look at it, there is if that is your argument, then Ghana is an important. In short, most African countries are import-based economies.
Yeah, Ghana
But
have
they don't have many of them don't have dual
no, they have
exchange rates.
it. Ghana have black market. All of them have it. What are you talking about?
No, but the gap between them, ours is massive. That's what I mean.
Forefathers and victory. You know, another major problem with this
Let me
exchange.
confirm whether Ghana has dual.
Forefather, this is my area. Yeah, I work in fintech. So when I'm saying this thing, I know what I'm talking about.
Fintech.
I have very keen interest in this area. Like, it's one of the areas that drive me crazy about that country or Africa. Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know that.
You know,
fintech is quite interesting.
Apart from the reason that he has, those are purely economic hypotheses that he has projected. The other part is that of corruption. Like when some people were in power, I don't want to mention names, their wives would just go to the central bank every morning and collect maybe 100 million, take it to the malam and make their profit on top of it. Simple. That is corruption, the corruption dimension to it.
Yeah, but
that makes it unavailable for the people that genuinely need it at the official rate. Some highly placed people, maybe the wife of the president, this and that, they just go to the central bank and sweep it off. So you can't even think of going there to buy at official rate. They won't give you. So that's the more reason why it is so in Nigeria. Corruption, high level corruption.
Yeah, but that's part of the reason. But the percentage of that, it's not really. I wouldn't say it's that much.
It's the market equilibrium, like you just explained.
Yeah, it's not that much, because the money that Nigeria get from, like, the forest Nigeria is entitled to. Do you know that a lot of us in the diaspora that are sending money back home, they're collecting almost, is it like $30 billion that will remit back into Nigeria, right? Another way Nigeria can actually increase that value is by actually telling guys here that are in the diaspora.
Victory. I was saying that Ghana doesn't have dual exchange rate, but Nigeria does. When I check it says
Ghana has dual exchange rate for that. Please, what you're reading on the
they
internet.
They do.
It has.
Ghana
why
does.
is that it's not showing online, but Nigeria's one is showing
online?
Because Nigeria, they always overdo. Because Nigeria, they always overdo their things. Nigeria na dog way other dog chop shit finish. He can carry and rub face.
Ghana has. Yeah, it has.
Okay. You know, Nigeria, they do like dog way other dogs chop shit finish. He go carry and rub mouth and face.
Let me tell you something. Last year December, the dollar in Ghana was so scarce, because again, that's another government that are acting mad. They're going crazy. Like the dollar went up to like almost 15 cedis to the dollar, and people were crying, people were weeping, like this was so difficult.
Yeah, inflation was crazy.
Inflation, yeah.
And that is after remunerating their CDs. I think CDs has been remunerated recently.
They had to go. Ghana had to go and borrow money from the IMF or whatever, and they took some dollar, then they pumped into the economy. Then that brought down the rate a little bit to like
The paltry amount that Ghana was even asking for, it made me ashamed. 2 billion. Now IMF they come check their backyard, they go check their grave. Kai. Now
I don't know, because I'm trying to find what other countries, because I've never had it in any other nation.
For the only way they can
So does the UK have it? Does the UK have dual exchange rate?
No, they don't. That's what I'm saying to you. For that, the developing country, none of them have black market.
Here we don't even have use for dollar. What I go need dollar for? What I go need dollar for when I get euro?
Exactly. So you see, so why do you see that you only see it in Africa? So there's something that is not quite right.
I don't even like another currency. Only sometimes when I want to drive into London, I go to my bank and collect pounds.
Yeah, they cannot get rid of the dual exchange. Do you know as well? Do you know the other reason why for that? Because if you don't have access to the dollar from the market, from the banks rather, you go to the black market to source those coins. And those black markets, some of them are sourcing that dollar from here, from America, from Europe. You understand?
Of course, every dollar is sourced from America. No other country.
But Nigeria is not like Nigeria get dollar from oil that they sell, and now Dangote is there too.
How much of the oil that they sell?
About $30 billion worth of this thing now. $30 billion.
Do you know? See the statistics will be quoted. Nigeria only made $28 billion from crude export.
Look, if Nigeria sell 10 billion, they go repatriate like 2 billion. They will share the rest abroad.
Even less than that.
It's a big problem then.
Another thing you have to remember, like
they are very corrupt. That is why OT was presenting these blind arguments. I was just shocked. Nigeria is not a country.
Okay, Victor, you said that the demand is what is driving the need for black market, because Nigeria doesn't have enough dollars in the banks. So what is creating that demand on the streets?
It's importation of goods now.
Import and also
who wants to import? Like somebody wants to import something now, they have to buy dollars.
Yes, now just like you now. Nigerians are very funny set of human beings. They want iPhones, they want Samsung, they want Mercedes Benz cars. They want.
Then why don't you just, when you go over there, you change it to dollars?
Yeah, go over where?
How many Nigerians?
Change it to dollars? Or you pay in your account. No, if you pay in your account, you are allowed to buy something in dollars from your account in Nigeria.
No, not anymore. For that's what I'm saying to you. This is my business. That's what I'm saying to you. I work in fintech. This is where I have particular interest in this area. That's what I'm trying to explain to you. Before, let me tell you what guys were doing. Like they made a killer. Like during Jonathan, I think you had access to like $3,000 that you can spend on your Naira card. So then boys were using. I don't even want to be saying this online, so there's no point. I don't want to say this.
Make you save them.
Yeah. I don't want to say
it's not everything we go and do like that. Nigeria guy went there.
Forefathers and victory. There is another point that makes the dollar very expensive in Nigeria. Do you know what that is? People like us, when we take, you don't expect me to take a bulk of Naira to Nigeria now and leave it in, euros to Nigeria and leave it and change it to Naira. I would prefer to have my money in euro or in dollars. Those who don't have access to euros who buy dollars, they need it to save the value, to retain value. Because if you save money in dollar or in euro or in pounds, it is better. If you change your money to Naira and save it in Naira, you are done for. Next week, 1 million Naira may just become a value of 200,000.
Exactly. That's another reason.
That's another reason.
Yeah, that's another reason.
Yeah.
So the idea is that I think then it's up to the federal government to make the dollar available. Then maybe that's what Tinubu is looking to do. Then.
Not be waiting you get. Not be waiting you get. You go make available. I go call your house now. Come make your things available.
Where's he going to get it from? For that?
No, because the way those people buy things overseas, they have to send the dollars through Nigerian banks, isn't it? If the government says you are not allowed to do that anymore,
it be like say you they ask me to come knock the door of your house, could possess your dollar or whatever, turn onto my own, make them available. Which I no get, I want to make them available.
Yeah.
I'm trying to understand this because you say, okay, yeah, they need the dollars in Nigeria. They are looking for dollars cash in Nigeria, but you can't buy those American stuff in dollars in Nigeria. You have to buy it overseas.
No, most people save their money in dollars because it keeps the value.
You see, that's the problem. That's another problem
because the government is not responsible. Okay, I go to Germany now. Can they save money in dollars? Are they mad? When euro they better than dollars?
Yes, but while Nigerians are doing that, they are also it's a self-fulfilling prophecy because you are damaging the naira while they do that. If that's what they are doing,
most of them don't know. Even if you know, who cares? The politicians know the damage.
I know. Okay, that's what I'm saying now. That demand, the government has to find a way to control it. At the same time, make more dollars available so that it doesn't.
Father, how are they going to get it now? You keep saying this. How will the government get the dollar? Do you plug dollar from the air?
They will figure it out. I think that is the whole point now. That's the whole point. Either you see, there are ways to control these things because if I look at Nigeria's what they call it imports, Nigeria import is not that massive actually when you think about it. Because Nigeria, everything is anemic. Let me see.
What is Nigeria's import? You think? What's the figure?
Nigeria's import is massive.
I think it wasn't as big. It wasn't as big. Another value of Nigeria imports.
Actually, I know get the figures, but I can only imagine it is very huge.
I think it's about the 2021. It goes up to 52 billion US dollars.
That one, the one where they know where they get data. What of the hidden ones?
It comes through this thing now, these ports. So that's how that's how other nations do it too.
What about the small good? What about the small good ones?
Okay, but they factor those. Statisticians they factor some of all these things in. But the point I'm making is that if it is 52 billion, you can see that the gap is not as much as we are thinking.
I particularly pay attention to numbers a lot, data, because that's what gives me the picture that I want to paint. Even though let's leave it at $52 billion, okay, a year. Now, the total money that Nigerian government got from crude oil export last year was 28 billion. Okay, the total number they got from remittance in the diaspora was 30 billion. So that gives you $58 billion, isn't it? And then if our total export is 52 billion minus 52 from 58, they say there's a 6 billion just little surplus. What about the other money that they are giving to their friends and whoever cronies in the government?
Okay. Now let me ask this a new big question. Somebody that don't know too much about currency. If I take my naira, like 1 million naira, I go to China. I go to their exchange place where they do exchange. They cannot exchange it to dollars for me.
No, naira is not recognized outside the boundaries of Nigeria.
Yeah.
Outside the boundaries of Nigeria, there is nothing like naira. Naira na normal paper na cocoyam leave now.
So no country can go with your naira to go and exchange it.
No.
Wow, that's where you have a problem on your hands.
You will get and they reject and who will take them from you? Naira na money.
No, it's not rejection.
What Marsh was saying earlier that people are not saving their money in dollar, and I can tell you why.
That is the main problem.
If you look at the last 1 year, the devaluation of the naira to the dollar is so shocking. Like it's so scary. Like it was from 550, it went up to the way to 900.
Yes.
I don't know why people were shocked. In 2020 to 2023, the G20 countries gave themselves in excess of $20 trillion worth of distant loans. And when all this money is flowing in, they do it in dollars, and they are the ones printing it out. Their currency doesn't depreciate guess what is going to happen to ours? Ours is the one that will depreciate. So it was always coming. And this is what is affecting many of these countries in Africa now.
Because their economies are heavily production driven. Like the economy of Germany is heavily production driven, so they can afford to spend anything.
Yeah,
I think they balance each other out. But America itself, no matter how much they devalue their currency, they print money, it doesn't devalue their currency because they will call it a loan.
You know why? Because they manipulate.
Call it a loan.
They manipulate.
Because they manipulate.
Yeah.
By calling it a loan, that's what I mean. They will call it a loan.
Folks, you're talking about America manipulating and stuff like that. Don't forget that they just got through with the debt, raising the debt ceiling.
Exactly.
Okay, so they can borrow more. From the beginning of time.
For free.
From the beginning of time, there has always been borrowing.
Yes.
And when we were growing up, we were taught he who goes a borrowing goes a sorrowing.
Yes.
That's language.
Not when you are the printing press, the mint. I mean,
hold on.
You don't care.
Hold on for a second. Let's go back to basics. Before oil, we had all those agricultural-based economy. Cocoa export, granite export, palm oil. These things were in quantum, and we were exporting. As at the point in time when some of us went abroad, 42 kobo is what I used to buy $1. 42 kobo. And then what has happened? Look at it this way. When I asked you a question earlier on about the governor of Zamfara or whatever it is that declared that 20 trillion, 30, whatever trillion as his assets. Do you know how many of those that we have in Nigeria?
Come against a trillion?
Yes, naira also.
Asset of who? Of a country's asset or an individual's asset?
I asked forefathers earlier on. Maybe he didn't listen to.
I only heard that he's been accused of stealing 70 billion naira or so.
No, there was some other information that the man declared asset. So I asked a question how true that was. Even without that man.
Maybe that is anticipatory asset. You know, say our politicians, they're very crookish.
Even without that man, in Nigeria, we do have people who are really billionaires, silent.
Yes.
Either they have gotten it by hook or crook or by genuine means.
Most Nigerian billionaires are crooks.
We have always heard about that Tata land and sea. We used to hear about Faji Moroku. If you talk, they tell you, say, things have the Faji Moroku. There was the Odumegus, Ojukus, and stuff like that.
Yes.
So what am I saying is that in current day, a lot of Nigerians are classified as billionaires in dollars and stuff like that. My question is because if you have assets, even wherever you are, the bank will be so willing to lend you money at cheaper rate. They're going to beg you, make you come take. That's just the fact.
That's in the developed world.
Nigeria has assets. These mineral resources. I was in a place last night and some young men were arguing that, forget about oil, that Nigeria has not been bitumen, nothing. They started sulfuric. They started naming some things that are in quantum in Nigeria.
Nigeria has all forms of minerals in abundance.
Those are assets.
We have a useless government. That is why we are not going anywhere.
Tinubu went abroad and said he was going to lobby for investors, if you remember, that he went to. Okay, they didn't tell us how many investors he got out of that move.
He went for treatment. He didn't
forget about the treatment side of it. They didn't tell us what was signed over as he went abroad. My argument here is this, and I take it back to Nigerians who are rich. It's an appeal. It's not by force. You're not going to die with that dollar where you get for your backyard. Because a lot of them, some of them buried drums of naira and drums of dollars in their backyard.
Yes.
Not to talk about the person who had bullion van and stuff like that. Do you know how many others that have that? Can we appeal to their conscience if they have any at all? If they have any at all, to bring out some of this money.
The funny thing is that...
Hold on. I'm appealing to these rich Nigerians. If you own 3 billion, if you just give us $500 million, back into the Nigerian coffer. I am saying that that's going to go a long way to show up the same economy we are talking about. It's not a situation where one person, because you be Lord, how much did Michael Jackson have? It was equal to 50 billion and stuff like that, or whatever, before he died. So it's an appeal that I'm making to the rich Nigerians. And if they can give just a little bit of that, let's see what's going to, if things are not going to turn around. Or the masses will continue to rise when they rise. That's just an appeal. John Abba, what do you think is going to happen if anybody from Benue who has more money than the others give just a little bit back to the public coffers? Philanthropy, not be go build church, not be go build something.
When you say
give the money back.
Igbo basics, rich Nigerians will be the wrong word to use. It's better to call them kleptomaniac Nigerians.
No, you've been insulting their fingers.
They're all
if you come to them,
they're all
if they have any conscience, and if they can bring out some of this money that they have stashed away.
You see, the average Nigerian does not even know the meaning of harboring money. Keeping money is for production. Keeping money is for investment. They just keep money in septic tanks and all this stuff. The kind of mentality they have in Nigeria, I don't know. What's the point keeping money in septic tanks when just nearby you, your neighbors cannot feed?
So I would like let me add this. I would like to think that maybe the reason why they are putting this money away in these tanks is mostly because they got the money through nefarious nefarious activities.
Yeah.
So maybe the government can go with like offering an amnesty and say bring all this money out, spend it as you see fit in the Nigerian economy, so that the economy can grow and the naira value might actually start gaining strength. Then, while doing that, because after all, we've given amnesty to bandits, the Niger Delta, people that have been responsible for people losing their lives. So we must well consider this type of actions.
Are you
money out?
Are you a joker? What you just said?
What do you mean as a joker? I'm not joking. This is very, very serious. I'm serious. I'm dead serious.
Are you a joker? Let me tell you.
Yes, because we need the money.
No, listen, for that, the average Nigerian person, I'm sorry, I don't want to use this word. Let me not go there. The bottom line is that most of us are not good people. That's just the bottom line. Because
yes, you're right.
Look at what Ibe basically said, that he's appealing to people to bring money. Are you having a laugh? Those people don't care.
Who you they appeal to? They appeal to Satan to bring money.
Like when they have money, like most of those people, like you get into government. I'll give you an example. You get into government, you're awarded contracts, and like you don't even do the contract, and nobody tells you anything. It's assuming like for that, like, I mean, government now call you say for that come. I am giving you a contract of 1 billion naira. Go and do so road. You just go and put some sand there, do 1 or 2 things.
You give me 800 million back.
800 million, and that's it. You don't do nothing. And the point that gets me really frustrated is that I don't understand why do we practice our own kind of corruption this way? That if I give you a contract, what will make you not do that contract? I don't get it.
Because the country is deliberately programmed to fail.
Many of them are saboteurs. They are designed. They have been sabotaging the system.
At least you do the contract and then you inflate the figure, which is what they do here. And
because the country is deliberately programmed to fail. That is the point I've been hammering on.
Has anybody wondered how much of Nigeria's money is abroad?
Man, I don't agree with that statement that the country is deliberately.
I'm not going to like that. I said it.
Okay, Victory, you say you don't like that one. You say you don't agree with me.
I think we need to get. But how? Okay, Victory. How do you flush the money out then?
Flush the money out as in how?
From their soccer way. All the dollars you say
you don't know why we practice our own corruption this way.
I don't get it because here, like example here, like in the UK, they are doing this crossway project now. I've seen a lot of things here in the UK. What they did, they actually allocated. I can't remember. Is it like 3 billion or 4 billion pounds to the project? Do you know what they did? After they've done the project to a certain point, they went back to the government. This money is not going to be enough for. We need extra 2 billion pounds. Are you seeing the scope of what they are doing here? They will start the project. They will tell you that the project is like say 1 billion pounds. They will start the project. then maybe the project is about 70% or 60%. They'll not go to the government. Listen, oh, this money is not enough. We need more money. So they'll have to give them more money for them to complete the project. So why can't we do the same thing in Nigeria? That's what I don't understand.
I think I see.
I'm really frustrated, like really frustrated.
Let me
just submit my final list. I will let you jump in now. So my own frustration is that we as a citizen, whether in the diaspora or back home, will be sitting aloof by not asking questions. Because if you keep asking questions, and I think one of the things that we can even do here in the diaspora is setting up like a body where we investigate projects that are being awarded in Nigeria, okay, and then seeing is this project will actually be done local government by local government, okay, who is being awarded this contract for this road? What have you done so far? By calling out those people, writing to them, they will know that hey, these people are watching us, so because before nobody was watching them. So
that I support.
Yes, but how will you do that one? Will you go to the local government to do that one? Once they see that you come for such a thing, they'll kill you off.
No. What Marsh? We will have local people in Nigeria that are employed. That you don't even know that that's what they are doing. They will write to demand those answers that we want to get this contract for this road. Who was giving this contract? And when was the contract issued? How much was it for? Because
that's all you fear.
Where is Janaba now? Janaba, where are you? So that you can add your own.
No. Anybody who in mind cross where they say
let's allow Janaba. He's been very patient. He doesn't interject.
No, my they ask me question. Anybody who in mind cross where they say iron crossing hard. Now be me. I know send person.
Okay.
Mars may not even know that his camera is off.
And don't worry, he's going to.
He's doing adjustment of status.
It is off. I did smoke, and I know I make a smoke for public.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Fair point.
When we talk about this, I hear Victory and my brother Ibo Base. The corruption type in Nigeria, let me give example of my own personal example. I have influence from the senator in my area to do the local road. The road in my village is very, very bad. So he asked that they should write a letter to specify the road, the deteriorating of the road, and all of that. And I called my brother to do that. So when they get to those, the local chief and all of that, the local chief said no, that the money has been allocated once before, and they are going to use them to collect money and not going to do anything. Then I was kind of confused. I said, okay, but now you have the opportunity that they already petitioned him. I said, what are you going to do to him? Now that I have opportunity for the road to be redone, it's not coming out of your pocket, and you're going to say, oh, you're not going to allow them to do it. And this is the problem why we see people stock money. It's out of fear. The society himself have a problem. Our people have a problem. Why are you having such opportunity and you are denying it? I find out that sometimes it's because they think the glory will go to me, that I brought somebody to fix the road, or I have such influence. So after all the debate, somebody lost their father, and they were able to grade the road to certain level, because the road can be very, very bad, especially when it rains. It's very, very, very bad.
Which area is that, John?
They call it Ukpa in Tabon.
Okay, Ukpa. Okay.
Yeah.
With your marks, I know you are from that area.
Okay. So it's very difficult to understand the mindset of Nigeria, and it doesn't have to be politicians that are corrupt in Nigeria, or it doesn't have to be corrupt money for people to stock money. I know people that they don't participate. They have been a business people for years, and they have money and they have it in stock. Some give to the society and some don't. And some is about controlling. Some of this thing is about controlling people so that you can have a say over them. They can bow to you, they can serve you, they can do anything for you. And the end of the reason why, end of the day, why we can't find a solution to this thing is the judiciary system. Our system, so OT was here before. He said, "Oh, police is not the problem." All of those things. Now, let us go and find out when the police in Nigeria was instituted. It is the white people who tell them, go catch these people, go catch these people, go catch these people. So our system of policing is a very terrible way that the police themselves are not even trained. They don't even know they are left to their right. Why can you just know sometimes, except you are a well-informed person that they know that you have a lawyer, you have everything, you can challenge them. If not, they'll just come for you without arrest warrant. Nothing. They just approach you and they'll just tell you anything. If you travel from Benin to Lagos, you see the roadblock. They will call it roadblock or checking point. They are not there because they want to arrest security. They are just there for bribe.
You said something interesting though, that some of those officials, they worry that maybe you will get the credit for the stuff, and they feel like, oh, this person will do this one. So it goes to that thing that we're talking about, that these people don't feel loyalty to the state or the greater good other than to themselves.
Yes.
And that's the problem. And you know what, I've seen in situations where in the West here, or in areas, examples you see on TV, where they was like, if they want to convince somebody to do something, they say, you know, in your time in office, this is when this stuff is going to be done. Even if they have the idea, they will propose it in a way that the person that is going to be doing it will get the credit for it. So that may be a way of convincing people that are so wrapped up in their own ego that they don't want to get something done that is good for the community, because they fear that some other person is going to get the credit, which is a little bit silly. Personally, that kind of stuff mentality should go away. And this is one of the things I like about Peter B. He actually said it, that whether he's not so desperate about being the Nigerian president, but desperate about the problems being solved.
The process.
That is what people should be focusing on, the problem, not the
Can I say
personality.
something? Can I say something quickly? I need to. Before, I'll be leaving very soon. So
Go ahead.
what John Abba was just talking about, like my dad worked as a contractor for Share for many years, right? And like I'm speaking from that experience, from that experience that he got. Do you know, like when Share gives you a contract for you to execute, Share will pay you like, I think they call it mobilization fee. They might give you 40% of the money first for you to do the contract. And as you're doing the contract, when you get, I think, to halfway, they release another set of money for you. You know, and all the contract that Share gives anybody, they will always execute it, because Share will send inspector to come and inspect the contract, make sure that it pass the quality assurance, blah blah blah. Then they will not pay you your final money. So how come that all the contract Share was issuing to Nigerians, they were actually getting it done? They do it. But when it comes to the government, contract that is being issued by the government, people are not doing it.
Because the government is corrupt.
Exactly.
And because Shell can hold them accountable.
Exactly.
Yes.
Victory.
Yeah.
You can't bribe Shell. Because the problem with our people, the people that are supposed to hold them accountable, go and take bribe too.
It's about the accountability, and the issue is that the consequences. Now, this is the thing. When you take a contract in Nigeria, whether for road construction or for whatever, you first of all you find out who will hold you accountable, or who can say something that the public will hear about it and direct their anger towards you. So the worst thing that will do is to corrupt that person. And the second thing is that the way the judiciary system is set up, the Attorney General of the state have the right to arrest you if they say that this is a contract awarded to you. But at the end of the day, the corruption, the moment the money goes into their hand, they know who and who to bribe, and then we keep quiet, and people can be dying on the road. But here, I don't know about UK, but here there's a road, popular road where I live here in Texas. They call it I-30. The I-35 place. I-35 was awarded a few years ago, and then our taxes will increase in our area since there's a development coming, and then we pay. But then they awarded it, and then the person, they will say, okay, it's for 3 years. They will do the HOV lane. HOV lane, I don't know what you guys call HOV lane.
Well, how does this enable us to get the dollars out of the soccer way that they are hiding in Nigeria? Because the topic was for us to get that. How do we get the dollars out of the soccer way so that we have the money in the economy and we're not going to have scarcity of dollars in
The
Nigeria?
people who have the dollars in their soccer way, you cannot even go near their houses because they are being guarded by mobile policemen.
Allow you're not about to respond because my HO is still waiting.
The money that we go in circulation that you think people are holding or hiding under the soccer way and all of that is the fear of who are you going to give it to when you award the contract, or the personal money, or a politician money, or whose money you're going to give out. They will not release it that way. Remember when this government come in power, the vice president organized what is called how did you name the program where you come and give a little money and they let you go? There's a name the vice president called it.
They let you go on what?
On punish. Yeah, I was
for what?
If you it was very popular now, but they say oh my goodness, those are the reason why some people like
they say that play back game, Abi.
You pay back game, but there's a name under the federal this thing that they call it. You go and tell the government, even they want you to come and snitch, and then when you tell and they bring the person under questioning, and then you release some of the money.
Whistleblowing.
Yes, whistleblower. Yes. So you are very correct. So you see that program, that is what returned Diko. Diko was the custom chief that stole billions of dollars, had the best.
Umaru Diko.
No.
Diko is another one.
This one was the Diko. Was the chief of.
He's late now. He has died.
Yeah, he died recently too. He's like dying. He has the best private jet almost in the whole Africa. And he's as a controller of a custom only that he embezzled. He even run to.
How did Nigeria allow a second Diko do this one? You know, any Diko now should be watched very closely. Don't they know that?
The moment Buhari came to power, he ran to
Salvador. Me and Diko children go school for Zaria, and a helicopter they ride.
Yes, so this guy ran away, but
that Diko during Buhari.
Yeah, whistleblower, he now came back after releasing some of the money. Where the money he releases? Where is it? The system that you are talking about, EFCC, that you are seeing. The EFCC, don't you see the recent news that came from the EFCC chief, who was also with the Zamfara governor?
Those ones are old news now. EFCC, they corrupt, we know.
Yeah, they are quite corrupt too. They murdered even one of their colleagues. Two EFCC officials murdered their colleague.
Okay, what was it? They were formed for that reason, anti-corruption. And this is the thing. So how are we going from here? This is the same squad of people that are supposed to go after these people. They will go after the small, petty, innocent people. They will never even the dog of those people that have Nigerian money, even their dog, they no go approach them.
Isn't this why I was saying that you need nationalists, purists that will come into the system and just be there and make sure guard against all these things that has no fear for anybody.
Now that one be the OB way they reject. So the OB way they reject. So now you're supposed to do that job.
We'll see now. The court is still involved now. Okay, let me allow this in my HO. Welcome. Because I know you've been patient and you wanted to say something about what has been going on. So, what do you think about this? Because we're talking about the Naira dual exchange rate that the president said he was going to crunch. I know he's president-select. He's president-select now. So, now you're going to crunch. I have to correct it now. I have to correct it.
Well, I will ask you who elected.
No, he is temporary president as at this point. He's temporary president.
Temporary now, president select.
So he said he's going to take time to crunch the two exchange rates together. And Victory is saying, which I didn't know, Victory is saying that it's because we don't have dollars in Nigeria. So that is why there's always going to be that black market exchange rate. So we are going to have dual exchange rate. But other countries don't have them. So do you know why this has to take long to do? Is it not something that they can just pass a law and the Naira just collapse into one exchange rate?
Law.
I don't know. I don't know much about this exchange rate palaver.
How can you pass a law in a lawless country?
I wonder.
The president-elect, he entered that position lawlessly. Now that one will come bring law for who to obey. When a lawless leader, president is on seat, lawlessness continue.
You are very right.
But maybe he knows how to catch them now.
You know, no say thief know how to
catch other thieves. Maybe he might succeed now.
So it is good. He's a thief. So as a thief, when you give something to a thief, you know they lost. So as a thief, they say Konima die. Konima bury now.
Okay.
Then two. Una no say it don't become obvious. Say some people for that Nigerian will come from. Their DNA, if you go test them, the corruption they inside. So people my DNA, he carry corruption. How you want a fighter? There is only one way. And Mechi does suggest that to them long ago. He said if we want to make them stop corruption, may we stone them until we apply that thing when Amechi tell us. He said because if we not stone them, they go continue. Since the day when Amechi talk, corruption never go to haywire. It never go. Now the president select can't really do it to rock abracadabra, the highest corruption of the land. So
don't you think that if we put pressure on them, things may start changing? Because
the truth is this. Our voice has made a huge difference during this election.
Yeah, it did.
Not just make a difference in the camp of the corrupt, but in the camp of Nigeria who are sat dormant, thinking they have nothing to do, both home and abroad. So some of them, not they get their boys when they come, then they plan for every channel when Mama Echo and John Abade. What will be the new thing? We know them. But you see, all of una, me and my children, we have come to build a new Nigeria for ourselves. Did I when they told me and my children want to build a new Nigeria? I never sabi the history say, una, when they trouble us, you people once enjoy Nigeria. So as I come Sabina say, una once enjoy Nigeria, my anger to collect Nigeria for una hand, me and my children, it can grow higher. A situation when they come abroad before, they go even they beg una money bring una naira because una naira they more valuable. And at the same set of people they sit. So if you can remember, say some of una one are there for UI. Una they share chicken. 12 una go share and chop. Una go wake up in the morning, una not they dress una bed. Una to just enter shower, go bath, better water. Then somebody go come dress una bed. Iron the cloth when you go wear for the day, put on top of bed, wait for you. Now waiting some of una enjoy. Una they come deprive me and my children, make una enjoy. Hey, una don't hear where me and go wear one trouser for this matter. So it's so heartbreaking. That is why I am going to be starting a series called the Nigeria of old every Friday, very soon in our channel. So that those who really know Nigeria of old come and tell me and my children. We need to know. Then I also want to know who started this nonsense. I hear say na Babangida. Babangida, if I find out that you do and true, you go see me. Because you get to correct this abnormality, you owe us an apology. Plus, Obasanjo, because it is from Babangida, they pass the bar to you. And you, not be all this okurukera when they try to cover. No, we know the truth. So you go to tell us, say, children, see where I do bad. Make una forgive me. If you not do that, I will be a pain in you people's throat. Not in your your throat. Because my voice, it go loud for my ear, for your sleep, for your wake up. You go to hear me, they call una name. Because until you people tell us the truth and tell us, ask for forgiveness, then tell us the part you people supposed to have played. You didn't play well. They say, children, please do it like this so that we can recover our own glory. If not, as soon as they breathe on our last breath, you're not going to hear my voice on my ear. And if I read
hold on. You see, there's something you said that is very, very poignant. And I think that's why sometimes when you are saying certain things, people, it's very interesting when you said the young ones, that the children should correct the mistakes that they've made. So are you saying that
the old people should correct their mistake?
No, that because when you said like someone like let's say an example, Babangida now.
When not the example, Babangida. There's nothing like someone like he is part of it. And Obasanjo, those two categories, they have a role in this calamity.
Yes, I hear what you are saying. So let's say he now, you go to him, you query him for what he has done, then he too come out and say, you know what, we've made this mistake. This is how you're going to do it to change, to reverse the problem.
Exactly.
Because it appears that that's what you're saying. And I think that's something that is very, very interesting.
Because the truth is this. Also if I make a mistake, I know I make a mistake. So for my children not to make the same mistake, I have to own up to them and say, look, I made this mistake. Please forgive me. Then that this if I have a second child, this is what I would have done. So therefore, children, do it this way so that we can reclaim our old glory back.
Madam H.O., I'm not interfering. I'm trying to follow up with your talk. You see, Amici is very deceptive. The language you use, say, stone me or stone us, is just trying to imprison more.
Exonerate himself.
Because apart from that, you can't access them. You cannot do that. If you do that, police, those Kuroko police, they don't even know go. They don't even know their own basic rights.
Did they know?
So those people that they are just saying, oh, all those politicians are just form a talking point. So, oh, if you think we are wrong, stone us. They know that they want to imprison the poor people because poor people try it. A lot of them will go to jail. And secondly, they will apologize to you. Recently, Babangida was interviewed. They asked him, do you have any regret? Do you see any human being in this life that you don't have any regret? That you are not perfect? He said no. So what am I trying to say?
He said Buhari is more corrupt than him.
Can you imagine people comparing their corruption with one another?
This is recent interview. He said he has no regret, and Buhari is more corrupt than him.
Yes.
Wow.
Let me tell you.
Buhari is more corrupt than
that is what
who knows?
Okay, now then let's say, Mama, I'll let you go now. That's another thing that I'm going to make is that the next thing is that you see this our moving forward. The internet, the media have played a major role. And I said people don't believe it or they believe it. The next election is not going to be like this past one. It's a gradual issue. Nobody hold on to power easily let go. They will fight it to any level. And in the Western world, media have put pressure when the comedian come on the stage, if you watch American comedy, they used to ask them what killed a black American more than anything. They say it's police. They say, oh, it's cancer. They say, no, it's police. So that time, most of the cars have no camera on their dashboard to watch the activity when they pull people over. What am I saying in essence is that media is playing a major role in our politics in Nigeria. And as we continue to expose them through media, bringing their name, bringing their pictures on the media, and people begin to tell them. Now, not for good or for bad, but I was in a UK airport in March ending, and in as much as I try not to show myself so much that I put hoodie, somebody saw me because I missed my flight, so I have to stay in the airport for some time, so walk around, and your people, they are colonna. So I didn't go out of the airport, but somebody walked up to me and said, John Ava, I saw you on Dr. Damaji, so are you here to see Tinubu? And I said, this guy, they crazy. So you can see that, I mean, it could have been for worse if it is like I'm into any other thing wrong. And then when I get to Nigeria, it was even worse. When they saw me, they always saw you. So what am I trying to say in essence is that let's continue this momentum on media. It put pressure on them. Trust me. If you guys don't know, okay, I'm giving you an example. When I go to Nigeria, I used to use my hotspot, use everything. I turn it off. I turn everything off, except I want to get you can get, because my life is not that safe there. Not that I'm doing something wrong, but because we are speaking into those power. So imagine those people, if we continue to attack them from the media like this, trust me, their children sees it. I was in Abuja again, the convoy of one of the ministers, and they came to the airport, and they wear all the white babariga, and they said, hey, the police rushed to me, say, hey, move. I look back. I said, for what? There should be another way for them. If not, they should join the queue like any other person. Or if the VIP road, fine. But this is a standard for everybody. Why should I run from here? And then the police guy, 3-star police officer that was following them, and I say, it's even wrong for you to be carrying gun like that. And the minister called them and tell them they should leave me alone. And when I check in, I have this global entrance, right? It's a card from here. I don't know about your place, but it's a global entrance. You check all your background, then they issue it to you here if you don't follow the normal. But in Nigeria, then you go to the VIP lodge. When I was in the VIP lodge waiting for the plane, they all walk in there. And the lady said to me, if we all have one Nigerian like you, these people, and they were sitting there, they were hearing me, they were hearing her, because those ministers were also waiting for their plane, and they were sitting, they were hearing. I say, we have this nonsense. Say Nigerian belong. The lady, of course, is from US. So the lady was so furious. She said, thank you for what you did. He was telling me, say, thank you for what you did. Are we going to be slaves in our own land forever? Somebody would just come and say, go, and people will be running like animals. And I was smiling. And later, when they were going, they waved me, I waved them, and that's it. But that is what ordinary Nigerians go through. The people just run for nothing.
The truth is this. With the word, I better pass my neighbor generator, is enough to know that we have conditioned ourselves to think that some people are more Nigerian than the other. We've conditioned ourselves to see some people as master, chairman. Yes, the popular words they use is chairman. That is why I look at them and say, you guys my head go low. Because the truth is this, all my children, they are queen, they are king, they are prince, and they are princess. I will continue to sing that into their head so that anywhere they find themselves, they should carry themselves with that charisma. So that no person treats them like slaves. Because that is why they steal this money to collect title that they didn't earn. You don't need to ask people to worship you or respect you. You just need to treat them like human being, like yourself. Because even the small child, they need to be respected. Because that is what the Bible expects us to do. And even traditionally, there is a place of respect for one another. Where did we get it wrong? That if you don't steal money and give them crumbs, they don't respect you. All this one, they are carrying mopo up and down. They don't need it. How many mopo na they see they carry up and down?
Me, I no feel live. Make police they follow me go everywhere like that. Though. I can't live that kind of life.
How many police did you see Peter Obi carry up and down? How many?
How can because you police carry you when you announce if we can't see you?
Because when you are for the people will protect you. I remember when I was working in First Bank, before I came to the US, there's a place we call it illegal path that we pass in Yanoba when the road is blocked. Those places, they call it dangerous zone. No matter how they call it dangerous zone. You know why? When I'm coming in the evening, I will have a bag full of bread. I buy some things on the road, full inside, and some money. When I reach there, I look for the head of the Agberos. I give her. Make you a rush. Mona take and do breakfast tomorrow. Every Friday, I have what I will package and give to them.
Now be saying that you the breed Agbero.
What happened? Because of that kindness I showed to them, they watch out for me. They watch out for me.
So why are we blaming Tinubu then now?
No.
I wonder.
Listen, it's no matter of blaming Tinubu. That is in my own way. That is where I was capable of doing. I treat them as human. That is why when you see me here, we will build facility and take them out of the street. Because now I have the ability to be able to make that happen. Because I know very well, Papa God not form them into their mother's root to become what they are on the street right now. It is the environment.
Yes.
So because I treat them with it, that is why I know that if we can do the right thing, this security we are talking about can be taken care of 80%. We'll be able to separate those who are into this due to hardship and those who have it in their system as DNA. So, but no, they don't use all of them for these 4 years. Finish. Road closed. Like not Agbero, young people, when they were running about following the politicians. The one in Enugu, the one in Lagos, I tell them, say, come. You have access to this senator now that is applying. Can you connect me so that I can use them to establish you people? I know what to tell them, and I know they will do. So that we can use it to establish something for you. Because after the election, they could change number.
Politics in Nigeria is so heavily monetized. That's the problem.
I said because after the election, they could change number. But if you can help me have access to them, I will do this for you. I will do this. After the election, when they change number, you get something you can live on. They refuse. The one in Enugu, the same thing. As soon as they finish election, never reach 2 weeks. Hey, Mama, we want to bury our father. Can you help us with this amount? I said, hey, is that what they run about? Oh, Mama, I want to pay my child school fees. Can you? I said, hey, you have access to raw money in their hand. because you were the one following the upper that convincing your fellow route to now they don't enter finish, they don't forget you. When I tell you now, say these people, you be like orange for their hand. When they finish sucking you, they go drop you. They're not listening. I said, therefore, learn your lesson. I am not helping you because you have the opportunity to help yourself and other youth around you, but you refuse. You think this will be forever. Your eye don't clear. Suffer for 4 years. So you see, I am glad if there are anything we have achieved this period, is unity of purpose.
But some people don't go back to Tinubu side though.
No, but at least people like Ekene, people like Uzo, these are people that came with the helmet of Biafra. But you see, with the continuous talking, with the continuous argument, disagreeing and agreeing, they begin to understand one thing. We cannot get referendum without doing this. So if those are the things we are able to achieve this period, it's worth it. Then two, obedient children wouldn't have stand strong like this if not from voices or support from diaspora. So we've achieved a lot. And with this momentum, we are using it to fight for the mandate. And at the same time, we'll start preparing for 2027. We need economic power. By the grace of God, we have things to give economic power in our hands.
Yeah, no, they wait for 2027. Obi must win the court case by God's grace.
No. I am not saying, I said the court case is ongoing. But while we are doing court case, we still need to start focusing on 2027 because we have a lot of uprooting to do in 2027.
Yes.
We need to uproot all the cabals, all the Irokos in the House of Senate. And we also need to uproot all the Irokos in the House of Rep. And I'm appealing to all of you that have known the truth. Nobodo Igbo. Please, make sure you contest for these positions. I am begging you people.
I go come out here, go contest for Nigeria, they man.
Now they talk, open your face, make I see. No, open your face for make I see.
I go show you, no worry. Now maybe it is.
So, if they complain, say, then who go repair if you not go?
Me, I not be politician because I know Sabi lie.
Okay. If you not be politician, put up for, I go understand. But there are other way you go feel for sure. You go
because Nigerian politics, you must be tell lies. And me, I'm not ready for those rubbish.
We can rewrite that. We can
all
rewrite
politicians around the world tell lies. It's not about. It's not peculiar to Nigeria.
Yes, they do, but here politicians know tell lies like that because we not agree them.
Yeah, then that is why we are talking about empowering the people.
It's not only politicians. Every human being have the tendency to tell lies.
Yes.
Yeah, I think when we talk about 2027 or whenever, in my own opinion, case closed, I know that nothing gonna remove Tinubu from there. In the next 1 year, it's gonna be.
That's what you say.
Wait. Now, who they see me as an arrogant person?
Oh.
Now your mama make me arrogant now. You know what I'm saying? A woman your mama be. How dare you go right for this and they arrogant?
Don't pay attention to that. Don't pay attention.
Now, Jan, if I do arrogant, now your mouth, I mean, your body, I take do arrogant.
No, Mama, you don't pay attention.
No. Some of these people need to be answered because they need to change their fucking mindset. Now, put us for where we did so.
No.
You're gonna hear Peter through, you're gonna talk to Yakpa. In fact, I need to block you. You need to get out of here. Some of you need to get some treatment.
It's okay, Mama. It's part of the society we are. It's a freedom of speech. You have to have the thick skin in those of them.
No, some people need to go to. If they get their problem for their house, they go
even
come
while
and
you
they talk
disagree with
nonsense.
people, even when you disagree with, you can have a dialogue with them, a constructive dialogue with them. They are entitled to what they see, but
don't call me arrogant because I'm speaking truth to power.
Yeah, that is okay, Mama Icho. But they know that what we are trying to do is that we continue to speak the truth. And like I said, we have made a significant progress in this election.
Okay, I see the chat now.
No, that's okay. It's okay. Don't pay so much attention because even Rudolph that whole here, the last time they were calling him all
Me,
kinds
I
of
be
names.
Mama H.O. I not be Udo. Udo skin don't tick because he start with SaharaReporters.
Your own
So
too
his
have to
skin.
be thick. If you're going to serve the public, your soul will be thick. Don't worry about
Oga, John Abba. You see some of these children, I go put them for their place.
It's okay. It's a freedom of speech. Don't worry
Freedom
about
of speech. You don't use the word arrogant for me because of waiting. This is what
you don't understand.
I go post the link for you. Make you enter inside the studio. Go open your eye, look me. Call me arrogant.
John, if I say you don't know, say Mama Echo na pure wafi.
So we are in the very civilization help a lot in changing the mind of the society, and that is the way we are trying to enter the society, to people not to settle for what they are settling for, but in the situation where poverty, lack, disease, everything have been used against these people to silence them. It's easy to see from afar and judge them, but when you go to Nigeria, there is no standard, or there's no hospital, even the national hospital in Abuja, that some people, the elite, can access the card and visit. If you still go, what they are praising is not to anything in the
Which
basic.
hospital even in Nigeria?
Yeah,
I
it's
can't submit
not.
myself to a doctor in Nigeria to check me, or God forbid.
So,
John Abba, Mama Echo, my brothers, and Victory says today. Let me say something.
Yeah.
And that's in regards to going ahead, moving forward, because we're already here today. Tomorrow, we are just. Yesterday, I went out to the first birthday of a little kid. I haven't seen her since she was born. And some young men gathered. They had roasted yam and stuff like that, eating corn and stuff like that.
In the US?
In the US.
Why you don't invite me?
At the backyard. Wait now. So now the story was still the issue of Nigeria. This genuinely is from young men from Anambra. They were having serious conversation, the same way we're having conversation. Somebody said, listen, that it's done, it's over with. Let's wait for 2077 and blah, blah, blah. One young man amongst them, and listen carefully because we're talking about engineering the young ones to go and take over the place in a way. He narrated his experience. This young man has a wife and family, okay? He said that when one man was going to contest for Senate or whatever in their area, and the young man called him, or the elder man called him, a rich man called him. I said, listen, I'm going to do this. I don't know what to do. He said himself took off from here with his own resources, went down there and jump-started a systematic method for the elder guy to run for the office. Himself wanted to also run for member House of Rep for Anambra. Just the place to start. But the experience was that when he has done all that for the guy, when himself learned that the authors, whatever the names of the big guys were there, that he kind of shut up. What do I do? He can't go into PDP, he can't go into those places. But he didn't know much about what was happening with Labour Party. He didn't know anybody. Because if he knew, he probably would have joined the young crowd, because this is a young man, I'm talking about a young man. But here's the point. When he traveled with the guy from here, when the guy came this way, he traveled, they went, the guy has big cars and stuff like that. And what this elder guy did to him was very shocking. Because by the time the big vehicle pulled up, when himself tries to near the guy as somebody who has been a foot soldier for the guy on the ground, the guy say, I beg. Wait. He kind of like shot at him, what's going on? The guy's vehicle pulled up, flowers were offered, and the guy entered his vehicle and a couple of kids, and they entered the vehicle. If I may even add that maybe a dog entered the vehicle. Him that went and jump-started a campaign for this guy and set up a grassroots. He was abandoned there on the spot. And what saved him was the fact that he had his own boys that came with a vehicle. And that's what rescued him. And he went. Narrating that experience, and I can see this young man, if you're talking about people who still have the energy in them to make a difference, that's somebody who came from here. Went there, had that shocker of an experience. And I said to him, my prayer is that you younger folks, because when we were of your age bracket, some of us were Speedy Gonzales, as they will call that term here. Some of us were moving at the speed of light in anything else you talk about, and we meant every word of it. I said, my prayer is that it's not late. I'm glad you learned that lesson, so that next time you won't go to the back, because you don't need that so-called big man. You don't need that big man. You needed the goodness of the kind of thing that Mama Echo was talking about, little things that you do, that the young ones on the ground will look up to you. That's goodwill you're establishing. So let us bear that in mind, and let us begin to. And I say to them that all of you, me, nah, no longer interested in that kind of a situation, but we are now going to give you whatever knowledge that we have gathered. We have to sit back in the background and see you move, because you now have the opportunity and the ability to be able to make things happen in that. Then I posed the question. I said to them, what do you think would have happened if Wike did not do what he did in River State? Since they shared the whole thing 12, that means Sobi would have gotten 13 states, right? The guys, yeah, but that's true. I said, well, and their problem is that some of them still think that the old method is still the way to go. But I'm trying to say to us that the only thing, we sponsored a young man in Benue State from here. Never met him, but I met him through ACU. Vincent Akweki, that's his name. He ran, didn't win, but I'm still in touch with him since he's the person on ground. And what I'm trying to say is that we have to go straight to the level of the House of State Houses of Representatives, local council. Let's go deep into those places and plant the seeds and encourage these ones. But amongst them, let us bear in mind there are the let's bear that in mind. Somebody have to be referenced. You have to know the character of somebody that we are trying to push, and encourage them that money is not everything, but we are here to make sure you don't fall. We are no longer interested in being, okay, go on now. Run at my age. Join me this December. You see where I'll do my traditional retirement ceremony in the bush.
The kind of stuff I would like to work on is to, if you want to do this sort of stuff, you want to get people that are totally committed. That's their pedigree is like 1 in 1,000. You have to do a thorough job of finding these sort of people, because this is an urgent and very, very important task that needs to be done to shift the country's direction. And it may be almost a Herculean task, because you are trying to do something that most nations did with very disastrous events occurring, but we are trying to do it peacefully. It might mean you have to think outside the box and think, innovate, and maybe do things that are individually very difficult, because you are taking the difficulty away from the population and putting it on those fewer amount of people. So I am a Victory. You wanted to say something?
Yeah, Fofana, I just need to make my final submission, then I will go.
I've been patient listening to everything.
I was talking about the fuel subsidy issue yesterday. Can you send me your email in the private chat? Let me send you the document that I had, the calculation that I did, so that you can.
I saw you. I will send you my email.
Yes,
Yeah,
I
you
can
did
send
that
it to you.
calculation, didn't you? Yeah, I will
Yeah,
do that. Let me
yeah. So
see
you
if I
can
get
just
it.
read through it because it's. I mean, I think it's a very very critical issue that what these people are
Mm.
trying to do to the Nigerian people.
And you say you are in tech, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think we people that understand tech. I need to get more a group of people that understand tech in this is Nigerians anyway. Let me see if I can pull this email out. Okay, that was it there.
Yeah,
Yeah,
then
because
I'll send it to
our
you so you can read through it. I think everybody should see that document like for what it is. Then you know
yeah,
that
I will share it. I will share it. I think this in Dr. Damage wants to do that too. But if I get
mm,
it, I will do more analysis and share it.
I sent it to
What's the
you.
document about?
It's just a calculation of the price of what they are trying to push on the Nigerian people. They are spinning a narrative that is not true. You know, and
Okay.
anybody can just look at that. It's just a simple. You go on Google, you can work on this things like you come up with a figure like this thing is not correct. These people are just
There was a question I wanted to ask. Did you factor in that Nigeria owns 20% of Dangote refinery? Because maybe your calculation may not take that into account.
Yeah, but if we do we own 20%, what I'm saying to you, that means literally because what I've done, I've actually given that to the 50 naira profit per liter. So if you take the 20% from 15 naira, that will be about 10 naira, I think I would say. For that money will be coming to the Nigerian government. But
Yeah.
if the Nigerian refinery was working, then now Nigeria should be able to be producing about I would say about 200 million liters of petrol a day that we should be exporting to other neighboring country, and that should be giving Nigeria.
I think the total capacity of the Nigerian refinery, from what I gather, it should be around 400 and something
Yeah, it's 400,000.
barrels per day.
The Port Harcourt is 200,000 barrels. Kaduna is 100,000. Warri is 100,000. So that is 400,000 barrels of crude.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. So you converted it to liters.
Yeah, liters. Yes, liters.
Okay,
Yes.
okay.
But
That's fine.
I did my submission based using the Dangote refinery working. But I'm even saying that even if Dangote refinery is not working, that calculation is still valid because Nigeria has the crude, and I've not even talked about the 600,000 barrel of crude oil that they are stealing every day in Nigeria, and then you're telling people to go and buy fuel for 550. These people are crazy. I don't understand. You know, people have to
I
think
think it will
out
be
of it.
interesting to do that number. I think
Yeah.
maybe when we come back here next time, we'll all go crunch through the number because this is what they were talking about earlier on. We need to be putting pressure on them, letting them people know the truth of what is going on.
Yeah.
Because the more because the thing about Nigeria is that I think we don't tend to realize it. When the people make a move, the government tend to move too. Because this is one of the reasons. If you look at this energy, this thing where people have been arguing about, look at that, they moved it out of the exclusive list again. So and this explains why whenever the Nigerian people decide to like the NSAS this thing, the government gave them everything they wanted. It's just that Nigerians don't, I don't know how to describe it. They don't necessarily, if they don't pay attention enough to focus and just demand stuff. If they do that, Nigeria will get what they want because our leaders, they fear the people that most people think. That's why one leader has not run Nigeria for 10 years. Not one. If you go to African countries, so one leader will be in there for 30 years. Nobody will shake. But Nigeria, not one leader is strong enough to last 10 years. That is crazy.
Sorry for further. So I need to go now. So I've sent you the email. Just check your spam folder as well, just in case. Because when you read that document, you will see that.
Yeah, I got it.
These people are crazy. But anyway, I was going to touch on the issue that you talked about how do we get those money from those tanks that they are storing. There are people that are stealing Nigerian money that are keeping it in the tanks. Now, this is a simple thing. Like, if you get somebody that is accountable that comes into the government, I don't know if you have ever been in, if you ever had an issue here in the Western world and they want to investigate you, the amount of information that they will put on the table for you, that what they have on you on file, that literally when you see that document or those information, you will pee your pants, and you know that they've cramped you, like you cannot escape. Like the information is so overwhelming that you might even cry, even that this people got me.
You know, hold on. That's really funny. You know what they do in the West? It's so funny. So a standard of proof that the Nigerian police will have, the Nigerian police will be like, I got you now. The West, they will get that and they will spend another 6 months collecting excess information. That even you will be like, you know what? I surrender.
That's how people plead guilty. So what I'm saying to you is that those people that have actually stolen money in Nigeria, if you do the forensic analysis, how they move the money through different accounts, and you call them and say, listen, this is what we have on you. So far, you've taken 500 billion naira from the coffers. This is how you move money and all that. Now, you have two options. It's that we're going to lock you up because the judiciary is now working properly. We're going to lock you up for a long time. Or you have the other alternative to invest this money in the Nigerian economy, right? By going to maybe investing in the social sector, maybe agriculture, whatever. Invest also amount of this money in the agricultural sector, for example.
No, with the collector to invest.
No, victory. How do we, young folks like you, your brains are still very sharp. How do we weave you like a basket so that we can use that basket to collect water? How do we weave you, people like David Hundayin? There are many, many more of you. But amongst you, it's got to be the ones with a pure heart, at least to some level. That's what I'm trying to say. How do we put up that?
Victory hasn't seen money yet. They've not given Victory money back yet. So how are we going to tell? Victory, they show you money back. Are you going to take it? We don't know.
Let me tell you something. I'm not really moved by money. I don't know why. Money does not interest me. Do you know why? Because see, it's something that you can work and you can get. And the thing that is more important for me is your intellectual, like how you think, your thought process. Because there's so many things you can do that can earn you money. So as long as you're switched on, you know what is happening out there, you can always make money. So money is not an issue for me, and I've seen money before for that. Like like the level that I am, I've seen money. So I don't think I will see somebody just try and throw money, billions, then I will start shaking. And that's the thing about Nigerian people. Like, so people were so poor, their mentality are so poor, and when they see money, they go crazy because they never expected to be rich in their lifetime before. And that's so the money just popped. I said, oh my God, you know. But if you've like seen, if you know like the value of money and how you work to get money and all that stuff, you will find out that it's not worth it. So as I was saying to you, if you present those evidence to those people that listen, you will know how you move the money from social account, how you paid social person, and this is how the money got to your final account. Now, you have two options. Either we're going to lock you up for 30 years of hard labor, or you have the option to invest 80% of that money into the Nigerian economy, and this is the sector you can invest in. And this is why I don't understand these people. Like, people like, why don't we have electricity in Nigeria? People say that some people send a generator, they don't want it to work. No. The people that are sending generator, bring them together, tell them to invest in the power sector. By doing that,
you see that now you are beginning to think the way I think. I've said it before. That it's not because rich people are sabotaging the economy, because clearly it's in their interest for the economy to grow so that they too will become richer. Exactly. It's like you don't have a farm and you starve you don't have a livestock in a farm and you starve your livestock. You want them to be fatter and bigger so that you too get more in harvest. So I don't subscribe to that. That's why I feel like there's something more. There's sabotage going on to the economy that is making sure that the economy doesn't grow.
So, Victory, would you share your email the same way that Forefathers shared his email so that we can see how we can weave that basket?
No, if you
Igbo basic, this basket thing you said, you see, it's like you say you weave basket to water at the same time.
No, I said you weave basket to be able to use that same basket to collect water.
But how are you going to do that though? Basket doesn't collect water now.
Oh, come on now.
You know that kind of analogy. You have to get analogy right. It confuses people. When you go to give analogy, it has to add up a bit. Because if you take basket to collect water, it's going to leak. You get me? You got my head thinking. That's why you want to give that kind of I they confuse children. You got to tell the child that kind of stuff. They'll be like, what is that? Is he a sieve? Yes.
Old men speaks in parable.
Yeah.
Old men, they speaks in parable.
But is that not like a waste of time? If you take water with basket, it's just going to leak.
It's you that doesn't understand the parable. So call privately and get the parable interpreted.
Maybe you should interpret it because it's confusing
when they say
me.
cast your bread upon water, what did that mean? When they say cast your bread upon many waters. So it's the same way. It's just like the gift on the inside of you want it to spray around. But in the mindset or the view of victory is very raw and pure. But then it's not all like that all over young people. There are very young people from America here that I know once stayed with me when he came to America and joined the forces and later went to run for office in Nigeria. Is as corrupt as devil. I met, I've seen him in the airport in Nigeria. We run across each other. This is somebody that stay in my own house, not like he stay in my neighbor house. When I was in New York, I'm no more in New York.
Jonaba, you just confused me again now.
No, you shouldn't.
Say cast your bread in small water. What kind of all this talk you people keep talking? It's just confusing. Why do you keep saying these things? It's confusing. What does that mean? Cast your bread in water. What does that mean?
That one is not difficult.
Father, you know why they speak in parable? Because they plan to overtake these people does not need to be hatched outside. So they speak in parable so that these people don't know the step. Because if they know the step we are going to take, they go sabotage. So the best way is to speak in parable.
No, I understand that, but even the parable itself, even in this elementary definition, it confuses me.
That is why I say, if you want to know the interpretation, reach out to them personally. You get your answer.
That's why now I want to rise up to that level you are taking right now because I can't figure it out.
Forefathers, I could speak anywhere, even in America. Okay, I go to a very, very high level meeting, and it was a security kind of meeting. After they have spoken, and I used one word, I said, see you in Philippi. And when I used that word, see you in Philippi, they understood because I've gathered anything I needed to have. And the biggest man there said, Alex, I understand what you're trying to do. You can't just see all of us and you gather us and you try to zip it like that. I said, what are you talking about? I just said something. Okay? So when you are in the midst of even the biggest ones among them, you can say something to them. They understand what you have just said. It's going to take them a little time to decode it. But you've said it, koro, and it's in print that you said it. So, my brother, not be everything where hunter see for bush, where you go talk. Otherwise, in family, no go allow me to go bush again.
You see that one makes sense. Because the family, that one makes sense. Because if he told the family will be afraid for his safety. You see, but this one where basket is they take water is confusing. And that one say cast bread in the water. What is that supposed to mean? You can't just say stuff like that. When you put bread in water, is fish in the water to eat the bread, or the bread just got soft and disappear? What is the meaning? It has no meaning. That's my point. It's confusing.
Make them say when you can wash your hand, please. You go join there. You go eat
with others.
Okay.
You see?
Let me rush you. Can you build in Nigeria? No, anywhere. Can you build a 2-kilometer road for 20 years? In fact, more than 20 years. 2-kilometer road. Okay. Can you imagine where a bridge was presented or budgeted for 110 million naira? And then the contractor is giving 10 million naira to go and build the bridge. Okay? And the contractor said, but okay, this no go do. If you want make I just slap concrete, that's I'll try you. He said, go and start that bridge, go and do the bridge. The guy came back later. He collected, he went and started doing the bridge, did what he can. And he came back and said, okay, I beg you. I beg you. This will not do. Do whatever you can. Give some more money so that I can. The rest where they take pursue and come out. Okay? Guess what? That bridge where they talk about, if you build them, water go past the other side. Next tomorrow, water go past the other side. Bridge go turn down for center. Okay? It's not completed. So many of those things are happening in Nigeria where it just happened with the Nigeria Air. Is it not in the same Nigeria that they would award contract with plenty of money and then they would deliver equipment to start with? And guess what? The following day after they've collected, after they have cut the tape, all those equipments have been taken to a different location to continue the same journey. Alex Ekweme once during his time imported some serious equipment that he was supposed to build a factory with. And those things were buried in the ground. My brother, if you want to, there are so many ways of skinning a rat. Okay? So, but like I was asking the young man, we're going to weave a basket. We're already weaving the basket, whether in there or no day. When we identify those who truly, like David Hundayan, how much you think you're going to pay that young man? Hello? To do otherwise. When he traces back to the story of his father, who his father was. His father was the same person, he told us here, that signed a piece of paper for guess who? I guess Bola Tinubu in those days. And then they sent a whiff of gift to the father. And the father said, no, I just did my job. And I see the young man victory in that kind of a mode. Even though you may be afraid, what if he gets there? If he ever thinks about getting there, what will happen? No, I know some put a job. You don't, because people die in war and then you don't go to war. You go to war and you expect to die in a war.
Yeah.
When I appealed earlier on to if there is still any of them that have a good conscience in their heart.
Some of those things also have to do with the value you are raised with. There are people that are very poor, but they can be trusted. The fact that they have not seen money before doesn't mean that they see money, they will go crazy. In fact, most corrupt people, not because they don't have the money, it has to do with the spirit of greed and what they value most in their life.
Most of them, the fear of going back to poverty
Yes,
motivates them to be
yes.
corrupt.
So the young man, like I said, he joined the politics in Nigeria. He's in the House of Rep from their place, and nothing changed in him, even though he went to a military here. So sometimes we have people who would think they will deliver, they may not, but you can't live by fear. You have to constantly take risks, trust in people,
Exactly.
and you continue to do, or maybe one day the seed will grow on it will be on the fertile land that can deliver the whole nation. But if you say I'm not taking risk again, that I've took so much risk, then I think that is even more risky than taking risk. So I believe that the wave that we are going, the direction we are going in through the media are spoken. The only problem I have with the diaspora people is that talk is cheap. We all can be here, but we should know that where our interest, even the Bible, if you want to go the Bible way, it say that where your treasure is, that is where your heart
is.
So sometimes why people do not have interest in Nigeria than they talk is because they don't really have anything they invested there. Again, they left there, they think, you know what, I'm done, I'm moving on, I don't want to be part of it. But if you really have interest and we want things so quick, the democracy, even in the West, is still struggling. And the civilization, like if you go to the north, the level of civilization is very slow. So if we're going to go and engraft everybody, and we talk about people that you can tell them this is what your people are doing to you. There's Dr. Haruna that came to this show here. How many northerners have access that he has?
No, but the truth is this, Dr. Jonaba. I'm doing something recently that involved me to explore the online space. Surprisingly, when I enter into linking, majority are from the north. And that really interests me.
Yes, that is a good one, but you ought to let me, I'm not pushing you.
But you see, they're there. They are there to learn. They have this open mind. Because I've interacted with a lot of them with the information I gathered from there. I've done one-on-one with people in Kano, Kaduna. Today I did talk with Borno and Maiduguri. You can just see these people who are eager to want to learn.
Then you have to be making it correct. Borno State, the capital of Borno is the one called Maiduguri. So you have talked to somebody from Maiduguri, and
oh, sorry. So they are eager to learn. There's this virgin mindset that wants to learn. There is this hunger of wanting new information to learn. And they are looking forward to learn to take to their people. Like when I was discussing with him, he now make a request. He said, please, is there a way in future where this you are presenting to me can be translated in our local language? And that really touched me, because this is somebody who doesn't just want to learn for himself. If it's translated to the local language, more people will learn and make use of this opportunity to change their financial story. But in the South, we are the opposite.
Very interesting, isn't it? Whenever I speak to the northerners, they tend to be far more. They tend to listen to you more, and you don't always assume that just because they are listening to you, that they are just taking everything you say. But I think they engage. They engage.
That's right.
They talk to you to elevate. What our people tend to do is that they just talk to you sometimes. They just want to shoot each other down, like
exactly.
Yeah, but is it not in this same, is it not in this same Obi era, as a result of Peter Obi, that a remote village in the north saw borehole for the very first time in their life, and they all gathered.
I saw it.
And they all gathered, and they were like heaven came. So that is existing.
So when I look at it, when I interact between the north and the south, I see readiness in the north than the south. And I said, it takes me less energy to convey my message to the northerner, and it takes me headache to say in the south.
Mama Echo, when you say north, where exactly do you refer to as north? I hope you are not counting me among.
You because
I don't know.
Where you come from.
He's in Germany and
No. Where is north of Nigeria?
He
John.
said that he talked to somebody from Maiduguri.
I know. But
I am still exploring, my dear.
Yes, but John,
he mentioned Kaduna is not north. He mentioned
John.
Kano is not north.
Where are you from?
John, wait now. You are a dumber like me. Are you a northerner?
Yes.
But you are not. Now when we are trying.
No, a dumber is not Benue. Is it Benue?
I am not a northerner. I reject that.
Okay. It's because you want to have your
middle belt. Geographically, you know, Middle Belt is not the north of Nigeria.
Wait,
Geographically,
I know.
it's just a political thing.
You see the problem we continue to have now.
I am from the Middle Belt, but I am more south because
Yes, but I'm more north.
Because Mash grew up in Aba.
You grew up in
But wait,
Igbo land. So I
you
grew
are
up
from
in
Benue, right?
So
yes,
you are
I am from Benue, Edo.
Okay.
So
now
that
let
is
me
why
tell
I
you one
see
interesting
Godfather, forefather. You see why we have.
Now tell you one interesting thing.
It's reasoning like Dr. Aboki.
Northerner,
Wait,
say God
now.
forbid. It's not even. This is an intellectual man in Germany. Say to be a Northerner, God forbid. Like somehow it's a taboo.
I am not a Northerner. I can never accept to be a
Northerner is not God
Northerner.
forbid.
Interestingly,
Mash, there's no need to be like that. There's no need, because if you are going to fix your country, you don't want to. They are part of the country.
Listen to me. I am not saying.
Can I
Please
tell you
listen
something
to me.
interesting
Listen
about
to my point. I am not trying to say. I am not trying to say that being a Northerner is an abomination. But me being a Northerner, I'm not a Northerner. I can never be. I don't want to be.
Wait.
Okay.
But Mash, I understand Mash's case here. Okay.
Mash, there are 6 political zones, okay?
Yes.
But if we want to make it simple, we have North and South. And South comprises the East, the West,
Yes.
and the South. Same thing, the North. When we break it down, we have the Central, we have the
No.
and Northwest.
It's not.
I don't subscribe to that. You know what? You know why I don't subscribe to that, man? I subscribe to it. For me, the north of Nigeria starts from Abuja, really. It has to be the geographic north. I don't believe in this the political north that they call it.
Well, let me
It's in the south, really.
I agree more with you, Godfathers.
Forefathers.
Yeah. I'm not a Northerner. I'm a Middle Belter.
Mama Echo, hold on. The truth is, if you look at from Abuja down, they are mostly Christian. They are mostly southern. They tend to have more southern this in culture and all the rest of it. But yeah, they call them north. I don't understand that. They are not north.
I've never
Abuja is in the middle of Nigeria. From there, that's north. Then anywhere below that should be south. But somewhere along the line, we've considered that Benue is not. It's not north. It's in the southern region of Nigeria.
Even if we go by geographical distribution, I've never seen a country where they will just apportion to one part north and one
it's
south.
ridiculous. It doesn't make sense. Abuja clearly was picked because it was the middle of Nigeria. From Abuja up, then you have, and truly, if you look at it, they become more and more Muslim from Abuja north. When you come south, they become more and more Christian. That's why Jos and Plateau are Christian nations.
As John here will be able to attest to, he's a Benue guy like me. My place is not far from his place. If you I am more like me now. The part of Benue state that I come from, John, you should know Igumale now.
Of course.
Igumale, we are more Igbo. We speak Idoma, but if I speak my dialect now, John may not quite understand.
Yeah.
We call, for example, plate. John's people will call plate Ochibu. We call it Efere.
Which is Igbo language.
Exactly.
Igbo language.
Something. John's people will call cloth Ili. We call it Iwe.
Which is Iwe. Again, Igbo language to Efe. Iwe.
So we have cultural.
Hold on. Which one is Aqua again? I thought the Aqua is closed for Igbo. Is it Iwe again?
The thing
Igbo basics. I'm just clearing some facts here.
Aqua is two things. Aqua is clothing materials and stuff like that.
Clothing.
It's
yes.
also a bed that you sleep in.
Yes.
That's also
Aqua. So
in Igbo language, you mean, Abi? In Igbo language, yeah?
In Igbo language.
No, I did talk about forefathers.
Two major tribes in Benue, the Dom and the Thief.
Yeah, but me, so But me, so I spend more time for Benin, for Benin, where my mother they live. So I understand that language too. I speak Ishan. My mother is Ishan. I speak Ishan. I speak Idoma. I speak Igbo. I speak Yoruba, and of course Hausa.
Wow.
And all these things. Yeah. My wife is from Benin. I speak it too.
And you say you can't be a politician. I don't know
I
what
don't want to be
what a
that
wasted
kind of
talent.
that kind of
you can you imagine going anywhere to campaign and speaking the language? Eh?
the
And you
kind
don't
of
want to use
politics. Look, the kind of politics in Nigeria, the kind of background I come from, I cannot play it. I don't know how to lie. I cannot learn it at all day.
Yeah, but that's a political. It's a political asset
You
now.
enter politics to lie.
Exactly.
You
So
see,
it's
in
an asset. It's
Nigeria,
not always a bad thing.
Madam, in Nigeria, people don't even know. The question I want people to be asking them first is, what is politics? Politics is for you to form a pressure group, seize power, of course, not by force, democratically, and use it for the benefit of the people. That is what politics is about. But the meaning of politics in Nigeria has a totally different coloration, which I don't agree with.
But in Nigeria, of course, they practice the true politics. It's those people that have destroyed it that is making my children to believe that this is what politics is all about.
No, that is what they understand politics to mean in Nigeria, and I don't like their notion of politics. I don't like it. I'm a very honest person. If you give me public money, even if I'm hungry, I cannot touch 1 cent.
It's
Public money,
that's a
public
common behavior with the Idoma people mostly.
And you see, that we practice politics in several ways, culturally and otherwise. A project that I would like to do in your village, Mash.
Yes.
Because I've had the privilege of meeting your brother.
Yes.
And when I met him, he talked to me about Emmanuel Gebe.
Yeah.
Yes.
He's my cousin.
Exactly. So he talked to me about an edifice that he has always known since he was growing up.
Mm-hmm.
And that when he went back, he was told that thing had been thrown away and became Mbuka. It was some relics out of the Biafra-Nigeria war, out of the Nigerian Civil War. And I said to him, what we'll do is that we'll go back and find wherever either a replica or that same thing is somewhere in Nigeria, and we will bring it back to that particular spot. I said, what you do for me is that when you get home, go to that particular spot, tell your people that a monument needs to be planted here. Plant a bottle there, plant a tombstone there, plant something, because that's something that is coming out of your mind as a child. And when you saw that it is now missing, it touched you so deeply. So I'm hoping that with you, Mash, with Emmanuel, that we're going to find that particular material that was stored away to wherever, and we'll bring it back to that particular spot and plant it for posterity's sake. Because that is how come if you ever go to Umuahia, if you ever visit Umuahia, for heaven's sake, I recommend one thing for you. Go to what they call a Juku Bunker. Go to the Biafra War Museum. You will see for yourself. I took my children there. And after you see that, after you walk into that trench where you walk through, and then you come into a place where you see the shield, the original of Biafra, and you see the original Radio Biafra, and you see the original seat of everything, inside that underground, you will come back and you realize that a part of history, we just have to make sure that Nigerian history is not erased, or whatever has happened.
Let us not miss opportunity like Marsh is trying to say that he can run for office. Language is very powerful. Can you imagine speaking Hausa when you go to the north to campaign? Come to the Igbo land and then talk Igbo with them. And then that is a sign of unity right there. But
yes, that is why I see Nigeria from a unified point of view. I love Nigeria and I love
then that is
everybody.
why we don't going to miss opportunities. People like you. Okay, if we say that you are
But the
honest and you
point
will not
is
run
that
for office,
the point is that
then
you have to be a pathological liar to be a
That is
politician in
not
Nigeria.
true.
That
you
is not
don't
That
true.
is not
Mash,
true.
you
We
don't
need to
have
speak with you. That is not
you
true.
don't have to.
That is
Nobody.
not true.
You have said it
Like
that
me,
nobody
I
will
am
change
myself anytime,
you.
any day, relating with them at home and
In,
relating here. I am
in
myself.
Yeah, in any age, I speak. Of course, I speak Hausa fluently, but I speak also Kanuri, which is the major language from Brunei
In
State.
Kaduna,
You know,
Kakuri,
Brunei
Kanuri, or okay,
Kanuri,
Kanuri.
Kanuri.
You see, we and all those people. What I was saying earlier that I divulged. We from that Benue up to that Abuja and even up to Kaduna, we are the same people. Plateau, all those places. Then when they want to insult me, they will tell me that I'm a northerner. They will use me as part of their population to get what they want to get. And once they get it, they start to say that you are somebody else. That is why Obasanjo asked them that time that I gave somebody post from Kogi. Oh, so he's not a northerner. I don't know.
Of course, he knows. He's just playing politics. He
Because
knows that.
The so-called North Central is not the North. I never subscribe to it
no.
because
I don't even like to call it North Central.
when I
It's
look at the map
middle.
of Nigeria, I was like surprised. Like, why today? Like, just from
But
Anambra is not. That is crazy.
No.
That is deep south.
No.
regardless of that,
You see,
forefather.
Benue State alone is bigger than the whole of Northeast combined. You can
Imagine,
imagine.
and then they just passing it off to the northern part of Nigeria,
But
and
Yeah.
it's just because
that
of
is
British this administration,
no,
isn't it?
that is a
Person like me now,
politician.
why I feel insulted when they try to call me northerner is that I be proper Benin boy with the grace. I grade dada for inside head. You can't they call me northerner.
They call you northerner because you are the way Nigerians do, because you are partly from Benue. I think that's why. Jonaba, you wanted to say something.
Yeah. What I was trying to say is that northerner, no northerner, easterner or westerner. If we're going to have this one map, one Nigeria, we must crusade for unity and purpose.
Yes.
I believe that a lot of people suffer in the north more than you even imagine in the east or west. I'm talking about level
Of
of
course.
poverty and the death, the rate of death, the mature.
Yeah.
Yes. I've been there now. I've seen with
Okay,
my own eyes
so
that.
And another thing that people don't want to agree because of the state are so much close. Like if you are in a Delta state, I think if you cross the bridge, you are almost in Onitsha on the other side. So these
Yes.
states are very close, and they say, "Oh, we're going to argue about population," but it's not all of that is irrelevant. What is relevant is that if we are still one Nigeria, we should crusade for the unity so that the elite, because the way the elite oppress themselves in the east or in the west, let's say when Tinubu was in governor of Lagos, or Tinubu as a person, there's belief that he did a lot of stuff. Do you know that Fashola, under Fashola, do you know that the northerners were being deported? Or let's just the word deport from Lagos. They say Lagos is too congested, that they should go with one bag of rice and 15,000. It was done in that. So in this era, if we're gonna
That is unconstitutional. He has no right to behave like that.
if it is done like that to the easterners in the north, what is the message are we sending? Though the point I'm trying to say that the elite, they're all the same mindset. It's about colonization. It's about taking advantage of the people. And until they see the unity, they'll be afraid. But as far as we are not unified, they're not going to be afraid because it's a divide and control, divide and conquer. And when they know that, you should know that, okay, now they know that they're not happy. And you know that they pay attention. Even if you see the speech by Shetima, the vice president, You see his speech. You say, "Oh, I did this for my chief of staff is Igbo. My
Have
no,
you seen?
my
Have you
security."
seen what that man? Have you seen what that man said about the Igbos when he
No, no,
was
no,
discussing with Amosun,
no, no,
Ibikunle
no. I'm
Amosun?
trying to talk about his last speech about unifying. You are talking
That
about
is
unify.
that first one that I heard is what I judge him by. Whatever
Yeah,
he's
yeah.
saying now
But
is
I'm
new.
no, no. If people
Yes,
change,
that
if
look,
you say something 10 years ago,
that one that he discussed in secret is his real self. All this
yeah,
one he say is
you say
political.
that is still awareness. Awareness that make people change is for you to point out what they did, and then even when they're not agree inside, they are forced by the society, they are forced by exposure that they cannot carry the same behavior again. Even it doesn't. So that is
I
the
think
change.
if you ask me if Shetima was like Islamist or whatever, I don't subscribe to that. Why? Because this is somebody that was like mentored by Jim Ovie, of this in
Genovia.
Zenith Bank. Yeah, Jim Ovie of Zenith Bank. So these are people that these are some of his men too. So if he was like raging fanatic Islamist or whatever, he's not going to be like that. If he was very biased person, he's not going to be friends or acolyte of people like Jim Ovie. So
Forefathers,
yeah.
from your views, like they still say they see things like Oyibo.
No, I think the way I see it is that when you work with people, especially in the professional capacity
Not
for
only
such a
that,
long time,
not
you
only that.
can't be you can't be like, oh, I want to kill them. No, I don't
No,
think
not
that's what
only that,
Shetima is.
the Bronu State is one of the most liberal state in politics. Is
That's
can
true. That's
Yes,
true.
but when you come to before this Boko Haram invaded the part of Bronu State, you also is the most peaceful state in the north. When you hear about all
Very
the
beautiful
famous,
from what I hear.
yes,
One of
when you
my,
hear
I know those places. One of my best friends is from there, from where they call Biu.
Bill,
I usually went there.
I went to school in Bill. I went to school in
I usually went there when I was in ABU with
Bill.
my
People
friend.
are called Bill.
My friend is from the Balami family.
Okay, Balami. Yes,
Yeah.
I went to school in Biu. So
Okay.
I went to school in Biu, inside Biu town. And so Brunei State is one of the most peaceful
That time, that place very peaceful. We the drive go there for night. No,
peaceful.
the whole of
They,
north,
they,
na
they,
south
they say
side.
the natural beauty there is quite
Yes,
good
It's so
because this
beautiful.
TVC reporter was talking about
And
it.
the Kanuri are the most popular indigene
Populous, yeah.
of Brunei
they are
State.
very wonderful people.
So and of course Shetima is a Kanuri man, and they have promoted this include the University of Maiduguri. Go there, almost it's few Brunu indigenous you see there that are in school. They are mostly from the east and west to come to the school at the University of Maiduguri. And Shetima was the governor before he became a senator. It's the way the society politician presented the issue, like now the issue of they came up during this era of politics since Buhari say, oh, Hausa Fulani. I was seeing ignorant people who call me and tell me, so, oh, do you know that there's a difference between Hausa and Fulani? So
Of course,
I
there is a
told them that
difference.
those are language that is it
Of
today?
course, there is a difference.
Yeah, I say
That
it's
we are
not today. They
different
are live
doesn't mean
together
that
for
we
years.
cannot unite. That we
The,
are different doesn't mean that we cannot
Yes.
unite.
But they were telling they created that talking point, thinking it will work for election season. Just like they do to Jonathan, they do to all of them. It's these politicians that are very devilish. They will cook and sell to the public whatever the slang they will use. And when this come out, I say, okay, Hausa Fulani, do you know that all these Northerners that have been a president, none of them is an Hausa? But they were joining the Hausa
But
Fulani
it is true.
fighting for
The
their land.
Hausa people are equally oppressed like
Well,
the
for
Southern
me,
people.
But
that is
when
quite
they
true, though.
have enjoying the fight with them,
That's true.
they have
You,
they have enjoyed that fight for them. You know, they have, because the nature of the Hausa, they are not a conqueror like the Fulani. I mean, so Fulani have stayed under their umbrella and enjoying it for years. Now it's
Yes.
okay for them also to strive to be themselves, to say, okay.
And they have mixed up with them to such an extent you can never separate them again. You
Exactly.
hardly.
So why one election you become what does it really matter when we are talking about one nation? If I meet a forefather on the road, or meet this Igbo base on the road, or Mama H.O. or Mas, in the
Me, I
context of,
don't care where person come
do
from.
you really care about that? You want to see
I don't
humanity?
care.
I think for me, the reason why to me I care a little bit about that was because of meritocracy. Because if one side, because when you see that, okay, let's say you go to Benue now, you see only the chiefs show up in as governors constantly. You are bound to ask, okay, what's happening
No,
to the
I'm
other
not talking
groups in there?
about leadership. I'm talking about ordinary Nigerian to unite. I'm not talking
In
about
Benue, even
I'm
in
talking
Benue, we
about the
have that problem
uniting
too,
of
like forefathers was just saying.
everybody will have their own issue. We are talking
If-
about, for instance, I tell people, Benue, the major tribe in Benue State is, if you divide it into two, we have other dialects. But then, if you say Benue, the tendency is that the thieves and the Idoma. And Idoma
Yes.
have never been a governor of Benue State since the beginning
No.
of till today.
Because Idoma people are not as united as thief people.
And another thing, Idoma people stay a little outside the state than the chief.
That apart, I must tell you one very frank fact. Idoma people are not serious people. They like to drink and enjoy themselves.
So are you telling
That
me
kind
now
of
that
language is helpful, eh?
the thief are
No,
more
but
serious than
I am
Idoma?
Idoma now. I can't tell the truth about my people.
Yeah, no. But
Okay.
are you telling me now that the thief people are not, they are more responsible than Idoma people? That
No.
they cannot be
Listen. The thief people are very cooperative within themselves. Idoma people are not like that. And Idoma people, this is a public forum, but I will still to say the truth because it's my personal left hand for old age. Idoma people are a little bit of a laissez-faire kind of people. I just drink, carry woman, finish. They are not too ambitious. Those of
You think so?
So are you going to compare now the Doma people in Benue State to a thief in Benue? Are you going to say that thief are more? Unity. I will give that to you. But
yes.
But you're going to say when it comes to life and ambition that thieves are more ambitious than Doma people?
Not exactly. Benue generally is not a very ambitious state.
Oh God! What is wrong with you? Now you just throw the whole Benue under the bus too. It's just anybody. It's just
in a way. Now,
the food basket of the nation. You're just chucking them under the
my brother. My brother, forefathers. You see, the best thing that you can give a friend is the truth.
Yeah. Now let's put the truth.
But they are the food basket of this thing, isn't it?
And no.
Who they still do those kind of primitive farming? Where do they do? Where do they call them food basket?
I think you are just being mean now.
Yeah,
but they still have some of the best yam now. What are you talking about?
They have the best of it.
When did they talk about the best yam? Now my village they come from.
So
okay, but I disagree with you that they are lazy people. You know why?
No. I didn't say that they are lazy people. I said that they are not. They are careless. They are nonchalant about life.
Back. Do you know that laid back attitude is one of the reasons why some of them will call them dog. They farm with big
Everybody cannot.
They come to my village and we appreciate.
It's not only Idoma thing. It's always the whole Nigeria. The reforming of
you see the problem. The thing we Idoma really get, like even me. So you follow me. I no go follow person struggle for money. Say do or die. Now our attitude. They follow even me.
Yeah, but that is not a wrong thing. Now.
Yes, it's not a wrong thing.
You wait now. You go feed do Tinubu kind of politics as the Idoma man. We Idoma people are very liberal people. If we know they do things, do or die. We know they
See,
do
let,
that.
let me. If you were so easygoing, I can assure you, you would not be there. And if you were so easygoing, you guys would not be the ones that I think it was thieves that threw those rocks on Osuma Danfodio. You see, there was this guy I was working with. There was this guy I was working with. He was from Benue. He was like, is there village people that stopped Osuma Danfodio that they went on the mountain on the hill and threw rocks on him, and the fight is still going on till today.
Look, I will tell you a brief history.
Seriously?
Even after the colonial fathers or whoever they call them came, Benue people still pack their load, go Sokoto, go meet them. Now we both separate them. We be warriors. We know the joke.
But if you are able to do that, it just tells you that my point is that your narrative is not exactly true, because those people went all through the north and got to Benue. Suddenly they met people that are throwing rocks from on top hills.
Yes,
you see what I mean?
But that is not all. But that is not all that it takes to be serious in life. That is my point.
Yeah, but everybody have their own shortcome. If you go to any whether in Yoruba or they are very ambitious or Igbo, we all have our own shortcome. But
if you go, especially for Benue, especially Idoma land for Benue, when they talk about Agatu, Oupa, Otupa, go reach all those my place. If you look at the youth, you will be surprised. When I go home, I shudder. A lot of them go just they busy. They play ball for people who don't reach to get family. They go play ball for village square. Which kind of nonsense life with that?
This guy just keep blasting. You keep knocking on people. You know, I get a feeling that you are bitter towards your Benue side.
No. Okay. Make I give you example. May I give you example? Let me give you an example. The other side where I come from, like the Edo side, they are more organized. If Edo people say they want to organize themselves, make them do something now, whether small pikin or old woman, we don't they fall when they won't know if you work well again. The last power we get, you go Adam join. Benue people not exactly be like that.
Yeah, but to be fair though, Edo is one of the most disciplined groups in the southern region. I think they are probably the most disciplined groups in the south of Nigeria.
It depends. Discipline is relative. It depends on what you mean by discipline.
Yeah, because the way they structure their societies, even in the days of the Obas, before the colonial, they were very more regimented. They have
organized.
Military
that is what I said earlier.
They're more organized.
You cannot that comparison with Benue will not work much. I understand what you are saying. I'm an Idoma guy. I understand completely that but then my saying to you is that the shortcome you see because you are from there is everywhere, and you cannot compare. Benin is one of the oldest institution in the whole Nigeria. The history of Benin is even way beyond Nigeria existence. Before Nigeria was formed. So, and this you are talking about, like you say about the layback, it have advantage and have its own disadvantage. And the issue of the farming in Nigeria is in general. The outdog base from Benue was the Minister of Agriculture. There is nothing he did for the people that are suffering for the.
Not the outdog, but they claim say him be chairman of Northern Forum. Are they so disappointed? What do you make him Northerner? What do you make him feel saying a Northerner?
Listen, Janaba, you were saying something about farming reform when this guy carried on bashing the Benue.
Exactly. The point is that it will help look at the wasting of oranges. If you go mango, orange, guava, there is no rich food organic that is not wasted in Benue State. And the problem also come back to Nigeria in general.
What about tomato?
Tomatoes, anything. Then when you
we are not particularly good at growing things like tomatoes. We grow cassava.
The tomato come from the north.
palm
the far
fruit.
north, like Borno State. But then
Yeah.
let's come back to what is in Benue, and then what the problem in Nigeria in general. There are many people who have seen this waste and they have gone to Nigeria trying to salvage it, to make it, a process it so that they can preserve it for long, whether turn it to juice and have.
Yes.
Nigerian frustrate you. They won't give you a license.
Nigerian government should be funding that too. Just
Exactly.
people that transform all these things.
That's why I mentioned Andrew Audu Ogbe as the Minister of Agriculture.
Not being saying one brain Ruga come our place. Where would it be?
So the point I'm making is that the Nigerians in general, if they or whatever come from Benue State, if they have processed it and even give license to the people that are there who want to make a juice out of it and have it, we have a Five Alive that they're importing from a neighboring country, and mostly
imagine.
Yeah, and then we
Even
are having organic.
cashew juice. There's also cashew juice that I saw in the north. Like they don't do anything with it. They just remove the nut. That's all they use. Then they just chuck the fruit away.
Yeah,
like
so
you can use that to make juice. But
all those
Nigerian
and all of the things that
for Nigeria itself, the cashew fruit now we they eat, we they throw the nuts away.
Yeah.
So,
but most of it is of the major farming is just for the nuts. They don't care about the fruit.
When I see what the cashew nuts cost here in Germany, I will just shake head. Say now, wow.
Crazy. We'll just be chucking it away.
There is a way that the young man in Benue is trying to. We are encouraging him. We told him farming is not. No, there's a way that they tell you that you are a farmer, meaning you are a primitive person. And they put that is the limitation on you that farming is a dirty job.
That's the general notion. That is how the government of Nigeria has presented farming.
Farming is strategically important. It's like it's critical. Without it,
how did the society function without agriculture?
Without it, if you don't eat it, forget it.
Exactly.
You can have a 20 million man army.
They don't
Nothing
see it
is
as
going
a
to work.
priority and as an economical issue. They don't see all of those things. Everybody is hyping
You
about
see,
the money they can save. But
this
the basic things that we all need in life, white, black, whatever, is food. And this is food being wasted in one particular area. And nobody is talking about it. And you think that, because the perception of people that you are a farmer, you are a primitive person. No, that is gone.
I'll be quite curious. Sorry, I've been quite curious about what happened in the Middle Belt when Oyibo people came to Nigeria. We know how Ovaro ended, and and I know about the Yoruba one. They said they went to Ijebu and used their Gatling gun, and everybody surrendered. So, but what happened? What happened in Benue when they came? Do you know the story? When they came to Benue, did you guys resist at all?
Well,
did you fight your Igbo?
I did a little bit of history in school, and I was told that when the Fulanis were advancing to
I meant the British. I meant the British.
Okay. The British didn't directly attack Benue in that sense. They didn't.
You just surrendered, or what? What just happened?
No. The thing is that Nigeria was captured from those Calabar area, Lagos area, and it is just like the military taking over. You just suddenly hear that some people are in charge now. Simple. The people that the Benue people really fought were the Fulanis, not the Oyibo people.
Okay, hold on. When the British came, they were another group that was already controlling the Benue area. Like, was it the Benin that was controlling the Benue area?
No.
Then how did the British take charge of Benue then?
Listen now. When the British, you see,
but they go from place to place now. That's what I mean. They went to Benin and
put
took
a
over
power
Benin.
in place. You remember they make it east and west and north. Governor and
they can't just make it without consent from somewhere or bashing somebody's head in or something. They have to do the hard work.
The fight do not start that way based on the little history I know to attack Benue itself.
No, Benue was not involved with the Igbo in any fight at all.
They already zoned it. So the media people that deal with it was, that is the same way the beginning of Nigerian history. You will see that Sokoto was one of the emir of Sokoto is the most honorable emir in the north. just like we have in your state. I think your own.
So when you say the zone, I really want to understand it.
So
When you say the
because
zone,
what I'm trying to tell you
who do
that
you pay tax to then? Why do you pay tax
what
to
I'm
Igbo
trying
man?
to tell you, this is the story I'm trying to little and I can tell you briefly, is that it's just being Ismailized. That's why we fight the Fulani, because
Forefathers,
the
where are you
Northerners
from?
has already been under the caliphate of the Muslim, the Islam. So, and that's why you see a lot of the East, West are more of Christian than the North. So, and that is why so before the coming of the white people, they already have that Islamization of the Fulani.
It was already there. Oh, yeah. Okay, so you mean that they were okay. The Islamic movement was already coming from the north. So they already they already claimed territories.
Yes.
So when
never
claim territory from the northerners,
yes,
then they own the north.
Yes.
Forefathers,
I see.
They never penetrated. They were never able to penetrate Benue to the east. They were never able to penetrate the Ishan people. The Ishan people drove them back.
Other than they went to their headquarters and took over everything.
They penetrated into. Listen.
I don't know what your point is.
Listen, they
just went
penetrated.
straight to the palace and took everything.
Wait now. They penetrated. They penetrated from the north up to Auchi. That is why you see that most Auchi people are Muslims and all those stuff. But when they
you're talking about the Islamic,
they're talking about this.
Yes. When they wanted to penetrate to go towards Benin, the Asian people stopped them. They used different kind of jazz to finish them, and they ran back.
Yeah, but what we are doing now is two things different. He was talking about.
I was talking about British. We are conflating it a little bit.
Okay.
So
but,
because the British one is what I wanted to understand.
Forefather, you can understand it from that view now. That
I get it now. So Benue was somewhat already under control of the north.
Yes, because that is what they even call the Makurdi.
No. That's not
listen
true.
to me. You see the word Makurdi.
They did not conquer Benue.
No, they do not. I mean, we are talking about who is influenced they were, but I say it's Islamic, and that is the word Makurdi. That is what Makurdi. You don't remember that before.
But the truth is that Benue is not really Islamic. There are very few Muslims in Benue till tomorrow.
Well, yes. But we are trying to talk about the history, about the capturing and how this thing.
Okay.
But then we are under even that time. We are not even Benue. We were under the 90 state. We are under Plateau State. So we used to call Benue Plateau.
Plateau.
That's interesting.
Yes, we're not even in Benue. Then when we become Benue, the word you see Makurdi, which is the capital, is actually the Benue people have to conquer them, because that language is translated Mekudi. Yeah, that's what it's called, Makurdi. So that is the fight that is going on today, that people will be talking politics and be talking, just like Texas here where I am, is owned by, they bought it from it's Hispanic people that they bought it from. So some of the Hispanic here, they don't want to hear English. When you tell them, say, they say, no, me no English. Don't talk to English to me.
Just like whether Hawaii that was taken over from the Russians.
They are upset that why are you calling them that they are American? But then you are in the flag in America. Your children are American. So this has done many years ago. Me, I don't know what you are talking about. All I know, I live here in America and Texas, and now you are telling me that where I live, Hispanic people. So the same history go with Benue State. That is the history that you see all those commission. A politician can do anything because they want to make money and make name, and they don't care about the blood of the innocent. All of the care is their fame.
I think Benue has suffered. I think that's something we'll probably talk about. I don't know why we don't talk a lot about that. I know we don't talk a lot about Benue actually, because they specifically have been targeted recently, and not really. The last several years we've been hearing so many issues from there, and
it is that unfinished.
Complain. It didn't make any difference.
It is that unfinished fight. That is why they are targeting Benue right now. That unfinished fight.
And that's what I
that unfinished Fulani fight.
They talk out of
Benue people prepared when the colonial masters were already ruling Nigeria. I think
you know their name now, people now. Jesus Christ.
Yes. Benue people prepared and they carry war go Sokoto that side to go fight, to go revenge. Those people
But
can live
hold
now.
on though. I think this leads me to another question, because now that he mentioned this, Marsh mentioned this colonial master thing. Where did we get this name? Because they don't even refer them to themselves as that. It's like we as Nigerians, we've been taught to name them like this. They are British. They are Europeans. They are white. They are Igbo.
They are British and they
Yeah.
are Europeans, but their activity is to colonize people. When somebody colonizes you, what do you call them? I don't know.
Colonizers. They call them colonial powers or colonizers, not colonial masters. We are the only ones that use those terms.
Okay.
The Indians don't use this language.
You are talking about the word masters on it.
The masters, it seems a bit odd.
Let me hear you before I go.
Forefathers, just for the record. Me, I know they see Oyibo to be anything. No.
I know you don't. It's just in the name. Why do we preserve it when they use
It's our subconscious.
Yeah, because if you are working with a German out there that is white and you are calling their people masters, it doesn't fit your head.
I've been maybe their master.
Why is Marsh not having video? Is it that
Marsh? Don't mind him. He's ashamed of his Benue face. Like he's been ashamed of everything about Benue recently.
From Benue, and he's trying to eat, and when we eat, we call everybody to come and eat.
Okay, when I'm smoking, I want to come in because of what my friend John Abba said.
About what?
He go on is what so that you understand that I'm a very team man.
This one a team man.
You understand what I'm saying? And Suchi, okay, now
I don't quite understand.
Growing up, we have had this story that John Abba said concerning Makudi and all that. The truth of the matter is that they, just like they tried to colonize or they tried to take over, capture places. That was also how they tried to capture Makudi. But Makudi is a thief name. It's not given by a Fulani man. I remember when I was in primary school, we were told that it's late now, and Alhaji Makudi called Alhaji Gwagwalada. And they said he was the one who, they're one of those who came to Makodi and took over. And there was a time they tried to, project that story. And the thief people told them they were going to drive them into River Benue. And so that story was cut and shot. And that was the end of it.
All those things are propaganda.
No, my story, I want to make it true. I did not say Makodi belonged to them. I'm talking about the fight and what they are trying to put on us all this while.
The propaganda.
I'm coming to that. You see, the T people, for which I am proud to say most of them are my friends. And I can also identify with Benue because I lived in Benue for more than 25 years.
Okay, but you are not thief. You are not thief.
I'm not thief, but I speak thief very well.
Are you 100 years old? You have lived everywhere in Nigeria.
How come you have thief? You have pure thief accent?
You lived in the south. You lived in thief everywhere.
You can't live in a thief man. I think saying a thief man.
Remember the first time I came, I said I lived in the north all my life. So, those majority of my friends are northerners. And then
Ben will not be not to not call that thing here.
I'm coming now, bros. I'm coming.
So when you said that you were referring to Benue.
Yes, I'm referring to Benue. I've lived in Benue. I've lived in Plateau.
That's a very, very heavy. That's a very heavy term to call Benue the north. One would think that you were living among Muslims and imams. But when you say that, you don't know that nobody would know that you're living among Christians that were next door to Hindu. You're confused. When you say you live among the Lord, people assume that you're living in Kanu, Meduguri, all those areas.
Not be only for Kanu, for Kuruna for Kanu.
I lived in Makodi. I went to primary school, secondary school. I lived some part of my life in Makodi. My family is still there in Makodi. I went to school in Abuja. I lived in Abuja for over 20 years. So you can imagine, I set up in Abuja. My media business is in Abuja. I have done work in all, like I said, all the northern states except for Maiduguri. All the northern states. And I'm not talking about
Now that's the real northern states we are talking about there.
I'm not talking about just their major cities. I'm talking about rural areas.
Oh, you look very young though. From what you described now, you should be at least 60.
But I'm
Jesus
not.
Christ.
So, but here's where I'm going. You see, the problem of the Tea people or the Benue people with the Fulanis especially goes long time. That because the Tea people put a conquest of the Fulani oligarchy when they were coming to Benue. They could not cross Benue. Benue held them until tomorrow. Benue still held them. Even in this time that we were trying to, try to project whatever the Fulani rampage was going on in Nigeria, it is Benue that stood. And that is why majority of the Tea people, even though they don't like what their former governor did, by terms of it didn't work very well, but they still tell you that they like the fact that he was able to stand those people and was able to weigh them off to a large extent, in running over Tiv land.
But does he work with the southerners? That's like the next door, like Enugu, all those other states around into
to a large extent, yes. But there, remember he strengthened the Middle Belt Forum. He strengthened the Middle Belt Forum, and for the first time, you have a formidable Middle Belt Forum that can actually decide and say to the whole Nigeria that we are not Northerners, we are Middle Belt. If anything be, we are more South than North, which is the truth. But that, of course, in politics that will not sell. And I say that will not sell because when the Northern oligarchy, and I try to restrain myself from saying North, because it's not all the North. I just want to say the oligarchy, the ruling class in the North.
It's just the ones. The truth is, let's qualify this so that we don't get people thinking that we're just trying to be divisive. I think because I know for sure there are specific groups within even the Christian side and the Islamic side that believe that they want to dominate each other. They are fighting for territory in Nigeria. They do that quite a bit. So those are the ones we are referring to when we talk about this, so that people actually understand. It's not about the general public that we are all suffering the same things.
The truth is that in the north, it is only the Fulani that has that conquest agenda.
Are you sure?
We the Middle Belters are very liberal minded. We are not after conquering anybody.
What I can tell you,
it's not about you. Maybe it could be other Christians that also want to expand.
KJ, can you finish your statement?
No, they don't want me to finish. So.
I'm just clarifying that before it becomes too charged, like you are trying to accuse.
So what I'm saying in essence is that because of that action of the Tea people, okay, it is also believed that they brought the reign of Usman Dan Fodio to a close. They do not like them. They do not like them. And so they're looking for every possible way to run over Tiv land. And I can tell you confidently as an Igbo man that will never happen, not in the next 1,000 years. Because the Tea people, as much as they are peaceful, they can also be very vicious if they want to. They are warlike people. They don't take... You see, a thief man you can meet a thief man on the street. And if somebody is looking for your trouble, he can fight on your behalf without even knowing who you are.
You know what? Hold on for what you just said. Jonathan, please be patient. No, hold on. I want you to just add this. You know what? I work with a thief guy, and that is exactly how he is. Because of that, when I was going out, anytime I go out, I want to go out with him. That's exactly how he is.
Yes, they cannot stand injustice. It does not matter whether you are their tribe or not. Once they can identify that this is injustice, they will go all out. They don't care if they... And let me tell you something very interesting. He can finish fighting for you, and you want to go and meet him and say, thank you very much. He will tell you, my friend, get away. You think I did it for you? I did it because I saw something bad. And you walk away. He doesn't expect you to give him anything.
That's very true.
That is how they are. They are selfless. Okay? They are selfless.
The dumber people are like that.
Or they just like trouble. Because that guy... he just like trouble.
They just like trouble.
Forefathers. when I was in high school and even up to college. That was my character. If somebody begin to, I went to Eziama High School, and I went to school with some Idoma and the TV people. Some they know was from Idoma. As a matter of fact, my uncle, or my cousin, lives in Makodi all his life. His name is Lenny Ijoma. The greatest photographer you can find in that area, Lenny Ijoma, Candid Eye. He is there, Makodi, with Bongo Sikwe and the rest of them. So what am I trying to say? That character that you described here now, that's my character. And in high school, if you begin to trouble somebody else, I don't need to know who you are. I will come swinging. And when I start fighting, I'll fight you until you give up. So that's embedded. And we carry it through life. It has not left me. All I have become wiser because I now have children. I don't just go out and start fighting. If anything begins to happen now, I don't run out into it. I sit back for a moment. What is it that's happening?
That's as a result of age and experience.
Exactly. So my family, they will say, but you didn't jump. I said, what am I going to jump? Jump into fire? No. I had BIM. I waited for a moment. I looked around. I noticed what was happening, and I saw that my daughter had already handled it. So why do I come out to confront an angry man who is banging at the door, who is supposed to be a neighbor? So I saw what's happening, and I saw the way you dismissed him, because I saw it in the camera, while the man is kind of furious, screaming. So those are the kind of things that it is natural with a person, and through the rest of your life, you live with it, but you just become wiser. I'm saying to you, if anybody look the trouble of Janaba, where we are money for him neck, maybe forefathers, saying now that thing where Janaba we are for neck, what would they use before to trade? Cowley. Yeah. That was so valuable then that if you look for Janaba's trouble, you just look for my trouble. KJ is from my village area. I had to pass his village to get to my village. Uzakole, that's what it's called when I'm going from home. It's 12 miles away from my village. So he's the nearest brother here. And if anybody find it, Ihukumere was our dining hall prefect in Ezema High School. He was from Uzakole, okay? And I asked you a question the last time. I said, that rail track that passed Uzakole, when I passed there, I shed tears because I asked myself, is it not the same place where my uncle, who was a resident of Ihamufu, once he gets up, yes, once he gets up with his walking stick, he will say, I go. That's the only language he says. And once he says, I go, he's not looking back. He's walking 12 miles exactly.
Ihamufu people get in Chiwewe, grass cutter.
Exactly. To go and catch a train to go to Ihamufu. My first holiday was to Ihamufu. Of course, we have to walk miles.
Wow.
So
I wish he had the iPhone fitness app. That app would be very happy with him. 12 miles a day. Like that devilish app that never is satisfied. No matter how much
he knows the time that he has to get up so that he won't miss the train. He knows the time. So things have changed. Much as things are falling apart, a forum like this is affording us the opportunity to meet great people like Janaba, and this my brother Mash. No matter where you go, anywhere where I pass that there, I go knock for your door, because we are a few. We're a few that still exist like that, and we are not going to let them take us for granted, and that place is not going to be just like that. And my brother in Abuja, KJ, I think I'm conscripting you to join the effort that we are going to make when we do launch the book of Zebediah.
Okay.
Which is pretty much complete now. And this is a project I started. Consistency. Let me bring this something to this forum. Consistency. You may not have puku naira, millions in your pocket. But when you are consistent and somebody sees you, at some point, any day that is it, when every dog has his day and every day has his dog. When that day reach, nothing goes. This book I'm talking about is an effort that I conceived in 1984.
Hi, that's a long time.
1984. I was originally going to bring it out as Zebrodea in Pictures. We signed a contract with NTA, Aba, so that we can get all their VHS tapes and convert it like Lance Fairman magazine. Anyway, many things happened in between that 84 and now. But when the time as destined came, when I met with Zebrodea again, after the death of Mazi Okono, we agreed to get this done.
I remember Okono's Club, eh?
Yes, which I did a book on him. And as a result of that book I did on him, when he passed away at above 90, I made sure that Zebrodea, as one of the last remaining cast members, was at Tibere. He showed up on the stage at the burial of Mazi Okono. I made sure that
is it the Okono of that Okono?
So this is the Zebrodea that is in the Zebrodea Nwoville area.
Yes, Zebrodea
Are you talking about that Okono's Club?
Mazi Okono of Okono's Club. That is
okay.
Wow.
I think Igbo base is full of history.
Those people used to be entertaining in those days, oh.
This book I'm showing you, Mazi Okono, Journey from Medicine to Theatre Art. 2010, I produced that book. Zebrodea was a part of making this book happen. But when Mazi Okono died, and Zebrodea showed up at Ibere for the burial, after that, the concept of 1984, which has never died, which was stolen before by somebody who is a politician now, he came back alive. We agreed to do this. It was only the OB factor that delayed this process, because the OB movement kind of took us away from, even though we are still working in the background. But I can assure you, as I'm speaking to you now, we are proofing and we are proofing and we are proofing. When Rudolph got wind of this, as a matter of fact, it's a long story. I'll make it short. All I'm trying to say is that because what we do in life is what we are supposed to do. And after we finish doing it, for whatever it may be worth, after a man die, go. Okay? But we will leave some footprints in the sands of time.
Yeah.
So when I find people like you, I say, get ready, because you will be there when we do the launching, when we pay that man the greatest respect. Oh, by the way, Zebrodea, Chief Zebrodea Okoriwo will be alias 430. He will be 73 years old.
Wow.
Those people entertained Nigeria and they were never really remunerated.
By the 10th of June. By the 10th of June, which is in fact in 4 days, or no, in 6 days, Zebrodea will be 73 years old. I will try on that day for us to, maybe in this forum, one word there, I'll talk to around that time, for us to pay a little bit of respect to that man named Zebrodea, because they are the people from which Nollywood came out of. But because they are Nigerians, is that not the son of Okpala? I beg. That's my submission for now. I just wanted to get
a question for me.
I open my eye, meet those Zebrodea. I grow up, meet them.
Yep. So KJ, you get in touch, because we have a little forum that we called the Book of Zebrodea on WhatsApp. And the only people who are there are the people who wish to be there. And the people who are there, the plan we're having is the first 500 books that we are going to print. Any of the people, before we just hit the press, your copy is already reserved. And that copy, those copies that will first come out, will be all autographed by Chief Zebrodea. So if it means anything to you, that's fine. If it doesn't, no wahala.
It means a lot to me.
Where's the brother at the base now? I think he be dangerous, right?
No, he's in Abapanike in Enugu.
In Enugu, okay.
Yeah,
I
in Enugu.
know about Panike.
The just thing you were talking about was the cockerel at dawn, when they were doing cockerel at dawn, when they were doing the village master, when they were doing the masquerade, which later on turned into new masquerade.
New masquerade, yes.
Of which Peter Ego was the director of program for NTA.
Yes.
Who's still alive. It's a book. Sorry, I just jumped out in front, but I'm just trying to say to us, as long as life day, say we are ready to do what we are supposed to do. Respect.
All right.
KJ, you were explaining something.
Yes, and I want to say, I was reading something on the comment section, and somebody is telling me, or writing there that the Hausa, or going to take a slice of Benue. I can tell the person, read my lips, that it will take until when maybe there is no thief man or Idoma man living in Benue that you can take Benue. Benue is not Plateau.
Oh boy, you did even more passionate about Benue than us. So
I am telling. I bet.
Not us, than you.
But I'm betting every money I have.
Who be that person?
Why I said that because
you say you dey passionate about Benue more than us. I say no be you and you than you.
You know why I said that? Listen.
No, he's very passionate about Benue.
You see, the Benue people, especially the T people, and part of the Idoma people, they are not. You see, they will be more. They are more. They will prefer to be atheists, to be traditional worshippers, than to become Muslims.
Of course,
you hardly will find very few numbers. Okay, that you can say they are Muslims. Majority are either traditional worshippers or Christians.
yes.
And that's how they put their life. And they are not. You see, the thing why I say this cannot happen, because the average Benue person, especially the people that I know, they're not looking for millions of naira to splash everywhere. They're just satisfied with having their quiet life, eat their good food, their pounded yam and meat, and they'll be content with life. They're not looking for billions. They're not even looking for.
From all the descriptions. Sorry. Okay, go ahead.
Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying they're not ambitious, but they're not. How do I say?
Ostentatious.
Yes, they don't have that spirit. They believe in that you should eat and I should also eat. You live well, I live well. It's not
live and let live.
Yes, they don't. That is, they're not into
maybe Nigeria has something to learn from them.
Oh yeah, and majority of them, like I said to you, they can be very straight on. If a thief man has taken your something, you tell your boy, that money that you have, I'm the one who take it to, and I took it. I went to enjoy myself. I was very hungry. So what can you do about it? Nothing. You understand what I'm saying? You see, they are very simple-minded. See, let me tell you how simple-minded they are. If you are eating in front of your house and a thief man is passing and he feels hungry, he'll just come into your house and tell you, oh boy, wash his hand and follow you and eat. Because
that is how life should be.
Food is not a big deal for a thief man. I don't know if you understand what I'm saying. That he's giving you food is not a big deal for him. Come on, eat. Once there's food, everybody can eat. When you finish eating, wash your hand and thank you.
Look, there is joy in sharing. What is the essence of amassing wealth when your neighbor is hungry? I don't believe in that too.
So they are very simple-minded people, and you know what? I like them. I like their lifestyle and all that. So anybody who's hoping that Thief Land will one day become
no, it can never be. Can never be.
AJ and forefathers. This is my submission before I leave, because I'm at work actually.
We need to be rounding up soon. Even I think before 10 hours, we need to round up.
The resilience of thieves and Idoma and all the challenges they have been going through politically and otherwise over the years. I believe, in my opinion, we can have a modern approach to all of those things. The only thing is when somebody do not give you attention to have a dialogue with, then it's difficult to resolve any issue. But as
Yeah.
far as the someone can listen to you and you can listen to them, we can stop this life based on somebody benefiting or somebody say they are coming for you. We have seen it between Palestinian and Israel over the years. And they all they tell each other is to say, oh, this is your worst enemy. And then they grow up with that animosity with no thought. And that is what is going on in Nigeria. Even on this platform, I have warned some people or advised them not to use some of those words. What matters? What matters? We can have a genuine civilized dialogue with people we strongly disagree with, and that is the how we solve our problem.
Yes.
We cannot just take knife, take gun. That is so primitive in this era. That we, as a human being, we should speak to those things that we can come to a table. What is your real problem? What is this? Then allowing it to keep going for bloodshed, and I don't believe that, of course, that. The Thief land or Benue State will be taken over by the Fulanis. But I also don't believe that Fulani is not the only problem we have in Nigeria. All the problem we have in Benue State.
But John Abba, though, let me ask. There is no war declared in Nigeria. Then why are the Benue people in their state having problems with Fulanis? Because Fulanis are not based
Because
there, are they?
the government of
Oh,
Nigeria
please,
is
please let John Abba answer, please. I just want him.
In as much as if we EJ, are you in Makodi right now in Abuja, or you are in US somewhere here? Okay, you're in Abuja. I think
I'm not in Abuja.
Okay, that's fine. But the point I thought you are close to see, I was home recently. What
Me
if
too.
you
I
go?
was in Abuja some few days ago.
Okay, when you look into all of
Wow,
this,
you're in
well,
Nigeria. That's good. Go ahead.
yeah. So when you look into whatever is going on in Benue State, okay, we are not at war, but we have internal struggle. It's also political, in as much as you guys think. I think Autumn or the Autumn have done more Benue bad than the Fulanis. He take a public stand on issues that people can say, "Oh, you are a man," because some people like that, maybe politically or for interest. But interest of a governor to me is your people that come first, and is to put the rule of law. You cannot be a lawbreaker and as a chief secretary of the state. And then you'll be fighting aimlessly, and people like me, I mean, they may have more talk or more all of those things, but I will not, based on what I know. You have served a rule, the grazing law in place in Benue, and end of the day, if you say that somebody commit offense, this is the consequences, and he went through the house and he passes. If you want to be enforcer of that law, you don't break it the same time, and you want somebody else to respect
No,
it.
but what law did he break that he
I
passed?
don't
And
I don't agree with you, John.
Listen to me now.
I
Listen to
fully
me.
back
That is
the governor, the former governor. I
yeah.
don't see what he did wrong.
Yeah, okay. That is listen to
it's good
me
that the
now.
viewers understand what is going
Yes,
on, because
that
in
is
that
what I'm
area we just
saying.
hear that all this stuff is happening,
Okay.
but nobody really knows
Listen
what's
to
going
me
on.
now. Listen to me. For instance, the grazing law that the animal should not be rolling about, and that is a good way. There's no need of a cow coming to the city, but at the same time, there's no reason for him to capture those things and keep it to himself. That is,
You mean capture the animals?
yes, and he keep
So
it
he
to
captured the animals.
yes,
How
and
do
he
you
keep
mean
and
keep
he
it
do
to
not.
himself? He's using
He
it
could
for
have
personal
allowed them to
purpose.
go through the court process and then pay the fine instead of seizing it and take it to the state house. And you can come and defend him. You don't have the fact, and I am speaking it from the reality. And you can call people,
Okay. I
call the
never knew
call the
that
people
he
from where he
converted
comes from.
some of the
Why did
animals.
he lose the
No,
election?
no.
If he was listen, if he was that strong, listen to me. I don't want to.
Hold on, John Abba.
See,
See,
This is the
KJ, please
thing.
let
This
Jonah
is the
see.
thing. The
People need
fact
to
that
hear this.
somebody
I
is
think it's important, because me too, I'm struggling. I don't understand it much.
you see, I always said it on this platform that the fact that you are safe where you are a good leader, you don't make yourself that the people that do don't have the strength. Paul said food sacrificed to idol. It's not anything that he will not eat. But for the sake of the weaker ones, he will not eat it. So sometimes when the governor is implementing and showing a strong face in the national TV, marching, the village is already on fire. And so all of those things, and that is not a wisdom of a leader. So you cannot implement a rule. Then
So
all you need
so
to do.
hold on now. So he took their cattle.
Yes. He
That
sees
is
them
that still
and he take
belongs
them,
to.
and then
Did he?
and he do not even when he sees them. The issue is that they're supposed to pay a fine, right?
Mm-hmm.
He sees them permanently. Some of those things permanently.
Really?
Okay, he said he will not give them back again.
No, go ask anybody.
And,
His
and
best friend,
hold,
I cannot mention his name here. His best friend, I deal into info. His best friend, there are three of them. They call them three amigos. I told him this thing, and he said yes. And he has gone and warned him even before the election. The people were not happy because of such things. So even before the election, over the years, don't you hear me using this platform to speak to his issue?
okay, so let's get the scale, the degree of the seizure. Is it like how many cows are we talking about here that has been seized?
Even if it is one cow and you break the law, it's one, but it's a lot of them, and he does it constantly, and it's not.
The reason why I'm asking, because we are talking about a whole load of human lives that have been lost, and we need to know the amount of
And what is
animals
the
that have
cause?
led to
What
this.
is the cause root of this conflict? That's what you want to get. You can only hear somebody already. Okay, like the one that happened.
But it doesn't matter though. Let's say, let me give you an example. If somebody comes with even 1,000 cows and the governor seizes all 1,000, the truth is you don't necessarily use that. If he seizes 1,000, you can sue. You can do all kinds of things to him, but you don't necessarily go and
You are
start burning
talking
up
from the
villages and killing
Western
people.
world that the
But
governor have all the
forefather, I
power.
want to get one thing clear. Is it that John? Is it that he coveted them? He took them for his own personal use?
Yes.
Oh, really?
Yes, and you can ask anybody. I'm talking about his own personal friend, who is my good friend, and he understand when they watch all of those things. So, and I know this is.
Why would he do something like that then?
Yes. So when we
I
talk about
never knew this.
let's
I
talk
never
about
knew
the
this.
one that
Okay,
happened.
let's let KJ talk. Let's hear the another point of view, because personally I find it that extremely reckless if that is what Autumn did.
Yes, yes.
Let's see what KJ has to say.
Okay. Now, see, when the invasion of Benue started, the
I'm
first
talking
place that
about the recent one. I'm not whatever the history you want to talk about. I'm talking about what
I
happened.
wanted to lay
I'm
foundations.
not going into all of that. I'm trying to say that what divide us and where
Let's
we
fast
speak
forward.
truth, not because somebody is okay. He's a governor of my state, right? But I still don't like I'm not a Fulani man, and I'm not anything. But I still don't like that, because if we embrace recklessness in one side, because you can have the police in your own side, and the people in Benue will be dying because you think you already surround yourself with power, then you are making that's not a good leader. You
have made your
open your.
point. Let me make my own now.
Well, I must quickly say that the people in Benue are dying not due to Uptown's fault, it's due to the federal government. The federal government is supporting the Fulani against them.
Let me say something. Nigeria has states, and the states are governed by governors, and the governors make law that will help the people of the state live in peace and in harmony. Benue discovered, and many other states in Nigeria, that Fulanis come with their cows, take over your farm, eat up your crops, and if you talk, you are killed. Now, this has gone on for many years. And the argument that they profess is that these roots have been there since 1817, before these states were formed. And so they will continually use those roots, which is a fallacy. Fallacy in the sense that there has never been any time roots were marked out around Nigeria where cows will have to follow. And even if they were, that was 18 something. We are 2023. And so many things have changed. Many things have changed. Now, Benue decided, because you see, one of the famous lies that were told by the Nigerian media, and I'm a media person myself, is that they started calling it Fulani headers farmers clash. And
How can they clash when one person is oppressing the other?
Hold on now, my brother. I'm coming, I'm laying the foundation. And you see, each time those clashes happen, it's only one side that will find dead, the farmers and the villagers. Okay? First of all, they said it was because the villagers were killing their cows. But you find out that there's no cow being killed there. That, was maintained by the media, Nigerian media. So much so that the international community started picking it and calling
Because
it
they're afraid of the government.
Fulani farmers clash. Okay, put that aside. Now, a governor of the state decided to say, okay, how do we stop this thing? You see, before he enacted that law, they called Fulani representatives to that meeting. Mieti Allah was in that meeting. The press was
Yes.
in that meeting. The government of Benin was in that meeting. And they all sat together and they said to themselves, this is the way that will help us. So you know what? We are not going to stop you from bringing your cows to Benue. What we are going to say is that buy a land or ask for land. We will give you land. Ranch your animals. You can't be carrying them and parading them all around the state because you feel that you can come in and go out so that we reduce the conflicts. And that law was passed. And then the Mieti Allah people said this was the worst law that had been passed in Nigeria. And they are going to go all out. They made it on public television to make sure that that law is not obeyed by any Fulani person. Secondly, Otom's life, there's an patwa on his life. Okay? I'm talking about a governed space where the person who came and say he maintains rule and law and order. You put a patwa on a state governor. And you said that between now and so, if they get him, anybody who can kill him, or anybody who can fall him will be given some, compensated. A state sitting governor attempt was made on his life more than 3 times.
Because they have the support of the federal government of Buhari.
Okay, in the last one, he had to run over how many? Over 4 kilometers.
I remember.
If not for his age, he would have been we'll be saying a different story today. But what am I saying in essence? Let's come back to what John Abba is saying. And I want to ask John Abba some few questions because when these kind of stories are told, we tend to hear it or read it and just go over it and leave it. Otom, every state governor in Nigeria gets 200 million naira. Okay? It has been even increased to 400 million naira now as security fund. Just in case, if Otom wanted to buy cows or he wanted cows, doesn't he have money to buy cows?
You cannot ask me that question because what you can ask me, did he do it or not? People that take money or do something. No. Let's put things right.
These are narratives that are being pushed
to tell you the people that
happened.
steal your money, they have a lot of money in the bank and they still steal it. So the issue is that did he confiscated the cow and kept it, whether for personal or for giving out? Did he do that or not? That is it. The law you saying that they
let me go back. Let me go back.
Then why are you asking me about if he has the money, he will not do it? If he has the money, he will do it. Why did he do it then?
Okay,
the issue that why did he do it or he didn't do it?
Let me go back to this thing. When it became impossible for the federal government to restrain those headers from killing people and running over villages in Benue, the governor set up what they call the vigilante, the forest guards. And in collaboration with the police, you are told that if you get these animals, you take them to the forest guards.
Governor have no power over police.
No, I'm saying that they were working in collaboration. They were working under the police. The police was working with them. Each of the villages that they had those vigilantes, their police were always working with them. So every cow that was arrested was taken to their offices. So I don't know how, is it to the governor's office they take it? No, they take it
to the government. Go to Makodi. If you want to, I don't want to be, I'm not good in argument. I'm not supporting Fulani. I'm not supporting Otom. My issue is that if you put a law, then enforce it in the right way. What he needs to do to confiscate their car, if they pay fine, depends on what it is, the cow should be given to them. The cow were not given to them. And I'm not supporting the fact that what that was done, you also have said that they trying to kill him several times. So, and you are talking about him being the governor, have access to all the security like that. I can imagine all the villages and all the other people that are not access to security like he can, like he was.
John Abba, can I ask, like when the cows were seized?
Yes.
the law that the state passed, was it a legal binding law that they passed
You
and
know, the
said
state,
these
since the
things should be
state
banned?
passed the law and is the chief secretary of the state, he should abide they should pay the fine. It is to pay a fine.
So
It's just
the law was meant, when they passed the law, it was based on fining
yes,
them,
yes. Every law,
and then he didn't follow through with his own law.
exactly. That it was that
It's
is the
not true. Every
yeah.
Fulani
It
man
is
whose car was captured or was
yeah
seized,
yeah.
who went to court, paid the fine, got their cows back. In
John,
fact,
I'm hearing this for the first time. Oh.
Okay, go
you
and
can
look
go
at
back.
it. I'm telling
I'm
you,
coming.
this
I'll
is
give
the
you a
problem,
reference.
and this is the problem we're all going to have as a society. The father, even if it is my own mother, if it is my own father, even if it is you here, that is how I live my life, and I'm have the fact to this thing, and I'm telling you, I speak, and he knows. I have. If he wants me to call you somebody right now, why did he lose the election in his own village? If he
He
was
lost.
that good
He lost election because
in his own village.
hold
You
on
know
now.
that Nigerian elections are not often won on
Oh,
merit.
you can't have it
That's what I
both
want to tell
ways
you.
now.
You see. Let me tell you
So
something.
it's his own village that he was a governor that for how many years, and he did well. He lost. He lost the Senate seat. He lost the governorship seat of to the
How
people that
did
he lost.
how did
He
Tinubu
himself contests for
Tinubu
governor
win it?
for senator.
If you
He
are
himself.
coming to that, how did Tinubu win election?
And how come?
No,
How come?
everybody that watched the gubernatorial and the senatorial election, I mean, there's no perfect election. They say that was more fair than the general election. So I'm not
But
going to
Buhari
explain
lost.
to you.
Buhari lost in Kasina. So how come Buhari with the
Yeah,
president
okay,
lost in
because the
Kasina?
people rejected him.
Good. The same way, you see, that's the same thing you should see. Ostom explained himself because he said, this is a
I
governor who
think
has
most
won
of
the.
this thing is a
Listen, now
bias
hold on.
because you guys
He allowed
think
you
it's
to
a.
talk. Now make me a talk now.
Because I'm
Now,
living. What you are saying, you are just telling me that it does not happen, and I'm telling you it happened, and that is why he lost the election. And period.
no.
And the election.
Okay, was it the Fulani that was voting for him? Was it
Eh?
Fulani that was voting for Ostom?
No, his people, because they were not happy. He's endangering the people. Like, okay, who invited Gani to come to Makodi before he was killed on the road? Who was checkmating the Fulani people in Benue?
No, my brother. You see, you don't go to Ghana.
No, I'm asking you,
I
who
was
was checkmating the Fulani in the Benue state?
my brother, don't go to Ghana's case. I know it too well. It's just like when
Okay.
people come here and talk about Nnamdi Kanu. Some of us have a dossier of those things. Let's
Are
not
Okay.
go
you
there.
talking about Gani Power Amy?
No,
No.
Gani, the guy who was
I'm not saying he's a
ambushed by
good
the
guy,
army.
oh.
And Jonaba, let's put it this way though. First, let's take one thing at a time. Fulanis originally are not even indigenous to these areas. That
Yes.
genetically they are not. Then secondly, Nigeria gave them access to these territories. And let's say the governor did some of the things you said that the governor did. Should that result in the kind of loss of life that we are seeing in Nigeria?
In Benue,
No.
especially.
In Benue.
Now listen to me what happened. And I
In
can
my
send you the
village,
clip
in my
from
village,
the
they killed
Idoma
several innocent people going to farm who didn't even challenge them.
let me tell you one thing, and you guys can make your own research, and you can go to ochidoma.com and see the whatever he itemized on the meeting against this killing in Benue and part of the Idoma land. There's a place close to GRA in Otukpo, right? I'm giving you an example, very vivid example. The land belonged to ordinary citizen. The local chief there sold it to Fulani person. 20 people were killed.
Are you talking about that area where Bongo Sequest house is?
Exactly. When
Near the
after the hotel, after the
near the Ministry of
See,
War?
Marsh, you can put your this thing on so that we can see you because I don't know what you're where you're
That's the
just
road
hearing this.
going to.
So,
Is that the road going to
Well,
Jumale? After you
well,
pass
And I need to get this straight.
so
Let me get this
I'm
straight.
trying to
You
say that
said
when we are talking about the clashes and you are asking me, was it worth of life? No, nothing worth life to be killed. But when people are fighting life, even you know, if you are fighting with somebody, you may use something you don't intend and somebody die. But I'm trying to tell you the causes of the conflict.
okay. I
So,
wanted to understand what you just
yes,
said just
so
now.
that when
You
the guy sold the land to the
the
Fulani
Fulani man
herdsmen, and it's not his land, he has no power over that land, and
to
when the
to
owner,
sell the land.
he said that he told the Fulani people that he is the owner of the land, and he sold it to them. When the owner came to claim his land, it's a fight, and 20 people died there. So all of those things, I'm not supporting Fulani, but if we will not tell the truth that okay, land does not belong to you, why should you sell it?
Okay, see, that one is a land dispute from the point of view that okay, it got out of hand. People got hurt
But
with
is it
land
the fault of the
because of
owner
land
that they
dispute.
sold his
All of
land
the
to
thing
you
Yeah,
guys?
happening
exactly,
is a
because
conflict.
somebody in a way did some fraudulent activity and resulted in loss of life. That's a different thing from say okay, somebody took the governor
That is, and I'm
confiscates
trying
your
to. You are
cows.
asking about life being lost in Benue, so I'm trying to tell you this is a governor issue. That is a different issue, but it's all life lost in Benue. It's those are
Yeah,
all the
but it
conflicts.
seems to be happening specifically in that area. And every time you hear one weekend, 20 something people, 30 something, 50, they will be lying on the floor like that. And why is it occurring frequently there like that?
I don't know. I
What
don't
I
have the. I'm
expect
just
John
telling
to
you what
be
I know. Whatever
what I
happened, I don't.
expect
I'm not
John
gonna.
to be John, what I expect you to be challenging is why is the federal government not intervening and protecting the people? That's what I expect you to be challenging, not Otto.
The federal government are the one that's supposed to be policing your community.
The
They
federal
control the
government.
police. You just said it now.
Eh?
Security
The
and then
They
policing,
control the police.
they control. The federal government is the governor have the security money in his place. The commissioner of police
You
is
know
there.
what?
The
Somebody
PDP
tell
is
me that
there.
that's not going to be happening now. That this in a southwestern person is enough. Because personally, I don't subscribe to somebody coming from. If this was a white person, what would you be saying? You come from outside some other specific territory and you just come in and start killing people there and leaving the country unstable constantly. If you have grievances, the government, Nigerian government have seized my stuff. And Nigerian government has Kano right now. You don't see people going out and start tearing the whole place up in other territories. I don't see why any group has the right to just come walk into other people's territory and just start
No,
killing people like that.
nobody should do
It's
that.
unacceptable, really.
I don't see.
Nobody.
I agree with you totally,
Nobody
Fopada.
should do that. Nobody. But
They shouldn't
then
be. It's just unacceptable. And somebody needs to call BS on some bad behavior that some people are perpetrating.
it's
I understand
you
that
know
I know that they steal Fulani cattle. I've heard of that. They steal their cattle, and it's a very very risky job where you are working in the bushes, and you know all
No,
these criminals go and will lay the Fulanis in
forefathers,
the bush. I
forefathers, they use
understand
that
that, but
mostly
just
as
to be
pretext.
going bloodlessly and just killing, going to family this in villages and massacring people like that, it's just unacceptable. You can't be doing that, and it's leading to the country not getting anywhere. Our forefathers, oh no, I wouldn't even put it that way. In 1970, 1980, 1990s, all was going on. We didn't see all this type of attitude. So what changed?
I
Why
think
is it now becoming like
I
this?
think
Forefathers,
media have helped in
it
this
has
in
come
this
to the
thing.
point that people don't even go to farm anymore in Benue, and the Buhari government didn't see it as anything
They are
to sort out.
sabotaging the country. These people are
Yeah,
sabotaging the nation, and that kind of behavior needs to stop. If we are going to fix that country, we have to value each other's hair, even one strand of hair. You can't be taking people's life because of what?
let me tell you something. Just about 3 months ago, I lost my uncle's wife. What did she do? She went to farm and she was killed in the farm. We looked for her for more than 3 weeks and later found her dead body. Just an innocent woman who went to farm. At least 5 people have been killed like that in my village that I know.
let
Innocent women, old women who are not fighting, who are just having
Marsh,
their
let me
plate
say
on
something.
their head and going to the farm.
I
They
just
just kill them.
I spoke with a friend of mine, a classmate of mine in secondary school, just yesterday evening, and he told me something. Another friend of ours, we're about 6 group of friends, told me that guy lost his uncle, and it's from Edumoga. I'm sure you know Edumoga,
Yes.
John. They went to Edumoga's village at the middle of the night. There was no conflict, nothing, and by over 30 people, of which this man is one of them, who have been taking care of their family for no reason whatsoever, no
Yeah,
reason.
that is
Okay,
sad. That's sad.
I'm just telling you, this is still very fresh.
There is reason. The reason is that the federal government of Nigeria was supporting them. I don't know whether that support will continue under Tinubu.
There's not even any Fulani settlement
I think
around
that
there.
will stop.
They have
That
no
will
farm.
stop.
They have no land. The Edmonga people are very peaceful. What are you looking for in that community that is so in a remote area?
Especially when people are in their houses in the night and then you crush them with no reason. That is so sad.
And the funny thing
Nobody
is that
like that.
if you make any attempt to fight back at these people, the federal government will attack you with the army.
The next day, the army comes in and carry all of you away.
No, you can't fight back. But it shouldn't. See, if you fight back, that's anarchy, isn't it? The security forces have to do their job. I can understand why the federal government can do that, but
But
they
the
shouldn't
security
even be
is not the
attacking in the first place.
security,
They are not
but
the
the
they
security
are
is
not the
backing
best
them up.
aggrieved group in
All
the
right.
country.
I see you
A lot of
later.
people are aggrieved in the country
Victory, you
too.
want to speak to the thing we are talking, or if not, I say bye for now.
Jonaba, I want to speak to you regarding this issue.
Okay.
The reason I actually joined by because of Jonaba. Now, when I was growing up, when I was like 10 years old, right? I'm talking about close to about 30 years ago, where we used to stay in Wugele then. We used to stay in a one-story building. The other side of our fence, we have the like people used to grow cassava then in that part of the land. And I remember vividly that these people, I don't know whether they are Fulani or Hausa people, they will bring their cars, they will go into the farmland, they will eat and destroy the crop, and then they will just move on, right? With like maybe like 50 or 40 cattle. So as at then, people were not talking about these things the way they're talking about it now. This present day Nigeria, things have become so difficult that imagine somebody growing up his farm, you spend money, you've cultivated your plant, it's not growing. Somebody will bring his car and eat all your crop and destroy everything. And there's no repercussion for that. Let me ask you, which country in this world where you see somebody take a car to people's farm to eat their crop without any repercussion? Even here in the UK, I will even ask Local P. Local P lives close to me. There's one place in my area here, it's called London Road. If you go to that place, you will see the sign. They put the sign there. No animals allowed in the farm. So it tells you that even the UK has had that problem before. So you cannot take your cattle into
So,
someone's
what
farm.
is your question for me?
So my question for you is that, Janaba, why the reason why do you think that thing is happening is Ben? Because you talk about land dispute and all that. But what
We
will
are
make
talking
somebody
about what I mentioned, that is that we talk about nobody can justify that. I don't have a answer to. We all can be outrageous about why should in modern world, why should animal go to somebody's farm and eat their crop? That some of them are farmer. That's what they live by. That's what they eat every day, and that's what they sell, and that's how they sponsor their even children to school. So it's a big thing to them. I'm not going to justify, but I don't know why they shouldn't have put a stop to it. I don't know what is the conversation. In many years back, Fulani henchmen rolled from one bush to another. We all know the history about how they move around. But the world is changing, and I hope with this conversation that they also the Fulani the henchmen, because we are always going to be telling it to be let everybody do the farming. There is a Igbo lady that have a farm now. He's modernizing it. He have his own ranch. So let's try to do something about it, because some of the thing is that when you do it, you don't have a plan. That's okay. Let us not bring a cow again to the east. Let us not bring a cow again, tomatoes
and
again.
and Jonaba, you see, the thing is, personally, I actually admire what the Fulanis do. Like when they use the cows, they have the cows come from the north to the south. What most people don't pick up in that is that those cows that we go on to consume, how they travel and acquire all kinds of immunity and throughout the entire country, and then
Yeah,
when you consume it, it's passed on. Not like here where they just keep pumping them with antibiotics constantly.
yes,
So
yes.
there is something good about it. But and even the land issue, or let's say they consume your animals. Why are the leaders not saying, okay, if your animal is consumed, you provide evidence that these animals did this stuff, we compensate you for it. Then you take the money from the Fulani, the people, the farm, the Fulani or the herders. From there, they have a system whereby you can have a compensation versus charging the people that own the animals. Instead of this thing where it's just one issue about this a cow, it leads to loss of life. We
forefather,
can't
forefather,
keep
because
treating our lives like this.
Nigeria is a country that is no law. It's a
Yeah,
lawless country, and there's no
yeah.
repercussion for people's
Yeah,
action.
that
That's
is
the bottom
all.
line.
It's a lawlessness country,
Yeah.
and in 21st century, if you know the, I think KJ, he knows the north. You know that they migrate during dry season from the north. if we are going to be honest to ourselves, and they channel towards the south. Basically, in that aspect, you just say north and south. So they migrate and then they feed on all the new area where there's more grasses, but the greens.
But Onaba, isn't the issue here FOC? The crux of the matter is free of charge. FOC. Because in America or other places, there's no free of charge. You can equally bring the selected corn, crops, whatever that is needed,
We
and take it to wherever they
we
are.
have been living with Fulani and this cow for years.
It doesn't matter. Why don't they
continue that way?
Listen.
Why don't they take the option of buying forage from the south?
Listen, things change.
That's it.
In modern world, we are now saying that we cannot continue this way again. Like Victory says that, which means the sign he saw in UK, which means they have had that problem in the past before they get to where they are. Now it become issue in the modern because attention is being brought to it. You never know because it's media and it's focusing on those things, which is a good thing to bring it to the limelight. You never know what they Fulani to risk their life for. You never know how many people have killed them or they have killed other people in those days, but media cannot report it because they don't see. In my village in those days, when you see them even eating your crop, you run for them because you are afraid of them because they carry this dagger with them. Is that a good thing? So it's not a good thing, but now that media is on it, it's just like where the politics is going. We can start having a dialogue and you can put a pushback.
So I'm advocating for them to buy the food. My brother,
and then
buy the food and send it to where it should be.
Food, where they have a ranch. Now we are talking about them having a ranch.
Should they be rearing cattle on us?
No,
this is their private business.
This is
a private business, but we are just being selfish-minded. It's a private business, but it also solve the purpose of feeding and food. So there is always agricultural thing. It's just like It's just like the fruit are being wasted in Benue State. It's a private thing, but it's a waste. So let's find a way how to refine those things, an organic thing, and then we find a solution to it. But you're gonna say, okay, it's a private business. The government are not subsidizing it in America for agriculture. The richest places here in Texas here are owned by farmers, and government give them so much for it. Let us not be going.
And while all this is happening, there has to be a complete zero tolerance of attacking fellow Nigerians and killing fellow Nigerians. I think this type of stuff needs to stop because it leads to all kinds of conspiracies and all kinds of accusations and reprisals that don't even help anybody. Benue has IDP camps. Benue has IDP camps, not one. So it's camps. It means that it's not one. These people that are operating like this, doing these things, have resulted in decimating Nigerians inside Nigeria. I don't understand this.
That is terrible. And I hope the new governor will have a way. I pray that the Reverend will have.
The governor does not even really have the power. It was in the hands of Buhari.
It's not about power. It's about dialogue.
I can guarantee you. I can guarantee you that this government. KJ, just 1 second.
Benue, one down on Benue. This issue is everywhere in Nigeria. Let me tell you, I can send you pictures of cows taking over the federal secretariat in Abuja. Cows taking over the Egu Square.
Yeah, but that's not a big deal now. We see that in India where they block the whole road and everything.
Cows taking over University of Abuja campus, where students were in the class.
That's not taking over. Come on, man. You're acting as if they organize a coup or something. They didn't organize a coup to take over the compound.
We are not particularly happy about cows roaming all about. It doesn't make sense.
So do you know that the reason why they don't do it?
I don't have much of a problem with them. It connects. I feel like when I see animals in cities or in places you don't expect to find them, it connects you back to nature. Because sometimes when you are in all these cities, block and concrete jungle.
Forefathers, think again. In the place where I live, they saw a bear because in the place called Cranford, the developers went there and chopped down the place and started developing. And all of a sudden, a bear was sighted in Cranford area. And then all of a sudden, the bear was captured in Elizabeth, where I stay. I mean, it took the whole force to track down the bear and capture it, to return it back to somewhere in the wild.
But the
So
bear is
don't
a
tell
killer
me
now. The
that
bear is
is
a
still
vicious
messed up.
killer.
Come on
It's a
now.
different thing. A
No,
cow is a
no.
herding animal.
The reason why
Go
we're
and
having
see
that
a cow in
problem,
front of your
we're
house
having a problem
when
in
you come out.
Nigeria. The reason why we're having a problem in Nigeria because Nigeria is just a lawless country, and in
That's
a
it.
normal sane world, all the cattle rearer will have their ranches where you keep your cattle there, and they will have to buy food for their cattle. That's what they don't want to do.
Simple.
They don't want
They
to buy
want the
food.
government. They want the
want it
government to
free.
spend.
Because
They want the
that
government
will
to
eat
spend the
into their
commonwealth
that will eat
to
into their
invest in
profit.
their private
You
business.
understand?
I
That will
don't
eat into their
agree to
profit.
that.
Victory, I just have one because I was having a discussion with one guy. Was it last week? Yeah, he's from Oyo State. He said he owns these cattle business. Yeah, I don't know. He said he has several heirs of them, maybe going to millions of naira. So he was explaining to me that these I was we're kind of discussing and said these cattle ranchers and farmers issue. So when I said in his own farm, how is he feeding them? And I said, Mr. Kennan, let me tell you the truth. That based on Nigerian economics, those cattle ranchers will not be able to afford, because what you said is that first you need to buy land, yeah?
Exactly.
That what is the cost of the land?
And you have to secure and get the facility.
And you need to secure the facility, you need to grow the grass and everything.
Yeah, exactly.
That at the end of the day, that you will not be able to break even.
Make profit.
You will not be able to make profit. That is it. That's
the bottom line.
It goes back to FOC, free of charge.
What the guy told me.
So the
What is
profit
wrong with free of
making.
charge? The weeds are growing free of charge in nature already. It's not efficient. See, you can also argue that it's a little bit more efficient actually because the grass is growing efficiently. Is when they go into people's farms and eat their crops. That is the one the government or whoever is in charge should be paying for.
No, for that. Remember. You're saying that the weed is growing just like that.
Free of charge.
You have to treat the weed. You have to water them for them to grow. You have to maintain them.
What, you want to water the weed?
Yeah, you have this maintenance. We just
no. I mean the ones in the wild now.
I'm talking about if you have ranches. When you have ranches.
Okay, yeah. If you have ranches, yeah, you have to. Imagine watering weed.
Yeah, so
if they are prepared to do cattle business, they should water the weed. Why not?
No.
But the government is giving money to people for catfish farming and all the rest. So I don't see what the big deal is. They give them money for grass.
In a normal society, in a functional society, what Nigerian government will do, Nigerian government will say, listen, this is your cattle business. We will subsidize your cattle business. Have ranches.
Yeah, you're right.
And they will give you money for you to subsidize so that you will make profit from this thing. That's government subsidize anything around the world.
Which you will pay back. It's not free because me, I don't have a ranch. I don't have a cattle ranch. Why should they use my money?
No, you pay back by tax.
Even here in the UK, government subsidize farmers massively.
1 minute. The governor of Kano State, the last governor, Ganduje, said enough sufficient land. He will use Kano State money to build a ranch for them.
They refuse.
That's one. Two, there's a place in Nigeria called Sambisa Forest. It's a forest in the north. Nobody is occupying it.
Let them go there.
Apart from special Boko Haram people.
Why did they not turn it into a ranch? 3, the federal government wanted 774 local government to give them land for ranches, and they had made money for that. Why did they not take that money and develop ranches in the north where the cows are? So you see, it's beyond what we are saying.
So how do you, KG, hang on.
They have an agenda.
For one, you're not going to go to Sambisa Forest to go and put a ranch there. Nobody will. You know that. However, you said something though.
Why not? They can go and help us. They can go and help us. Yes, if they can keep people in the cities, let them go and help us kill the Boko Haram there.
That's not very.
Listen, forefather, don't agree that media terminology, that Sambisa Forest is such a big forest. Remember that we did geography in Nigeria. There's nowhere in the north where you have Mambila Forest or Mambila Plateau. Forest like that. There's none. These are shrubs, okay? And the question that people have always asked is, where is this Sambisa forest in the north that's so big and so large and so
Have
thick?
you ever seen an area picture of the Mambisa forest?
Is there no area forest of it? What is
Yes, now we know that the forest runs all the way from Nigeria, from that region to even Congo.
Forefathers,
See,
the question is, have you seen an area photo or drone shot of the Sambisa forest?
You can Google it now.
I think I have actually.
I
I
think
think I
it's
have.
in
They showed some of them with the where you see the cattle on the
But
ground.
don't
And
forget that the north has a vast array of land, plenty of land in
yeah,
northern
but
Nigeria.
what am I supposed to make of it now? If they tell me this is Sambisa forest, what am I supposed to dispute it? They say that is where they, you should take them to court. That this is not Sambisa forest.
Where Wike told them that if you can
Mm.
run by pipe from Port Harcourt, you can run crude pipe and carry crude all the way to Kaduna. You can, and then even now to Niger. You can now also run one. You can take water from rivers that is ready to give them water. Let them bring the pipe, put it there, and pipe it all the way to Sokoto. And then those places they say that.
And there will be plenty of water to irrigate the land.
Plant land and plant your trees and water the water from the ocean and make sure that there's water there so that you don't have to. You can reclaim the land. Why are they not doing it? Why are they not doing it?
They have an agenda.
There are so many things Nigerian government is not doing that you think they should do. Common sense things. It's almost as if we are running out. Sorry, it's almost as if they are choosing not to do the right things because some of all these things are simple problems. They are not things that should be leading to loss of life at all. Cattle eat plants and suddenly people start dying. No, it shouldn't ever come to that. If adults are around.
Can I just say something quickly? Like, what will actually solve this problem, as in once and for all, is by having state security. Can you imagine Autumn having control of the state security, where he can issue gun to every local government? I can guarantee you.
God. Can you imagine Wike having that too?
Well, but that's where we'll have to have the checks and balance in place. Because if you don't have the checks
you want
and
to check
balance,
Wike, the guy that overturned an election within 2 weeks.
No, what I'm saying is for that.
We decide to take over the government. Wike will be like, I don't recognize the commander in chief anymore.
When you propose any solution,
Wike just make an empty shell.
Otherwise, people will just run mad. Even the Wike now is left office, so it's vulnerable now.
Let's hope so.
He's vulnerable.
They say he joined APC now. When he joins APC, and now he's pally with the president again. Yeah, his sins are forgiven now because he managed to get overturned an election, even if they now found out that he cheated. But during the time, nobody knew. He got Tinubu chosen as president elect. I don't think it would have mattered, but he got him chosen. Either way, it's worked for him. So we don't see. That's why I think for Nigeria to have a state police to happen, one, they need to remove immunity from governors. Secondly, you need to give it 10 years or 20 for that to happen. Because if you just start handing power down the way Nigeria is right now, look at what Erofai did to President Bola regarding the Naira note issue. The governors are too powerful in Nigeria.
That was the script, man.
The governors
that was the script, man.
powerful in Nigeria are only northern governors.
That was the script.
Wike is powerful.
No, forget it. They didn't want to take
Tinubu was a governor. Very powerful.
No, you see, look, if they wanted to take Wike out, and just like Atiku told him, I mean, we're not after you. If we're after you, we know how to take you. But you see, the thing is, Erufai could say that because if it was an Eastern governor, by now they would have not only found it would have been a treasonable felony. They would have done everything possible to bring him down. We have seen this over and over.
Okay, you say Eastern governor. Okay, I can't. All the Eastern governors, they are not exactly a lot of noisemakers. But that said, we do have Southern governors that make a lot of noise. And look at Autumn. Autumn causes a lot of trouble to it. Nobody has done anything to him.
That's what I said, because they know the thief nature. They know the thief man. Okay, they know that you cannot go and take Autumn. You see, that idea that John Abba was putting forward. is some of the idea that some people who are against the PDP government in Benue are putting forward, that Otom was the one funding the buying of the people in Benue, and that he was just making ordinary noise. Now, so we are happy now. Reverend Elia is a friend that I know. All of them coming to government are friends that I know. Otom is also going away now. So let APC government now stop the IDP camps and resettle the people in Benue.
But when you think about it, though, southeastern governors, from observing Nigeria for how long now, they seem to be very benign actually in terms of national policy. They don't make a lot of aggressive noise. The southeastern governors, is that
Because they are very selfish. They are not serving their people. They just after their own pocket.
You see, both of them.
That's quite interesting. You think that they should be more outspoken kind of governor, but they tend to be very benign.
David Omai
Because
speaks
they are
on behalf of
they are
the
compromised. They are
Yeah.
compromised. That is why they are only after their own self-benefit.
The governor in Imo State speaks on the behalf of the North. The Enugu State governor more prefers to. In fact, it's Anambra State governor that told the Fulanis that any day they find out that one of their persons are missing, he will pay 500,000 to them for that. Okay, and so yeah, but the Igbos that are missing are not compensated, and that's the policy of Obiano till he left. So
They
you
are
find
very
out
stupid.
that they are not after.
I don't know because the southeast now, okay, now from what CM said here, the southeast is more developed. Even if okay, you say it's by your own doing, by their own doing, it's more developed than the southwest. So maybe for some reason, maybe they feel like some things are happening in our area. We don't care all the noise that is going on in Nigeria. Maybe something else is going on because about 6 states, isn't it? How is it that they are so quiet?
I'm
They are compromised. They are compromised.
All of them, and who is electing them?
All of them are compromised.
Each one person, each of them that is in the authority, all go to, like I said, remember I called 5 blocks where the powers lie. They all go to pay allegiance to the caliphate. Okay?
To Buhari.
Yeah, they go pay allegiance. And then eventually, for instance, we know where Hope Uzodinma went to before they declared him governor. And the Supreme Court went to canvass for votes. They looked for vote that INEC themselves did not produce and added to him. And INEC lawyer said, my lord, these are not part of it's not even in our register. We don't have this number of people in our register. I said, don't worry. We know where we got it from. Okay? The judgment is subsided. It's still standing. The man is the governor. He's taking decisions. Okay?
We don't know. I have not looked into that case, so I can't know about
the
that.
Problem is that the problem in Nigeria, especially, is that the president is just too powerful for doing nothing.
I don't know.
Only country where the president can spend any money he wants without approval of the National Assembly. You don't have to wait for them. You just go ahead and spend. And yes, I'm telling you what is happening. Go ahead.
Does the US president not have that kind of power to spend some money?
How?
No, not in the Western world. Not in Papa money.
You can't do that.
I thought they have power to do some things, order some things that is going to cost the US economy. Then later on, they can put it for the fees, like
no.
put it on the tab.
In the civilized world, it doesn't happen like that. They are not even after money mostly.
Some of the language you use sometimes, it rubs me off the wrong way. Like, the civilized world, colonial masters, and all the rest of it. Can we just stop with all this language you're using?
Can you present Nigeria to anybody as a civilized part of the world?
Pardon?
Can you present Nigeria to anybody in all honesty as a civilized country? It's not.
No, we can be described as civilized, but the others are just more advanced technologically. It's not because they are more civilized than us. They're just technologically more advanced.
About Nigeria as a whole, there's no level of technology.
Let me give you one example. Let me give you one example why Oyibo are more civilized.
Technology. Look at I'm coming March. If it was a serious situation where you are thinking of the progress of the people, look at how long Inomoto have been there, innocent. If the government had put effort and helped that guy, Should we be still thinking about mass transit right now? Because all you need to do is his factory would have been big enough and good enough to produce all that you need. The first time I got to Washington, I saw that the same bus they are using is the same bus we're using as El-Rufai bus in Abuja, and yet our own can't function well. Our own were even better than what we had than what they had in DC. But their own was on time. It was clean. Okay, we can't even operate it. Even with the almighty RFI in charge, they couldn't still operate it. So
Nigeria
is just too dysfunctional. I think and I also think it's a planned dysfunction, because there are so many things that you can see in Nigeria that shouldn't happen, but it happens anyway, and not just happen once. It repeatedly repeats itself, and it tells you that something is wrong.
Where's
not right.
Can we hear from Ekene? Ekene was talking about his friend that had a ranch.
Oh my goodness! I completely forgot about Kene. Sorry about that, Kene. Sorry about that. You know, we have been talking together like this. The three of us have been going on for so long. We forgot that. Sorry about that.
Well, what the guy explained to me, I think it's because of the profitability. Yeah, so that is why he said it's difficult for them to have a ranch. Yeah, and like Victory said, maybe government needs to kind of be intentional. Yeah. And say, if we want to solve this issue, maybe people get a ranch and be able to subsidize them. Yeah, it might not be always a subsidy. I think the issue might be the initial setup cost. Yeah, maybe with 5 years, government might subsidize them. With that, they might be able to break even. And once they've known the business, the grass have started growing. Yeah, then the government can start taking off the subsidy after a while. And even when I asked the guy, he says even the Fulani that is helping him rear the cow, yeah. So that is I was kind of a bit surprised. Yeah, he's the one that owns the cow, yeah. But I asked the Fulanis, yeah, that takes them around to graze around, yeah. But maybe he has some people that supervises them, maybe to ensure that they don't go to another person's farm, all those kind of things, yeah. So that is what he explained to me, that it's because of the cost. So that is why it will not be possible, yeah. He said flat that. Second, let me tell you that it will not be possible.
Yeah,
he knows better. He's in the
business. He knows better, yeah.
So I see if the federal government can give people money to do
one thing he said is that
fish farming, I think they should be able to fund whatever they need to fund.
He said unless maybe they're able to sell the cow at a higher price. Yeah, for instance, maybe there are some cows that worth 300K, there are some that worth 1 million.
And there's one other thing I wanted to add to this, because I think this also may be an aspect of it that often results in blood shed in Nigeria. I feel like, I don't know whether it's just a prejudice that I have. I feel like wrongdoing in the north, or you get something wrong in the north, then can lead to bloodshed for people from the south more quickly than the other way around. Like a southerner, doing this in kind of resulting in the loss of life of a northerner just because of a wrongdoing. An example is that lady that was at school, and she said something about the religion in the north, and she lost her life. And so we hear about cattle dispute leading to loss of life. So why is it that everything is so wounded tightly up there that every little thing encounter, it spills into this thing? Because we know, okay, yeah, the Yorubas, the Igbos, sometimes they have their arguments, but you don't see that it spills into like bloodbath, that the kind of level of bloodbath we see coming from them, even amongst themselves. Because I think I also found out that in Zamfara, the Fulanis and the Hausas were fighting, led to a lot of bloodbaths too. Why does it always?
It is because the Fulani feel that the Fulani always feel that they are superior to everybody and they have federal government back. So that is
just did you watch the documentary that they did?
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah, I saw the documentary.
Yeah, Victor, I watched that documentary as well. It's not limited to Benue, even all the core north as well, between the farmers and the herders. It's the same issue.
Maybe is this something that is going on? Because is this something that has been coming down history? Because I've never heard about it before now. Like in the 80s, I've never heard of something like this. So is it something recent?
That's why I ask you if you watch the BBC documentary. They gave like a summary what's causing the problem. It's as simple for that. The Hausas, they are mainly farmers. They have farms. The Funali, they are herders. Okay, so if someone keeps bringing their cattle into your farm to eat your crop, what are you going to do? And you've told them that stop doing this, you're costing me money, and they continue doing it. What would you do? Then you attack them, and then they say reprisal.
You go to your chief, not attack them. Jesus Christ.
And the truth is that
you don't go and start attacking human beings. You go and report to the police, go to your chief, go to somewhere.
Look, forefathers, the truth is that most of them are not even from Nigeria.
That is the story that the media have told us over the years. And I'm saying to you categorically that is not correct. You see, they want to sell the story that it is herders farmers clash. I say again, categorically, it is false narratives. Now, they are trying to tie it to climate change. It is nothing to do with climate change. It is land grabbing. They want to alienate some certain people and take over their land. Don't let anybody.
But they've not taken over any land so far.
They have taken over. You don't want me to tell you how many communities have been taken over? There are many now.
There are many.
Show me, send me evidence of it so that we can talk about it some other day, because I don't think that is possible in the context of Nigeria.
Okay, I will. You know what? I will share with you my own page, my own Facebook. Sorry, I said Facebook. My own ordinary. I won't share that with you because, and that's one of the things that made me to relocate in the first place. But I will share with you the documentary we did for I won't call his name. All right, but it's also on the story of what had been happening with the North. You see, it's a wrong narrative. And that's the narrative that the Garbashevs of this world wanted to tell the world, that it's a herders-farmers clash, so that the people, the perpetrators, are totally hidden. And the
Buhari was a disaster, a complete disaster to that country.
It's not true. I asked the question the first time. When they say these things clash, and why is that you go there, you only see farmers lying there. You don't see the other people who they are fighting with. You don't see them.
Because they came prepared now. I think that it could be sabotage too.
I'm coming, bros. I'm coming. See,
okay.
Let us not rush over this thing. I did the Gona Hawa story where 500 mass grave is still there. I can send you pictures. Okay, so what there's not even a Fulani settlement around there. Okay, now these people are selling all the rag so that you see the moment the international community know that it is not what it is, they will bring a light on Nigeria. So to keep it undercover, they say it is Fulani, herders farmers clash because of climate change. You know, anything one into climate change, everybody hands off. So, my brother, I say again, it is not. Okay, I just gave you an example of Edumorga now. Edumorga in Benue State, where they went to massacre, let me use that word, where they went to make sure that the people don't exist any longer. Is there any land that is in dispute there? Do they even live there? Do they have any place there?
I believe that Buhari had an agenda before he came into government.
You see, they don't. They don't. So that agenda of trying to give them land in 774 local government, it didn't work, and it's not going to work, and it will never work.
Later, they said it's water resources bill. They want to seize every. Hi. That our country, in a very complicated country, eh?
But KJ, are you sure it's an agenda? But what of the thing happening in
exactly
even in Buhari's estate, where there are some people killing people over there?
You don't know the politics of that area. The one happening in Buhari State is still the same thing between the Hausas and the Fulani.
It's not only made up of Fulanis. There are more Hausas than Fulanis in Buhari State.
That's what I'm saying. The Fulanis are trying to take over the land.
They have been taken over are not Fulani villages. They are Hausa villages.
They are Hausa villages. Okay.
They are fighting against the Hausas.
So you see, when they say, oh, after it's happening, it's not
we are,
happening.
we are supposed to be we are supposed to have rounded up because people need to go to work this in Monday morning
Okay.
and all the rest.
Don't be close to 4 o'clock to my place.
I'm surprised we've not really talked about this topic, especially the Benue angle of it, because even when other areas are coming down a little bit, that place is still hearing flashes on and on and on.
It's still the same
Never
agenda.
seems to end. So it's something that I would like to revisit again, so that because I really want to understand why all this is happening, because it's at the crux of it may be at the crux of why many communities in Nigeria they feel divided from each other, when in reality, it's just sometimes simple things that can solve the problem. And but let's see anyway.
I will say this and I'll close. When this government was coming, there's 4 states that they marshaled out that they were going to run over: Taraba, Plateau, Benue, and one more. There are 4 of them. I remember the
Clearly,
one.
they are failing. They've not managed to take over even one local government.
No, but is Plateau not almost in their hands?
Plateau that P2B is run riot with this thing.
Yeah,
No,
right.
I don't think any territory, not one local government, has changed hands from the natives in Nigeria.
Buhari tried his best, but he didn't succeed.
The next time I will meet, I'll get those places I've been taking over.
If you provide me evidence, I'll look into them. Believe me, if it is true, I will hold my hand up and I will talk about it. Because if it's something that shouldn't be happening, it's not doing us any good. Because any part of Nigeria where you are seeing problems like this is part of the issue that we have to solve. Just as we are looking to solve corruption, bad leadership. This type of stuff needs to stop. You can't be in a country where people are just keep hounding each other. That's not a nation that is going to function, isn't it? So it has to stop.
So can a quick one? So your friend that has a cattle, so he's going to people's farm to eat people's crop. Is that do you know?
No, I think what he said is that he has people that supervises the Fulani people that helps him, yeah, to ensure that they don't go to other people's farms. So what he said is that they still go to like all those open grasses, yeah, open bush, to eat something. That is what he said. But he raised them in Oyo, so maybe there's a way. Maybe they do it better there because there is no any particular agenda. So I don't know.
Can we allow Loco to add something? I think he came earlier on. We didn't let him talk. Then he went and rested. Then he came back again. And he's in London, and he has to still. he does have a life to live. So Loco, welcome, man. We originally started with the convergence of the exchange rates in Nigeria, and
guys,
then
I will leave you. Let's see tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thank
nice
you.
One.
Have a nice evening.
Yeah,
you too.
Yep.
Nice one.
Yeah,
And we talked about how basket cannot hold water, and we also talked about how bread should be put on water. And I don't think you guys were the way we were talking about. Then we moved on to Benue issues, which I was, because I was curious. I know a lot about Benue now. I was curious about Benue because we hear things from them, but nobody seemed to really talk about them on panels and stuff like that. So, and it's quite enlightening, some of the stuff we've had today. I'm sure you must have been, at least you've gathered that we've been talking about a few things. So where do you think this issue is coming from? Do you think it has something to do with land grabbing agenda, Islamization agenda, or just good old conflict because of resources?
Okay. Hello, everybody. How you all doing? Good morning from here. Sorry, you said what is discuss about basket cannot hold water or bread cannot
Igbo Basics gave us a proverb. He said he was talking to Victory. He said we are going to give a basket to carry water. I'm like, as a proverb. I was like, what kind of proverb is that? It doesn't make why would you use basket to carry water? It's like you are telling us that we're going to be wasting our time. What is the point of that? Then he said, oh, that's a proverb. Then John Abba went and said, and then he just sprinkle bread on top of water. I was like, what does that even mean? It's like they were confusing me today, so it was quite an interesting questions I was asking about it, because that one flew over my head, some of the proverbs I was hearing today. So that was it. So don't ignore that one. Clearly, it wasn't that important.
Should it was said that I think it was not Abacha say any terrorism act that the government cannot solve within 48 hours, the government is behind it. So if you put that into context, if this has been going on for as long as we can, definitely there's an agenda from the government, indirectly that
you mean the Northern Ireland problem that the UK had? It was the UK government that was behind it.
No. If you say, look, the thing is this, right? Like in terms of Nigeria, some things might happen abroad, but because of we may not know other people, their selfish and greedy nature, we might say, okay, we're not sure. But in Nigeria, that we know that yes, we are selfish and we are greedy. Definitely, the government is behind it when it comes to our own. But it might not be government of the state; it might be government from the federal, because it's the federal government that controls the army. Is the federal government that is the grand commander of the armed forces. So if the grand commander of the armed forces cannot use his own tool,
then what is the motivation then?
See, look, you see, is how would I put it now? Okay, they say till tomorrow somebody is still paying IOC fee. Do you understand? Till now, why paying as what? As a member or as part of, or as you want to dash them money.
There you go.
You understand? So if you are still paying, that means we are part of them. And if we are part of them and we're not doing as required as we ought to behave in their being part of them, that means by hook or by crook, they have to make sure we conform. You understand? Since they can't do it obviously now because the world will see. So let them do it like this until they are tired, until we break.
Yep. Listen very carefully, forefathers.
Until we break.
Well, we are also in the Commonwealth, and
forget about that Commonwealth. Listen to what Loco is telling you now. I've made this presentation before.
See, you have to, just because one is biased towards that, you have to balance it with
it's not the bias.
The organization we belong to.
Military heads have rolled before on this. Listen to Loco, let him
countries of Islamic countries or something like that, organization of Islamic countries or something like that. Okay, it doesn't necessarily mean that.
Before that, think it this way.
Let Loco finish.
Think it this way. How can somebody who says it's a Christian nation and they speak English and they have a different faith, right? They are now the ones asking the northern part of Nigeria. They are trying to align with them, accept whatever religion they are practicing.
Muslim ticket.
And ask them to join us. And ask them to join the northern Nigeria. So the certain part of the certain protectorate of Nigeria, ask them to amalgamate us together. You are working with somebody who does not have the same faith with you. You understand? Who is educationally deprived from you. You are working with them, using them, aligning with them to control people of the South because of oil. That's to tell you, even if these people, whatever you think that is how I put it now, even if you think they are not of the same religion, but they use these same people as a tool, to scuttle or to thwart the effort.
You mean like they are using Southern leaders to see? We all know these things are happening.
Hold on first. No, hold on. You said something. What about the British? Like, because what is British get to, because we're a Commonwealth, whatever.
Yeah.
Who is the head of the Commonwealth? The British. How would the same British head of the Commonwealth using somebody who is not of the same religion with them, of not of the same faith with them? You understand? Opposite faith. You are aligned with them to control the people who you have the same faith with.
Your problem is that
the vice versa.
But you are thinking that, I think you are associating that they are only aligned with them. You are not seeing it that they are also aligned with the Southerners. They are working with the Southern leaders just as much as they're working with the Southerners.
Listen to you, a white man will never align with another people if there's nothing beneficial to them.
Exactly.
either short term or long term. You understand? The British can never, the American, the British, they can never align with the Southern people. Never. In
What?
But you see, hold on now. Look, they know that that's why they want to make us improve so they can give us peanuts and we believe they are giving us aid. You understand? Aid to do what? They give us aid and take punch from our back.
You're talking about the British now.
See, British, American, Canada, France.
Okay, yeah.
They are from the same womb.
China follow them.
You see, no, China is different. China is even coming with another gimmicks. China may be doing something, okay, just like, okay, how would I put it now? I'm doing how would I put it now? I'm playing trick. You understand? Playing trick, tell you if you give me one, I'll give you two. Then somebody is coming. That's what China is doing. Because China have seen that America have done, I will give you give me one, I will give you 500. And we're falling for it. So China is okay, let's give me one. I'm not taking 500. Just give me one, I will give you two. So if I thought I want to eat from you, let me still do enough for you and let me just eat small. But America is see, don't give me anything. I will be the one to always do for you. Meanwhile, we've gone nowhere. You understand? So when you say Commonwealth, listen, Commonwealth is just a scam. It's just a tool to control other formal
nations,
British colony. You understand? So saying that they are dead, as far as Nigeria is concerned, if they can work with the any Muslim country to keep us where we are to their own benefit, they don't care.
That goes back into my issue of vulturization of Nigeria. The vulturization of Nigeria. That cartoon will come soon, and you will see it.
They don't care.
And by the way, baskets can still be woven to fetch water. CIA, FBI, that's your classic baskets that is fetching water every day to the tone of how they want it.
You see, in my mind, the way I interpret it is that the entire nation is being sabotaged either way, or top, down, left, right, and we are being played against each other. And the last thing we need, even if let's say some of this agenda is actually true, and I actually believe it's true because I've seen it in some Nigerians getting involved here, talking about these things. Even on TV, they talk about it, like especially in Kwara, because in Kwara they have these. There's a balance between the Christians and the Muslims in Kwara, but the Muslims are getting an upper hand now, and they are using it and extending their this in reach in the
Loco didn't quite finish. Google Ebitu Ukiwe.
Ebitu Ukiwe.
Yes.
Okay.
That was the reason why he stepped out. He went home from. He was a never commander.
Never command. I know,
and he was second in command.
Okay, never commander, but I don't know if
he was second in command. It's still like play. They go for national, make they go do something. The person when not supposed to sit down for the chair way supposed to sit down, don't sit down there. It's all of what the OIC, Organization of Islamic. And I've been talking about it, but it flies over everybody's head.
The reason why.
Hold on. They say it remains 2 more years. Consistently. Buhari has done 8 years. Complete. Now they have Shetima and what you call him, Tinubu. And if 2 of them consistently for the next 2 years, and that chain is not broken, because Buhari paid complete for the last 10 years. Tinubu will pay. Shetima will pay. If that happens for the next 2 years, you can kiss it goodbye. Your secular state, or whatever you may call it, Christians exist.
Why are you worried about that even? That is not our priority. Whose religion are we fighting for? Our priority should be worrying about how we can take our country back from these people. What religion, the religion people are worshiping, the God that they are worshiping, it doesn't matter. You want to, because when you focus on the wrong things, you fall for their trap. You should be focusing on opening their eyes to the fact that they need to take themselves away from those people, the control that the power those people have over them, because that's why they are turning against their own fellow. This is a black man here in this in Nigeria. If we turn on ourselves, then they get exactly what they want. Everything we have been working for, everything you work for all your life, you lose all of them. And your children will just inherit another level of weakness that other people will just be looking at you and laughing at you for. Because we are worrying about religion. How about you people that slaughter each other in the millions and they still manage to go and sign deals together?
No, see,
we haven't even gone through that kind of a bitterness yet.
No.
And we are acting as if this is a big deal.
Wow.
Everybody is
To me, it's not a big deal. It's not a big deal to me. If what I would tell them, if I see another, I said, you know, those people you're signing on to, you can use that as a tool to help this nation, not the other way around. You have to be smart about it, because everything that we've done so far, look at them, they are doing better than us.
Who?
Everything is a transaction in this life.
Who is doing better than us? Who?
See, have you been to Dubai? If you go to the Saudi Arabia, look at how they are doing better than us.
No. Forefathers, you are missing the point.
No.
You are missing the point, forefathers.
It's not like, how do I put it now? It's not like, say, Islam, right? Okay, now let's put it like this. You see the Western people, right? They are pushing an agenda in Africa with this gay rights, blah bullshit, whatever, right? And whenever Africa goes against that agenda, they're like, no, human rights, you folk, no, you this, you that, man. Hey, no. And you are working hand in hand, very close ally with Islamic nations that are against these things. You can't even say PEM to them. You see the interest there? Now, you are saying Africa now, who is doing something, who is not even taking stronger actions like those Islamic countries. You are bashing Africans. No, you have to do this, you have to do this. You are bringing money, supporting money for freedom, human rights or whatever. Then the people who are taking strong stance, even killing those people in Islamic nations, China or wherever, or Arab, whatever, you are allied with them. You are doing trades with them. You have bilateral agreement with them. They are your ally. You know what you mean of ally? Ally is my party, my guy. Then Africans now that you are eating from, that is taking the same, even not as the same stand with those people, you are bashing us. That is tell you, see, leave religion. Majek Fashek says religion is politics. You understand? It's just because we Africans, we refuse to wake up. Because we
why are we talking about religion then?
We have been,
say because IOC and this thing.
No, that's what I'm saying now. See, religion is politics. You understand? So if it's politics, it's also religion. If they want to take his land,
use it to better us.
Sorry?
They should use it to better us. See,
you don't get it. Forefathers, you don't get it. Sodom and corruption, not Sodom and Gomorrah.
See,
you know where the money is coming from?
Look, Islam
corruption goes both ways.
Okay, hold on. Islam do not care about what Nigeria has. Islam care about population, spreading, numbers.
Of course.
Okay, good. But the Western people, they don't care about population. They care about control of resources.
Yes.
You understand? If you are a Muslim, it's my business. You understand?
But the Muslim, though, ultimately is your wealth that they're after.
Hold on. That's what I'm saying. Hold on. When America were fighting what's it called? Libya or Saddam in Iraq, they weren't trying to fight them because of their religion to make sure they are Christian nation. No. Be a Muslim, but let me control your resources. You understand? But for the Muslim, no problem. We want to make sure we have the number. You understand? Want the number. We don't care about resources. We just want the number. So you see the as a double interest.
You are arguing both directions. 1 minute you say they are working with Muslims, the next day they are working against Muslims.
No,
they're working.
Just get the hold on. See, I'm not saying they are working with. They are working with Muslims. Nigeria, you understand? To take off, make sure we are where we are.
They're also working with Christians, clearly.
Yes, now for their benefit now.
They are working, of course, but why is Igbo Basic saying they are working with Christians, they are working with Muslims, they work with anybody that offers them, that secures their interests.
Exactly. But so that I say religion is politics. It's like you are fighting the same thing from two different corners. All is the same control. One is gaining power, which is the religious part. The other one is getting resource control, which is economic power. You start so.
See, if you argue that okay, they are trying to use give some other part of the country more religious power, and then exchange that for economic control that those people will give to them. Yeah, you can argue that that could be a convincing action that they can argument they can place before all those people that are interested in that kind of agenda. But it's not the entire North that cares about expansionist behavior. I'm sure they are there. Major of them believe in that, because to them it's like they have to do that to fulfill their faith anyway.
The entire North is made up of two type of religion. One is before Islam came to that northern part, there were people who believe in a tradition like that. Then the other part of North is the people who believe, yes, this is Islam. Islam is supreme. Islam is this. Islam is that. You understand? That's why you have Hausa and Fulani. They say they're fighting, killing each other. One is trying to take over each other's land. So you see that now one is saying, okay, yes, we know religion is here, but we're people. We have, yes, this is how we have, this is our land. We have to take it, keep it. Because those people are reasoning like the people there. There are other people who are reasoning like people who like Fulani, who is coming from outside to come and domicile in that place. So you as coming from outside to come and domicile, you have an agenda to take over and remain. Then why you, who is the aboriginal of that place, you are like, what's happening now? Okay, let's keep our culture, let's keep our land. So it's two types of. So if you say the North, it's not the entire North that is having that agenda. You understand that?
Yeah, but that agenda is not an agenda that has any chance of success. That's for sure.
Sorry, I need to go. So just a quick one.
Yeah.
Were you able to look at the email I sent you? Have you looked at it?
Yes, I've looked at the email but I've not read the text of everything. But I've been online. So when I get offline, I would have a look at it.
It's
about the calculation of the petrol crude oil prices versus what Dangote is making.
Forefathers is 10-19. Do you know where your children are? I just would like to end with the submission that you can still weave the basket properly, and then you can still use it to fetch water. Because as they say, sex, money, and power is all the same thing. Okay? And on that note, I will believe that we have a few things that we've discussed today. And for heaven's sake, victory, we'll still look for you to align closely so that whatever message we may leave behind, we will leave it behind because nobody knows tomorrow. But take it from the older generation, some older generation, not all. Anything that comes out of their mouth is for your own good, for you to live longer. Because if they catch you, they're going to say, you be David Hunda and brother.
Thank you. It looks like you are really doing a good job of, preserving so many historical aspects and cultural aspects of this in Nigeria and the Southeast especially. And the fact that you have all those bowls and calabash and everything there is, I don't know how customs let you carry everything over there, but it's all right.
The last one I brought was a bell, which was during COVID time. And that bell was a weapon that I shouldn't carry it through.
I'm not surprised.
I buy them for Lagos. So.
You're packing everything all over to America.
No,
it's good though. The young generation, they get to see everything real, face to face.
Something Rudolph was saying, they said Sunday after recap on the panels, whatever, that they're talking about religion. I'm asking a question. Like I think I heard him correctly. For Rudolph, he was saying like after recap on every Sunday's panelist or whatever. Religion.
We'll be delving into religion because Sunday, after all, we should talk about religion. I think this is a very good idea.
So what is religion? Religion is like in terms of
Everything.
Discussing about verses that are in Bible that people do not know.
No,
Oh no, not Bible studies. So there's a
no.
big difference. Talking about religion, how it affects our lives and everything else.
Okay. Sorry.
Traditional religion, who is what, atheist, whatever you are, whatever you believe in, bring it up.
Okay.
What makes you tick?
Is it possible to state some verses in the Bible that nobody believes is in the Bible? Is it possible to call those kind of verses out? Tell you,
Yeah. That would be good to actually call out.
if
You
you
know.
read, maybe I can say I don't understand this verse in the Bible. I can put the
I think you
verse in
can. Like,
Bible,
oh
and
my God, like,
somebody should read it
yeah.
and try to understand what that means. Because there are some verses I've seen in the Bible that it shocked me. And
Yeah, like some of the ones where they say, dash the head and all. There's a lot of tough things you can say in the Bible too. So I get what you are saying. We can always discuss those in that, but I don't know how anybody that will have the courage to talk about anything in the other religions like Quran and all the rest. But
I know if they okay now listen. You said courage. Why do you mean
I've
courage?
asked that. You see that now. I did say that earlier on. I said I don't know understand why
do
one
you
part
need
of the
courage?
country is very very hot about these things. Where
Why is it that when you want to
if you
discuss
step on the wrong toe, things go very wrong, and that needs to change. If Nigeria is to work, it needs to change.
Why should some be
Let me tell you a story. Let me tell you a story that happened here in the UK. My friend, one of my friend then, it was a Muslim, right? And I said to him that, why is that if anybody says something about their prophet, I use a specific term, but I'm not going to say it anyway, obviously. I said, why is it that, for example, I say your prophet is this, why did you get so mad? And the guy said to me that, I shouldn't say that or that. That's an offensive word that, no, I shouldn't say that. So he tried to explain to me the reason why. And I said, but when people say this about Jesus Christ, Christians don't go crazy. They don't go mad. So he kind of explained to me in a simple version, like a simple term, like why they say blah, blah, blah. Now, if I had said that to a Muslim in the north, the word I used, the word I used, I'm sure that guy would have called people to kill me. You see the difference? But here in the UK, it's a civilized society. You can't take the laws into your hand because you will be held responsible.
Yeah, and the problem is that when you go to other areas where they practice it, you say that you could also be in similar situation. I feel like globally, there has to be a level of tolerance, and this is not how Islam used to be before. It's more recently the Saudi Arabian, this Wahhabism seems to be pushing this strident form of this thing, Islam. So it needs to be taken aback a bit because in the context of Nigeria, you can't keep alienating your fellow countrymen all in the name of a religion. You can't do that. Nigeria has to come first, and those people that are patriotic on the other side in the north too, we have to work with all of them to fix this nation, because just being all this strident behavior is not going to help your children go to school. It's not going to solve it's not going to guarantee our future at all. If anything, it will compromise it even further. So these people need to figure out this stuff out, and the ones that are have the eyes to see these things, those are the ones you work with, and this stuff will have to change. If we are going to survive, the work needs to be done. We have no choice.
You see, how are you going to change that? The last time I was talking here, and I was talking about how the religion have been lifted to the same level with the Supreme Court, because you have Sharia Court of Appeal, you have Sharia Court at the same Sharia Court in Abuja, the same level, and it has a Grand Cadi that superintends over that court. So you have different kinds. In other words, if it was a place where the law works, the moment that was introduced, the police should have prosecuted that, because that's against the constitution. Nigeria does not have, it's a secular state. But now you have certain states saying we are Sharia state. You have certain people saying we only answer to Sharia. And so they can take you to Sharia court. And the Sharia court and the Sharia Court of Appeal that is in Abuja is almost the same level with the Court of Appeal in Abuja. So if we are not running, if we are running these things as if they are state religion, that's not going to change. It's not going to change. You're not going to be. In fact, the main mention that you even want to do that will cause a problem. My friend, who was secretary in the when they had the national conference, who was secretary from the north, she was the one who was the writer, secretary on behalf of the north, said something. The moment they mention religion, everywhere goes mad. They don't even want you to discuss it. They don't want you to talk about it at all. You see, and that is the reason why they will not want any national conference, because those things will be reviewed. That's the reason why they will not want to sit on the round table, because those things will be mentioned. That's the reason why they will
I
not.
think because to them they are happy. That's why
Yes,
they do not want. They're happy with the arrangement right now.
yes, it's paying them. It's paying them. It's paying them.
And
Okay.
if you think Nigeria is bad now, watch when you have an arrangement that they are not happy with tomorrow. You are going to have a big conflagration again. So sometimes we don't know what we are avoiding by having what you have now.
No,
What I
we're
always
not.
say is that
Listen. We're not avoiding anything. We listen. See, here is my point here. I'm not saying you should please the South in order to displease the North. I'm not saying you should please the North in order to displease the South. I'm not saying you should please the Igbo man in order to displease the Hausa man. I'm not saying you should please the Hausa man in order to displease the Yoruba man. I'm saying let there be a level playing field, like any other nation.
there
Who wants to
is,
go forward.
to an
There is
extent,
no,
there is a level playing
no,
field
there is
actually.
no level playing field, and I can give you a lot of instances, but it's not what we are going to discuss here. The truth of the matter remains. When I was in secondary school, in the whole of the southeast, there was nothing like school of basic studies. There was none. It was later on now that some states in the south have school of basic studies. But you had school of basic studies all the way. So if you don't make your 5 credits in the north, you can go to school of basic studies from which you go into the university. But in our that time when we were growing up, you have to have your 5 straight A's. If you don't have it, or you don't have you can't get into the university. You have to pass jam to get into the university. But in the north, then if you don't pass jam, you go to school of basic studies and do 1 year and go continue. So what am I trying to say in essence? I'm saying that we need to all look at this thing, okay, and agree. Is Islam the state religion? If it's not, why is it in our constitution? If it's
Because
not,
it's tied to their own states.
it's not tied to any state.
Do you
It's
want a Christian religion in Imo State? If you want that, you can go for it.
no, but when Wike said that Rivers State is a Christian state, they took him to the cleaners for even
What did
daring
they
to
do?
say it.
It's
Oh,
still very much there.
but you see, he only said it with his word of mouth. Now, these other people have gone ahead to make it a law in their state. Okay, and Wike just
See, the
announced
problem with Christians is that if you don't want to make yours a Christian state, and they prefer to make theirs Islamic state, I don't know why you are blaming them. You should ask yourself. I know that we have traditional religions in the south. That's traditional courts and all the rest of it. They do that in the south. In terms of this thing, P2B worked with a lot of missionary organizations. So there is Christianity involved in state affairs in the south. The problem is that they didn't encode it into the laws. But who do you have to blame for it? Are you going to blame them for not making your own Christian? So I think states, we are the one that chose to give states this much
the
autonomy.
constitution say that no state should adopt any religion. No
Then
state.
why did Obasanjo go and put it there?
Obasanjo didn't put it there. Obasanjo just when they first introduced Sharia, Obasanjo said it was political. It was going to die off, but it never died off. Instead, we were increasing and increasing. And I can
It
tell you,
never dies off. They
And, and,
never retreat.
and
So
on that
never
on that
underestimate
on
that.
that on that note, forefathers, may I move that we sing the closing song?
Okay.
Which
How
Majex
long is
Mosaic
it?
or
Oh yeah. You know, I've never
that
done that
one we used to
before.
sing the song
To
with
play
that
it, you mean?
yeah, I move that we sing the closing song.
Okay, let me close out then. We'll do. I want you want me to play the Major Fashek song?
Um
and
oh
then
yeah.
there's a guy on the commentary who says that I should go and speak to the Southern of Sokoto. And I just want to let you know that I have no reason to go and speak to the Southern of Sokoto on that issue. I'm not a state actor. Neither am I. I don't have anything to do there. If Nigeria works for you, works for me, works all of us, works for your family, work for my own family. If people don't want it to work,
here, it's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Tashek.
Do that. Should I do that to close out?
Right here, it's called Spirit of Love. We're very pleased to welcome Majek Tashek.
The pyramid of Egypt, when we used to live like prince and princess. Remember, Marcus Garvey, who was the dream for New America. Oh, remember, Martin Luther King, who was the dream for New America. They say you have the right, they say you are brown, they say you have the right. They say you are brown. Only the angels of Jah is white now. Only the angels of God is white. So long, too long, so long, too long. We've been sitting down so long. We've been a fool around for too long. Sleep, Africa. Arise from your sleep, America. There's work to be done, Africa. So much work to be done, America. But if we unite, hey, we will be free so long, too long, so long, too long.
Album right here.
Yeah, good night, good day, greetings everyone. We are off now. Thank you for coming in, Igbo Basics. It's been nice having you. And Loco, as always, pleasure having you all. Bye. Let me shut it down.